ESPN welcomes you to the following presentation of the National Football League.
In Midtown Manhattan, where else would you like to be other than the 2004 NFL Draft? That's what these folks are saying. Storming into the theater here at Madison Square Garden as we reenact an April Classic.
You're always going to want the best player available.
It takes hard work.
Determination.
To not be outdone.
To be the best possible football player that I could be.
2004. The hunt for the teams. Request. Pick a winner who passed the test. The nerve-wracking waiting separation of elite peers. You're checking the start of careers right here. Sweating and guessing, realize through busting broom. Getting in hard work, get result of the weight room. Open it up, the team, the league, the game at last. To the next names, NFL. Yeah.
Eli Manning, a name like that commands respect. It also bears the weight of a family legacy. Robert Gallery, from Iowa farm boy to Outland Trophy winner. Next up, the NFL. Tommie Harris, Army kid turned Lombardi Award winner. Where will his speed and power rank him next? Sean Taylor, the next Ronnie Lott, he's out to set a tone beyond comparison.
25 years, ESPN NFL Draft. 25 years of coverage for the first to the last. Gavel to gavel, from beginning to end. We're picking superstars, let the games begin. Fill the draft.
Welcome to ESPN's coverage of the 2004 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light. They are inside, wearing the jerseys of all 32 teams. And when we mean all sorts are inside the theater at Madison Square Garden, we mean absolutely all sorts. From both coasts and all walks of life. Fans of the home teams, fans of the road teams, and yes, fans of a great family, the Mannings, father and son. This is their moment. Hello once again, everybody. I'm Chris Berman. So glad you can be with us here at the 69th annual selection meeting, which in English is the NFL Draft. Along for about his 8,000th NFL Draft is Mel Kiper. Good to see you again.
Good to be here, Chris.
Chris Mortensen for his 9,000th NFL Draft.
Good to be here, of course.
And his first with us, but a #1 pick at 88 by Tom Landry of the Dallas Cowboys. Michael Irvin, glad to have you on.
Glad to be here, Boone. My first draft in New York. I love to be right here with the fans.
You're like a player again, right?
I've hit the feeling again.
Absolutely. Well, to put it mildly, it was a historic and horrific week around the National Football League leading up to this draft, a week we have rarely seen. Number one, the first family of quarterbacks, if you will. Archie Manning, drafted second overall by the Saints in '71. Peyton Manning, drafted first overall in the draft by the Colts in '98, and the reigning co-MVP. And Eli Manning, expected to be the #1 pick in this draft. However, Eli Manning, word out, please, San Diego with the first pick, don't draft me. Maybe the New York Giants are a better fit. We still have San Diego on the clock. Stories to follow. The courts, Maurice Clarett challenge went all the way to 2 Supreme Court justices who denied the appeal to let Maurice Clarett and other underclassmen in the NFL draft. That's a continuing story, but Maurice Clarett, Mike Williams, etc., not a story today. And, of course, dwarfing it all, Pat Tillman, who traded in a career at safety for the Arizona Cardinals, and a pretty darn good one, for serving with the U.S. Army Rangers in Afghanistan, killed in action Thursday night in battle at the age of 27. Heartfelt emotions out to his family, which include his next of kin, his football family, which would be high school, which would be Arizona State, which would be the National Football League, as you can hear everybody in this room and everybody in America. Pat Tillman and 700 other Americans have lost their lives in Iraq and Afghanistan, and we recognize them all. And a little bit later on, and not too long because Arizona picks third, we will have a tribute to Pat Tillman. Mort, now we go back to the top of our story. Eli Manning. Boy, did this swirl every day. What do we expect now?
It's incredible that we have the Mannings, the classy family, getting booed even right here like this. That's just about the drama we have right now. But let's go back 10 days ago when the San Diego Chargers called Tom Condon, the agent for Eli Manning, and said, we choose to negotiate with you right now for Eli Manning. He's going to be our first pick, and Tom Condon sends the message, no, we choose not to negotiate. We don't want you to take Eli Manning. At that point, Dean Spanos, the president of the Chargers, called Paul Tagliabue, the commissioner of the NFL Football League, and Tagliabue said, let me call Archie Manning a friend. And at that point, Tagliabue asked him, Archie, to get involved in this process. Archie, as we know, met with the Chargers, and basically Condon called this past Wednesday night, reiterated the family position. We do not want Eli to be a Charger. Why? The Mannings have not detailed these issues, the whys, but clearly it is an indictment of the Spanos family that owns the Chargers. They don't see much hope. They don't see a commitment, and that's my interpretation of the events, Chris, and that's where we're at right now, where the Chargers committed to taking Eli Manning unless something dramatic happens shortly.
Well, it hasn't happened yet, but it could even after the very first pick is made, and we will obviously address that throughout the first hour because phone lines could be burning. Mel, let's go back to 1998. Peyton Manning was the #1 pick of the Indianapolis Colts. We know what he's done as a pro. It's great. Peyton Manning coming out, Eli Manning coming out. Are they the same? Eli equal Peyton?
Perception, Chris, I think right now in the rating is the same. I think Eli has the similar number of critics as Peyton did, as Troy Aikman did. Quarterbacks coming out early, unless you're John Elway, in terms of the NFL draft, will have their share of skeptics. There's going to be mixed opinion. Peyton Manning, everybody said, well, hey, Ryan Leaf's better. In this case, Eli Manning, hey, Ben Roethlisberger's better. Phillip Rivers is better. Bottom line is Eli Manning elevated this Ole Miss Rebel team to bowl status. They were a series away from beating co-national champion LSU. This kid can throw the football. He's got size, got more mobility than Peyton. And I think by going back for his senior year, Chris, he really benefited because he got that fire, that passion that I didn't see as a junior. I saw it more so as a senior.
Yeah, we all saw it as a senior, that's for sure. Well, right now, the San Diego Chargers have seen it as well. It's early out in San Diego, but somehow I feel that people have been up there for a long, long time. At Chargers headquarters is one of our many quarterbacks, Sean Salisbury. Sean, good morning.
Good morning, Boomer. Thanks, and hope you guys have a great day. Let me tell you the latest on what's going on here in San Diego. We were supposed to have President, CEO, and owner Dean Spanos with us here at the top. But he said the only way he wouldn't if they were in a very important decision-making process, and obviously that's where they are. And just in the last 15 or 20 minutes, Mr. Spanos has gone into A.J. Smith's office outside the draft room, closed the door, and those men are in there trying to decide on the decision. And the decision right now, as we stand, as Mort said, is that they will draft Eli Manning with the first pick unless there's a blockbuster trade. Well, there hasn't been a blockbuster trade, and they're prepared to dig their heels in and deal with the ramifications of taking Eli Manning and not being able to sign him. And we'll get an opportunity sometime during the next hour to talk to Dean Spanos and find out exactly all about that. Let's head out to the Giants in New York, Sal Paolantonio. They got the 4th pick right now, Sal.
Sean, they do, and the Giants are just waiting to hear what the Chargers are willing to do here. But here's the news that we've heard, is that there's a possibility of a way to get out of this, a scenario that's being discussed behind the scenes, that the Chargers would take Eli Manning with the first pick, and the Giants at number 4 might take Phillip Rivers, and that the two teams would then trade the picks. Everybody knows that Marty Schottenheimer likes Phillip Rivers, and the Giants, of course, covet Eli Manning. That is one possibility, Boomer, that is being discussed as a way to get out of this.
Well, we have a little more time at that, Sal, and of course we'll check in with Sean and you and all around the league. But right now, we might as well check into the green room where Eli Manning, his father Archie, are waiting to hear what happens along with the rest of America. Let's go down to Susie Colbert. Suze?
Thanks, Chris. Right off the top, Eli, why don't you want to play for the Chargers?
You know, we're not really giving details right now. We just, we've made our decision, and that's what we're sticking to.
Who's influenced you the most?
You know, just it's not really an influence. This was my decision. It was, you know, I wanted to do this. I was not, you know, told to do this. We talked about it, and I thought it was the best idea, so I went with it.
Archie, 1998, Peyton, #1 pick to the Colts. The year before, they were 3-13. Why is this different?
Well, all teams are different. It was kind of a start over there, and people that were there, a lot of people that they had. Just there's so many, as I said, we weren't going to talk about all these issues and all these factors. There were a lot of them presented to Eli, and he made this decision. But every organization is different, Susan.
As a family, how emotional, difficult has it been challenging the NFL?
it's been tough as a family, and it's been, you know, we're concerned about Eli, but we're also concerned about we care about this league and the people. We're not trying to distract or disrupt anything. So it was a very hard decision for Eli. Our family, we're supporting.
We all know the tradition, #1 pick. What happens when your name is called? What are you going to do?
You know, again, I don't know what's going to happen right now. I don't know what the Chargers are going to do. So, you know, if my name's called first or whenever it's called, you know, I'm going to do what everybody else does.
If the Chargers call your name when I talk to you after the pick, will you be wearing a Chargers hat?
You know, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Good luck, guys. Thanks. Chris?
Susie, Eli, Archie, thank you very much. And now to get things started here in New York officially, the commissioner of the National Football League, in his 15th season and counting, Paul Tagliabue, who works the podium obviously throughout the first round, but it has been a different week, and the commissioner knows better than all of us.
Good afternoon. If you give me your attention. Yesterday, all of us learned of the tragic news of the death of Pat Tillman, the former Arizona Cardinals safety. 2 years ago, Pat Tillman left the Cardinals to join the United States Army, where he became a member of the elite Ranger unit. Like the 5 Marines standing with me today, Pat served in Iraq, and he was on another mission in Afghanistan when his unit came under attack. Pat Tillman personified the best values of America and of the National Football League. Like other men and women protecting our freedom around the globe, he made the ultimate sacrifice and gave his life in the service of his country. After talking to Pat's family, we will make certain that Pat's values and what he represents to America and to the National Football League continue to have a permanent place in the league. Please join me in a moment of silence in memory of all those men and women, all those heroes who have given their lives for all of us. Thank you. Okay, thank you. And now we open the 2004 college draft, and the San Diego Chargers have the first choice and are on the clock.
Well, let us hope that every man drafted this weekend can live up to the man that Pat Tillman was on the gridiron and for his country. We'll be back with the NFL Draft as the Mannings will find out soon whither, where, and maybe why.
This is the way the headlines are reading in New York City. Elway telling everyone that he will play for the Yankees and not play professional football.
You know, he might get up there and say, I'm choosing the Yankees. But until he has a signed contract, anything can change.
Baltimore selects as the first choice in the draft quarterback John Elway of Stanford.
I'd be surprised to see him play baseball, too. He could be the best in football.
Talk about scary television. Whoever that was in the red jacket is scary. Eli Manning has waited for this opportunity. It's not the opportunity that a lot of people might have sized up about a week ago, but we may know more in the next 15 minutes and the next hour. We may know more right now. Let's head back out to San Diego. Sean Salisbury, a buzz at Chargers headquarters?
Well, you know what? It's still their status quo. They're still drafting Eli Manning as of right now, Boomer. They left, did A.J. Smith, the general manager, and president and CEO, Dean Spanos, and went back from A.J.'s office to that draft room to decide. They're sitting and watching just like you and I are, waiting. And you know what? There's the possibility that they still could, in talking to the Chargers, take Eli Manning, trade him down, and let the Giants draft Phillip Rivers, and make that trade. So if it does happen, then we got to wait on that when the Giants are on the clock. But fully expect the San Diego Chargers to use all 15 minutes in waiting to see if somebody else gets into this mix, Boomer.
All right, Sean, well, they are on the clock right now. And, hey, look, let's not forget, Eli Manning's a hell of a football player. Maxwell Award, many awards, Player of the Year, took Ole Miss from where to a big-time bowl game, et cetera, et cetera. Mel, Eli Manning the player.
Chris, what we forget is John debate a #1 pick or rate his #1 pick to be a great quarterback. In Eli Manning's case, what he benefited from, and you talk about that name Manning, Archie's influence, I think, is the reason why he stuck around as long as he did at the college level. Keep in mind, he's redshirted in 1999, gradually worked his way into the mix, and as the top-notch SEC quarterback, his completion percentage improved 62.4% as a senior. And you watch him here. He was under pressure. The offensive line, Stacey Andrews, limited background in football. He'll be a 4th-round pick. He was on that offensive line, but overall they struggled. Chris Collins, good receiver, not a lot of speed. Running game, not evident each game in terms of helping out and assisting Eli Manning. That group struggled. I think when you look at the time that he had to throw the football, the lack of a running game, the competition that he faced in the SEC week after week, that's why he was able to achieve such a high grade. Maybe he's not the #1 pick. He's certainly not the consensus #1 pick. He's not the #1 quarterback on some teams' boards. But there's a lot of competition at that spot with Roethlisberger and Rivers. And what Eli Manning did in terms of elevating this Ole Miss football team, you see the throws there, the timing, the precision, which is most important considering the fact he didn't have the great wide receiver core. It's amazing what he was able to do. And I think the fact of the matter is, without Eli Manning, where would Ole Miss have been? They were on the doorstep of upsetting the co-national champion, one series away from upsetting the co-national champion LSU Bayou Bengals. You look at what he did throughout his career against that top-level competition. He was an elevator, and I think that's the key entity in a quarterback at the college level. If you don't have the supporting cast, Michael, you better be able to take really the reins. He did it, and he became much more of a leader as a senior, and that's the influence of Archie keeping him around from redshirting in '99 all the way till his 5th-year senior campaign in 2003.
How about pressure, though? Different than even playing quarterback in big-time football.
It's the one thing that you cannot get a read on before the draft. But this situation, it may be different. Eli Manning, #1 pick overall. You want to know if a quarterback can go #1 and can handle the pressure of being the #1 pick. This guy has lived with pressure. He's the 3rd Manning. His dad played the game very well. His brother,
the 4th Manning, Cooper Manning.
Okay, but he's the 3rd quarterback Manning, and he's handled pressure well. I say he's a Sherlock, and because of the way he handles pressure, that's what makes him the #1 player.
Michael, this is pressure that he's never seen before, and I guarantee it's been created by this buzz the last few days about all of a sudden Eli Manning. They tried in San Diego, I believe, to create a market that wasn't there. You talk about the money you have to pay for a #1 pick at quarterback. You talk about teams' boards being completely different around the NFL. This is a market could not have been created. What San Diego did was complicate matters, Chris. It should have been very simple. They made it complex.
Look, let me boil it down to folks that may not have been following every move of this all week long. I think that the problem is that everybody looks bad here, right or wrong, all right? The Manning family, the first family. I mean, respect of the game, respect the people, absolutely. But yet, they weren't, it didn't appear to be, Manning-like. You know, that's the perception. That certainly wasn't their intention, but that might have been what happened. The San Diego Chargers are made to look like all this, like the Beverly Hillbillies. I don't think that's fair. I'll address that in a couple of minutes, but that's a perception out there, and that's not being worn very well out in San Diego, as you might expect. And the NFL, let me go ahead 3 months, okay? If Eli Manning sits, you have the #1 draft pick not playing football, and that's not good for the NFL. Everybody looks bad. Who legitimately looks bad, if anybody, and who actually will come out of this okay?
Well, I think, it's like you said, I think everybody looks bad. There are no winners right now in this situation. The league loses, as you mentioned. Certainly the Chargers lose because now their fans are saying they're bungling this thing. And then, of course, the Mannings lose because they've had such a prestige image in this thing. I do want to address one thing that was asked earlier about to Archie Manning by Susie Colbert, which was, why is this different than the Indianapolis Colts and Peyton Manning? And Archie alluded to it, but he didn't tell you. And simply, what happened then was the Indianapolis Colts had just been taken over in the front office by Bill Polian, who had taken the Buffalo Bills to Super Bowls and had taken the Carolina Panthers to an NFC Championship team. The Mannings have grown up in New Orleans, where the coach at that time was Jim Mora, who turned a losing franchise in New Orleans around into a winning franchise. So in that respect, of course, they had a left tackle, they had Marvin Harrison, so they did see more hope there, certainly.
Well, I mean, that was their read. The Chargers are trying to, look, they feel, look, we just got great news for the first time in a long time on maybe a stadium. There's a step coming in San Diego. We have a pretty darn good running back in LaDainian Tomlinson, maybe the best in football. However, at 4-12, they don't have a lot else, but neither do the Colts. I understand what you're laying out. And by the way, let's not forget, it is Eli's prerogative. Right? It is their prerogative to do what they're doing, like it or not. Now, for example, a couple of years ago, the exact same situation. There are two things tying in here with San Diego. Then let me go up to the AI Sports Desk. 3 years ago, Michael Vick. Well, they traded out of the number one spot with Atlanta, but the number one they got instead was this great running back, Tomlinson, Tim Dwight, 2 other picks. So let's not forget the Chargers didn't bungle that. Now, 98, Peyton was picked first. They ended with Ryan Leaf, but that's what everybody remembers. This is the team that drafted Ryan Leaf at quarterback. Not fair, but it did happen. Let's go up to Bristol, where we'll be joined all day long with the EA Sports Desk. Trey Wingo and company. Guys, you're ready to roll up there, I know.
More than ready, Boomer. Thanks very much. Welcome into the EA Sports NFL Matchup Set. Trey Wingo here with Merrill and Jaws. And there is not even unanimous decisions here on whether or not Eli Manning is not the best player, but the best quarterback. Is he, Jaws, the best quarterback available in this draft?
He is the best quarterback available in this draft. In all due respect to Ben Roethlisberger and Rivers and Losman, when you look at Eli Manning, I've studied him extensively. He projects very well to the National Football League. The strong arm, the accurate throws, the mobility, the experience, the ability to manipulate a defense, move secondary, throw the ball down the field. He projects the best out of this group for the NFL.
Right, in your opinion. Now, we watched the tape, and I come away with Phillip Rivers being the best quarterback coming out in the draft. When you look at San Diego, the reason they like Phillip Rivers, he is most prepared to come out. When you look at his anticipation, his ability to get rid of the football, that's why they like Rivers. The difference here is Phillip Rivers doesn't have a dad who played in the National Football League. He doesn't have a brother right now playing in the National Football League. Or Phillip Rivers would be the first player picked right now. It wouldn't even be a discussion.
What is wrong with He does have that delivery issue, though. He does have that delivery issue that people are talking about.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with character because I think both these guys have tremendous character.
I agree with you.
But now it's the Manning history that is pulling the weight here. It's not Eli Manning. He is not a consensus guy. He is not John Elway, not even close to John Elway. Rivers is the better quarterback. And feelings got hurt here when San Diego said, we like Phillip Rivers. But Manning said, you know what?
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Then we're not going.
Gotcha. One more issue we got to hit here. Is Eli Manning, does he have the right to buck the system the way he is?
No, I don't believe he does. Based on just his overall skills, I don't believe he is that talented. It is because of his dad, his brother, and the power of that name that makes this happen. If Rivers had the same thing, he would be the first player picked, period. Jaws, your thoughts?
I don't agree with bucking the system. But clearly, Eli Manning is the best quarterback. He projects the NFL. The team that does get him, and we don't know who that's going to be right now, he will be a quarterback of that team for a long time.
Why don't you have the right to buck that system? It's the only time maybe in your life you have the hammer. If you got the hammer, you should swing it.
Well, I think there's some validity to that, but I don't think it should be done.
All right, we shall see. Obviously, division on the set, division in the ranks. We don't know what's going on. Boomer, let's send it back to you in New York.
Well, we're about to find what's going on, Trey, and Merrill and Jaws. We look forward to your input. Well, here it is. Number one pick in the 2004 draft. Take a guess.
With the first choice in the 2004 NFL Draft, the San Diego Chargers select Eli Manning, quarterback, Mississippi.
Well, a moment that he's dreamt about, that Peyton has lived, and Archie, as the number 2 pick overall in 71, was as close to, is not quite at this moment what he might have thought. However,
well, here's the thing about this, is in speaking with Archie this week.
Wait a minute, hold on, Mort. Classy move. He's holding up a Charger jersey. Let's notice that.
And visiting with Archie this week, he has expressed this. He hates this for Eli because he knows this is supposed to be the best weekend of his life right now. And he understands that what has come out publicly has spoiled this somewhat for Eli. And now they're trying to do the right thing by the NFL and certainly by Eli as well.
And he's doing the right thing. But more, and I must get this here. I agree with what the Mannings are doing. It is hard with everything going perfectly for you in the NFL to make things work. And then you get a situation where you think the team is not overly crazy about a quarterback going the first pick in his last name, Manning. I would be afraid of that situation. I want to try to put my son, if I'm Archie, and the right situation to succeed. He's already having a lot of pressure put on him. I don't need any added pressure with an organization or anybody that's not 100% towards winning and not showing that they're 100% towards winning.
Let me tell you something. We all know this. If Eli ends up a Charger, a Giant, or make a pick, they got themselves a hell of a quarterback. It is now the sixth, and that's his mom, Olivia's dad, Archie. You know what? He may feel like that's a very classy move that we're seeing right there.
It is very classy move.
And you might want to save that picture. It might be a collector's item. I'm at the same thought.
That's exactly right.
6 of the last 7 years, a quarterback now won 4 years in a row. Carson Palmer didn't play at all for Cincinnati last year. He's going to start next year. David Carr 2 years ago certainly looks like a fine player for the Houston Texans. 3 years ago, Michael Vick. He, of course, is, we'll wait to see a healthy Mike Vick this year. 99, Tim Couch, Cleveland. Might be a Green Bay Packer before the end of this weekend. Peyton Manning, co-MVP of the league, as good as there is, #1 pick in 98. So even on that list, there's nothing bona fide, yes, and there's nothing bona fide, no. Here's the reaction in San Diego. You see now, he's getting booed all over the country.
Well, that's what's happened with this scenario here, and that's why Archie hates it, because what's happened is that now Eli is a villain. Of course, the San Diego Chargers have identified his agent, Tom Condon, as a villain in this thing as well, and there's a history there.
Go.
Well, and Tom is, and that's what agents do. They have to take a hit, and Tom has had some history with the Chargers on some things. I will also say that the Chargers, when the Manning family has to look at them, they see an ownership that certainly they must question. That's my interpretation of it. They see a general manager in A.J. Smith who hasn't been on board for long, and certainly a coach in Marty Schottenheimer who may be fired by the end of this year if things don't go well. And offensive line receiver issues, obviously.
Well, right. Something that will be debated, but there's no debate. Eli Manning was chosen first in the 2004 draft. 6 years after his brother, Eli is with Susie Colbert. Suze?
Eli, what's this experience been like for you?
You know, first off, I want to say this is a great honor to be selected as the first pick. It's a great day for the NFL, and it's an important day. So, you know, it's been a fun experience. It's been something I'll always remember, and you know, just being here with my family the past 2 days, it's been really great.
I'm sure when you imagined this, you weren't thinking there'd be boos at Madison Square Garden. How are you handling it all?
I'm doing fine. Obviously, you know, I've dealt with boos before. I've played in a lot of stadiums, you know, with LSUs and fans that'll boo you a lot. So that's just it's just part of the deal.
What are you thinking when you're standing up there with the commissioner and you're holding a Chargers jersey?
Well, obviously, everybody knows how we feel about the situation and what we've said in the past few days. So, honestly, I don't know what else is going to happen from here. I guess right now we just hope that a trade can happen.
So if you had the ultimate right now, you'd be over during the first round, during the course of the day. What do you hope for?
I guess we hope that another team will trade, you know, me to another team for picks, or I don't know how this all works. It's kind of a new territory for me, so I guess I'll sit and wait to see what happens.
No trade happens, then what?
You know, obviously we've talked about this, and we've told, you know, the Chargers how we feel and what will happen if they draft me.
Great day, a tough day. Thanks. Chris.
Eli and Susie, thank you very much. Well, there is some precedent, and we don't mean to say that he would be sitting out 12 months. Bo Jackson, drafted #1 overall by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in '86. Certainly a franchise at that time that you would have some concerns about. He elected to sit out the whole draft. Went as a 7th-round pick the next year with the Los Angeles Raiders. He was already playing for the Kansas City Royals. John Elway, 1983. You saw the horrifying picture of me 21 years ago. You also saw that Elway, for a few days, Baltimore Colt property, with the trade to Denver. Similar, different? Mel, you were in Baltimore.
I was, Chris, and a historical irony. You talk about then general manager of the Baltimore Colts, Ernie Accorsi, drafted John Elway. Always said, I'm not playing for the Colts. I told you I wouldn't. I'm going to play baseball. Well, that summer, Ernie Accorsi was in the process of working out a deal that would have made John Elway a Baltimore Colt. He would have never been a Bronco. The trade by the owner to Denver without his consent created a situation where Elway went to Denver for Chris Hinton, Ron Solt, and Mark Herman. In the case of that situation, John Elway said what he did, but still could have been a Colt. Now you have a situation where Ernie Accorsi, GM of the New York Giants, on the other side of the fence, trying to benefit from a player, Eli Manning, saying, I'm not going to go to San Diego.
The difference here is that Bo Jackson and John Elway had baseball options, and Eli Manning is a football player only.
Correct.
And if he actually has this resolve, we know that economically he doesn't have to sign with the Chargers.
But in reality, John Elway did not have a baseball option.
Well, he had a minor league.
That was a fictional baseball option.
It was fictional. It was fictional. Look, right now Oakland's on the clock, then Arizona, then the New York Giants. If that is the only team, no, anybody could call, but if that's the team, they might make a trade for the spot. Look, Phillip Rivers, the next quarterback on many boards, although Ben Roethlisberger is here, and other boards, the next quarterback from NC State. He was scouted personally by A.J. Smith, the general manager, midway through the season. A GM going to a team, he's, going to visit. That's different than a scout. He was not originally on the Senior Bowl roster. Marty Schottenheimer was one of the coaches in the Senior Bowls. They lobbied to get him in the roster and on the team. Marty took a look. They came out and loved him afterwards. So it doesn't mean that the Giants trade any offer, change their offer, or make an offer to the Chargers. But we have a chance in the next 40 minutes that there still could be a trade, which would bring Eli to the Giants' territory, Phillip Rivers to the Chargers' territory. Come on back.
Build a draft. 2004, Eli Manning request. Pick a winner who passed the test. The game at last to the next names. Yeah.
Go. Welcome back to the NFL Draft. As we look at Madison Square Garden just a few minutes ago, boos for the #1 pick, Eli Manning. Controversy already. I am Andrea Kramer at the Players Roundtable, and I am joined by my roster of amateur general managers, Kyle Bowler from the Baltimore Ravens, Corey Chavis, Minnesota Vikings, Takeo Spikes, Buffalo Bills, and John Jansen from the Washington Redskins. Gentlemen, as you watched the image of Eli Manning, a very unhappy Eli Manning, what were your thoughts?
Well, it's unfortunate that he put himself in this position just because it should be the biggest day of his life. He's going to sign a contract that is going to set him up for the rest of his life, his family. Obviously, they're doing well as it is with Peyton and everybody, but he's the #1 pick. He's the #1 option that everybody wanted in this draft. He should be happy as can be.
All right, John, we will be back at the roundtable for much more opinion, but right now let's head back to New York where the pick is in for the Oakland Raiders.
All right, Andrea, thank you very much. The Oakland Raiders are on the clock. This has been a hot spot. Cleveland in particular may be offering a 2 or 4 or something else to move up. We'll tell you why. There are 5 or 6 special players right here. Who do the Raiders like?
With the second choice in the 2004 NFL Draft, the Oakland Raiders select Robert Gallery, offensive tackle, Iowa.
Well, let me just put one thing in for a moment backwards. That might make the New York Giants San Diego trade a little more possible. It might. I'm just going to say that. Robert Gallery, we haven't even talked about him. He is one of the best tackles rated in a long time. Up there, Mel, with what? Tony Baselli, Jonathan Ogden, Orlando Pace. Do you agree?
Yes, I do. And I think when you look at Robert Gallery, also they say safe pick. Well, safe pick for the reasons that the tackles you mentioned, Chris, have had outstanding careers. Not to mention top guys like Trey Thomas out of Florida State with the Eagles, Walter Jones in Seattle. Keep in mind, Jordan Gross started all year in Carolina, a Super Bowl team. So I think teams feel, hey, when we take an offensive tackle in the left tackle, we get an immediate return more on our investment. We can plug him right in, and he is a safe pick. And when you look at the highlight package of Robert Gallery, you see a destructive force. Kirk Ferentz, the head coach at Iowa, does a remarkable job. He's an offensive line guru, and I think when you look at Robert Gallery, a former tight end, becoming a great left tackle, a lot of that had to do with Kirk Ferentz and the way he was coached.
How about from the farms of Iowa to the second pick? in the NFL draft.
But is he Tony Baselli? Is he Jonathan Ogden?
I think when you look at Ogden, I think he's got a chance to be that good. Is he Ogden as a player? No, he's a different style of player. This is a rugged offensive tackle, rugged left tackle. As I said, a former tight end who grew into the position. Very strong, tremendously mobile, and very tough. I tell you, this is a kid who did a heck of a job on the defensive side of the ball in high school as well as the offensive side. You look about the experience that he gained at Iowa in that style of offense, and you watch him here, number 78, the feet, the balance that he has, the ability to not just get your guy, but move on and assist that running back, Fred Russell, as he did. And you saw Fred Russell here, number 2, have a number of big runs. A lot of it had to do with Robert Gallery and his dominance. You saw him against Will Smith from Ohio State. You saw him against some elite defensive ends get the job done. And this kid never really had an off game. He was All-American week in and week out. And I think Robert Gallery's dominance on a consistent basis is why he achieved such a high grade. As I said, on a par, no question about it. With Ogden, Pace, Baselli, and Samuels, Robert Gallery will be expected. And history has proven it will happen. A left tackle moves in right away and starts from day one.
Raiders? I love the pick. I absolutely love the pick. The Raiders are so used to going after talented players, wide receivers, running back. But now they're getting back to the basics. They're saying, we're going to win with line play. Offense, defensive line. Of course, they signed Warren Sapp, Ted Washington, Big Sam Adams to stop the run. And let's be able to run. Noah Turner, the new head coach, believe me, played with him. He loves to run.
You know what's never been discussed about the Raiders, though, and I'm just wondering whether it should have been. Should they have taken a quarterback? You got to remember, Rich Gannon's coming off shoulder surgery, and he's up there in age. Tuiasosopo coming off a knee injury, and we don't know how he plays. North Turner is a big down-the-field type guy, and you've told me it starts with the quarterback. Why not?
He's a big quarterback guy. So what does that say? He doesn't see a quarterback that he loves in here. He's going to wait, maybe find his quarterback later, but he sees offensive tackle that needs to protect that quarterback, and that's the guy I get.
Mike identified some of the big changes, literally, for the Oakland Raiders, including the big guys on defense and the new coach. Raiders, a year removed from the Super Bowl, have the second-round pick. Which team are they? Arizona, when we come back.
Yeah. So this is a great first date. Y'all look delicious. I mean, pretty. Sometimes they know me up in this joint. I'll pop a couple collars, you know.
Hello. Can I take your order?
Yeah, I'll have
Yeah, you can take my order. Let me get 3 number 5s, 12, 8.
You got an ear infection.
7. That's what Marvin wants. Yeah.
Unleash the Rocky Mountain cold taste of Coors Light.
The first choice in the National Football League college draft.
Eli Manning.
Kevin Jones.
Sean Taylor.
Kellen Winslow Jr.
Giants? Chargers.
Redskins make a blockbuster deal.
What? The Redskins?
Who, the Skins?
Don't you mean the Cardinals?
Or the Lions?
Chargers? Giants. Chargers. Giants. Chargers. Giants.
I thought the Redskins got the first pick.
Redskins?
Man, I heard it was the Giants.
What happened to the Chargers?
The NFL Draft Day hat. Make it your #1 pick.
In this competition, there's no room to lose. So facing the opposition is what I'ma do. I got 24 seconds to live, and 200% is what I'm gonna give. So I push through the pain and raise my game. A victory is the only thing to gain. So I take it to the hole, drive it up your lane. I do it for the love, do it for the game. Even though I'm playing the game, I ain't playing. The trophy is the reason I came. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started.
Welcome back to New York with the Arizona Cardinals on the clock. And the Arizona Cardinals and their fans, and when you think about Arizona, think a lot more than just who they're going to pick in the first of the Denny Green era. In 2001, Pat Tillman was completing his 4th season as safety for the Arizona Cardinals. Here was a man that had a chance to sign a 5-year deal for $9+ million with the St. Louis Rams, decided, I'm loyal to Arizona. They're the team that drafted me. I'll play for less money. Then, after 9/11, here in New York and elsewhere around the country, he decided at the end of the season, football was not his calling. His country was the calling. So he turned down multi-million-dollar contract to play safety for the Cardinals in a state that he loved and the game that he loved, to serve with the U.S. Army Rangers. When he enlisted in the Army, along with his brother, he turned down all interview requests because he said, I am no more important than any other man or woman serving in the service, whether in peacetime or in wartime. I don't want to bring any attention to myself. That was the man that Pat Tillman was, and of course we heard the news on Thursday night, killed in action in Afghanistan. Chris Connolly remembers.
What does a hero look like? From his earliest days in big-time football at Arizona State, Pat Tillman was an overachiever, admired for making the most of his physical skills, his smarts, and his aggressiveness. If his achievements in the NFL made liars out of those who doubted his ability to compete at that level, his decision to leave the game he played to serve the nation he loved made liars out of us all of us in sports, who casually invoke such concepts as sacrifice, selflessness, and dedication. Hip deep in a culture that prizes cold cash and fame's heat, Pat Tillman turned his back on them both to embrace the values of what sometimes sounds like a different era entirely: duty, honor, country. In life, he sought out challenges and met them head on. In death, he may have performed one final service for his fellow soldiers and for America by reminding us all that every man and woman who has fallen in that theater of battle also has a face and a story that must not be forgotten. We honor his memory by thinking of them, for Pat Tillman's death has given their bravery a new life. What does a hero look like? Maybe you have to lose one to know that you've found one.
We are back here in New York as a poignant, to say the very least. And Pat Tillman will be on our minds today, tomorrow, all year, and every year. The Arizona Cardinals, there'll be nobody wearing number 40 again at Arizona. There will be nobody wearing 40 at Arizona State. And as we say, everybody drafted today, we hope they can live up to the man that Pat Tillman was. Arizona and Denny Green's first pick.
Third choice in the 2004 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Larry Fitzgerald, wide receiver, University of Pittsburgh.
Now let's go to Arizona and a wonderful story. A wonderful story. Larry Fitzgerald was a ball boy with the Minnesota Vikings. Denny Green, as Viking coach, knew him when he was 8 years old. He's been friends of the family. Mr. Fitzgerald, a newspaper report, sports reporter, radio host in Minnesota. You talk about scouting a player. Denny Green has scouted him for 15 years. Larry Fitzgerald, amazing.
And I think when you look at Larry, he was the #1 player on my board. I think when you look at Larry, 6'3", 225, I had a chance to meet him this year. We were at the Virginia Tech Pitt game with College Game Day. And I think when you look at Larry Fitzgerald, you see a kid big, and he has that Lynn Swann ability to be that acrobat and have that body control and the work ethic of a Jerry Rice. And you see the ability there. When that ball's in the air, it's his. I think people talk about, hey, he's got to get off the jam, he's got off that press coverage. Yeah, he can work on some things, but he's going to put the time in on the practice field to do it. Yes, I think Arizona had needs above wide receiver, but keep in mind, Denny Green's going to attack with 3 wides. He's got Anquan Bolden, Offensive Rookie of the Year. He's got Bryant Johnson, and now he has a Larry Fitzgerald who's 6'3", 225, presents coverage matchups when you can attack with those 3 guys. And at Minnesota, he had Chris Carter, he had Jake Reed, then he brought Randy Moss into the fold. So Denny Green, you think, hey, why not quarterback? Denny Green really is ecstatic about the potential of Josh McCown. Josh McCown played well in those last 4 games. The game against Minnesota, touchdown pass from Nate Poole, knocked the Vikings out of the playoffs. Denny Green's pet project now is making Josh McCown an effective starting quarterback. Culpepper was in his 2nd year when Denny gave him the reins. McCown's going into his 2nd year, and he will have 3 wide receivers. Granted, they're young. Bolden's proven. Johnson needs to improve. Fitzgerald will play as a rookie and play a major role. Marcel Shipp's in the backfield. And I think 2nd round on, they will address the defensive needs that they have.
Now, listen, another storyline which is shoved aside, and we're going to get to these 6 special players, is that we will have maybe a dozen receivers picked in the first 2 rounds. Mike, Larry Fitzgerald, I mean, is he an acrobat up there catching the ball?
Man, he's proved, I'm telling you, he has the best hands I have seen since who? Chris Carter, another guy that played for Denny Green. No, Chris has better hands than I do. But and as long as Denny Green uses him like he used Chris Carter, look for Larry Fitzgerald to be a Hall of Famer. Now, also, you alluded to it, Mel. I say that 3rd pick, I say Larry Fitzgerald, a great pick. You set him out wide, you put the 3 wide sets, but Anquan Bolden's such a great wide receiver, I would have been careful.
Michael, but just as Eli Manning was not the unanimous #1 quarterback on a lot of boards. Neither is Larry Fitzgerald the #1 receiver, because Roy Williams, I believe, surpassed Fitzgerald on most boards. That's why this personal relationship between Dennis Green and the Fitzgerald is very pertinent at this point. It means a lot to Dennis Green. He knows exactly what he's getting with Larry Fitzgerald.
Absolutely.
Larry Fitzgerald, I know he knows, and I like Larry Fitzgerald as a wide receiver, but I also know the mentality of a wide receiver. And you have an Anquan Bolt who has played well for you, overly well. He caught over 100 receptions last year. You have Brian Johnson right there, who you drafted in the first round last year also. So with that, I don't take Larry Fitzgerald, because I don't want to mess with
that's what I'm saying. Wouldn't Roy Williams have been a Randy Moss type to complement Bolden? Aren't Bolden and Fitzgerald similar guys?
But that's too much of a luxury for Arizona. They don't have that luxury. You go get you a defensive player like Shawn Taylor, and you let Anquan Bolt do what he does
both
best.
Special players.
They are both special players.
And after all, the Arizona Cardinals scored the fewest points in football. They allowed the most. One of the reasons that Denny Green is the new head coach. A year ago, he was sitting in Michael's seat. The head coach next year, obviously. Well, the New York Giants are now on the clock, and maybe, just maybe, there's some drama. Don't know. Maybe Sal Paolantonio knows. Let's go across the river about 8 miles to Sal with the Giants. Sal?
Boomer, while the Arizona Cardinals were on the clock, the Giants confirmed to us from their draft room that if Phillip Rivers, the quarterback from North Carolina State, was sitting at #4, there would be discussions with the San Diego Chargers that the Giants would take Rivers and then swap quarterbacks with the Chargers, and that the Giants would eventually wind up with Eli Manning. We can only assume that those discussions are taking place right now, Boomer.
Well, that's what we thank you, Sal. And we said as soon as Gallery was picked, because that was the player that the Giants were talking about all along also, that might help a trade in, I don't know, 10 minutes or...
Well, this is a very interesting spot because the Giants have Ben Roethlisberger rated over Phillip Rivers. So they have to take their best shot right now with the Chargers in order to do this. But otherwise, with Roethlisberger there, I guarantee you, as Kellen Winslow and Sean Taylor of the University of Miami sit there, that the Cleveland Browns are also in this picture trying to get into the Giant spot and maybe another team or two, because Winslow and Taylor are big-time players, and Roethlisberger probably could be had a couple of slots down. This is going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
What else might... Look, I mean, those are enough scenarios, Mel. Gallery gone. Who would be the next just player? Let's forget everything else. Next player, because we really haven't gotten into... Maybe we can. Sean Taylor's one of the highest-rated safeties in a long time. Kellen Winslow, the second, one of the highest-rated tight ends in a long time. Larry Fitzgerald and Roy Williams, Mike and the guys just talked about. Gallery, one of the highest-rated tackles in a long time. You don't see this that often, all in one draft at the top, Mel.
They're the big six, and all these great guys that you see are #1 on some teams' draft boards. And we've already had Manning and Gallery and Fitzgerald gone. We still have 3 remaining: Kellen Winslow, Roy Williams, and Sean Taylor. And that's why you have this jockeying for position, as Mort said, because some of these guys, all these guys, are #1 on somebody's draft board. And that's a rarity. When you get to that 6th spot, you can still get a guy that's #1 on our board. Right. That doesn't happen often, Chris.
And so Giants 4, Washington 5, Detroit 6, Cleveland is at 7, others a little bit below. Therefore, the top 6 are your premium spots. So we're looking at the trade from San Diego to New York. Maybe. There may be others. We didn't think this would be the fastest moving first hour because there are lots of phone lines buzzing. So, do you agree that these are the... I mean, look, I'm not saying that Roy Williams, the safety, who Dallas has, isn't equal. I'm not saying Sean Taylor is better or Kellen Winslow, but these grades are about as good as we've seen.
Well,
right?
there are those 6 premium players that Mel has talked about. But the other thing that's happened that'll make a lot of players, teams happy, is that we are seeing Eli Manning and Ben Roethlisberger probably go, or Rivers here, which slides those guys down another notch or two. So a lot of teams that were picking 7, 8, 9, 10, and on down, we're hoping the quarterbacks would go early, and we're going to see at least 2 go early, maybe 3.
Well, and maybe 3. And another storyline, and there's Ben, Miami of Ohio, a guy that many say, just let him sit and watch for a little bit, and he may have the best side of all of them. So you do get the different opinions, and it's exciting, and you may see JP Losman, I expect, quarterback in the first round, probably 4 first-round quarterbacks, probably 6, 7 wide receivers. Not a lot of offensive tackles. There are a couple of running backs. So it's heavy at the top, and then there's the next little group of 6 or 7 players, and then who knows?
I tell you, those 2 Miami players, Winslow and Taylor, are coveted by a lot of teams. And I'm telling you, there is talk right now, as you mentioned, about those players. Kellen Winslow is the top-rated player on a lot of draft boards, period.
Well, I think you've already seen what other tight ends that may not even have the ability that Kellen Winslow have done. Tony Gonzalez, certainly Jeremy Shockey, and Todd Heap. Todd Heap has been tremendously effective in that Raven offense. So they're much more than tight ends. Ernie Accorsi made that point when he drafted Jeremy Shockey. He said, hey, if he was a tight end, it wouldn't have been our pick. He's much more than a tight end. He can expand your offense. Kellen Winslow can do just that. Sean Taylor is a destructive force in that secondary. If he was just a safety who had ability, fine. Ed Reed had a lot of ability. He dropped to 24-25. This kid brings a Ray Lewis passion, and Ray Lewis has helped to make Ed Reed the great player he is in Baltimore.
This is Sean Taylor, one of the men, and he is with friends and in Miami. You saw that at a gathering, and it will soon be a party. But right now, it's not yet a party. But let me just change for a little bit because we have 6 minutes left with the Giants. You draft early in the draft, therefore you had a bad season. Therefore, 7 new coaches in the NFL. Many are coming up right now. Jim Fossil did a nice job, took the Giants to the Super Bowl a few years back, but last year was a downer to say the least, and now Tom Coughlin is in. Are the Giants a contender for the playoffs again, or are they in a rebuilding mode, guys?
Tom, they've had a terrific season, I think, in picking up value-free agents, and Tom Coughlin, I don't see him taking 3 years to turn this thing around. I see a quicker turnaround there.
Let me ask you this, Morton. I think a lot of people in our audience are asking this question. Why is a trade now being consummated possibly when it could have been done before the pick was made number 1 overall?
If it's a trade, hey, listen, it's true. Now, maybe it's the Chargers, but I'm telling you, if there's a trade here, do not rule out the Browns, who covet Gallery, who's gone, Robert Gallery, and they covet Kellen Winslow. The Houston Texans might covet a guy like Sean Taylor. So I say, you watch. If there's a trade here, it isn't necessarily the Chargers.
Correct.
It could be some of these other.
Well, I don't know what it means. Sean Taylor's been on the phone with quite a few teams back in the green room in the last 5 minutes. Now, that could mean that he likes to use the phone. And,
his mother's with him.
Well, not in the green room. That is gathering in Miami. So maybe what you say is correct. Giants could go down, which, by the way, still leaves a Rivers scenario alive. I don't know. Right? What a trade.
Anything goes right now. Anything goes right now. With the way it fell with Manning and Gallery going right off the top and Fitzgerald, right now there is a lot of phone activity going on between various draft rooms.
And the 2 players, Chris, that were really associated with the Giants, Eli Manning and Robert Gallery, they're gone. Ben Roethlisberger's name's come up. You have some other great players there. The Giants looking at possibly moving down, but I think scenarios like a lot of Giants fans hope would have happened have not yet. Gallery is a Raider, and right now Eli Manning is a Charger. So we have to wait and see how that shakes down as we move on. But if you're going to work out a deal, deals have been done. This isn't the NBA draft. This is the NFL, and we haven't had many opportunities to see a player drafted and for another team like you do in the NBA.
You know, just an aside, you know, and a lot of people haven't really focused on football for a while. NFC East, you had Joe Gibbs in Washington. You get Bill Parcells in his second year with Dallas. You got Tom Coughlin, who certainly has been around the block with the New York Giants. So here's Andy Reid with Philadelphia, who's gone to 3 straight title games. He's coaching in NFL coaching fantasy camp. I mean, all of a sudden, he's junior again.
It's almost like the old NFC East when there was Parcells, of course, in New York. You had Joe Gibbs in Washington. You had Buddy Ryan in Philadelphia. And then Jimmy Johnson came on in Dallas, taking over for Tom Landry.
I mean, look, this is, you talk, I don't think you're going to slip one past the coaching staffs in this division.
No, very competitive division, and it'll be very interesting to see how it plays out because all those coaches are as highly competitive and as good at evaluating talent, not just coaching talent.
And look for all those coaches, Tom Coughlin being a quick turnaround in New York. New York has talent. All they needed was somebody to push them in the right direction. Tom Coughlin will do that.
Well, here's the first push. The Giants have made a pick. Let's go up to the commission.
Cleveland. Never know.
With the fourth pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Philip Rivers, quarterback, North Carolina State.
As we told you, what did we tell you? As soon as Gallery was gone, now, this doesn't mean there's a deal.
Well, no,
there's got to be
listen,
one.
it tells me there is a deal because the Giants, from what I understand, had Ben Roethlisberger rated over Philip Rivers. Now, maybe that was bad information, but at the same time, by taking Rivers, it tells you there is a significant trade here in the works between the Chargers and the New York Giants.
Philip Rivers, a name that not many knew because you play football at NC State. Only Roman Gabriel and Eric Kramer have been signal callers in the NFL from the Wolfpack now.
Exactly. I think when you look at Philip Rivers, I saw a lot of Bernie Kosar in Philip Rivers, and you say, okay, who coached Bernie Kosar when he came out of Miami in the supplemental draft? Marty Schottenheimer. And I always thought that in San Diego, and we talked about it, it's not that complicated. Either take your guy or you trade down. And if you're debating both and you're waffling back and forth, that's not the way to do it.
Who was the general manager in Cleveland when they did Kosar?
Ernie Accorsi.
Okay.
Exactly. And I think when you look at Philip Rivers, you see that ability, that cerebral approach, and everybody said, well, it's unorthodox delivery. His arm strength is questionable. You're looking at passes here, and you tell me if his arm strength is suspect. This kid has that quick release, even though it's low. Not many passes batted down at the line of scrimmage. 4-0 in bowl games. 5-0 if you count MVP performance at the Senior Bowl down in Mobile. Came back on the plane with Philip, his wife, and his child. Mature kid, a kid who was the guy. Remember, he came in spring practice prior to his freshman year. It seemed like he was in college forever. And I think when you look at his track record of success, the fact that he didn't have his left tackle, Chris Colmer, one of his top receivers, Sterling Hicks, and T.A. McClendon, their fine running back, was in and out of the lineup, yet he put up huge numbers, completing over 70% of his passes. Philip Rivers, I think, will have a career in the NFL similar to Bernie Kosar. You guys like Bernie, you'll like Philip.
That'd be pretty good. Yeah, who cares if the throwing motion isn't picture perfect? All right, now are we going? We have Philip Rivers here in the green room. Let's go first.
Philip decided not to make this trip, I believe.
All right, let's go to Sean Salisbury in San Diego. We suggested, Sean, once Gallery went, that might sweeten the possibility of a deal. Has it?
Yeah, Boomer, the talk now with the San Diego Chargers that there's a definite possibility there could be a trade. The parameters they don't know about yet, but I expect now with the Philip Rivers and Eli Manning situation that you will see something happen with the Giants and with the San Diego Chargers, which begs the question, Sal Palantonio, if the Chargers like Philip Rivers from the beginning, why in the world didn't they take him?
Well, that's a good question, obviously. Obviously, the Giants want Eli Manning. That was the first guy that they had targeted all along. We heard early on that once Larry Fitzgerald went to the Arizona Cardinals, that there would be discussions between the Giants and the Chargers. We can only assume those discussions are ongoing, and we will hear shortly, I hope, from Ernie Accorsi. It's back to you, Boomer.
All right, Sal, thank you very much. Philip Rivers is here. Hey, look, he's drafted 4th in the NFL draft, okay? You've made any mock draft in the middle of this season, the name isn't on the board at all. But here he is with Susie Colbert. Suze?
All right, Chris, and Philip Rivers joins us from his parents' home in Raleigh. He did decide not to come here to New York. So, Philip, what have you been hearing today?
I can't.
Philip, what have you been...
I've been right here at home. I've been right here at home with the family in Raleigh and just kind of waiting. I'm excited.
What have you been hearing? We know you've been on the phone. What are the teams telling you?
Well, I hadn't gotten a call yet from anybody. I'm just excited, as of right now, to be a Giant, and I don't know how everything's going to play out, but I'll be excited to see what happens.
There's been so much talk of possible trade. San Diego, New York Giants. We know that Marty Schottenheimer and the coaching staff there in San Diego loved what they saw of you on tape. How would you feel about playing for the Chargers?
You know, I'm going to be excited wherever it is. As of right now, I'm approaching it like I'm going to be a Giant, and if that's the place, I'll be excited to be there and be a part of that team. And if it ends up being somewhere else, I'll be excited too. I hadn't heard anything yet other than what all y'all are saying, so I'll just be excited to see what's for sure.
Philip, there's been so much talk about the unorthodox delivery. What's your message for the NFL?
Well, I just think that there's been a lot of talk about it, but it gradually decreased throughout the season and throughout the Combine and the Senior Bowl, and I don't think it's going to be an issue, and that's kind of the feeling I get from most teams, and hopefully the Giants feel that same way, and things will work for a long time.
Philip, we'll keep in touch with you. Right now, let's go to Ed Werder in Washington. Ed?
Thanks, Susie. You know, Joe Gibbs making his first draft choice in 12 years, and it may be the only one he makes all day because they have really tried to bolster their offense to the detriment of their drafts. They only have one pick today. It's this pick. It's because they traded for Clinton Portis, giving up a 2. They traded for quarterback Mark Brunell, and Joe Gibbs told me he feels like Kellen Winslow, the tight end, could really put this offense over the top. He says it's the kind of guy he's never had before at this H-back position, and that they consciously did not, in free agency, as active as they were, did not sign a safety or a tight end because they like the 2 Miami players, Sean Taylor, the safety, and Kellen Winslow, the tight end. The 2 players are rated so closely here, in fact, that Greg Williams, the defensive coordinator, told me he went into a meeting this morning still thinking he could convince Joe Gibbs to take the defensive player Taylor, but I am told they are leaning heavily toward Winslow at this point because he's told his coaches Winslow is just a unique player. And remember, he coached his father when he was at San Diego, changed his entire way of playing offense because he had Kellen Winslow, the original, the Hall of Fame tight end. Boomer, back to you.
All right, Ed, thank you. One little note on the Giants. What a proud day for the Rivers family there. You know, wherever he ends up, he's the 4th pick in the draft. If Giant fans like that twang just a little bit, last time they picked a quarterback in the first round, 1979, a little bit of twang, Phil Simms, that turned out all right. So whether it's Rivers, whether it's Manning, whether it's whoever it might be, the Giants, now, one little question, but I'll get the answer when I come back. If it's Rivers or Manning, with or Kerry Collins, just something to throw out as we anticipate the Skins, the Lions, the Browns, and the upper echelon of this draft.
On an April weekend in New York City, 32 teams begin the quest for a championship.
It's April, and we're ready for some football.
You'd love to draft an All-American, but any selection could be a standout. An All-Pro, a Super Bowl MVP. What does your team need? The NFL Draft 2004, presented by Coors Light, continues tonight at 7 on ESPN2, and tomorrow on ESPN and ESPN2.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft is presented by Rocky Mountain Cold Coors Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. And in part by Nissan, who invites you to shift the way you move through the world. And Lowe's, where you'll find all your home improvement needs. Lowe's, improving home improvement.
Now, a beautiful day in New York, and certainly a wild early afternoon here in the Big Apple in the theater inside Madison Square Garden. Manning, Gallery, Fitzgerald, Rivers, gone 1, 2, 3, 4. Where they end, we still don't know. Now, Washington, Detroit, Cleveland, those players you heard Ed mention, what will be burning the phone lines now?
Well, actually, let's go back to what was burning the phone lines, frame some of that drama while the Giants were on the clock. I am told that the Cleveland Browns thought they had a trade worked out with the Giants to go up to that number 4 spot and take Kellen Winslow. When the Giants pulled out at the last second, clearly with something heating up there with the Chargers over Phillip Rivers. And interesting that Rivers said, oh, by the way, nobody's called me, because if it were, you always get a call from the team you're going to be playing with.
Very good point.
Okay.
But now we're on to Washington with Joe Gibbs' first round pick in 12 years. And the commissioner, a one-time season ticket holder of the Washington Redskins when he was a lawyer in the nation's capital. He's been the commissioner a long time, but you always have an extra eye open for what your team might do.
With the 5th pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, the Washington Redskins select Sean Taylor, safety, University of Miami.
So. And hello, Detroit.
Just a little background on this. Yep. When the Redskins held when Joe Gibbs ran a personnel meeting on Friday.
The San Diego Chargers and the New York Giants have exchanged their draft picks.
I got a great question to ask.
Eli Manning and Phillip Rivers. And also the Giants are assigning to the Chargers their 3rd round pick in this draft and their 1st and 3rd round picks in next year's draft. The Detroit Lions are on the clock.
Well,
I'll take it.
Well then. And as Jackson Brown once sang, when you hear that crowd and you see those lights, you remember why you came. As we told you, one gallery, I think, was the final part of that. Let me put what I know, okay? You just heard what the commissioner said. They've traded quarterbacks, okay? So they get a 3 this year, does San Diego, and a 1 and a 3 next year. San Diego, let me take it from their angle with what I know, was out to get better than the Vic trade of 3 years ago. And what that trade was from 1 to 5, this is 1 to 4, for a #1 pick, which they got. They picked Tomlinson with Atlanta. They picked a 2 next year, a 3 that year, and a pretty good player in Tim Dwight. Hold on.
First and 5th round picks, not the 3rd round pick.
However, but the big number is here, Mel and Mort, a 1 next year, which the Giants don't expect to be this high, of course, but you don't know.
Right.
So San Diego may have indeed gotten something comparable or a little better than the Vic. I don't know.
I think San Diego capitulated a little bit here.
Well, sure they did.
It is not the trade of the century that they had been framing, and it just tells me that they came to their senses thinking, we do have an equal grade on Phillip Rivers, and why go through the mess we're about to go through?
What they did was reach for the sky and fell a little short, and they should be happy with their draft.
Here it is. Let everybody, here it is. I mean, just to recap. So they trade the rights to the 2 quarterbacks, essentially trading the 1st-round picks, okay? Right. And so San Diego gets a 3 later today and a 1 and a 5 next year. They both capitulated. I just had a feeling this was going to... It's funny that they couldn't get this done in days, but we got it done in a half an hour. But they got it done.
I have an interesting question. Who gets to negotiate as the #1 pick?
Eli Manning.
It'll be it. I bet you both agents want to negotiate as the #1 pick.
Of course, both agents want to do that.
Right.
Chris, it's a steep price to pay. You could say on paper. I think when you look at it for the New York Giants, they believe. I think Ernie Accorsi had, of course, drafted John Elway. He sees Eli Manning as a special quarterback. You have to determine, the key to this trade is, what is that 1st-round pick next year? How high is that pick? If the Giants are picking in the 20s, or are they picking in the top 5? That remains to be seen how the Giants, turn this thing around, how quickly they get back on track this coming year.
Clearly, next year's #1 was a key because Ernie Accorsi would not give up. He's the general manager of the Giants, of course, would not give up this year's 2nd-round pick. I think that's really what the Chargers had wanted, but a #1 next year obviously did the trick.
And also the comments, I think, when you talked about Dean Spanos yesterday, Morton said, okay, our entire draft this year and a 1st-round pick next year. Well, they didn't get as much as they said they wanted for a guy that they said was one of the elite quarterbacks coming out of all time.
There were a lot of emotions, and there was a lot of anger, and I think people had to sleep another night on it.
And cooler heads prevailed. Look, so Eli Manning property, Giants, Phillip Rivers property, San Diego. The man that engineered this trade right across the river for the Giants is Ernie Accorsi, the general manager, who was certainly involved, as Mel pointed out, with the Baltimore Colts. On another end, when John Elway was picked by Baltimore, said he didn't want to go there. It took a few days. Elway went to the Denver Broncos for a very good player, Chris Hinton, a veteran quarterback, Mark Herman. That's ancient history. Now, everybody's on the other side of the tracks. And I just throw out, I know a lot has happened in a hurry, but just, you think, both Rivers and Manning could come right in and start. Rivers very well may in San Diego, which then might end the Drew Brees era. They have Doug Flutie as backup. New York, they have a guy that took them to the Super Bowl, Kerry Collins, albeit a few years ago. Right. Would Eli Manning, like Peyton, come in and take the first snap in week 1? That would be something that we would have to see. So, I'm just putting everything on a fast track, but boy, there was some fast tracks the last half hour, right? Ernie's not ready yet. We're going to go out to the Giants in a moment. Ward?
Well, one thing you're saying, we are seeing Ben Roethlisberger on the phone right now, which means somebody probably is trying to trade up there and maneuver up into this spot with Detroit. Well, we'll see what happens on that one. All I can tell you is, in terms of this trade with Eli Manning and Kerry Collins, as you mentioned, I've been told that Tom Coughlin is determined to play if he took Eli Manning from day one.
That's shocking.
Now, Tom hasn't been quoted on that. That would tell me that Kerry Collins is headed out of New York, because there's no way they're going to have him back up Eli. That's based on what I've heard, not what he has told me. You hear stuff sometimes.
It all just happened. All right, now we told you that the Giants have taken Phil Simms, and that's been a long while, 25 years ago. It's the third longest drought, and see how the names keep coming around. Ernie Accorsi involved with that way. Archie Manning was still the last quarterback drafted in the first round by the New Orleans Saints. You saw Bill Munson. Well, I mean, that's a long time ago. Phil Simms took the Giants and led the Giants to their first Super Bowl in 1986. It was 7 years later. Phil Simms, who we got to know even better, worked with us before moving on the broadcast booth to other networks. And Phil Simms was a great player in New York. And now look, the New York Giants have a Manning. Hello, Ernie Accorsi's with Sal Paolantonio. Sal?
Boomer, thanks. Ernie, it was a nail-biter throughout the first 4 picks of the first round, but you got Eli Manning.
Or Pittsburgh.
Well, what you just learned is Ernie is a man of very few words. I mean, he didn't want to spill all the beans right there in that interview to Sal, apparently, Mel. Maybe only you can get the information out of him.
Well, I think when you look at Ernie, I think he's happy with the fact he got his young quarterback. I think nobody prioritizes young quarterbacks who have elite skills, and we can debate whether Manning has elite skills more than Ernie Accorsi does. As I said, you look at John Elway, he would have been a Colt if it was up to Ernie Accorsi. Unfortunately, it wasn't. The owner made that deal, not Ernie. So I think you look at this opportunity. If you're picking down the line, you're not going to be able to make this trade. By picking 4th, and they hope it's an aberration, they were able to make this deal. And I think that's a lot of teams now are getting away from the young quarterbacks. Ernie Accorsi never will.
All right, look, here's a little trick of the trade. It's live TV. These things happen. Sal, caught in mid-sentence, now finishes the sentence with Ernie Accorsi.
Thanks, Boomer. I am with Ernie Accorsi, the GM. We had a little technical difficulty there. Ernie, go back and tell us what the parameters of the draft, of the trade were.
Sal, the trade was Phillip Rivers for Eli Manning, and we gave San Diego our 3rd this year and our 1st and 5th next year, not our 1st and 3rd.
Why Eli Manning? Why was it so important for him to be in a Giants uniform?
Well, we all kind of had the unanimous opinion that this was a special quarterback. You know, you don't get a chance very many times for a decade to be able to select someone like him. We scouted him heavily as a junior because we weren't sure that he might come out. We tracked him this year, and I think we all felt that this was a quarterback that you wait for a long time, and we're just thrilled to have him.
What were the discussions when San Diego was on the clock at the beginning of the first round there, and why didn't the trade happen then?
Well, we really never had any discussions. We only had a discussion when they, we decided to pick Rivers, and we had our reasons, sure, we thought maybe, possibly that could interest some clubs. And if not, we had a pretty good quarterback for as far as we were concerned. We loved him. And then the discussions began after that.
New head coach here, Tom Coughlin. You're starting over with basically just a re-energizing of the franchise. Where do you see Eli fitting in as a starting quarterback here at some point, and what happens to Kerry Collins now?
Well, first.
Well, yeah. We'll try and get him live next time. Maybe that'll be the way to go. But Ernie's certainly very busy and was gracious to come out. So, Detroit is on the clock, but we understand there's a trade with the team right below them, the Cleveland Browns. We can explain that to you in a moment. We're pretty much sure why. But right now, how about Sean Taylor? He's as high a safety as you've graded the last 15 years?
In the end, Chris, yes, he was. And I think in the end, it's about that lineage at Miami. You go back to Benny Blades, Darrell Williams, and Ed Reed, and the level he took that position to at Miami. And the fact of the matter is, at 6'2.5", 227 pounds, can run like a corner, and he's that tough physical safety, everybody compared to Ronnie Lott. And I think you look at this division, what Joe Gibbs and the Redskins have to deal with in Jeremy Shockey, it's expressed to me that, hey, we have a guy in Sean Taylor now for the Redskins that can match up against Jeremy Shockey and negate all the skills that he brings to the table. So this is a guy who has multi-dimensional talent. And I've said it before when we were discussing the Elite Six players, the passion for the game of a Ray Lewis, And Ray Lewis single-handedly elevated that Raven football team, not just the defense. I think the Redskins hope that he will make everybody around him better. That's a sign of a truly great player. And because of that, a safety, normally not this high, that's a special quality I believe allowed Shawn Taylor to go up, and the fact he had 10 INTs and 13 pass breakups. This guy is a ball hawk in that secondary. When he comes through with the interception, a former running back in high school, he can do some damage. He can get you great field position or take it all the way for the touchdown. This kid is thinking big play all the time. He's a little sloppy tackling this past year. Shoulder injury. Quincy Wilson, West Virginia, did a good job breaking tackles. That's not the normal Shawn Taylor. When he's at 100%, he's healthy. He is a complete player, and he is going to add to a defense that already has Cornelius Griffin, Marcus Washington linebacker, and Sean Springs cornerback coming in through free agency.
And just for Michael, he's from the U. He's from the University of Miami, one of what could be a record-breaking 6 first-round selections we could have. We told you Detroit and Cleveland were cooking something. Here it is. Can you smell what the Lions and Browns have been cooking?
With the 6th pick in the 2004 NFL Draft acquired from the Detroit Lions, the Cleveland Browns select Kellen Winslow, tight end, University of Miami.
Well, we'll get the details on the trade in a minute. I will tell you one thing, Mort, that Detroit had a dead heat, and you could be happy with all of them. Shawn Taylor, Kellen Winslow, Roy Williams. If that's true, you go down one spot, you pick up something, and you get a similar player.
Well, no, as we know, Cleveland was talking to the Giants about getting up to get Kellen Winslow. And as you mentioned, Roy Williams, actually for Matt Millen, had a higher grade last year than Charles Rogers had he come out. And, of course, the Lions took Charles Rogers. One other note here, though. If Detroit uses this pick, obviously it'll be Roy Williams. And there's no question that the Jacksonville Jaguars are trying to get up to this spot again to try and take Roy Williams.
All right, let's give Kellen Winslow II his due. His father was one of the all-time greats, not only at tight end. He's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. They've been playing football, professional football, since 1920. There's about 200 guys in there. He's one of them. So, again, you talk about a pedigree like a Manning. Right?
He fits in that same mold. You know you got a great football player with Kellen Winslow II. I was surprised Washington didn't take him because I could dream of looking at Vernon Carey at wide receiver with Kellen at tight end and the running back, Clinton Portis. A lot of UM guys right there. But in Cleveland, of course, Butch Johnson. Butch, he knows a lot about him, the head coach for the Cleveland Browns. He knows a lot about this guy. This guy, you see his father right there, he can play football.
Yeah, look, Kellen, hey, you know what? And Mel would talk about him. Just a tight end holding up a #1 jersey with Cleveland Browns. Not only you think Kellen Winslow, who was his dad, Ozzie
comes.
You think of Ozzie, no question about it. And then I think when you look at Kellen Winslow Jr., a Miami Hurricane, as Michael Irvin said, and Butch Davis passed on Clinton Portis a few years ago to take William Green, paid the price for that. He wanted a Hurricane. The only way he was going to get one was to move up. And I think when you look at this team in this position, they have nothing of quality coming back. 4 tight ends, none of which are starter material. Garcia, the new quarterback, Jeff Garcia, is going to go to the tight end. And you look at Kellen Winslow Jr., an underrated blocker. He can at least, I think, do an adequate job in that area, but he has that approach of, I'm a dominator, I'm a presence. People say, well, it's an arrogance. Well, hey, that's what I want great players to have. They want the football. He was not fed the ball as much this past year as he really should have. Only had 1 touchdown reception. That came in the first game. I think the quarterback situation, going from Ken Dorsey to Brock Berlin, hurt Winslow, but when you saw the spectacular catches and the ability there, look at that athleticism. Remarkable. This kid is much more than a tight end. You watch him game after game when he had a quarterback who looked his way, and here, Berlin, and this was a 4th down play that saved the day. This is a catch, a clutch catch that Kellen Winslow Jr. makes time and time again. Looks a little careless with the football in the open field at times. Kind of becomes a running back. Gets that ball outside. You can strip it some. He's got to work on that with the Cleveland Browns, but they get a Hurricane, and they don't pay the price like they did a few years ago when they passed on Portis for William Green.
Did Butch recruit him?
Let's not forget that Butch Davis knows this group of Miami players better than any coach because he recruited Winslow and, of course, this entire class.
And what Cleveland needs, they need a guy that just loves to play the football game. They deserve that. Get that new dog pound going.
Hey, look, and Jeff Garcia, all right, let me get to him for a minute. People, you're not that good. Wait a minute. It's cold. He didn't have a strong... I mean, he played and won a Grey Cup in Calgary. He played in San Francisco. I don't see those things happening necessarily with the 49ers in the next year. Just what I'm saying is, for a quarterback like Garcia, who admittedly is not, Randall Cunningham or 80-yard rainbows. What a perfect idea to have a tight end like Kellen Winslow.
Well, we've heard Steve.
Right?
We have heard Steve Young even say. I want to put this on my. We've heard Steve Young say he would prefer a Pro Bowl tight end over a Pro Bowl receiver.
But Steve was lying because he had Jerry Rice. He was just joking.
But
he had Jerry Rice.
Steve says that. Peyton Manning will tell you how valuable a great tight end is. Of course, Troy Aikman will tell you how valuable a great tight end is, like he had with Jay Novacek.
For most quarterbacks, when all else fails, I got a guy at the tight end position that I can just toss the ball to, and he's always in my view. So the tight end position is a very important.
And Michael, it's a tight end if you can get the ball to him. If you're not running around and trying to scramble for your life. That offensive line in Cleveland is still a problem. They had an interest in Robert Gallery. They were not going to be able to move up that high. Left tackle, that offensive line in general has got to allow Garcia to have the ability to do damage in the passing game through Winslow and company.
It's a good move by Cleveland, all right? The Cleveland Browns are under the microscope a little bit. A lot of changes up the top with the President Carmen policy only being a consultant after May 1. Butch Davis in control with the son of the old order, Al Lerner, Randy Lerner. There's some questions about Cleveland, but today they certainly look like they did a good job.
Hey, all right.
We're back in New York. Detroit again on the clock with their trade with Cleveland. We'll find out about the trade and their pick with the commissioner.
With the 7th pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Roy Williams, wide receiver, University of Texas.
Well, and you got to like the outfit of Roy Williams, Mike. He obviously knew you were here.
I love the outfit, and it's fitting because, like you said, they liked Roy Williams last year, so they finally get some this year. They get him, and they put him with Charles Rogers. Ooh. And for a young quarterback in Joey Harrington, who has to step up and play well this year.
All right, listen. Let's talk about Roy for a minute, because many thought equal or higher than Fitzgerald. Last year, Detroit, with the 2nd overall pick, took Charles Rogers, who was hurt. They're certainly giving Joey Harrington a heck of a chance to throw to people in his 3rd year as a starter.
No question. As Mort pointed out, the fact that Rivers jumped up, he was not one of that elite group that was #1 on teams' boards. Roy Williams was, and they get him at 7 for the Detroit Lions, put him opposite a big receiver like Charles Rogers. Now you get Roy at 6'2½", 212. You're keeping in mind this kid was a high jump standout. He was an excellent overall player at Texas, considering the fact that his numbers would have been better had it not been that conservative offense, and the fact that the quarterbacking this past year was below average when you talk about passing skills, not the accuracy you're looking for, but a spectacular talent. As a sophomore at Texas, I did a top 30 for ESPN.com. Top 30 college players, any position, any year. I think I surprised a lot of people. I had Roy Williams as a sophomore #1. Took a lot of flack for it, but I think when you look at Roy Williams, even as a sophomore, he was that good. He didn't necessarily take it to the level expected because of the offense and because of the quarterbacking this past year. If he was in more of a pro-style attack with a big-time quarterback, his numbers would have been off the charts.
Let me speak quickly to Matt Millen, who's been vilified as a general manager. His drafts have actually been better than you realize, but when he took over the Lions, he was so disappointed with the speed of this team. That has been his #1 goal, increase the speed on both sides of the football. Charles Rogers last year, a sub-4 340 guy. Well, Charles Rogers of Michigan State. Now here comes Roy Williams. I think Matt Millen is doing exactly what he set out to accomplish.
And it's fine to have Roy Williams. I think he's equal to the #1 player. Obviously, they may have had him #1, but keep in mind, this team has to run the football for Joey Harrington.
They'll get a running back.
They need a running back. They have to obviously target that spot in the second round.
Let Mike make his comment. I'm going to tell you where they're going to get.
But look at Roy. You got another speed guy. I still need the guy that will move the chain. I need the guy that gets me 7, 8, 10 yards, go across the middle of the football field and make the big play. They got the 3rd level taken care of on both sides of the ball. I like Roy. My only cautions against Roy was, why did he take so long to come out? There's so many challenges, so much competition waiting on you in the NFL.
Look, you're not going to guy for staying in school?
Yes, I am.
Well,
I do. Hey, it's great he stayed in school, but I say go to the NFL because this is what he does.
Michael,
I love it.
Mike, he didn't have a Michael Irvin mentality as a junior. Yeah, I think it was too humble. I
And
think he
then
laid
you
back a little
say
bit. I think the attitude, when I talked to him a couple weeks ago with Andy Pollin on our radio show,
Then
he
it's
told
maybe-
me that, hey, I'm the guy, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. He didn't talk like that as a junior. He had a Michael Irvin
And that's
mentality.
exactly
Now,
my point.
like,
That's exactly my point. And I said, good. He went back to get that other year. I'm just telling you.
You just said he should have come out.
I want a guy that eats football for 12 months. I don't want a guy that plays it for 6. I want you eating it breakfast, lunch, and
So
dinner.
you're saying Roy Williams does not eat football for 12 months?
I said he doesn't eat the best football because if he did, 12 months ago, he would have came to the
He went
NFL.
back because he wanted to develop his talents. He
And
didn't
he
think he
did.
was a complete.
I'm
He
just
wanted to
telling
be
you.
the top guy.
I understand
He went back
that.
for those reasons.
I understand that, and I love that. And now he knows he's ready because there's no other chance he has to be ready. And I
So
applaud
you still
that now.
question Roy Williams?
I just question the love.
Roy Williams, Charlie Rogers, Joey Harrington, all right? Here's the trade, which we didn't announce to you. They get a second.
Wow.
So in the second round, the Detroit Lions will pick back-to-back with the 4th and now the 5th pick. So if you're wondering where they're going to get a running back, it will be in one of those 2 spots, and they will get the 3rd or 4th-ish running back on people's boards. Right now, let's go to Cleveland, and on our first Coors Light video conference of the draft, which I don't know if that's a moniker that necessarily the head coach, Butch Davis, cares about. But, Butch, you made the trade for Kellen Winslow. You've known him since he was in high school. What do you know about him that maybe his play on the field even more than we can see ourselves?
Well, Boomer, I don't know that there's necessarily anything that we know more. His film pretty much speaks for itself. This kid has lit it up his entire college career. An enormous amount of energy he brings to the game, the passion, the way he plays, and he's a 3-down player. I mean, this is a guy that not only is a tight end, is he a big-time receiver, he's an awesome special teams player. He's a lightning rod. He's a guy that's going to bring a lot of energy and can really help this offense.
I mean, you know from Dallas days with Novacek and Michael sitting next to me what a tight end can do, especially with your new quarterback, Jeff Garcia, short intermediate passing. Do you see this as a click right away? I'm sure you do.
Well, absolutely. I mean, we really believe that Kellen's going to bring a tremendous amount of versatility, that we felt good about our receiving core. We feel good about our good group of young running backs. We added a very talented fullback, and this kind of completes and helps with the existing tight ends that we've got. We think it's an excellent choice for us.
Butch, this is Chris Mortensen here. I do have a question about this. Giving up a second-round pick to just go 1 spot up, was that tough to do? Can you tell us a little bit about your talks with the Giants?
Well, you know, Chris, we had some discussions with several teams above us during the course of the day, and just trying to gauge whether or not we could move up, what it was going to take. Matt and I had spoken over the last week or so about the possibility of actually flipping 6s and 7s once they got on the clock. We felt like, you know, the second was a pretty good price to pay, but we really felt like for our football team, trying to pick guys that are going to make our football team dramatically better, Kellen Winslow was the right choice for us.
Butch, you look at Robert Gallery as somebody that evidently Cleveland, and you can speak about that, had somewhat of an interest in the offensive line, Butch, still a question mark on paper. You don't have that second-round pick right now. How do you plan on improving that offensive line going into training camp?
Yeah, Mel, well, certainly, you know, we've added Calvin Garman as a guard. We've got a good group of young nucleus of guys. We're going to keep looking. We're not out of this draft yet, and there may be the possibility we may be able to get back into the second round before the day's over anyway.
Butch, a different subject. Tim Couch, how long does he remain a Cleveland Brown? But through the weekend, might we see some movement there, or will he be with you?
You know, it's possible, Boomer. You know, we've had some discussions with Green Bay. You know, anything is potentially possible during the course of the entire draft.
Well, as we've seen, anything is possible. Kellen Winslow, you knew him when? Get back in the room. I know you got some work to do, although you'll have a little time off in the second round. Thanks, Butch.
Thank you.
All right, Butch Davis, and let's face it, stuff is swirling a little bit in Cleveland. It's unsettling. It's unsettling from the outside. It is only April. That's all. I'll get into that. But the Browns need to make a move. Kellen Winslow, perhaps, is the first part of that puzzle. And here's a different shot of the Mannings. We'll be back. All right, we are back in New York. the Atlanta Falcons with their first pick from coach Jim Mora Jr. They're the 8th selection. Here is the nod.
With the 8th pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select DeAngelo Hall, cornerback, Virginia Tech.
Reunited with Michael Vick from Virginia Tech.
And that's all he talks about. He wanted to be reunited with Michael Vick.
Well, there's a lot of connections here thus far in the draft. Yeah, and look, Atlanta, their pass defense was the worst in the National Football League. Their overall defense was the worst in the National Football League. Jim Mora Jr., defensive coordinator, been around the game a long time, defensive coordinator, San Francisco 49ers, is the new head coach. Is there any shot that this is the type of guy they got to go with?
I think when you look at it, there's no question DeAngelo Hall, Chris. He says he's a shutdown corner. I think that term was overused and I think exaggerated a lot about cornerbacks in the NFL. This kid says he is. Darrell Green had world-class speed coming out of Texas A&I as the last pick in the first round of the '83 draft. DeAngelo Hall, world-class speed. He's been timed, he claims, 4.15 to 4.2. A kid who's tremendously confident. You will not find a more confident cornerback. Here's Larry Fitzgerald. Here's DeAngelo Hall. Obviously, Rob Rutherford, the quarterback, made it easy for Hall in that particular play. Here again, you see the ability here to make a tackle in the open field. Chiseled. So you say, well, he's 5'10". He's 200 pounds. He's got great strength. And he runs that 4.15 to 4.2. Former prep All-American running back. And you see his punt return skills, averaged 16 yards per return during his career, during that one season. Here, a game breaker in that particular role. Darrell Green could have been a phenomenal punt returner. He was used in certain situations when they felt the need to do that. Joe Gibbs did in Washington. I think DeAngelo Hall, as a punt returner, can be a game changer. And I think with Jim Mora Jr. bringing in Jason Webster for the 49ers, they had him out there more. Now with Hall, how much will he use him as a punt returner?
Well, he will use him as a punt returner early in his career. And you have heard DeAngelo Hall refer to himself as another Deion Sanders. Interestingly enough, it was the Atlanta Falcons that took Deion Sanders to be a shutdown corner, to be a punt returner. DeAngelo Hall will play the left corner. They signed Jason Webster from the 49ers to play the right corner. And this is a guy who's very confident. In fact, Michael, you'll like this. Some of the nicknames that his teammates have given him behind his back is Me-Angelo Hall.
And that's quite all right. When I talked to DeAngelo, we talked about exactly that. I said, there's a lot of pressure being put on a shutdown corner. He says, Michael, I don't care about that. I want to show you I can play. I said, what about the big wide receivers in this league today? He says, in practice, I get the biggest wide receivers, and I work bump and run against them. I like the guy. I like a guy with that attitude. I like a guy that wants to be the best.
Wait a minute. But the nickname that he may have, if he's as good as Atlanta thinks, is Michelangelo Hall. Right? That's what they're trying to do.
You're going to give him boom, and that's a go.
I give the nickname. Not this That's the way
that game against Larry Fitzgerald made him a lot of money. That game he had against Larry Fitzgerald made him a lot of money.
Well, look, so Atlanta, remember, just one little word on Atlanta. They now have a healthy Mike Vick, which was put on hold for a complete year. And so now we see what Dan Reeves saw 2 years ago, except a more mature Mike Vick and a new reign there. They may be a quick rising team. But look, the story of the day here is the trade between the Chargers and Giants that couldn't happen until Eli Manning was picked by San Diego. Robert Gallery, I think, has played a role in it, was picked second by Oakland. And then Eli Manning became a Giant when Rivers went with the Giants, and then they made the swap. Why did the trade happen on the clock when it couldn't happen for days? A.J. Smith is the general manager of the Chargers. He's with Sean Salisbury. Sean.
Thank you very much, Boomer. A.J., you said you needed a blockbuster trade for this to happen, to get out of that first slot. Why?
Well, we're very happy with it. We were going to stay with Eli Manning and see what was going to happen. And as it unfolded, obviously, in the draft, strange things happen, and you take it step by step. And when the New York Giants selected Philip Rivers, some dialogue took place, and we're real happy.
What took the deal so long?
Well, we had some dialogue, and it just didn't work out. I'll just leave it at that. There's give and take on both sides, and we were determined to get something that we wanted, and that's why we selected Eli.
So what was the deal maker?
Well, the deal maker was just when the New York Giants kind of surprised us and took Philip Rivers. Obviously, that's somebody that we love and have for a long time, and the league recognizes that. Little dialogue took place, and it came together.
If Eli Manning, who stated that he did not want to come here, did you have any intention of keeping him if you couldn't work out a trade, really?
Oh, absolutely. Eli was our choice, and he was going to be a San Diego Charger, and we were going to do what's right for the franchise. And as things developed, obviously it took a twist when the Giants selected Philip Rivers, and you sit down and entertain things, and we decided that package was very, very good for the Chargers, and we executed it.
Who was the highest rated quarterback on your board?
Well, I've always told you there were 3 quarterbacks, and I won't break it down.
Now,
obviously, excuse me, with Eli going, that tells you something.
If Eli said he wanted to be a Charger, would he be a Charger in 2004? Would the trade have happened?
Oh, I can't answer that. You know, that's something that we'll talk about as an organization. We know there was a twist to this whole situation, and I'll just leave it at that. We took care of it.
Now, you got Phillip Rivers, who I know you've coveted for a long time. What's the situation now with, I guess, kind of incumbent Drew Brees? Is his days as a starter and a player in San Diego over?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. We're just collecting talent at all levels and all positions, and Coach Schottenheimer in August will decide what's going to be. We'll probably add another quarterback. We're going to take a few people, 4 or 5, to training camp, line up the best football players. Competition brings out the best in everyone, and we'll see what happens there.
AJ, thank you, and good luck with the rest of the rounds. Appreciate it. Susie Culver, back to you in New York.
Okay, back here in the green room, Eli Manning, flanked by his brother Peyton. Describe the sense of relief when you put the Giants cap on.
Well, obviously, we wanted something to happen to trade. We expressed our opinions of what what we wanted to happen in this draft, and we never said we wanted the Giants to do it, but we wanted a trade to happen, and obviously it did, so we're excited now.
From the time you were chosen by the Chargers up until you found out you would be a Giant, what was that like for you?
It was mixed emotions. Obviously, I was excited to be, drafted the first pick in the draft. It's a great honor. Something I've worked hard to get to that point. But obviously, we didn't want, that situation to occur exactly. So you had to go through a lot of press, a lot of questions, and hopefully the questions get easier now.
Peyton, you didn't have to go through drama like this. What were you feeling for Eli?
Well, it's an exciting time, no question about it. For Eli to be the first pick of the draft after all the pressure he's faced in college with the comparisons to myself and my dad, and him to get to this point. And I just kept believing something good was going to happen. And like I said, still didn't know what team was going to end up taking and where he was going to end up being traded to if it was going to happen. But now that the Giants have drafted him, he's going to be playing here. I'm just real proud of him and real excited for him.
It's a tough way to go through the day. What have you advised him throughout this process?
Well, this was his decision, and just to stay strong and believe it. And it's kind of like when I decided to stay in college for my senior year, and Eli did the same thing. You don't ever look back. You make the decision, and you stick with it 100%, and you just keep believing that something's going to happen. So we have a lot of respect for all the organizations out there, for the Chargers. It was not a knock against them. This was just something that Eli wanted to do, and I supported him 100% as his brother, and I'm just proud it's all worked out.
Again, in terms of drama, there were no questions when you were drafted by the Colts. Kerry Collins is the quarterback of the Giants. What do you expect?
I don't know what to expect. Obviously, Kerry Collins is a proven player. He's been in the league a long time and has had a great career. So, all I can do is worry about, I'm going to go in there, I'm going to work hard. Where I'm backup or starter, I'm going to pretend like I am the starter, prepare like I'm the starter, so it'll only make me better down the road.
Congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Sal, let's go to you in New York.
Well, Susie, now that the Giants have Eli Manning, the question is what happens to veteran quarterback Kerry Collins, who took the Giants to the Super Bowl 4 years ago? I just had a discussion with Giants GM Ernie Accorsi, and he said, first of all, the Giants would like to keep Kerry Collins. They're going to have a private discussion with him to decide his future. It is a cap consideration, he said, and it may not involve discussions with Kerry Collins about him renegotiating his contract. He's got about a $7 million cap figure, and this is the last year of his contract with the Giants. So it's very much up in the air, but the Giants would like to accommodate Kerry. They would like to keep him. As Ernie said, you can always use a veteran quarterback around here. Let's go to Trey Wingo in Bristol.
All right, Sal, thanks. Welcome back to the EA Sports matchup desk here, guys. Eli Manning, Jaws, maybe nobody, because of the city he's going to and the way this went down, comes into a locker room with more pressure on his shoulders now in the brightest stage in the NFL than Eli Manning. Tell me he can handle it by what he does on the field.
Well, that's what he's going to have to do. He's going to have to play well, because certainly he has created a lot of pressure on himself. And some of these wounds are self-inflicted by the fact that he did not want to go to San Diego. But clearly, as I study Eli Manning, he is a quarterback that can play in the NFL. When he was at Ole Miss, he had to make every throw. He can throw the short pass accurately. He can zip the medium-range pass into a tight window. He can make every throw in the NFL. On this play against LSU, Eli will throw to his Z receiver on an intermediate in-breaking route. Two critical pocket quarterback attributes: his ability to recognize the coverage to quickly determine which defender he's throwing off of, and the timing and anticipation of the throw. This is when Eli made the decision to throw the football. His receiver has not yet made his break. this is the anticipation that's necessary to play at a high level from within the pocket. Another element I look at is a quarterback's ability to read the defense after he turns his back, executing a play-action fake. Here, Manning immediately locates the safety sitting down on the tight end. He properly throws the ball over the top to the Z on the post, and that's a great throw. Eli is very polished as a pocket quarterback. I believe he will not have a long learning curve. Last year at Ole Miss, Eli's completion percentage was very, very high. Also, his yards per completion was over 13 yards per completion. That means he can get the football down the field. And I also like the fact that Tom Coughlin, the new head coach, now has his quarterback. Whenever you have a new head coach come in, he always likes to have his guy. The guy is going to be Eli Manning.
But regardless of what play we're talking about, there's always going to be some flaws. If we're trying to take him from college and put him to the National Football League, as I studied Eli Manning, the one area or the one flaw, which I think is going to be very huge when you get to the National Football League, is how does he perform when defensive pressure is around him, when people make him move his feet. He is a above-average quarterback in that circumstance. In the National Football League, you will constantly have pressure on you. He didn't perform very well in college under those circumstances. Going to the National Football League will be very difficult. I think he will struggle in that area. Well, he's going to have to step up. And one person that stepped up, Boomer, on draft day was A.J. Smith. Vilified this week, perhaps, by the way he handled this thing. He comes out smelling like a rose. A first, a third, and a fifth. A.J. Smith swung the hammer well, Boom.
Yes, San Diego did a good job. I want to reiterate one thing before Jacksonville makes their pick, is that Eli Manning was classy enough to go out there and hold up a Charger jersey, all right? So I think everybody is doing their best today to come up smelling like roses. By the way, 3 Dog Night records on sale in New York. Greatest hits. Eli's coming. You can buy them now on CD. Now Jacksonville's made their pick. Here we go.
Oh.
With the 9th pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Reggie Williams, wide receiver, University of Washington.
Not as big a surprise as you may think.
Okay, well, not a curveball. This isn't David Klingler with the 7th pick, but this is a little early.
All I can tell you is, as the draft is near, now I don't spend a year on the draft like Mel does, but as I spoke to teams, there were teams when Southern Cal's Mike Williams was supposed to be in this draft who had rated Reggie Williams, this guy right here, the University of Washington, ahead of Mike Williams. He's a tall, big guy who can run after the catch, and Mel can tell you more about him. But Byron Leftwich is the Jacksonville Jaguars quarterback taken by James Harris, their general manager. He wanted to make sure that Byron Leftwich is enhanced by the best possible receivers around him. Jimmy Smith, obviously, is a veteran on the other side.
And you see Morton highlight package right. The size, 6'3½", almost 230 pounds. Speed is average, but I think when you look at the ability he showed right away, first game ever at Michigan, going from high school to college, became the first Washington Husky freshman to start his first game, and he put up good numbers in that game against the Wolverines, who always have talent at the cornerback spot. You look at Reggie Williams, what I would say here is, were there any offers to move down? Or were they locked into Reggie Williams? Because there were other wide receivers kind of bunched in that group with Reggie, like a Lee Evans, Michael Clayton, and the like. And I think if you were picking that early, and of course they have a defensive end need to move down, I wonder if that was a possibility, how many offers they got to do so.
I like Reggie, and I like to tier the receivers. In that first tier, it was the top 3 receivers. Michael Williams no longer there. Reggie moves right in that top 3.
Jimmy Smith getting up in years. Now, let me set a mini drama now, okay? 2 quarterbacks are done. Houston is on the clock. They have theirs in David Carr, followed by Pittsburgh. Ben Roethlisberger will hear his name awfully fast. If anybody wants Roethlisberger, they must deal with the Houston Texans now because he will be gone at 11.
Welcome back to the 2004 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
All right, welcome back to New York. Houston on the clock, then Pittsburgh. And look, the Houston Texans, I mean, his second-year team, did they play enough exciting games at home?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, did they almost beat New England, who won the Super Bowl? They almost beat the Titans. They made the Colts sweat to win the division with a huge, long field goal by Vanderjagt at the end. They beat Carolina, oh, by the way, to win the Super Bowl. They beat Miami. Dom Capers gambled on 4th down better than anybody I've seen. this is an interesting team from off the pace. But the Houston Texans need defense.
And the Houston Texans, you win close games by getting impact players. They did have an interest in trading up to get Sean Taylor, the Miami safety. But right here, if either cornerback, DeAngelo Hall of Virginia Tech or Dunta Robinson of South Carolina was available here, that's going to be their pick. So there's no way anybody can jump up into the number 10 spot and take them away from taking the corner, one of the corners that they wanted, that being Dunta Robinson. I'll be shocked if Dunta Robinson's not their pick.
Let's go to Mel's board and explain Dunta Robinson, a name people may not know. There are two corners, DeAngelo Hall and Dunta Robinson, rated way ahead, and Mel will attest it in a minute, way ahead of the others. And so this is one of those slots that's what you want. The Houston pick.
With the 10th pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Dunta Robinson, cornerback, South Carolina.
There are two teams happy right now, I think. Pittsburgh we'll get to. Houston we got. Mel, Dunta Robinson. You have him, where do you have him rated with Hall?
Yes, and I think when you look at the two, and you're right, Chris, I think you look at DeAngelo Hall, Dunta Robinson, Chris Gamble, Ohio State, he figures to be a mid to late first rounder, mixed opinion. Will Poole, USC, has probably dropped into the third round area. Matt Ware, cornerback safety, debate there, but look at Dunta Robinson, no debate about this kid's cover skills or his toughness. See the size, 5'10", 186, strong kid with 4.34 speed. And here's a guy that when you look at it, 4 INTs back early in his career, was team captain this past season, broke up 12 passes in that Gamecock secondary. You see him there, the ability he has in man coverage, the instincts to locate the ball and make the play in coverage. A kid who was a consistent, reliable corner. Now, what I liked about him was his toughness. You talk about run support corner. He's at or near the top in any year over the last 5 or 6 seasons in terms of his tackling ability and his toughness at 5'10 1/2", 186. And you talk about level of competition for Eli Manning. You see him there, a vicious tackle on what was set up to be a wide receiver screen by Tennessee. You see him here, the ability to close and make the play. That's Fred Gibson, who goes about 6'4", 200 pounds against the 5'10 1/2", Dunta Robinson. This kid in my top 25 senior board all year and elevated, I think, once he ran that 4.34 Mort at the combine workout.
Mel, and in a draft that is full of wide receivers, in a league that is full of talented wide receivers, you must have people to cover them. And that's why you've seen DeAngelo Hall and Dunta Robinson go in the top 10. And it's an otherwise shallow cornerback draft, but guys like Ahmad Carroll of Arkansas and Chris Gamble of Ohio State, other corners in this draft, now become first-round type talents when previously nobody thought they would be, because these guys are gone.
The things that separate the two corners that you're talking about, DeAngelo Hall and Dunta Robinson, these guys not only knock down passes, they can intercept them and take them the other way. I can deal with the quarterbacks that knock them down, but the guys that intercept it and take it the other way, those are the dangerous guys. This is why these two are ahead of everybody else.
And plays, as you guys mentioned, bigger and stronger than his measurements. All right, now, the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock, all right? They have Tommy Maddox coming off an off year, which the year before he was coming off a great year. But obviously, Tommy Maddox is not there forever. The Steelers don't usually draft at this point. A 6-10 season in the Bill Cowher era is not very often. So they, as Roethlisberger, might be in a position different than we'll see about Eli Manning. We think we know with Rivers to start pretty quick. Roethlisberger could sit, learn behind a Maddox, but maybe it's going to Pittsburgh. Remember, he's an Ohio young man. It wouldn't be a far commute, says he, Culver.
Well, and Chris, as you say that, the phone rings right here, and Ben's agent, Lee Steinberg, is on the phone, and it happens to be the Steelers.
Yes. It's going real well, thanks. I'm sorry? Absolutely. No, I'd love to. Okay. Okay. Hey, Coach. Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Well, guys, Ben Roethlisberger has never had it easy. In fact, in high school, his high school coach's son was the quarterback, and he had to wait to play to his senior year. So Ben Roethlisberger is used to waiting. Congratulations from his family. Obviously, good news. Ben, are you a Steeler?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What was this experience like?
It's unbelievable. You know, it's a great opportunity to be here and now to go to the great city of Pittsburgh.
What did you anticipate this day would be like?
I don't know. It's hard to put into words. I feel great, relief right now, and it's everything and more than I thought it would be.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Woo!
Well, we'll make it official with the commissioner, but so this, what I started to say was that Ben Roethlisberger from Miami of Ohio, by the way, it's not like that league doesn't have quarterbacks in the NFL. Chad Pennington, Jets, Byron Leftwich with Jacksonville, Dante Culpepper from Central Florida, and the last one's all.
They're not bad.
No, so there's going to be 5 in there. And he has a little luxury to sit and learn at the NFL level. However, and we'll wait till it's official. I think it's pretty official. All right?
Yeah, we should.
But now let's make it official, and then we'll move on. And
with the 11th pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Ben Roethlisberger, quarterback, University of Miami, Ohio.
Ohio kid going to Pittsburgh. I mean, he gets it. He gets that form of life. I like it.
I know there was divided opinion before we get to mail about who the best quarterback in this draft was, but I talked to enough good quarterback coaches in this league who says this guy is the best, has the most upside. In fact, one coach, head coach in this league, who does pretty well with quarterbacks, didn't want to be identified, said he thinks this guy is the best since John Elway. That's a mouthful, Mel, but you know more about it.
Mort, when you look back to the Steelers, I go back when they took Plaxico Burress over Chad Pennington. Another, you talk about a Mid-American Conference quarterback, Chris. That decision, I thought, hurt the Steeler organization. I thought Pennington would have been the guy. Then we wouldn't have needed a quarterback here for the Steelers, but they do. I think bring a quarterback in has a ton of ability. Ben Roethlisberger, as Susie explained, wasn't even a quarterback till his senior year. The coach's son had been the quarterback. He had obviously star in other sports as well as football. Senior year, he put it all together. Comes to Miami of Ohio, red shirts, then starts lighting it up. You talk about competition. Even as a freshman against Cincinnati, 20 of 25. Against Hawaii, threw for almost 500 yards. And you look at the ability he has, 6'5", 240. Outstanding arm. Release is a little slower than some of the other quarterbacks, but he can whip it in there. And I think when you look at Ben Roethlisberger, also a very mobile quarterback for his side. He is not a sitting duck in the pocket. He can move around. He can utilize his legs to allow him to bide some time and make some plays. And that arm strength is outstanding. And I think when you look at Ben, athletic ability, 300 hitter as a shortstop senior in high school, averaged 26 points per game on the hardwood in basketball, and a guy that I think comes out as a junior but has a lot of experience. And I think when you look at Ben, the adjustment's going to be, as far as in the Mid-American Conference in Miami of Ohio, he had receivers wide open. He didn't always have to stick it in there, and I think when he gets into the NFL, it's going to be that adjustment period that hopefully in Pittsburgh he'll have time to transition effectively and not be force-fed like some of these other quarterbacks.
You saw that shot of him speaking in the locker room passionately. This coach I told you about, who thinks he's the best prospect since John Elway, also told me he has got the passion of Peyton Manning, but with more physical ability.
That's saying something, but he's a third quarterback taker. He has the best set of wide receivers that he's going to at Plaxico Burress and Hines Ward. And that will help him develop quickly. And Antoine Randall
as far as him, Chris, I think that the separation for me was the Iowa game. You say, well, you put all that stock in one game. That Iowa game, 4 interceptions, no touchdowns. And Ben came on College Game Day with us on the radio and said, hey, I take full responsibility. Tried to do far too much. It was Iowa. It was early in the season. He got all geeked up for that game and really said, hey, I'm going to go out and show the world that I'm not just a product of the Mid-American Conference. That one game, you could say, it's one game, but it was the separation. The Iowa game, not the best effort for Roethlisberger, but I tell you what, he steps up, he is accountable, he's responsible, he's a great kid, he loves to talk football, talk it all day, and I say we use that word passion. Find me a bust of these 3. If we come back 2-3 years from now, you can play this back right in my face if you want. I will say that Roethlisberger, Rivers, and Manning, none of the 3 will be busts. And I will say this right now, and I had Manning number 1. Manning right now is in the toughest spot because the expectation level is up here, and he's in New York. Giant fans and the way the pressure, I'll tell you what, he's the one I would worry about the most.
All right, let me wrap up something with Pittsburgh. Whole new offensive staff. Remember, their offensive staff went to Buffalo. Mike Mularkey, who was the offensive coordinator. Tom Clement, who's now Buffalo's offensive coordinator in Mularkey. Wizen Hunt is the new offensive coordinator. And Mark Whipple, a great teacher of quarterbacks, is the new quarterback coach at Pittsburgh. He's just come off the college campus as a head coach at Massachusetts. What a perfect time to have a college coach coaching a guy coming out of college. 2 other notes. First quarterback in the first round picked by the Steelers since Mark Malone. And the longest name ever in the first round. 14 letters. Longer than Jim Druckenmiller and Blake Brockemeyer. Just some tidbits you need to know if you're sitting there with chips and sodas. Oh, by the way, the Jet fans are revving up, and the pick is coming in quickly. Defensive speed.
They got to take Vilma, Jonathan Vilma, don't they?
Yes.
Don't they?
Yes. Unless they like the other linebacker better.
I can't. Get me out of order.
I think Fred Flintstone's about to be teed up.
With the 12th pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Jonathan Vilma, linebacker, University of Miami.
Too many Hurricanes going too early. Too many Hurricanes in this draft.
They are can't-miss players.
Look, the Jets have had at linebacker some players who have been really outstanding for a long time. Mo Lewis, Marvin Jones. Gone. Sam Coward, not with. This is prime need. Speed, linebacker, and as Fred Flintstone would say, Vilma! How is he, Mel?
Chris, I tell you what, he's the most instinctive linebacker to come out in years, and I think the debate is, and Jets going to say, why not trade down and get Vilma well? 17's Denver, 18's New Orleans, 19's Minnesota, and 21's New England. All could look at linebacker as one of their top 2 need areas. Jonathan Vilma, you talk about tackles, 133 as a junior, 127 this past season, but this past season he was more of a force in the backfield. 12 stops behind the line of scrimmage. He sifts through traffic. Having Vince Wilfork and company up front certainly helped him. But here's a guy that has to be protected by the defensive lineman. Dwayne Robertson is a key guy. Needs to come through big time for the New York Jets. You look at 6'1", 225 to 230. Not real big, but I tell you what, if those defensive linemen do their job and he can float to the football, he's fast. I questioned Victor Hobson last year. Didn't have a lot of speed. He'll start. Now you get speed with Jonathan Vilma, something the Jets desperately need at the linebacker position.
Yeah, they couldn't make the plays last year, right? They could not make the plays.
To not get to the football. This kid gets to the football, and as I said, we talked about Dwayne Robertson. The Jets were bold last year. They traded up for Robertson, a little slow coming around. He needs to have a breakout year and create a disturbance and wreak havoc inside to allow Jonathan Vilma and the rest of those linebackers to do their job. But I'll tell you what, Vilma, you look at a guy that was on the rise because a lot of teams, even this morning, were saying, hey, some teams, like I say, 17 to 21 in that area, we're going to look at this kid.
Well, as the Jets have picked their AFC East rivals, the Buffalo Bills are up next with pick number 13. Bill Cowher will be on the phone with us, or the video conferencing phone.
The quest. Pick a winner who passed the test. The nerve-wracking waiting separation of elite peers. You're checking the start of careers right here. Yeah.
Welcome back to the 2004 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
Well, the Buffalo Bills are on the clock. You have to think they may be looking offense, considering last season Drew Bledsoe and company finished 30th in the National Football League when it comes to offense. So far, we have had 3 quarterbacks taken. Eli Manning going #1 overall, but ending up with the New York Giants because of the trade that sends Phillip Rivers down to San Diego. And just moments ago, Pittsburgh Steelers selecting Ben Roethlisberger from Miami of Ohio. Welcome back to the EA Sports NFL matchup set. Trey Wingo here with Merrill Hodge and Ron Jaworski. 3 quarterbacks taken. Which one will play the best right away, Jaws, in your opinion? Which one is in the best fit scenario?
No question it is Phillip Rivers going to the San Diego Chargers. And the #1 reason is LaDainian Tomlinson. When you have a back like LT in the backfield, it takes all the pressure off the quarterback. You have a foundation of the offense. The play-action passing game will work. But in San Diego, they must get some wide receivers for Phillip Rivers. And when you look at Rivers, his ability to manage a football game in his career, he had under 2% 40% of his passes intercepted. And if you project his collegiate rating a year ago to the NFL, it's 118 in the NFL rating system. So clearly, Phillip Rivers is ready to step in and play, and probably will play early.
Problem is, right now in San Diego, doesn't have a lot to throw to. LaDainian Tomlinson also had 100 catches last year. The running back position, they need to upgrade the wide receiver. Okay, let's bring in the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers now, Bill Cowher, who joins us now. And Bill, I guess first question for you, what are you going to do right away with Ben Roethlisberger? Will he start? Will he sit behind Tommy Maddox?
Well, you know, you look at it, Trey, I think, first of all, you know, we feel good about Tommy and Charlie, two veteran quarterbacks. And, you know, coming into this draft, we had a number of players we thought that would be there, or hopefully would be there at 11. And we felt good that, you know, if Ben were to drop to that, you know, we don't feel like we're going to be here every year. And to be able to get a quality player like that, it'd be too hard to pass up.
Hey, Coach, when you look at his skills, obviously John Elway is a comparison when you look at what he can do, but what really stood out to me studying him on tape was his arm strength, how he can throw it to any part of the field. That has to also get you excited about what you'll be able to do with him once you put him as your starter.
Well, Merle, I think when you look at his physical attributes, there's no question that he's up there with Phillip and Eli. I think the thing that separates him is his experience. He played 1 year of high school football. He's only played 3 years at college. And, you know, I think that's the thing that both Phillip and Eli have been fortunate. You know, Eli having a lot of the quarterbacks in his family. Phillip had his dad who coached him. So I think from an experience standpoint, that's the only thing that's lacking with Ben Roethlisberger.
Bill, any concerns at all about the level of play he had in college coming out of the MAC?
Well, I mean, you certainly, you know, that's something you take in consideration, but certainly you look at Chad Pennington and you know, down in Jacksonville, the quarterback. So I mean, those guys have been, you know, very productive, and you know, I don't think that again, when you watch him play, he played better as the season went on. I know everyone talks about the Iowa game, but he played very strong going down the stretch. And again, I think when you look at the upside in this guy, I think it's something that we had to take in consideration.
Chad Pennington also doing pretty well, and then there's that Randy Moss fellow who came out of the MAC. He was okay too. Bill, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us.
All right, thanks, guys.
Boomer, let's send it back to you in New York.
All right, Trey, thank you very much. So, the Buffalo Bills are on the clock. Now, I had to get down to the Garden today from our hotel. I got in a cab, and wouldn't you know it, it's the same cab driver as he's driven me for about 15 years. I don't know how it happens. He wears a Buffalo cap. Boy, this is a tough pick, isn't it? Well, they'd like a quarterback, this and that, but you know what? Maybe another wideout to really replace Peerless Price. Maybe that guy is Lee Evans. I don't know. That's what the cabbie told me. Let's go up to the commissioner.
With the 13th pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Lee Evans, wide receiver, University of Wisconsin.
Hey, there's the Bills draft party at Ralph Wilson Stadium. They got an offensive staff. They're looking for comeback here for Drew Bledsoe, and they got him a guy to put in the ball. Still to come, maybe tight end, maybe, you know, pass rusher. But Lee Evans injured. But boy, Mel, if he's not injured, where might he have been in this wide receiver?
Well, fortunately, Chris, I'll tell you what, it's a great story because he got back into the middle of the first round. I think when you look at Lee Evans, where he was before the serious knee injury, which I'll get to in a second, he had speed, he had big playability. 75 catches, 20.6-yard average, 9 touchdowns. Then the knee injury, final play of the spring game, sat out 2002, comes back this year, 64 catches, 19-yard average, 13 touchdowns. Then you say, okay, did he lose any speed after the injury? Runs a 4.41 at the combine, somehow even 4.38. Lee Evans has that speed back. Lee Evans is a force to be reckoned with as a deep threat. And keep in mind, the Buffalo Bills, disappointing year for the receivers. Eric Moulds had a 100-catch season 2 years ago, 64 catches, only a 12.2-yard average. Josh Reed didn't get it done. And I think when you look at a situation now where they need Lee Evans to have an influence right away, Peerless Price is in Atlanta. Josh Reed did not make people forget about Peerless Price. And I think when you look at it, a need area to put pressure on Reed and to hope that Moulds can revert back to his old form.
Take advantage of the big arm of Drew Bledsoe. Drew Bledsoe missed Peerless Price sorely. He wanted that guy to get the ball downfield, which, as you know, Michael, did make Eric Moulds a better receiver. This opens up this Pittsburgh offense, this Buffalo offense.
He gives you that. He can get deep and get deep quickly.
Hey, look, the new confidence. I don't think Drew Bledsoe is going to be the Bledsoe of last year, do you?
I've talked to a lot of people who think he's got plenty left in that arm. Just put the right players around him.
Well, they started by doing that. The Chicago Bears first pick for Lovie Smith when he returned.
Welcome back to the 2004 NFL Draft. I'm Andrea Kramer in New York. The headline of the day, quarterback Eli Manning drafted #1 by the San Diego Chargers. Subsequently, his rights were traded to the team he wanted to play for all along, the New York Giants. Now joining us in the studio, the 2000 NFL Executive of the Year, Randy Mueller. Randy, how unprecedented is it for Eli Manning to have orchestrated the team he wanted to play for?
Well, Andrew, we've obviously seen it done before in John Elway's case, but what makes this unique is that now we have a salary cap and a rookie pool to deal with. So it's always been a hard trade to make in the past because the money changes hands. The way the rookie pool works is if you get picked the top of the round, you get X amount of money. You get picked second, little less, little less. So obviously, in trading Eli Manning's rights from 1 back to 4, I think the way it'll work is he gets a little less money. Obviously, the guy who hits the jackpot here is Phillip Rivers, who now goes up to the top spot and gets paid like he was the first pick in the draft. So it'll be up to Eli Manning and his representation and Tom Condon to find a way to make up the difference in that money.
We know it's going to be a coach's decision, Tom Coughlin's decision, whether or not to play Manning right away. What would your input be if you were the general manager?
Well, I think it's a new era of Giant football. Obviously, Tom Coughlin wants to put his stamp on it. I think, as we all know, New York, you don't get a long grace period. So the rope will never be longer for Tom Coughlin than to play the rookie right now. I think there's a chance that fans will be more forgiving, at least in this first year, and they can advance the learning curve. I think Kerry Collins is a good player, but we all know also that he's in the last year of his deal. So in looking down the road, I think it benefits them to start the learning curve right now for Eli Manning.
All right, Randy, thank you. We'll be back to you now as we join our players here on the roundtable. Kyle Bowler, first-round pick a year ago, number 19. You played from day one, posted a 5-3 record until getting injured, which ended your season. Should Eli Manning get out there and play right away?
Well, I think you have to look at it 2 ways. He's going to get great experience doing it. But at the same time, in my situation, my supporting cast, I had Todd Heap, I had Jamal Lewis, I had Jonathan Ogden. I had all these great players surrounding me, so people would think it was easy. I think he's a great quarterback. It's going to be up to him and to the team to decide what he does.
I think success totally dictates, is determined by the supporting cast. Patrick came in 2 years ago. Patrick Ramsey for us, and really did well in his first game. He had to come in the second quarter of the Tennessee game and did real well. Teams started to game plan a little bit more against him rather than at the time we had Stephen Davis. But Stephen wasn't in our game plan. We didn't have Lavernius Coles that year to go to as a receiver. We just needed more of a supporting cast to help Patrick along. He did well, but could have done better if we had more to go with him.
Corey Chavis, your Vikings play the Giants this upcoming season. Are you salivating at the prospect of facing a rookie quarterback?
Well, I mean, anytime you get a chance to play against a rookie quarterback, you get a little bit excited. I certainly do. Anybody else would. But I think when you look at the offensive line for the Giants, the fact that Luke Pettigoat is probably their most effective starter right now, and he may be moved to the right side, I think you might be able to get some heat. We have a good defensive front, so if we can get some heat and get after him, I think the fact that the offensive line still has to be upgraded is what I'm excited about.
And I have to agree with Corey, because whether or not if you play a young quarterback early in the season or later in the season, when I break the huddle and I turn around and see him walking up behind his offensive line, I see the fear in his eye. He's telling me a lot what's going on in his mind. He's worrying about the snap count. He's worrying about trying to set the front, making sure the line checks off as far as, okay, who's coming down the cornerback, seeing how many people's in the box. So that tells a lot right there. And right then, I'm no, okay, Takeo, let's go. Let's get in his mind. Let's talk to him a little bit before the play goes, and let's see what happens. He has to beat him.
All right, we see what Peyton Manning has to look ahead to. Chris Berman, back to you.
All right, Andrea and our crew there, Takeo looking pretty dapper as well.
Takeo just as well.
Well, you know what? They had the second-best defense in football, and they had some offensive help. The Bills, nobody's that far away. I mean, that's what we've seen with Carolina from 2 years, 1 of 15 to almost winning the Super Bowl. Now, Chicago here in the middle of the draft at 14, with Lovie Smith, a defensive coach, making his first pick of the Bears. So you would think D-line, but this is about the spot here, somewhere around here, that Mike Williams, wide receiver USC, had the Claret case turned out, at least before this week, a little differently, that he might have gone. Sal, let's take through the last week, and then where do we go from here with guys like Mike Williams?
Well, Boomer, I covered the case in the federal courts all week long here in New York. And as everybody knows, Mike Williams, wide receiver from USC, a sophomore, declared himself eligible for the draft after the U.S. District Court in February ruled that Maurice Clarett could be part of the draft. That was overturned on Monday when the U.S. Court of Appeals issued a stay in that case. The Clarett case went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, and on Thursday, 2 justices of the U.S. Supreme Court decided that Clarett and Williams were out of this draft. So Mike Azzarelli, the agent for Mike Williams, decided that he didn't want his client even in the country hearing about today's draft. He has sent him out of the country to an undisclosed location to get away from the spotlight so that he wouldn't have to hear about how many receivers were going in the first round. And they've gone 4 so far, and everybody thought that Mike Williams' name would be picked somewhere in the top 15. But right now he's out of the country, and they'll regroup sometime during the summer after the U.S. Court of Appeals issues its final ruling and opinion. They will go perhaps to the Supreme Court to get Mike Williams and Maurice Clarett in a supplemental draft this summer. But that all depends on what the U.S. Court of Appeals decides this summer, Boomer.
And here was what we'd also like to see just from a football fan standpoint, Sal. That will go on, and the NFL has had supplemental drafts before. Bernie Kosar was taken in a supplemental draft. That worked. Brian Bosworth. I mean, there's names. Dave Brown, quarterback, Giants. So we'll see. But I would like to see the NCAA, if that's overturned, say, you know what, Mike Williams and you other guys, this is a special year. You want to come back and play in the NCAA, but your eligibility is not done.
They will do it.
Well, let's hope that they do, and I'm sure the NCAA is paying attention to it. But here's from a football and these guys are just young men. Give him that chance, all right? He doesn't know what the Supreme Court's going to rule. I would say give him that chance. That's just looking ahead. When we return, the Bears will have their chance. Then Tampa Bay. And San Francisco, could we see some more receivers coming soon?
Building up to the new breed, build a draft. The speed is what you need, build a draft. If finesse is what you want to possess, build a draft. The power again is here at last, the NFL draft. Yeah.
We are back here in New York. There's about 2 minutes to go with the Chicago Bears on the clock, who finished nicely last year, but it was not enough to save Dick Geron's job. He's now the defensive coordinator at Detroit under Steve Mariucci. Lovie Smith, a defensive guru under Tony Dungy when they were at Tampa, the defensive coordinator of the St. Louis Rams. Much improved defense, gets the chance to be the head coach of the Chicago Bears. This is his first pick. You got to think that Tampa style, fast, quick defensive lineman is what the doctor ordered.
Pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Tommie Harris,
there he is,
defensive tackle, Oklahoma.
I didn't say the name, but he is, Mel, right? He is.
Oh, yeah.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
He is quick. He is sap-like. I mean,
well, I'd say if I said 3 technique, who's the perfect 3 technique defensive tackle? Warren Sapp.
Right.
Tommie Harris comes out in that similar mold. I think when you look at a 3 technique, fast, athletic, penetrate, and give you a pass rush, that's what Tommie Harris can do. He's been a player since his freshman year, a big-time defensive tackle since his true freshman season, comes as a junior. When you look at Tommie Harris, 6'2.5", 295, that weight was up. He played at about 280 a lot of his career, and you watch him throughout his stay. This was against Alabama early on as attacking Brody Croyle. You see the ability. Remember, 3 technique, the quickness, the explosiveness, get into that backfield and give them a pass rush up the gut. Lovie Smith wants to attack the line of scrimmage, and the line of defensive ends up wide. Defensive tackles have to pursue, they have to penetrate, and they have to be quick, and this kid is as quick as it gets. You see that ability to get into the backfield, stuff the running back for a loss, and he can also give you that pass rush ability as well. Here he is against Texas, the inside running game, stuffed by Tommie Harris. So he's not just a guy who's one-dimensional. In this defense, poor Lovie Smith got down to Vince Wilfork, 323, 328 pounds, where Tommie Harris just pushed his weight up to 295. I thought Wilfork could have played in this defense. They obviously went the conservative route and got the guy that they know for a fact could be like a Warren Sapp in Tommie Harris.
Well, if he were Warren Sapp, though, athletically, he does have those abilities, but I heard he still didn't make enough plays. For his athleticism, he still could have made more plays.
They rotate. In Oklahoma, they rotate. I thought that was something I agree. They talked about that, but they rotate their defensive lineman in Oklahoma. He's not on the field for as many plays.
Which means he should make more plays when he's on the field.
That's not on the field. They had more opportunities, Morton. I agree. His productivity in terms of tackling tackles wasn't up to the level some expected, but hey, they rotated. That was the style that Bob Stoops believed in, and I think had he been on the field for more plays, I think those numbers would have been elevated. This kid is a heck of a football player, and he's perfect for Lovie Smith.
Oh, work for Bob Stoops.
He's going to need to be a heck of a football player because there's a lot of pressure put on that position in the Lovie Smith system. They love to play cover two. That means we don't have safety support. The lineman has to get to the quarterback to make the plays, stop all the running backs at the line of scrimmage. He has to be a great player.
4 defensive linemen, Chris, have not, we said would go pretty high. This is the first of those 4. Wilfork, Will Smith, and Kenechi Udeze still there. Obviously, defensive line, we said all along, the toughest position to evaluate, and the biggest risk factor is defensive linemen. 50% of these guys will disappoint. Offensive tackle, the easiest position to hit on. So those 4 have dropped, but it is a risky spot where you don't have all the answers coming out of college.
I don't know how in Killeen, Texas, and you saw where Tommie was, how they would say with a Texas twang, monsters of the Midway. But they're going to have to learn that. And Susie, I guess you can talk with Tommie Harris, the newest Bear.
Well, Chris, I think the biggest party going on in the country right now is the one going on in Killeen, Texas with Tommie Harris and a cast of thousands there. And as you said, the Oklahoma defensive tackle is now the Chicago Bears defensive tackle. Tommie, how does that sound?
It feels great. You know, the funny thing is that me and Levy, Coach Levy, we prayed about this thing when I was on my recruiting trip. And, you know, I didn't go as high as I go, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish. So I believe I'm going to do well in the NFL.
Compare for me your expectations for this day and what the reality is like.
It feels great, you know, this is the third one for our family. First Stalker win, then Jerome went, so I'm right behind him. But as long as we keep this ball rolling, and good things going to happen, hopefully.
What advice do you get from your family members about what it's like making this transition from college to the pros?
Just knowing that it's a business, and you got to be ready to play every Sunday. And I'm looking forward to this, and I'm just getting ready to play.
Now, Tommie, I know that you can sing, but we also saw when you were chosen that you also have some pretty good moves dancing, too. How does this feel? How do you express yourself through all of this?
Yeah, that's my dad right there.
Well, now we know where you get it as well, right?
Yeah.
Tommie, how do you think you fit into Lovie Smith's speed and aggressive defensive style?
Oh, Lovie Smith is a lot like, you know, the Tampa Bay. He had Warren Sapp and then D. Lewis in St. Louis. And now he has Tommie Harris at Chicago, and hopefully great things will happen. And I'll tell the NFL one thing, watch out for 97.
You got it, Tommie Harris. Congratulations. Now a member of the Chicago Bears. Now, the 2004 draft has lived up to the hype, perhaps the most dramatic series of events in its 69-year history, and it has been the story of 3 quarterbacks. Eli Manning, chosen #1 by the San Diego Chargers. He maintained his refusal to play, but made the classy but uncomfortable move of holding up the Chargers jersey. At #4, the Giants chose NC State quarterback Phillip Rivers, and then traded Rivers to San Diego along with draft picks. Rivers, the top-rated quarterback in the country. Meantime, Miami of Ohio quarterback Ben Roethlisberger had to wait. Perhaps the most talented physically, chosen by the Pittsburgh Steelers at #11, the first quarterback the Steelers have taken in the first round since Mark Malone in 1980. So a whole lot of offense so far in the draft. 4 wide receivers taken in the first 13, and 3 Miami Hurricanes taken in the top 12. And Tampa Bay is on the clock. And we'll be right back from the theater in Madison Square Garden as the 2004 draft rolls on.
On an April weekend in New York City, 32 teams begin the quest for a championship.
It's April, and we're ready for some football.
You'd love to draft an All-American, but any selection could be a standout. An All-Pro, a Super Bowl MVP. What does your team need? The NFL Draft 2004, presented by Coors Light, continues tonight at 7 on ESPN2, and tomorrow on ESPN and ESPN2.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft is presented by Rocky Mountain Cold Coors Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL, and in part by Southwest Airlines, friendly nonstop service all across the country. Southwest Airlines, a symbol of freedom, and Motorola, official wireless sponsor of the NFL.
Well, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock, but you could make the case they've been on the clock all season long. This is some of the key departures from the Tampa Bay Bucs. They have 15 players that have left this team since the offseason began. They've brought in 18 players. They have basically taken a roster that 2 years ago went to the Super Bowl and have torn it apart and are rebuilding from scratch. Welcome back to the EA Sports NFL matchup set for the draft. Trey Wingo here with Merrill Hodge and Ron Jaworski. Guys, Tampa Bay, 24th in the running game last year. They're totally reworking this team. Yes, they brought in Charlie Garner, but you think they have to look at a running back, and there's one name out there, Merrill, that has been called the most complete back in the draft. Right. Please fill us in on what we're talking about there.
Well, and the guy's name is Steven Jackson from Oregon State. When you look at him, what makes him a complete back, yes, he is a big, strong, physical guy that can run the football, but it's in the passing game which makes him complete, and is why people love him in the National Football League and know that he can come in and immediately play because he understands blitz pickup.
Here's Steven Jackson offset to the left side of the formation. First thing, his head's on a swivel. He's scanning the defense, and you'll see he does a great job of recognizing and reacting to the blitz. Jackson is able to do this because of his understanding of the called protection. Second thing I like, once he reads blitz, he aborts the play fake. Why? Because protection always comes first when you have a blitz pickup responsibility. With his tackle blocking the first linebacker, Jackson, by staying patient, has put himself in position to clean up the garbage, the second linebacker attacking from that side. This is why Jackson will be able to stay on the field. He can execute multiple protection schemes in any down and distance situation. Here's another one. In this turn back protection, with the tackle stepping down to the inside, Jackson is responsible for the first defender who shows up outside the tackle. But Jackson's path is dependent on how hard the tackle is forced to step down to block the defensive front. And he must read this before the snap and adjust his path after the snap. It's about understanding angles so that you're in position to pick up the first threat that shows. There's 20 to 30 different ways to protect, depending on the defensive fronts. Jackson can handle them. He's ready to play now.
Now, when you study a running back and you look at the transition to the National Football League, the one thing that I look at Steven Jackson, I study him on tape, he is a stretch runner or a downhill runner. Why is that important? How will he be used? If he goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which would be a great fit for him, that is how you got to use him. He is not a misdirection guy. He doesn't have quick feet. He's a power guy, so he's got to be used in that fashion. And I think John Gruden, if we remember when he was back at the Raiders, remember he was a two tight end, power style running guy. So he will adapt to this guy if it's a guy he goes and gets.
And Merrill, in your playbook, you talked about protection. And that's really, when you look at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, that is what they have addressed in the offseason. They basically got rid of the old offensive line, bring in a whole new offensive line. And the other problem they have is lack of speed. And the one thing John Gruden wants to integrate on the offense is speed. It may not be in the first round, but it'll come later in round 2, 3, or 4. He's got to pick up the overall team speed on the offensive side of the ball.
And you know, Steven Jackson has great speed. He's a big guy, but he's got great speed.
Joes, they're not completely bereft of speed because they did get up Joey Galloway in the offseason to finally give them that wide receiver burner that they haven't had forever. But I'll tell you right now, Boomer, some team that's probably very nervous right now with Tampa on the clock and still seeing Steven Jackson is Denver, who traded up to try and get Steven Jackson.
Well, we'll see, Trey. And, fellas, thank you very much. Look, Mike Allstott and Derek Brooks are like the last of the Mohegans. They showed you all the difference in Buccaneers, and from last year to this year, it was a team that admittedly fell out of the Super Bowl championship to a below 500 record, 7-9. Although they're one of like one or two teams who was in the top 10 of offense and defense. But they're talking running backs. Now let's look at our running back board. This is not a draft predominantly filled with running backs, although by the end of the second round, I think you'll see your normal complement going. How do you have the board?
I think Steven Jackson is the guy. Kevin Jones, Virginia Tech. And I think then you get a debate. Chris Perry, he's certainly a guy who can run, catch, and block, but he's not flashy, not dynamic. Tatum Bell is going to be, I think, the most explosive back in this draft when we look back maybe 3-4 years from now. But overall, Steven Jackson, head and shoulders above. See the ranking there. Kevin Jones, a lot of people have higher than that. I don't. Tatum Bell, I have a lot further up the draft board than some people do. Probably will think 3rd round because he had the fumbling problem. Chris Perry, I'm not as high on as some other people. And I think Greg Jones goes in the 2nd round and not in the 1st, only because of the questionable pass receiving skills. If he caught the ball a little better, Greg Jones would have been a solid lock 1st-round draft choice, in my opinion.
And we are in a spot here, as they've been talking about, with Tampa Bay, who, by the way, Michael Pittman was sentenced yesterday, had another domestic dispute problem. He was sentenced to 30 days in jail. He is now facing a suspension by the NFL. It would be his 2nd. We know that they lost Thomas Jones to free agency to the Chicago Bears. They do have Charlie Garner, but they need a running back. Could be Steven Jackson. Next, San Francisco 49ers pick. They don't need a running back, but the Eagles might be talking to them about going up there for a running back. Of course, Denver falls behind there, need a running back. No question, this is where Steven Jackson, I think, goes somewhere in this area.
How about Dallas? They need a running back as much as anybody.
Well, Dallas needs a running back.
However, you have for value, well,
you might. As usual, who's got value?
As usual, Bruce Allen took the full 15 minutes. Here we go.
Receivers have value.
With the 15th pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Michael Clayton, wide receiver, LSU.
I can tell you he is one of the names on my list of guys that Bucs were looking at. John Gruden likes big, bad receivers. Go ahead, Mel.
You look at him, you look at that big, he is 6'2.5", he's 210, and I think when you look at the ability that he has, now he doesn't have the incredible vertical jump, he doesn't have the 4.35, the 4.45 speed, but you see the ability there to adjust to the poorly thrown ball. I tell you, you look at the ability after the catch for Michael Clayton, not having the great speed, he is quick, and he is an excellent route runner. Precision and timing, you see the ability to extend to play taller than 6'2.5", you see the cornerback there cannot keep up, quickness out of his break, the feet, the ability there to separate, he has, and the toughness. Nick Saban thought had he played safety on the defensive side, he could have been an All-American at that spot. Michael Clayton is a talent. Michael Clayton's only weakness, and I went through every category of playing wide receiver of people in the NFL, yes to everything except for the 4.45 speed. He runs in the 4.6 area. Michael Irvin didn't have 4.4 speed. Jerry Rice didn't. A lot of receivers, Terrell Owens didn't. But they were effective and they weren't possession, they were big plays. And all automatically label Michael Clayton a possession receiver because he runs a 4.6 40.
And the thing that you're talking about that he has that makes him a quality wide receiver, he has great body control. He knows how to go in and out of cuts. When I watch him on tape, I was like, woo, he will do so much, he'll do so much better in the pros than he did in college, because in college, they're not running routes anymore. But in the pros, he will be a great route runner.
Michael, Rams coach Mike Martz told me that this is the best guy on those in cuts and all those in and out of his routes. Other things that a scout told me about Michael Clayton, said that this guy runs through the ball when he catches it, doesn't put his hands up until the last second. Probably the toughest, best overall football player in this draft was one scout's evaluation of Michael Clayton of LSU.
And those things that you talk about, that means he's a natural receiver. You'll see other receivers that you have to learn, you have to teach them how to catch it, how to run through a football. When you get that guy doing it, when you get a guy doing it at the college level, in the high school level, that means this is what he was born to do.
Good thing they got rid of Keyshawn Johnson so they could take Michael Clayton.
Get out of here with that. Go ahead, more.
There are now 5 wide receivers. Now 5 wide receivers picked in the 1st round of the draft. The record in 1 year is 6. Michael's involved with one of those 2 years. We'll wait till 6 comes. We'll put it up there. But, you know, wide receivers going 5 in the first 15, which nowadays is the first half of the draft. Well, we're talking running backs. This is Steven Jackson, the fine running back from Oregon State, at home in Las Vegas, Nevada, waiting the word. We'll be back.
Philadelphia trying to trade with San Francisco.
Well, that was a few moments ago. Stephen Henderson right outside of Las Vegas. Steven Jackson wondering, well, is there going to be a trade? It's been talked about for a week that Philly, maybe there's others, moving up in that San Francisco spot, because Philly, remember, Deuce Staley is now a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers. So although Buckhalter, healthy.
His contract's up after this next year.
And young Brian Westbrook, different type of runner, was tremendous until he got hurt. So who wants, you heard already, Trey mentioned, Denver certainly would be in the market for Steven Jackson. So who might want Steven Jackson might have to go up and get to San Francisco.
And don't forget that Dennis Erickson loves this guy.
Yes, he does.
He coached this guy.
So?
And Garrison Hurst is gone, but it's not one of those, well, you can argue whether it's a need pick or not. But Dennis Erickson, who coached him at Oregon State, loves Steven Jackson.
And let's talk about the 49ers quickly, because if they do trade down, are they fast becoming more the Arizona Cardinals of the NFL?
Well, there's no question that there's a lot of criticism of 49ers team president John York, ownership there, that they have basically cut back the budget so far that they are not committed to winning. Of course, John York gets pretty angry when you say that.
Well,
and it's been written, it's been spoken. That is the perception of the 49ers right now.
The perception of the 49ers is that they're not the 49ers. All right, that's the perception. Of course, the 49ers were the best, sorry, Mike, the best for 20 years. And so they go into this season with Tim Rattay at quarterback, Ken Dorsey from the U of Miami, backup. We might see him, but that's not, at least right now, in the lineage of Montana, Young, and even go on to Garcia. So the 49ers, look, the coaching is, there's no perception that they have a bad coach. They got a good coach in Dennis Erickson, but they need to stop the slide quickly. So let's see what happens with a pick or with a trade. Now we're going to Sal in across the river in New York.
Hey, Len.
Heavy between the San Francisco 49ers and the Philadelphia Eagles. The Eagles want to get from 28 to 16, perhaps targeting Steven Jackson because they lost Deuce Staley in free agency. They only have Correll Buckhalter, and don't forget Brian Westbrook was lost at the end of the season due to an injury. They could be interested in getting depth at linebacker, maybe DJ Williams of the University of Miami. But I was just on the phone with Joel Siegel, the agent for Will Smith, the defensive end from Ohio State. And Joel Siegel told me that Will Smith is on the phone with the 49ers right now, and the 49ers may be prepared to take him, Boomer.
Well, why not? I mean, that's one of those, that'd be a smart pick for San Francisco. Look, they are not on the front wall what they once were. Young Andre Carter is a heck of a player. Bryant Young, one of the great warriors of the National Football League.
This pick has been traded. Huh? This pick has been traded.
Oh, well. So they were on the phone, but they hung up.
They hung
Is that
up.
what you're telling me?
That's correct. I saw some Eagle fans jumping up, maybe in anticipation, but the trick has been traded. And so it is going to be the Steven Jackson pick for somebody I would expect, especially with Denver sitting behind this slot, knowing that Denver is looking at running back as one of the positions they are trying to improve. This is a spot. If you want Steven Jackson, you probably had to go get him.
Well, there's a trade as they work it out down there. Let's see who else well, we mentioned Dallas, who could use a running back. Philadelphia certainly would be interested in a running back. And it is Philadelphia.
Well, who do we think it's going to be?
I had that.
You do have that. Well, you know, we talked about Correll Buckhalter. This is a guy who has gone through a major injury. He has got a contract that he's up with.
Here it is. Here's a trade.
It's got to be.
Here's a trade.
With the 16th pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, acquired by trade from the 49ers, the Philadelphia Eagles select Shawn Andrews, offensive tackle from Arkansas.
I love it. Hey, let me tell you something. Well, hey,
you better talk about this pick.
No, this is a very interesting pick. This is Shawn Andrews, is the University of Arkansas tackle. Some people thought he'd be a top 10 pick, but he had weight issues. But the Philadelphia Eagles, with John Runyon, with Trey Thomas, clearly have surprised some people, even though he's one of the names on a list of players that I had there. Shawn Andrews is a guy who was coveted by the Miami Dolphins. The Dallas Cowboys may have tried to trade up to take a look at Shawn Andrews, but there are some disappointed teams that were hoping Shawn Andrews would fall to them. Heck of a tackle.
Well, certainly the Denver Broncos now, maybe, I tell you look at Steven Jackson, a little relieved. You don't know how they felt about Steven Jackson, but Denver certainly had moved up from 24-17. You would have thought they get themselves in the mix for a linebacker, running back, or a wide receiver. Now, all of a sudden, Shawn Andrews goes to the Eagles, the consummate right tackle. Talking about Robert Gallery being the top left tackle by far. Shawn Andrews, the top right tackle. His weight has been estimated to be upwards of around 350, 355, 360. Well, it's been down recently to about 340, 345. That helped Shawn Andrews. You look at what he did as a track athlete, shot put, discus in high school. Those are skills that you can utilize very effectively in the NFL at offensive tackle. With the ability to get the running game going. This kid is a road grader. He's one of the best right tackles in terms of dominating as a run blocker to come out in years. I think the ability for a guy like Shawn Andrews to keep his weight at the level necessary. Is it going to balloon up to 360, 370? Will he manage that weight properly? That will go a long way into determining the length of his career and just how long he can play at a Pro Bowl level, which you know Philadelphia, who was upwardly mobile last year, and what they moved up last year to get Jerome McDougal. They are aggressive again. Andy Reid is moving up to get Shawn Andrews. McDougal did not pay dividends at defensive end. Now all of a sudden you have Shawn Andrews coming in. Pressure's on Westbrook and Buckhalter because they passed up an opportunity to get a Steven Jackson.
Boy, he's such a player. When you talk to people like you said, and I talk to guys like in Dallas, they love this guy. Reminded them a lot of Larry Allen, who's thinking about leaving Dallas. He's the kind of guy that once he puts his hands on you, his hands are on you. Don't worry about going
He's got great feet. Now, this is a guy who admits and admitted at the Indianapolis Scouting Combine that he was up to 401 pounds and blaming in part the severe sinus problems. He fell off some teams' boards, dropped a little bit because he skipped the last bowl game with the Arkansas Razorbacks. Some people thought that was a character flaw, but he's a great personality, and by some people's accounts, think he could be equal to Robert Gallery. The difference being he has played right tackle in college instead of left tackle.
Well, John Welborn went on the radio this week and blasted the Eagles and start numbering those days. The trade, and it's not for Steven Jackson, it is the Eagles give up their second-round pick late in the round, but so the 49ers pick up an extra second-round pick. Look, San Francisco needs players, so there's something that they can do about it. They did that. I'm surprised that Andrews was the guy for Philly, but now Denver, if they want Steven Jackson, which I think they do, will have a chance to pick a running back to fill the slot vacated by Clinton Portis.
Shawn Andrews will enter the NFL as a physically dominating offensive tackle. His size and strength can be imposing to opponents. But to the people in his community, he is simply a big man with an even bigger heart. He generously volunteers his free time to speak to the elementary students and plays the role of big brother to foster children. Because, as Shawn knows, with a little help, they can also achieve more than they ever thought possible. At Microsoft, we see your potential. We're inspired to create software that helps you reach it.
Welcome back to the 2004 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
Well, there's Steven Jackson at home outside of Las Vegas. You saw him for a minute. Wondering if he will be the next pick. His dad a higher up at Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas. That's why he is there. Here is the Denver spot. However, do keep in mind that nobody is better at drafting a running back later in the draft.
That's right.
And making him a star, or having them correctly scouted, like Terrell Davis, just to name one, than Mike Shanahan of the Broncos. So, do they go running back or not?
Well, they have linebacker as well. Mobley's
We'll
injury
see.
situation,
Here's the
Eagles
commissioner.
injury situation, Chris, linebacker, running back are definitely
With
need
the
areas.
17th pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select DJ Williams, linebacker, University of Miami.
Just as Mel was just talking about, John Mobley, Ian Gold, you have those problems there, and linebacker was a need. Running back, wide receiver, linebacker were the need for the Broncos. Let's say something about Mike Shanahan real quick before we get to this. Mike Shanahan has been a masterful offensive coach in this league for a long time. Since they've won the 2 Super Bowls, when John Elway left and Terrell Davis got hurt, he has seen the New England Patriots and defense in this league dominate. Thus, Clinton Portis gets traded for a Champ Bailey, and they take a DJ Williams here over a Steven Jackson. It tells you that he knows his defense has got to become more dominant to get back to the Super Bowl.
And overall, I think Mort finding players in the first round. You go back to Delph O'Neal, disappointment. He's now in Cincinnati. Willie Middlebrooks was a bust. And you look at George Foster last year, still coming around. I think you look at this particular player, DJ Williams, a little bit risky because of this reason. He was a former running back coming into Miami. Certainly when you look at what he did at the high school level, was an outstanding player on both sides of the ball, but a running back, fullback initially, fullback at Miami. turns out to be a weak side linebacker, can play on the strong side or the weak side in the National Football League at 6'1", 250. Speed, that's his forte. Certainly a great athlete. Is he as instinctive as Vilma? No, he's not. Does he sift through traffic like Vilma? No, he doesn't. So I think DJ Williams is still a work in progress because of the fact he was, as I said early in his career, at Miami, a running back. Does he have upside? Does he have talent? Yes, he does. But you'd have to say he's a roll of the dice this early. He played against top competition. That's the play he makes against Rand Carthon and the Florida Gators. But a guy that I think, when you compare, and everybody tried to compare and contrast Vilma, DJ Williams. DJ Williams bigger at 6'1", 250. Vilma 6'1.5", 225. But instinctively, Vilma got to the football, I thought, a lot better than DJ, and that's why Vilma went a little higher. They need him with Gold situation injury-wise and Mobley more. But this is a pick that I think when we look back, we'll have to see how he develops in the NFL if he's coached up at the linebacker position.
And we have speculated hard about Steven Jackson being the guy here, the Oregon State running back being the guy right here, certainly no later than here. But Steven Jackson did not feel good about Denver, had not heard from the Denver Broncos in over more than 24 hours, and actually had more contact with the Denver media than the organization itself. So he had a read that the Broncos weren't as hot to try about as you think. And of course, you mentioned Shanahan has success at finding running backs in later rounds.
He told Mike Shanahan says there are 10 running backs that he likes in this draft. I'm sure Jackson was one of them, but there's 10 of them. You're going to get one. I mean, they're going to pick a running back, but obviously just not here in round number 1. The Denver Broncos, we're going to get back to Philly, by the way, shortly because they came up quickly. We're going to hear from Coach Andy Reid shortly, and then we'll debate Philadelphia on whether they have put the final pieces to the Super Bowl puzzle. The Denver Broncos. Obviously, the last time, the Colts just scored again, if I go back to the playoff game. So it's apparent the defense with the linebacker and with Champ Bailey, they're going at least somewhere that they know that they're not stellar.
Yeah, and it surprises me. I hear you mention the trade. Never do I give up the trade, Clint Portis for Champ Bailey. Never do I make that trade. I don't give up a possible 25 touchdowns for a cornerback that may give me one, especially in the AFC West where there are no big-time wide receivers that you have to set down. But DJ Williams is a great pick. He's a great pickup because he just has such speed and he has an attitude. He brings an attitude, a winning attitude from the University of Miami.
Mike Shanahan has had success, as we keep hammering here, at finding running backs in later rounds. He has not had success at finding a shutdown corner, and he has tried, and Champ Bailey is proven, and that trade to me made sense, even though it's been criticized by plenty of folks.
You mentioned running backs, and Mike Shanahan's confidence he can find one. You go back, and we're up at the pick number 18 right now, New Orleans. They have Deuce, and some of these other teams now have running backs. Dallas probably keeping their fingers crossed. They could have an opportunity, and they have their pick. 2003, Willis McGahee went 23rd. 2002, William Green went 16th. We're beyond that now. And in 1984, Greg Bell went 26th to Buffalo after they had traded down with Miami. Doesn't happen that often in the NFL draft where a running back, the first running back, is not off the board until this point in the first round. This will be the third lowest point that a running back has ever gone.
And certainly not 3 years in a row. I mean, 3 years in a row, which is interesting. All right, we said we get to Philadelphia. Our Coors Light video conference. We bring in the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, and that would be Andy Reid. And Andy, you made the trade with San Francisco. You just like those big guys, don't you, Shawn Andrews? You just can't stay away from them.
Well, I know one thing, Boomer. You win with the offensive defensive line, and I think that's very important, and we needed to address it, and we did.
Is this something that, look, I mean, a need in the first round? I mean, how do you see this shuffling out? And, of course, you had a little issue with Wellborn this week who went out and publicly trashed the team.
Yeah, this didn't have anything to do with Wellborn, but it did have a lot to do with what the Philadelphia Eagles want to get done, not only now but in the future. And we needed an offensive lineman in the mix. We haven't taken one up there for a while, and it needed to be done.
Andy, obviously, just to hit on this a little bit more, you have John Runyon and Trey Thomas at your tackles. We have seen a Leonard Davis come into this league and play guard. Is Shawn Andrews going to play guard? Is John Runyon going to play guard? What's going to happen here?
Mort, it's absolutely right that he can play offensive guard, and I have no problem putting him in that position, and we'll give him an opportunity there this year.
Andy, you guys have loaded up for the big run. Terrell Owens, Javon Curse. Let's go one by one. Terrell Owens, he at the Pro Bowl certainly was on your sideline, and Donovan McNabb was with him all week. Clearly wanted to come to Philadelphia. What made you know that Terrell Owens will be the great receiver, but not be Terrell Owens a distraction. What made you know that?
Well, the one thing I know about Terrell is he's a good person, and I thought that was #1 on the list. And then I love his ambition and the way he plays football, the way he attacks the game and the sport, and that's welcomed. And he has a great relationship with Donovan McNabb, so I put that into the factor also.
Yeah, they might hook up a couple of times. Javon Curse, we know what he can do when he's healthy. Pass rusher extraordinaire. His health obviously didn't worry you when you made the deal. But his durability's got to be some concern. What made you know that he'll have a healthy year?
Well, I'll tell you what, our team docs and Rick Burkholder, our trainer, did a great job of analyzing his situation. We're a little bit familiar with it with Derek Burgess's foot. We felt great about Javon. What an energy he'll bring to that defense.
Well, you have energy with Javon Curse. You got an energy with Terrell Owens. You got a big guy like you and me who you just drafted in the first round. We'll talk with you later. Thank you.
All right, Boomer.
All right, so 8, the Eagles are loading up. I mean, there's no mistake about that, as they should in their position. New Orleans is on the clock. We can talk more Philly in a moment. The New Orleans Saints.
They got to get a corner here. Another Ohio State guy, Chris Gamble. It's about time. Ahmad Carroll of Arkansas. They need a corner.
With the 18th pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Will Smith, defensive end, Ohio State.
Ohio State is what they need.
Right. Well, they got the fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Chris, I'll tell you what, he dropped a lot further. I didn't bet 8th, 9th on the board. He drops all the way down to the New Orleans Saints at 18. They, again, for the second straight year, passed up a cornerback. They passed up Marcus Trufant last year, take Jonathan Sullivan. Now they pass up Chris Gamble to take Will Smith. You talk about value, it's best value I've seen so far in round 1. As I said, 8th on the board. You look at Will Smith, consistent throughout his career. People say, well, he's not dominant. Well, I'll tell you what, game in and game out, he showed up ready to play. Consistent football player week after week. Has that mean streak you look for. I'll tell you what, from a quickness standpoint, you line him wide off that edge in the right defensive structure. This kid can be a guy who gets you maybe 12, 15 sacks a year. He was a force to be reckoned with in the Big Ten. Well, up against the elite offensive tackles, both in practice and in games, and more than held his own. People say, hey, Gallery gave trouble. Well, Robert Gallery's going to give a lot of people trouble. But I think you look at Will Smith at this stage of round 1, and really yesterday when I did the final first-round projection board, I think going 19 to Minnesota just looked like, because of needs and things that were happening, that he could drop. But surprisingly, goes to New Orleans again. As I said, second straight year, cornerback available, and they pass on the corner to take a defensive line.
Well, one way to compensate for a weak secondary is to get a pass rush going. They are loading up on that defensive line, no question about it.
I think they just did not want to make you right, Mel. That's all. They didn't want to make Mel right. They took one split. No, it's a good
Let me say this, Mike. Jim Haslett called me out last year when they took Sullivan, and he said, hey, I feel a lot better than our corners than you do. And I think he was referring to me because I came out strongly about Trufant. So again, like you said, pass rush over secondary.
Here is the most important part of this pick. Will Smith goes to the Saints. The Saints wear black. Will Smith is truly men in black. I think it's perfect. Minnesota's next. Miami's after that.
All right, Boomer.
Then the Super Bowl champion Patriots. And we'll be back.
Hi, I'm Eli Manning. You're watching the 2004 NFL Draft on ESPN.
Yeah!
The Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. Scary news for anybody in the state of Minnesota. Will they get the pick on time? They have failed to do so the last 2 years. Mike Tice may be going for the hat trick. Welcome back to the EA NFL matchup. Trey Wingo here with Merrill Hodge and Ron Jaworski. Again, here's what we've got set up so far as we wait for Minnesota to make their pick. We've had 3 quarterbacks taken. We've had 5 wide receivers taken, 1 shy of the record for a first round. But we have had the donut when it comes to running back, 0. And look at the next 4 picks, guys, and the starting running backs on these squads. Minnesota looks like they're set with Michael Bennett. Without hair, Miami is pretty set with Ricky Williams. The Patriots make the big trade for Corey Dillon, and sitting there at 22, the Dallas Cowboys, who may actually literally be salivating at the idea of having Steven Jackson fall into their laps. Perhaps no team benefiting more, guys, from Denver not taking Steven Jackson than the Dallas Cowboys, who desperately need a running back. Take a look at Steven Jackson. Cannot believe a few moments ago that Denver didn't take him. This is perfect for Bill Parcells, isn't it?
You know, and we talked already about Steven Jackson, the style of runner he is. He would have fit perfect in Denver because he's a stretch runner. He's a downhill runner. But if you look at where the Dallas Cowboys could be in this position, he fits Bill Parcells because he is a nasty runner. He's a downhill runner. Bill Parcells will cater his running game to fit Steven Jackson. I would expect Steven Jackson to go with the Dallas Cowboys. Troy Hambrick, that guy.
I know where you're going.
Yeah, man, you know what? Just study him tape all year. The guy ran out of bounds. The guy quit on runs. You cannot have that as your feature back. Steven Jackson won't run out of bounds.
You know, and don't forget Kevin Jones in this situation, too. Another, you know, athletic back that could also help. But clearly, when you look at Dallas, it's an area they must attack. And you know the other area they have attacked in the offseason? The quarterback position. I think they've done a real nice job getting Drew Henson. I went back and looked at every pass he threw in 2000. If I would have been projecting Drew Henson this year, he would have been my #1 pick. So I think Dallas has a quarterback of the future. Now they got an opportunity to get a running back of the future. They could be in good shape.
Drew Henson, 4 years since he's played, football, which that is
certainly that is a concern.
But if he had come out a couple of years ago, a lot of people had him projected higher than David Carr, who went #1 overall to the Houston Texans. For more on this, let's bring in Ed Werder. Ed, what are you hearing?
Well, Trey, Steven Jackson is a player that Bill Parcells has consistently spoken very highly about. And last week, he actually got on the phone with Steven Jackson. He expressed to Jackson a vast knowledge of his career, told him he was really impressed with the way he played. Clearly, he's much more of an inside tackle-breaking type of runner than a Kevin Jones, who was probably the #2 back on the Cowboys board. This is certainly a position the Cowboys never expected to be in. They couldn't have imagined things falling this way. In fact, I know that at various times in the last week, they have talked to the Chicago Bears about trying to go up as high as 14 to try to get maybe the second running back. But now it looks very much like they're going to be able to substantially improve a running game that last year featured Troy Hambrick failing to gain as a replacement for Emmitt Smith 1,000 yards in the season. In fact, there were 9 games last season where Troy Hambrick failed to average 3 yards per carry. Back to you, Boom.
All right, Ed, thank you very much. Miami and Minnesota have made a trade. Now you could say Minnesota wanted to buy more time on the clock. I mean, you could say that, right? I know it's not fair, but you could say it. But Miami and Minnesota's going to pick up something. We don't have the details yet. Remember, 2 years in a row, Minnesota had clock management problems. Last year, we saw the speed rarely timed by the guys sitting at that table down there. The guys were running 4.340s with their cards. 3 or 4 teams passing over Minnesota, making the pick. Well, Mike Tyson's not going to miss the pick, but he's now below Miami. So the Dolphins are on the board. Look, here's another team that feels, boy, how do we not make a run? They have some things to address at quarterback. Yes, they got Feely from Philadelphia along to go with Fiedler. They changed a majority of their offensive line. Clearly, other than Ricky Williams and Chambers, a couple of receivers, some offensive changes. What do we see?
With the 19th pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, acquired from the Minnesota Vikings, the Miami Dolphins select Vernon Carey, guard from the University of Miami.
All right, first question. Well, all right, we'll talk about the player first. Did they have to come up to do that? Although they need to change their offensive line. It was clearly a weakness last year.
When Shawn Andrews went off the board, Vernon Carey just went up in value. In fact, the Minnesota Vikings liked Vernon Carey over Shawn Andrews. So the Dolphins went up and had to get this guy. That was the greatest need.
The thing about Vernon Carey is more versatility. He played guard. Of course, he had the ankle injury as a senior, which hampered him, but as a junior at right tackle. And you think about McIntosh and St. Clair coming over. Big question marks about right tackle. You have Wade Smith over on the left side. You have Whitley at the 1 guard spot. You have McKinney at center. And then you have Geno James coming over from Carolina. Good acquisition at the other guard spot. But now all of a sudden you get a right tackle in Carey, who, as I said, as a junior, MVP on the offensive side in 5 games that junior year against Florida State, Florida, Virginia Tech, and Pitt. Battle-tested against top competition. As I said, had that ankle injury. He even played left tackle, filled in for Bryant McKinney against Virginia Tech when McKinney got hurt in that game. He's played all 4 spots on the offensive line except for center. As Mort mentioned, at Miami, he'll be in that mix with McIntosh, St. Clair for that starting right tackle job in a completely restructured offensive line.
Let's look at the Dolphins and all the pressure on Dave Wanstead. That's an offense that has been under fire. We know they have A.J. Feely in a trade with the Philadelphia Eagles. They did this in the offseason. Jay Fiedler still in the competition there. But they added David Boston to the mix at wide receiver, along with Chris Chambers. Now you got Ricky Williams. Now you fix this offensive line. All of a sudden, they might talk offense about the Dolphins if A.J. Fiedler or Jay Fiedler step up.
And it's a good pick for Miami. I'm a little surprised that I didn't see Dallas trying to jockey more for position and get Stephen Davis. Like you said, maybe he falls. Steven Jackson, maybe he falls at Dallas, right where they're sitting. But they.
You worried about the Cowboys or something?
I am. I'm already circling the Cowboys. Hey, listen, I live in Dallas. I'm circling that pick right now.
A couple other things to remember about Miami. They acquired the troubled, and I don't know what else to say, David Boston, wide receiver who was nowhere close last year in San Diego, who's had good seasons in Arizona.
Who's back with Jerry
Sullivan. They tried him, all right? A note on Miami. Their cold weather games, they don't have any this year. They're at Buffalo early. They're at the Jets early. They're at New England early. Just throw that out there. They've always had trouble in the cold. They don't have any this year of those divisional cold weather games on the road past early November. We'll come back with the Vikings on the clock. An interesting phenomenon.
We put 25 years ESPN NFL Draft, 25 years of coverage for the first to the last. Gavel to gavel, from beginning to end, we're picking superstars as the games begin. NFL, yeah!
Welcome back to the 2004 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
All right, so Minnesota's on the clock. You got to give Viking fans the nod. They're all looking at their watch. They vow that the third year there will not be a clock malfunction. Here's the pick.
With the 20th pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Kenechi Udeze, defensive end, Southern California.
Kenechi Udeze from the University of Southern California, the national champs, the co-champs, and he went down a little bit, Mel, right, because of injury, correct?
A shoulder injury, Chris. Final regular season game against Oregon State. Questions about that, and you get the leads leading up to the draft the last 2-3 weeks, going up to April 24th today. And I think when you look at Kenechi Udeze, a defensive tackle, got his weight down to be a defensive man, and a guy that I thought was disruptive behind the line of scrimmage. Look at his numbers. He's talking about 26 tackles for a loss, 16.5 sacks, and you caused 5 fumbles. That means you're getting in that backfield, you're creating a disturbance, and you're doing a job there as he did tackling Julius Jones, who had a great year for Notre Dame at the running back spot. They're not only back down to pass, come away with the INT. Here's against Washington off the left side, beats the right tackle, gets in for the sack, and creates a turnover. This kid is looking to strip the football any chance he gets. They're sacking John Navarre, getting the best of a very good Michigan offensive line. So up against good players in practice and in games. When you look at Kenechi Udeze, I thought he could go as early as Jacksonville at 9. He drops down to Minnesota. I thought Will Smith would be able. He went to New Orleans 1 pick above, so I think Mike Tice was, keeping his fingers crossed that one of those defensive ends would be there. And there, of course, he sacks Derek Anderson, makes a play there against Chris Perry. Look at the talent of the players that he's making plays against at running back and quarterback, and who he's going up against on the offensive line. If it wasn't for that shoulder injury, he may have gone a little bit earlier. As I said, once projected maybe 9th overall to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Mel, and in fact, that shoulder injury, it's a torn labrum, or it's a labrum injury, and there are some teams that are saying he's going to need surgery at some point, and it did scare them. But it is something that can be surgically corrected, and it doesn't have to end your season. And this is a guy that Mike Tyson was just praying would fall to them. In the Metrodome, with that noise, on AstroTurf, they have become even more of a dominant whole team with this guy rushing the passer.
And you know what their problem was on D? They were one of the slower teams in the league. Now, I don't imply that ESPN's Corey Chavis, who also is a Pro Bowl safety for the Minnesota Vikings, who's with Andrea right now, I don't imply that he's one of those guys, but I'd like to get his thoughts on a new quick teammate up front. Andrea?
Thanks, Chris. And I just want you to know that when you said they were sort of slow on defense, Corey went, ooh. Chris Berman's right, though. You need to add speed. What does Udeze do to that end?
Well, I mean, he does a lot. I mean, obviously, I think he uses his hands better than most of the defensive linemen coming out this year. And the best thing about Udeze, I think, is the fact that his work ethic improved so much while he was in school. He lost all the weight. He proved that he was determined to be one of the best in the Pac-10. And obviously, it was a big reason why they won the national championship.
Now, we know the Vikings got off to the strong 6-0 start, a lot on the strength of turnovers from your defense, but then really almost collapsed down the stretch, the entire team. What does the defense need to do to pick up the slack, especially with that prolific offense that you have?
Well, I just think we need to be overall more consistent. And I think when you bring somebody in like Antoine Winfield, you got to credit our personnel department and our coaching staff for identifying that. He's a guy who can add a lot of energy to your defense. And then you don't go through those types of lulls when you have somebody who I think gets the crowd into it. He's a big-time hitter. And I think people will enjoy watching him play in Minnesota. And I think that's probably one of the bigger reasons. You also were able to pick up Martin, and now you pick up Udeze. I think overall, you certainly improved your talent level, and that's what you have to do to be successful.
What other needs do you think the Vikings have at this point in the draft?
Well, I think that's something that Scott Studwell and Frank Gilliam and Coach Tyson and the rest of our personnel department have a lot better feel about. They do a great job. Last year, they did an excellent job, I think, of identifying the best players available throughout the draft, and all of our players were able to contribute. If you look at each one of our guys that we drafted in the 7 rounds, each one of those guys contributed. Even our 7th rounder, Keenan Howry, was our starting punt returner. So if we continue to get the depth like we've gotten so far, adding somebody like Udeze, I think we're going to be in good shape.
And the best news, of course, they made the pick on time. The NFL draft will continue from New York. The New England Patriots are on the clock. Please stay with us.
A short time ago, Robert Gallery was picked number 2 overall by the Raiders. He's making a call on a phone provided by Motorola. Motorola will provide a voice to the fans on ESPN.com. Log on to ask Mel a question, and it might even get on in our You've Got Mel segment.
All right, welcome back to New York. Just let me clean up one thing. By Minnesota dropping down 1 and allowing Miami to pick ahead of them, they got a 4th-round pick. Now, the only team with 2 first-round picks happen to be the Super Bowl champion New England Patriots. This involved with the Kyle Bowler orchestrations last year. So this is the pick that was originally owned by the Baltimore Ravens. The New England Patriots, what do they do lately? Well, they won 15 games in a row to win the Super Bowl. They have 6 picks in the first 4 rounds. And oh, by the way, this past week, the 2nd-round pick, they acquired Corey Dillon, one time the single-game record holder for yards rushed in a game. So a New England Patriots team, which you say, boy, how could you win 2 Super Bowls in the last 3 years without a big-time running back? Corey Dillon certainly could be that. So here's a team that's won 15 straight. They got 2 first-round picks, although I'm not sure that the phone lines aren't burning right now. As a matter of fact, I'm sure they are. But there are a couple. They don't need anything, but there's a player or 2 that's kind of popped down. But let's go to New England.
Well, when I look at a need, and you're right, I mean, Corey Dillon, if Corey Dillon comes through for them, then it's a wonderful thing. But they did lose Ted Washington.
Yes.
Big run and we are looking at Vince Wilfork, the University of Miami defensive tackle, who's a 340-pound type guy. He would seem to fit beautifully here. But you also, as we talked about, running backs have fallen. Dallas is sitting right behind New England. Anybody who wants a running back probably has to go through New England right now, or else Dallas gets the pick of guys like Steven Jackson of Oregon State and Kevin Jones of Virginia Tech. That's the scenario right now.
And we were debating all along, the Patriots were, what running back could slide to 21? Will Steven Jackson be there? Will Kevin Jones be there? Well, they're both there. And I think that's probably surprising to Bill Belichick and Scott Pioli that those running backs are still there. But you mentioned the defense. The back 7. You look at the linebacking core, 4 of those linebackers over 30 years of age. The secondary, 3 of those 4 over 30. And, of course, the only young kid is the 2nd-round pick last year, Eugene Wilson. So I think age on defense is becoming a factor, and they want to go with some more youth in the back 7 on the defensive side. Keep in mind, they did take Ty Warren in the 1st round last year on the defensive line out of Texas A&M, and added Rodney Bailey as well, Chris, for a late-round pick on the defensive line.
Let me just throw out one thing, because, look, now they can pick the best player that they have, and there's another player that's fallen some. I'm not exactly sure where they are on this. And 2 years ago, they used the number 1 at tight end to pick Graham. But there's Ben Troop, who's there, who on some boards might have been gone by now. Might have, okay? So, Mel, let's look at your names. And, this is something they could do. It won't be gamble, all right?
It won't be gamble? What about guys like Ahmad Carroll of Arkansas, another corner? If you're trying to get younger in the back 7, the linebackers are gone. They might have looked at a linebacker, wouldn't they?
Sure, they would, but they're pretty good on the outside where they are right now with McGinnis and Vrabel and Roosevelt Colvin, who didn't play 1 down for them last year. That's like getting a new player also this coming
year. Keep in mind, Rodney Bailey comes over as well. So I think they have done some things to fortify that front 7 on defense. They'd like to do a little more. And I think right now, has the board fallen properly for the Patriots? Is the right guy there? The 2 Miami linebackers are already off the board. You talk about a hot guy right now. And I know there's some teams that are saying, the last Miami Hurricane of the 6 is Vince Wilfork still on the board. This kid is an athletically gifted 328-pounder, Chris, a heck of a talent. And a defensive tackle with that kind of ability normally is not there this late in round one.
One thing you can say, he's possibly, Big Ted Washington's one of the best run stoppers in this league. He could possibly be an athletic, a more athletic Ted Washington, and allow.
You're talking about Vince Wilfork.
Talking about Vince Wilfork.
But one thing,
it could be great for New England.
One thing about Bill Belichick we should note here, and Scott Pioli, the vice president and player personnel of the Patriots,
and executive of the year,
and executive of the year by the Sporting News and voted as it peers. They like to stockpile picks for the following draft to reset their draft. So if they are talking to teams, it would be a surprise if it didn't involve getting a draft pick next year so they can start stockpiling again.
They might have gone up. They might have spent a third to going up, but they could go down and then pick something else up. They got 3.5 minutes to go. Let's go quickly to Ed Werder because it's the next two on the clock, Ed, if I'm not mistaken. New England, Dallas, Belichick, Parcells. What do we got?
Well, the interesting potential thing is here that only the Patriots now stand in front of Dallas getting its choice of any running back in the entire draft. And I was told by Cowboys people that they can't discount the possibility that even though they signed Corey Dillon, they should not assume that the Patriots are, quote, out of the running back business. Now, it's possible, given the acrimonious relationship or at least the estrangement between Belichick and Parcells, once very close, once sharing a Super Bowl title, that perhaps Belichick would call the Cowboys, perhaps on a bluff, and ask them if they would give up a pick so that he wouldn't take Steven Jackson, Boomer, and allow the Cowboys to have their choice of any running back they want.
Well, I'm sure, Ed, that's a possibility. They know each other's phone number, I would think. But, I mean, look, and Michael tipped on it, and we all did, there were a couple of names that might have fallen for a variety of reasons. But Ted Washington was such a huge part of that run defense last year.
Huge.
Okay, let me just tell you something about, if you look at the statistics in the Super Bowl, Ted Washington, no tackles, no assists. Then put on the film of that Super Bowl,
That's true, Boomer.
and you watch,
That's true.
he had like 45 assists, but not in the true sense of the word. Now, he's a member of the Raiders. They really would like that, and so, as you guys have all talked about, with Vince Wilfork sitting there, I think they're a little surprised, but I think, and they 10 minutes worth of calls, but let's make the move. Let's go. Let's go with the Wilfork. That's what I think they'll do.
In terms of the Cowboys worrying about the running back and Steven Jackson, it's just going to depend how much higher is their grade on Steven Jackson over Kevin Jones of Virginia Tech. I think that would determine what the Cowboys' attitude right now.
Let me say this, Mort. I have Steven Jackson ahead of Kevin Jones, but there are some teams out there that do feel that Kevin Jones is the best running back in this draft. He's an athletically gifted kid, plays faster than he times, and a guy that hit a lot of home runs at Virginia Tech. And I think from a completeness standpoint, Steven Jackson may be a little bit better at this stage, but there are teams in the National Football League that do like Kevin Jones over Steven Jackson.
How about this size? If Wilfork becomes a good player, if they pick him, they might. And if Ty Warren, last year's #1, big guy up front, and Richard Seymour,
Pro Bowl,
boy, isn't that pretty formidable up front on defense? By the way, he's a good defensive coach.
With Teddy Bruschi roaming around there, you better believe it's formidable.
Let's go to the commissioner and see what the Super Bowl champion Patriots will do.
With the 21st pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Vince Wilfork, defensive lineman, University of Miami.
Good. That's good.
Really?
Is
The rich get richer. That's what it is. The rich get richer.
Who's done the draft better than them lately?
Well, it's not only that, though. There are teams that if you sit down at the bottom of the draft, everybody says, oh, we're never going to get a player. Players always fall. Udeze fell to the Minnesota Vikings. Wilfork has fallen to the New England Patriots. But it's not such a terrible area to be drafting
Right,
in.
but players pan out towards the bottom of the draft. Players like Wilfork, because they go to a program where the pros teach them how to be pros. This is how we work. That's what would be great for
What are you talking about?
He's a big guy. In New England, they will teach him how to become a professional football player. And he won't have a weight problem because in New England, they work hard. Mike Warson, the strength and conditioning coach there, will have him ready.
And, Michael, you look at Keith Traylor and you compare Vince Wilfork to Traylor. Short arms, and he'll miss a tackle every now and then because of that. But I'll tell you what, athletically gifted. His weight was estimated to be 350, what have you, 355, 360. He was 323 at the Combine, 320-23 during his individual, then 328 a few weeks before the draft. So he's maintained that weight at a level which can maximize his ability in the NFL. 6'1.5", a kid who ran in the 4.98 to 5.03 range. And I'll tell you what, you go back to this year, Florida game, 8 tackles and a sack, 6 hurries, and a fumble recovery against Florida State. Productive. And I think what a lot of people really like about Vince Wilfork is this. You talk about stamina and durability. He was on the field for 55, 58 plays in a lot of games, more than Tommie Harris was. And I think people look at that weight and say it's a concern, but I'll tell you what, he showed stamina. He played into the fourth quarter, didn't wear down. Miami of Florida now with 6 first-round draft. I believe that's 19 over the last 4 years.
Here it is. Let's just go down this and we'll continue. So, Mike, the Miami Hurricanes with 19 first-round picks, as Mel mentioned, in the last 4 years, 6 today, breaking the record of last year. Brian McKenzie, Jeremy Shockey, Philip Buchanan, Ed Reed, and Mike Rome. At 1968 USC with Ron Yeri, now a Hall of Famer, Mike Taylor, Tim Rosevich, who ate glass bottles, Mike Hull, and wide receiver Earl McCullough. This is a new record for Miami. All right, so off New England for a minute. How can they not win the national title every year with 19 guys in the first 4?
They win most of the time, except when they're taking them from us in Ohio State.
Well, I have told this story before in the last couple of years. When Butch Davis left the University of Miami to go become the head coach of the Cleveland Browns, I asked him, was it a tough decision? He said, Chris, a very tough decision, because I know, based on the recruiting we have done here at Miami, I'm leaving maybe 3 national championships right here in Miami to go coach in the NFL.
You know, I forgot about Traylor, too. So Wilfork is called Baby Shaq, right? Miami, that's his nickname, Baby Shaq. Keith Traylor is Baby Ted. So if a couple of babies grow up real
big
fast.
Big babies.
Like New England, and they still got another first-round pick. The Cowboys next. How about them Cowboys?
Yeah. Let's go.
We are back now in New York. We've had 21 first-round picks. We have now at number 22 the Dallas Cowboys, who have about 9 minutes to go. And Michael with the fist up. Cowboy, Ravens, and New York fans. What is the matter with you?
The guys are they're chanting Michael Irvin. I know we're in New York, and the fans went straight to the board, but right here, it has to be Steven Jackson. We need a run. Dallas needs a running back.
Let me add a note about Steven.
Do you remember the last number 1 pick that Dallas had as a running back? Do you remember who it was?
It was my good friend, Emmitt Smith.
How did that work out?
And that worked out. Well, he's only all-time leading rusher.
And one who slipped a little bit farther than everybody thought. Remember, Emmitt Smith slipped a little bit farther, and Jimmy Johnson jumped up and took him. Add this note about Steven Jackson, even though you could say, boy, is he disappointed. No, the Dallas Cowboys is his favorite football team. It's his dad's favorite football team. He would love to play for the Dallas Cowboys, even if it means being taken 6 or 7 spots later, if this is the pick.
He's a smart football player in Dallas, and Bill Parcells, he loves smart football players. This guy, he knows how to pick up a blitz. He knows how to protect the quarterback. He knows how to not fumble. That's what Bill loves.
He is a tough guy. I had one scout tell me that Steven Jackson took about 5 times more hits than anybody else at Oregon State, but never showed signs of slowing down.
Morty's 238 pounds. I think what Steven Jackson gives you is the bounce outside. He doesn't play like somebody that's 238. Normally 238 pounders will not give you the long dimension. He will. 227, now 238. And you're looking at Steven Jackson with the productivity. Look at that receiving yards total. He was able to, Mike Riley's offense, catch a ton of balls this past year. And I think that when you look at not just those swing passes, he can get down the field. You see his ability there to run through a tackler. And I think this year he danced a little too much at times. You say, hey, is he as tough as we're talking about? Yes, he is. The problem was, you see it right there, the offensive line at Oregon State, one of the worst in the nation, certainly the worst in the Pac-10. He had to earn his real estate. He even admitted he danced a little too much because he knew he had to create, went a little east and west. But I'll tell you what, if he gets some help from an offensive line with the ability he has, you see that catch there from Derek Anderson, low pass, he went down and got it. He is a factor. He'll block. He's got a phenomenal attitude. I'll tell you, when you look at a complete back, That's Steven Jackson. Chris Perry is complete, not as dynamic as Steven Jackson. Kevin Jones, a better athlete, but not the receiver or the blocker that Steven Jackson is. This kid runs downhill, and he'll run with authority, and he'll run with power once he gets a little help and get that full head of steam, which he could rarely do this year. Very rarely could Steven Jackson get anything close to a full head of steam behind that porous offensive line at Oregon State.
But do you know it's Steven Jackson, Mike?
Well, you know what the Cowboys need. And we can sit here and talk all we want. They need a running back. Troy Hambrick did not get it done. You know about that. Troy Hambrick running out of bounds instead of running into players. They need a tough running back to solidify their offense. They got a wide receiver in Keyshawn Johnson. I'm going to leave that alone. They got a wide receiver in Keyshawn Johnson. Now they need somebody in the backfield to handle the chores of running the football.
And while we're talking Dallas, remember they acquired Drew Henson, the ex-New York Yankee farmhand, but ex-Michigan quarterback from the Houston Texans. So, you know, Quincy Carter took this team to the playoffs last year, which is a quantum leap, and ahead of where the coach, Bill Parcells, our old compatriot, ahead of where he thought that they might be in 1 year. They do have Drew Henson back there. What's the word on him?
Well, obviously, they don't know. He's in camp. He's working hard. And Quincy Carter did give them 10 wins. It was Quincy Carter's first full year of starting, and he's a playoff quarterback. What Bill Parcells wants is he wants a quarterback that can bring him from behind, that can run the two-minute drill with the game on the line. They have a free agent quarterback named Tony Romo they love. So it's going to be up for grabs. He's going to let those guys compete. I think Hutchinson is out of there myself.
Tony Romo sounds like a Jersey guy. No wonder Bill likes
Yes.
Let's head up to our EA matchup set with Trey and Merrill and Jaws. Fellas?
All right, Boomer, thanks. You know, you talk about the quarterbacks for the Cowboys. All three of them on the roster right now, besides Tony Romo, former baseball players, Chad Hutchinson, Drew Henson, and Quincy Carter was in the Cubs organization as well. Real interesting here, though. Bill Parcells, the things he's done in the offseason. He gets Keyshawn Johnson. Maybe the most underrated offseason maneuver, picking up Marcellus Wiley from the Chargers for a team that was the #1 ranked defense last year.
Well, that stays with their style defensively because they're going to attack. But if we look at where the Cowboys sit as far as a position, if they take Steven Jackson, how this helps Quincy Carter. The one thing that really stood out last year is Quincy Carter had to carry this team. Quincy Carter's not in a position to do that. And the one game that really stands out, when they went to Tampa and they had to play there, he had big eyes. He didn't perform very well there. So he needs somebody to take the pressure off him. Steven Jackson would be that guy. They'd be able to run the ball, then Manny's first, Manny's second down, Manny's the game better, and that will help Quincy Carter.
And also a rock-solid acquisition in Keyshawn Johnson. When you look at Keyshawn Johnson, he's not a #1 guy that's going to go down the field and make those big explosive plays, but you have a Terry Glenn and Antonio Bryant. What you're going to get out of Keyshawn Johnson is a workman-like effort. He's going to do the dirty work blocking. He's going to catch the short passes in the short to intermediate area and get the yards after the catch. He's going to do the little things that help you win football games. A good acquisition in the offseason, a solid football player in Keyshawn.
He's going to make those slants to keep third downs alive and keep drives alive, much like some guy named Michael Irvin used to make for the Dallas Cowboys.
And a big target. A quarterback likes that big target, that position his body, you know, block the defender, make the catch in the crowd.
And it still comes back to Quincy Carter, helping Quincy Carter out because, you know, I mentioned the Tampa Bay game where he really struggled because of the big game, the big atmosphere. He didn't perform well. But keep in mind, he had really no help. You look at the passing game, I don't think they had all the dimensions that they have now. And then the running game will help. Every team and every quarterback manages a game. It helps your defense as well. This is an attacking defense that struggled, wore down towards the end because they had no running game.
Merrill, you and I watched that second game against Philadelphia in Philadelphia late in the season, and there was a play in that game where Troy Hambrick had a chance to lower a shoulder and get maybe a touchdown or inside the 5-yard line, and he ran right out of bounds. I think what Steven Jackson brings as a running back is that same work ethic, pounded up the middle effort that you're talking about. Keyshawn Johnson, looks like he will do the little things to keep that drive alive.
The one thing that always stands out when I watch tape on a running back, are you nasty? Are you nasty? That means, are you going to make somebody pay every time you run the football? Steven Jackson will do that. Troy Hambrick did not. He proved that. Now, the one thing you don't know about Steven Jackson, he hasn't played in the NFL. But what I have seen in college, he will come to the National Football League. He will flick pain on defenders, and he will really get better in the fourth quarter.
And you also have a Richie Anderson, a very versatile guy at the fullback
That's a Bill guy as well.
That's right. You know, you come out the backfield, catch the ball, he'll block. Again, we're talking about a lot of guys that'll do the dirty work for the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, one thing's for sure, Bill Parcells did something with the Cowboys he's never done before. His first year as a head coach on a team, he took them to the playoffs. He always seems to do very well in his second year, which would just continue the success he's had for the Dallas Cowboys. In fact, 3 of the last 4 teams, I believe, he's been a head head coach on as you take a look here. As he gets into that second season, you see a marked improvement. Can he do it for Dallas? Well, keep in mind, again, he's coming off a playoff season right away, which has never happened in Bill Parcells' career. We'll see what happens. About 1:30 left on the clock. Boomer, Steven Jackson is sitting there. We'll see what happens.
All right, guys, thank you. We're sitting here. And look, Bill, I imagine he's just seeing if anybody is calling, right? Mort, there's a reason.
Well, he does do due diligence, and Jerry Jones does the same thing. They both are friends of Al Davis, and Al Davis has always used almost the entire amount of time on the clock to make sure nobody's calling to give you a deal you can't. The Cowboys only have 5 picks in this draft. They've got to get at least 4 players out of this draft, and Parcells will tell you they're not so good that they have to say, we got to have a running back. If there's a better player on the board, they'll take him. But to me, the best player on the board, well, so we do have a trade, and that's the thing. They only have 5 picks in this draft, and they have to get more players, and certainly you can't get a running back. And let me just make this comment here about Buffalo being on the thing. Buffalo wants to come out of this draft with a quarterback. Tulane quarterback JP Losman is a guy the Bills really like. And with Green Bay and St. Louis coming up, JP Losman, the Tulane quarterback, probably is the Buffalo target here. That's
and how about Buffalo and Dallas making a trade? Mike, you inflicted pain on a lot of people in Western New York.
Yes, we have, and they just inflicted pain on the Cowboys.
Well, payback is the winner.
Did you see the fans, the Cowboy fans? They were like, oh, what do you mean we trading out of this spot? We need a running back, somebody that can make a difference right now.
And Buffalo, you thought of getting the first-round pick. New England and Baltimore. Baltimore got bowled by giving up the first this year.
Well, here we go. Here's the deal. Let's go to the podium.
With the 22nd pick in the 2004 draft acquired from the Dallas Cowboys, the Buffalo Bills picked JP Losman, quarterback from Tulane.
Just a note here in terms of Losman. The Bills they went to a workout at the Saints facility the same day that Eli Manning worked out. Losman worked out after him. Some of the people there will tell you Losman had a better workout than Manning. That's just a workout. He certainly didn't play around a great team at Tulane, and some people think that's a plus. Physically, has all the tools. Some people think he's a little bit too cocky, a little bit too full of himself, however. Drew Bledsoe has a contract that the Buffalo Bills are trying to renegotiate. If they do not get it renegotiated, and they were unsuccessful in some talks on Friday, then you're going to see Bledsoe maybe play out his contract, go 1 more year.
Mort, we had the details of the pick. 2nd-round pick this year, 43rd overall. 5th-round pick this year as well, and a 1st-round pick next year. So a steep price to pay to get J.P. Losman to the Buffalo Bills on this pick from the Dallas Cowboys. Keep in mind, New England traded away that pick in the 1st round to allow Baltimore to get Kyle Bowler. Baltimore doesn't have a 1st-round pick. New England had it this year, and they took Vince Wilfork. So I think you look at the situation here. Buffalo, they can bring along J.P. Losman. Of course, they have Drew Bledsoe. Drafted Willis McGahee, knowing that he wouldn't play this year, so they're drafting Tom Dunta, is for the future. J.P. Losman snaps it off from the ear. You hear quarterbacks with a release. His is from the ear, right where a quarterback coach wants it. He's got mobility, runs in the 4.6 range. He's definitely got the swagger. He's definitely got the confidence. Call it arrogance. A quarterback that knows he can get the job done. He took up pounding. This offensive line, talking about Oregon State, Tulane's was worse. You can believe that. Tulane's offensive line was horrible. He got hit time after time, kept getting back for more. And I thought for 33 touchdown passes, considering the ability of that inability of that offensive line to give him any pass protection, he did a heck of a job. J.P. Losman, we say, turned some people off. Well, I know St. Louis and Mike Martz liked them. They thought about it maybe in the late 1st, and here's Buffalo jumping in there as the situation. It just reflects last year when New England traded that pick, allowed the Baltimore Ravens to get Kyle Bowler. Now the Dallas Cowboys trade away a pick, get extra picks, a 2 and a 5 and a 1 next year to allow Buffalo to get J.P. Losman.
Let's know this is going to be controversial because they gave up a #1 pick. The Bills did for next year's draft. We know that Ralph Wilson Jr. and Tom Donald have courage. They took Willis McGahee last year. But let's go back to a Friday phone call between the Buffalo Bills and David Dunn, the agent for Drew Bledsoe. They wanted to get a contract extension done by today. They did not do it. So Bledsoe could pretty much play this year under this contract, but after that, they're going to need a big-time quarterback, and they had a big grade on Losman. Well, they probably would have used a 1st-rounder on a quarterback next year.
That was their thinking. Almost 1,000 passing attempts at Tulane. 27 interceptions, and a rocket arm. You say, well, geez, like McGahee, he's not going to play all year. But remember, they had another #1 pick here, so they got Lee Evans, so it's not like they have nothing to show for it. Very gutsy move by the Buffalo Bills. Let's go to Sean Salisbury for your take on this. Sean?
You know, Boomer, I don't think it's that gutsy, to be honest with you. Of all the quarterbacks in this draft, I think he's the most talented. He's got the best feet. He's got the strongest arm. And now he's going to a position where he can learn behind Bledsoe, at least early on. And I don't understand where all this cocky talk comes from. Don't you want a Brett Favre or a guy with an attitude at the quarterback position? We always say confidence is the most important thing at that position, and he's got it. And Mort talked about the workout with Eli Manning. Well, I was there the day before in New Orleans working with JP Losman, and I sat down with him in the film room, and he walked me through his team and watched tape for 2 hours. So any knock on him about that he doesn't know much about football is completely wrong. I think this is a great pick, and I think you're looking at a future Pro Bowler with Brett Favre type of skills. The one negative that I see that he's got to learn not to hold on to the ball too long like he did at Tulane. But what can you blame him for? Nobody blocked for him. Plus, he's got the toughness you need. And Jaws, I think this guy, I don't think this is too early. I think this is a great pick for the Buffalo Bills.
All right, Sean, thanks. Well, one thing that JP Losman is polarizing. You either love him or you do not love him. I don't want to use the other word there, but people feel very strongly one way or the other about JP Losman and what he brings to Tulane. Jaws, you love him.
I love him. In fact, I had him rated above Phillip Rivers, who now is a
You got
#1.
everybody rated above Phillip Rivers.
No, I did not. I had Phillip Rivers #4, and he's going to be an outstanding pro. But I'll tell you, when you look at a young quarterback like JP Losman, you see a very live arm. That's the one thing you can't teach someone, how to get the RPMs on the football. And when I broke him down, I saw a quarterback that projected very well into the NFL.
In studying JP Losman on tape, here's what I saw. A quick, compact delivery. His ball position is a little high, but that will be corrected in the NFL. He snaps his wrist, which allows for more RPMs, more rotations on the football. This makes for a stronger throw with much more velocity. From the waist up, Losman is solid mechanically. It's from the waist down that JP needs work. What struck me was that with no pressure on him, his footwork was lacking. His feet were not balanced and set, and there was either poor or no weight transfer. But he can flick it. Great wrist snap, good velocity. This is a kid who needs a lot of fundamental technique work. Look here in the Senior Bowl. No pressure, and he delivers with his feet in the air. He will need to be coached hard by a team that does not get blinded by his throwing ability and recognizes that his present mechanical deficiencies would never produce consistency in the NFL.
JP Losman's going to the right situation. He's going to the Buffalo Bills to back up Drew Bledsoe. He needs to get behind a veteran and learn. Tom Clements, the quarterback coach, must also do one thing: stay on top of him all the time. He has the live arm. He has the quickness. He has the ability to make all the throws. Mechanically, he does break down with his feet way too often, but it's a thing that can be coached up, and I think Tom Clements will do that.
I think there's no question this guy is a major project. Now, he says
there's no way he's a major project.
He is a major project and a 3 or 4 year project before he steps on the field. When you look at his mechanics, you just showed it. The mechanics he struggles with. And then the best way to describe him in the classroom and apply it to the field, he's spastic. He doesn't apply the football knowledge to the field. And if you watch his tape, and he really can say that he's like Brett Favre, then you know what? Then I got a question. You know what you're looking at in tape. Brett Favre is an MVP of this league, has won a Super Bowl in this league. If you're going to compare yourself to Brett Favre, you better at least have one MVP, and you'll be at least better played in this league. Right. You can't compare yourself
You're
to
upset
Brett Favre.
there's no running back's been taken. That has
nothing to do with it.
That's a separate issue that he's dealing with. Real quickly, though, 33 touchdowns, 14 interceptions. You can't argue his stats. Do you have a problem from here up?
His maturity level. His maturity level is awful right now, and that's why being behind Drew Bledsoe for 4 years is the key. If he starts right away, he'd be a bust.
Well, we shall see. Okay, the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. I told you this guy was polarizing. We'll see what Seattle has to do. 7 minutes and change for their pick. Stay with us.
And DeLone is racing his team back down the field. Throwing, Samuel Manning, touchdown Frankfurt. Watch NFL Europe.
Boxing stars Shannon Briggs and Francois Botha make their K1 USA debut against martial arts premier fighters. K1 Battle at the Bellagio 2, Friday, April 30th. To order, call your cable company, DirecTV, or Dish Network.
On an April weekend in New York City, 32 teams begin the quest for a championship.
It's April, and we're ready for some football.
You'd love to draft an All-American, but any selection could be a standout. An All-Pro, a Super Bowl MVP. What does your team need? The NFL Draft 2004, presented by Coors Light, continues tonight at 7 on ESPN2, and tomorrow on ESPN and ESPN2.
Roethlisberger, and most recently, a bit of a surprise pick by the Buffalo Bills, JP Losman. And on the other side of the ball, Takeo Spikes, the Pro Bowl linebacker for the Bills. What are your thoughts on why they would go for JP Losman?
I think just the main reason, not necessarily because of the fact that, you know, everybody wants to say Drew is getting old and Drew didn't have a good season last year. You know, we didn't have a good season as a whole last year, and I think Drew has a lot left in the tank, but as far as planning for the future, you know, I think this would explain this move right here that's coming up with JP. And I had a chance to look at JP over the past couple of weeks. I have a good friend who goes to schools down there, so that's what kind of made my motive to get a chance to look down there. And JP, what he brings to the table is just the fact that he's very confident in what he does. He believes that all the other quarterbacks, all the four quarterbacks, any quarterback who went before him, he thinks that, hey, I don't care what they do, they're not better than me. So he brings that confidence to the huddle, and also he's able to drop back, read defenses well, and also he has a strong arm to deliver the ball real good. So that's what I like about JP a lot.
All right, now, Kyle Bowler, you can argue that the Bills did almost what the Ravens did last year in terms of trading away a #1 next year to get a quarterback. In your case, though, you started right away. You got to figure that JP Losman is going to sit behind Drew Bledsoe. What benefit do you think that you had getting right in there?
Well, I think I benefited just pretty much from the experience. You're out there, you know, it's like standing in the middle of a freeway. You got a bunch of cars coming at you. You got to kind of figure out, you know, how to get across safely. In his situation, you know, Drew Bledsoe's a proven veteran. He'll be able to go in there and learn from him a little bit. I think it's a great pick. You know, I've watched him in high school. I played against him actually down in California, and you know, he's got a live arm, good feet, smart guy. So I think it's going to be good.
You know, it's interesting. I was talking to your head coach, Brian Billick, and he said he just believes that you got to throw quarterbacks in right away. But he actually felt that you benefited unwittingly because you got injured in the 9th game from starting and then sitting and watching. What did you learn about the quarterback position when you were forced to sit after you had the quadriceps injury that ended your season?
Well, you really get a whole different perspective because, you know, when you're on the field, you're kind of just everything going so fast. And when you got to get a chance to sit back, you know, I got to watch Anthony go out there and, you know, run the offense, see what the defense does. You know, watch our defense. Sometimes a punt is, you know, better than trying to force a ball on 3rd down. And being a young quarterback, you come from college, and sometimes you can put balls in places that in the NFL you can't. And so you kind of I was able to kind of, you know, watch Anthony and kind of learn from him.
How difficult is it, Takeo, to accept a rookie quarterback? I mean, everybody's got a short shelf life in the NFL, and now all of a sudden you bring a rookie in, you've got to live through his growing pains. What are the challenges of doing that?
I think the challenges of that coming into a rookie quarterback, coming into a veteran team, is just the fact that, okay, we know what we have here. And a rookie quarterback coming in, you know that, okay, he's going to go through his ups and downs. He's going to struggle. And as a veteran, I've been through it with Cincinnati. You hate to see a rookie quarterback come in because you know that you're going to struggle bad. You're going to go through the times where you're going to lose games 16-17, 10-7, regardless of how well you play defense. So that's the most struggling part about it is trying to accept that. But the good thing about it, I think that JP, he brings to the table all the athletic qualities that a quarterback needs to be successful in this league. And just by coming in up under Drew, you know, and just watching and learning, that's going to be unbelievable for him.
And certainly for Kyle Bowler, Chris Berman, Peyton Manning was 3-13 his rookie year, and Troy Aikman was 0-11. At least this guy was 5-3 with a positive record. Let's head back to you. I think the Seahawks are on the clock.
All right, Andrew, thank you very much. We only got a minute left here on the Seahawks clock. A team clearly on the rise, a team that finally went on the road late, a team that was 10-6 and had a great finish, a team that lost a heartbreaking game at Green Bay, that great overtime game on the pass interception for the touchdown, a team that signed Grant Wistrom for big money to play defensive end, a team that signed Bobby Taylor, admittedly not the great Bobby Taylor that he was with the Eagles, but a pretty darn good player, a team that drafted 2 very good defensive backs last year with Trufant and Hamlin. A team clearly on the move. Defense up the middle. That's what the Seahawks need. Defense up like baseball, catcher, short and second, center field. That's what the Seahawks need.
With the 23rd pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Marcus Tubbs.
There it is.
Defensive tackle, University of Texas.
There what is?
Now, Mel, you can tell everybody, if we had 20 more seconds, I would have gone to that name because we already talked about it.
They really...
But the defense up the middle.
They don't have anybody.
Yes.
They got the old names of Eaton and Randall and Hand and company. They're gone. Seattle is completely restructuring the defensive tackle spot. Marcus Tubbs will be the cornerstone of that restructuring now that he is a Seattle Seahawk. Look at that size. Great strength, was more productive this season, battled some minor injuries as a junior. This season, I thought he got it done on a more consistent basis. See him number 95, a big 325-pounder, pretty good athleticism, and a guy I think in the NFL has to turn up the intensity dial and maintain a sustained level of fire for 4 quarters. I thought he had some series where it was a little lackluster effort. I think if he can go full steam ahead for 4 quarters, he has the talent. And you can say boom or bust type, whatever. If he can be pushed and driven to play to the maximum of his capabilities, Marcus Tubbs has a chance to be a pretty good pro. We said how the risky defensive linemen are. I think there's a risk factor here with Tubbs unless he picks up the pace just a bit. He has talent. That's why it's a first-round pick. He needs to get more intensity for 4 quarters.
It's a good name for a big defensive tackle, though, huh? Tubbs. Very, very good. Seattle will be picking more guys. And why don't I put this out here right now? NFC title game? Seahawks, Eagles.
You hope.
Just throwing it out there. It's April. I can say whatever I want. When we come back, we will have the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock. The rejuvenated Bengals with new uniforms and everything else. Yeah. Now we're getting going. New York, it's a nice day in New York, and it's been a wild day inside here in New York. We are 4 hours into the NFL draft. Eli Manning was picked by San Diego. They had him for an hour. Then there was the trade with the New York Football Giants. Eli Manning there. Phillip Rivers will be quarterback of San Diego, or at least I don't think he's going to start necessarily, but he could. And if you tune in late, you missed a very intriguing first hour of the draft. The reason I point out that we're already 4 hours into the draft, we have not talked about the Cincinnati Bengals for the first 4 hours of the draft. Now, if you think at the rich history of the Cincinnati Bengals in the 90s and the early part of this decade, they were within the first hour. Not anymore. Marvin Lewis, 8-8, had him thinking playoffs. He's done what very few can. He's made the Bengals respectable. He's given them a lot of hope. He's given them organization. And this year, Mort, we're going to get to it in a second, he's using last year's #1 overall pick to play quarterback.
That's right. That's Carson Palmer, and we'll debate that in a little bit, but I know this much. Marvin Lewis's face is now on the Bengals. That's a miracle in itself instead of Mike Brown, the guy everybody liked to rip, the team president of the Bengals. But Marvin Lewis now believes with 7 picks in the first 4 rounds, he has a chance to put his fingerprints on the Bengals even more so. And listen, they did give Corey Dillon, they traded him to the New England Patriots. They have Rudy Johnson, but you've got 2 backs like Kevin Jones of Virginia Tech, who they really like, and Steven Jackson, who I don't think they thought was going to be there. And yet, Ohio State cornerback Chris Gamble is a guy they love. It's going to be really interesting to see them as they try to build this around Carson Palmer.
Hey, wait, that hurt me when you said that. That just hurt me. Because when you talk about what Cincinnati has done last year, I think they made great strides. You say Marvin Lewis's face is on Cincinnati. That's fine. But to make the change in the offseason from Kidner to Carson Palmer, big mistake. This game we call football, the respect you earn is in the locker room. John Kidner did not lose a job. He did not lose a job. They gave his job away, and you don't get anything in the NFL.
And I agree with you. I think Marvin Lewis's credibility might be on the line in the locker room. Now, he had a honeymoon year, but if for some reason Palmer struggles and this team loses, John Kitna, very popular. The other note I'll make here, though, I think they made that call early so that Carson Palmer can get all the repetitions in the offseason, and if for some reason it isn't working, they can go back to Kitna.
But it may even be too late. It may be too late.
Once you draft a quarterback #1 overall, he's playing as a second-year quarterback. quarterback.
That's why the
in
Eli
the era
Manning
we're in the
situation.
NFL,
Steve
he's
McNair
the
didn't play
That's why
in the
the
second
Eli
year.
Manning situation was so important, because you got to put him in the right situation. Carson Palmer goes out and he doesn't have early success, and Cincinnati's expecting to make a move towards more playoffs. They don't have early success. They're booing Carson Palmer.
Steve McNair and Chad Pennington played in their third year.
Steve McNair came from Alcorn State. This kid came from USC.
There's no
I think
there
he's
are
got to
many-
play right away. Culpepper played his second year. These guys, well, you want to say force feeding or not, bottom line is when you draft him number 1, he's playing by his second
There
year.
are many blueprints of how to do it. You know, Peyton Manning took every snap. I mean, did you say Steve McNair third year? Ron Jaworski took many a snap. Agree, disagree with what the Bengals are doing?
I totally agree with the move. I think Carson Palmer is the better of the two quarterbacks, and that's no disrespect toward Jon Kitna. He certainly has made a significant contribution to bring the Bengals back to an 8-8 plateau, and I think Jon Kitna has plateaued. I think the upside for the Cincinnati Bengals is Carson Palmer's talent. That's what it all boils down to. Who can go out there and make every single throw? I've been on the field watching Carson Palmer throw the football down the field, zip. There's a huge difference in how Kitna throws the ball and Palmer throws the football. When Carson Palmer is in the game, the whole field opens up. When Kitna's in the game, you're restricted.
Well, quite honestly, I think we have the system to blame, because really, is it Carson Palmer's fault that he was picked first? No. When you look at the system, the money that's being paid to these young guys, trust me, the owner's sitting there and looking at a guy who's making $15 million. That is why Carson Palmer is going to play. Carson Palmer did not beat out Jon Kitna. Carson Palmer makes more money than Jon Kitna, and that's why. Physically, does he have some better skills? Absolutely. Has he proven it on the field? No. And actually, Takeo Spikes makes a great point. When you have a rookie quarterback, when you think of some of the veterans that won't come to you, some of that's because of that. If a rookie's going to be there, I don't want to go there. Michael, I know that's one of the big issues, especially with free agency. Who's going to be your starting quarterback? What's my chances of winning?
Well, you know what Jaws just said. Jaws said, I watch Carson Palmer throw. You watch him throw on the sidelines. Have you ever watched him throw the ball with those boys barreling down his neck? That's the way he'll have to throw during the regular season.
I did see him throw the football at Southern Cal in the preseason, and the upside is with Carson Palmer. There's no question he brings everyone in the game. And I hate to sound like I'm dissing Jon Kitna, because I do have respect for him. But if you want to become a championship team, I'm not talking about going 8-8, 9-7. You want to win the Super Bowl, the guy you win with is Carson Palmer.
Winning championship, Jaws,
that's
you put
right.
the best player on the football
and that's
field.
Carson Palmer.
Hey, I'm not talking about the best talent. I'm talking about the best player. And the difference is, a guy with talent has potential. A player gets out and play. 8-8 is good. With the Bengals, 8-8's like 14-2. 8-8 is great coming from 2-14 for 100 years. You lead Jon Kitna, you get those receivers, they build on it. They're building something. They have something to build on. You let them play football. If he wins the job, he wins it in training camp. Like a man, like an NFL player.
You've got a 31-year-old quarterback who's plateaued. You got a younger quarterback where the sky is the limit. That's the guy you play. The team will rally around Carson Palmer.
They're throwing the kitchen sink, the grandmother, the granddaddy. Every time he steps to the line of scrimmage, they're throwing everybody at him.
Wait. Hear that, Michael. Teams don't always blitz the quarterback. They don't blitz the quarterback. They blitz the system. If the Bengals have the right system to protect the young quarterback, they're fine.
You'll get ruined the kid, Jaws. They have to be careful.
He's in his second year. He's ready.
They have to be careful.
Second year, is ready to go. Put him out there, let him go. That's why they made a decision now.
I tell you what, I bet he cannot fail. He cannot fail, and he has to top 8-8. Now, that's a tough chore for a rookie. He's basically a rookie again this year. He cannot fail.
If Palmer blows this thing, he will go back to Kitna, guys.
Well, listen. By the way, for our fans out there,
and you can go back to Kitna.
Will Palmer be the same?
For our fans out there, Ron Jaworski, Michael Irvin, available on TV 90 minutes every Monday night on Monday Night Countdown. I love that we're debating the Bengals. I mean, just think about this. All right, now usually it's so exciting when a guy gets picked. He's here in New York, he has the jersey, and then he gets on a plane and he flies, and a long way to go. And then they have a press conference at the end of the day, the team that they've signed him. So Eli Manning held up the Charger jersey. Oh, it's maybe a long plane flight. No, it's an 8-mile ride over the George Washington Bridge, or maybe through the Lincoln Tunnel to the Giants. The Meadowlands, he's now with Sal Palantonio. Sal?
Yes, the Eli has landed, Boomer. He's officially a New York Giant. Eli, did you ever think that this moment would come to pass? And when you came out of the car and saw Giant Stadium there, met Tom Coughlin, what was going through your mind?
I was just excited. It was a great feeling to be a New York Giant, to see Coach Coughlin, and then see the stadium, Giant Stadium. And it's been, it's overwhelming. It's been, a great day.
The reception you got here from some of the fans at the draft party was a lot different from the one that you got at Madison Square Garden. What kind of relief was that for you?
It was a great relief to walk down, the stairs and onto the field and having those fans cheering and yelling and screaming your name. It's a great feeling. I had a little different reception when I was at Madison Square. I had a few boos, but it's turned out to be a great day.
Well, now really here comes the hard part. You're going to have to eventually replace a guy in Kerry Collins who took this team to the Super Bowl. You're coming with all the hype of not wanting to play in San Diego. You got your wish to play in New York. Be careful what you wish for, right? What do you do right now to get yourself prepared for this upcoming season?
Well, I think the first thing I do is just get that offensive playbook as soon as possible. Start, learning the system, learning the plays, and obviously Kerry Collins has proven himself to be an outstanding quarterback. He's been in the league a long time, and he's got the job right now. But I'm just gonna come in and do whatever the coaches want me to do. I'm gonna work hard. I'm gonna prepare myself to play, and whether I do or don't, it's just gonna make me better for the future.
Ready for New York?
I'm ready for it.
All right, Boomer, back to you. There's Eli Manning.
All right, and a smile on Eli Manning's face, which is very good to see. Thank you very much, Sal. All right, so now the Bengals, this was a move down from Denver, but now here's the commissioner because the Bengals have traded the spot to St. Louis to move down a couple more. Since he's moving down twice already in this first round, one was done a couple of weeks ago.
With the 24th pick in the 2004 NFL Draft acquired from the Bengals, the St. Louis Rams select Steven Jackson, running back from Oregon State.
Mike Martz and the Rams, we're going to target a running back in this draft.
So why not go get the best one in the
Marshall Faulk is getting some mileage on him, no question about it.
When I said that last year, y'all jumped me.
Well, who jumped you?
So what are you saying? It's Marshall. Is that all it is? Not three months?
Listen, the Rams have 21 of 22 starters back. They didn't feel a pressing need, but they certainly were going to address the running back in this draft.
Now, where is that? Or the Bengals draft party. They're cheering. They made a trade. We'll get the details of the trade. So the first running back has gone at 24, the second longest we've ever waited to have a running back go in this draft. We'll be back.
Hi, I'm Eli Manning. You're watching the 2004 NFL Draft on ESPN.
Yeah! ESPN's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light, is brought to you by Lincoln. There are those who travel and those who travel well. And Tractor Supply Company, the stuff you need out here.
Welcome back to New York, where Steven Jackson, the Oregon State running back, just selected at number 24 by the St. Louis Rams. Steven, we know in physical time it was 4 hours. How long did it seem to you mentally?
Excuse me?
How long did it seem to you mentally waiting all this time to be picked?
Well, it was a long time. We know we were going to go in the first round, but we had no idea where. And then the shocker was Dallas, making that trade. So we had no idea, but I'm more than happy to go to St. Louis, spend some time with Marshall Faulk. I consider him the best running back in the league right now. So with that and being a mentor towards me, I think I'm going to tear the league apart now.
Marshall Faulk is such a tremendous student of the game. What do you think you can learn from him?
How to read the defense. That's what's most important in the NFL. Teams want to be able to spread out the defense and make reads in the coverage. So hopefully he can help me out with my defensive reading the secondary a little bit better.
We've heard about a poem you wrote as a little kid. When did you first believe you could be an NFL running back?
Well, I've been playing football since I was 7 years old, and as I see myself start maturing and be able to pick up the game a little better, I felt that I was physically better than a lot of kids growing up. I always seen it as a reality, and God has blessed me on this day to be able to be an NFL running back. It has come true now. Praise to God. Thank you.
Steven, congratulations. Steven Jackson from Oregon State to the St. Louis Rams. at number 24. We'll continue here from New York in just a moment.
Keeping with its long-standing commitment to America's communities, Campbell's Chunky Soup will donate 10,000 cans of soup on behalf of Eli Manning to a local food bank in his new team city. Campbell's Chunky Soup has donated millions of cans of soup as part of the NFL Tackling Hunger program, an effort to fight hunger all across the country.
I'm Tommie Harris.
I'm Eli Manning. I'm Robert Gallery. I'm Shawn Taylor, and you're watching
The NFL
Draft on ESPN. ESPN.
ESPN.
Is that what you want?
With the 25th pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Ahmad Carroll, defensive back, Arkansas.
A hog. I like it.
Second Arkansas. There have been 2 Texas, 6 Miami. They call him Batman.
You know why?
Why?
Because as a kid, he'd jump over the center repeatedly.
I like it.
How about that? That's Batman for you. And you look at Ahmad Carroll, not real tall, 5'9.5", but a 41 vertical, pesky in-your-face corner. You watch him here in coverage. Here's a kid with a 41 vertical and 4.38 speed. He's got the track background. This is, of course, against Eli Manning. One of his best games as a junior came against Ole Miss. He had 7 tackles, 3 tackles for loss, and an interception in that game against Eli Manning. You see how he closes, recovers, and comes away with the interception. Ahmad Carroll wasn't flawless at cornerback, Mort, but a kid who I think the combine worked out one of the fastest and one of the most athletically gifted corners, despite the fact he's only 5'9.5".
And you cannot coach speed. And here's one thing about Ahmad Carroll. This guy is a worker. He shows up at the Arkansas facility every morning at 6 a.m. to start his work. And don't forget, at the NFL owners meetings last month, we heard that the NFL is going to crack down on all that hands-on, those corners on the receivers, that illegal contact. So you better be able to run with these receivers. If you can't grab and hold them, Michael, you know that Ahmad Carroll can do that. I think he cost himself money by not staying in school. He would have been a top 10 pick next year, but he's confident enough to come out right now.
And you're right, Mort. The quicker guys, they become more of an asset for your football team, because now, since we can't grab, I want the guys that can sit back and drive on the football real good, and Ahmad Carroll can do that. He will help the Green Bay Packers.
If he'd stayed at Arkansas, he could have been a teammate of Alex Morton's.
And he'd probably be better off just being around Alex Morton.
Well, here's one thing. Right. His hair is shorter than most of the defensive backs for the Packers.
Here's one.
Shorter than Harris and McKenzie.
Well, I mean, we should talk about Mike McKenzie, because Mike McKenzie is a guy who has been making a lot of noise. He's unhappy with his contract. We hear from behind the scenes he wasn't happy with the shuffling of the coaching staff. So there is some concern. McKenzie saying he wants to be traded. Ahmad Carroll certainly gives him some insurance.
All right, but wait a minute. We're talking about the Green Bay Packers, who won an overtime game in the playoffs, which is unbelievable. They lost a game they could have won at Philly. In other words, they could have been maybe a Super Bowl team. Brett Favre has a couple of years left. But see, we're going to have to ponder that. Brett Favre, Green Bay Packers, do they load up one more time? Something we'll discuss when we come back. And the Bengals are on the clock again.
Yeah! Welcome back to the EA Sports NFL matchup. Trey Wingo here with Merrill Hodge and Ron Jaworski. So the Packers go defense. Well, does not make too much of a guess there, because it was a 4th and 28 play that got him into the playoffs. McCown to Nathan Poole, and then it was a 4th and 26 play that took them out of the playoffs in Philadelphia.
Yeah, that is correct. Donovan McNabb to Freddie Mitchell on 4th and 26, and it was an amazing play, you know, and no one has really shown the play and what happened and how the Eagles did complete the pass. I'm going to show you.
This was 4th and 26. Defensively, how do you let this happen? There is no excuse for allowing this completion. This play was never broken down and analyzed. You'll see it from the coaching tape for the very first time now. The Packers were playing quarters coverage. 4 defenders across the field and deep, with 3 defenders playing the underneath coverage. I don't understand why they're aligned so close to the line of scrimmage. The Eagles, anticipating blitz, will only send 3 receivers into routes. The back and the tight end will initially stay in to block, but no one will blitz. The tight end releases, the back stays. I want to freeze the play right here. Look at these two underneath defenders. One of them is sitting 5 yards from the line of scrimmage. The other has hugged up to play the tight end. Why? It was 4th and 26. How can you play a coverage in a critical situation without factoring in the down and the distance? This drives coaches crazy and unfortunately gets them fired.
And one of those players that hugged up was rookie Nick Barnett. And this is what happens when you put rookies on the field. Yeah, it's draft now. We're talking about great athletes and athleticism, and they could run so fast and jump so high, but they must understand critical situations in a football game. 4th and 26, get your butt back there and don't let the ball get caught behind you. This is what happens, why intelligence is so smart. You've got to get players that understand every situation in a game, and particularly those critical situations. That's why, you know what? Smarts are very important. That's why New England keeps winning.
Well, that's why I said a coach has all the power but absolutely no control. We've talked about these young guys and their transition to the National Football League. It's the intangibles. It's the smarts. I know I was hard on JP Losman. He has a big arm. He has those intangibles. But managing himself, managing a team, managing down and distance and all those situations, it's a mental game. And those are the things, if you don't know, if you don't understand, you lose games, you cost people their jobs. These coaches spend hours and hours and hours to put these players in the best situations, and then there's all those players want to be a hero, and they jump out of the system and cost your team.
Bottom line, they have to do what they're told under those pressure situations. And sometimes, as you said, with young players, that can be a problem. Okay, so how good is Ahmad Carroll? Let's check out with Andrea Kramer at the Cold Pizza Set. I believe, Andrea, you're standing by with someone who's worked out with Ahmad.
That's right, Trey. All along, we've known that Corey Chavis is a budding general manager. Now we find out he's training players as well. Now, you spent some time with Ahmad Carroll in New Orleans in March. How did that come about?
Well, actually, I'm good friends with Darren Martin, who works with Ahmad. And one of the things he talked about was at the Combine, there were some questions about his drills. I mean, obviously, he had the great 40 time in the vertical jump. That was outstanding. But stiffness a little bit and things like that. I was a guy who was stiff coming out of school. I don't think that's as much of a problem for Batman. I think, really, when it comes down to it, he hasn't had the spring practices that a lot of other guys get in terms of fundamentals because he's run on the track team. He has a tremendous work ethic, though, and that's the biggest thing that I thought that stood out to me. He has a yearning desire to want to get better.
How do you think he will fit in Green Bay?
Well, I think when you heard Chris Mortensen talk earlier about the changing of the rules, and I think Green Bay likes to use a lot of man coverage. You look at last year with Harris and McKenzie, they do play man coverage, and they do it very effectively. He fits into their scheme as an extra corner, somebody who could come in and compete if McKenzie, the problems with him continue on. I think Batman has a chance to really develop into an outstanding corner in this league.
Keep working out those players, Corey. All right, that's it from here. Boomer, let's head back to you with Cincinnati on the clock.
All right, Andrea, Corey, thank you very much. The Cincinnati Bengals began this draft a couple weeks ago with 17, then 24. Now they're down to 26. Now it's their turn. They picked up 2 4s and Delta O'Neal for moving down twice, and now this pick.
We said they've lost Corey Dillon.
With the 26th pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Chris Perry, running back, University of Michigan.
Look, guys, they have lost Corey Dillon. We mentioned that. In their scouting department right now is Bill Tobin, one of Mel Kiper's all-time favorite personnel guys. Bill Tobin has always loved Big Ten Conference players. This is a Big Ten Conference player, and Mike Brown, the president of the Bengals, have always loved Big Ten Conference players. Of course, obviously, Marvin Lewis does, too.
Well, I look at Chris Perry as a guy who can run, catch, and block. I don't think he's the best back in this draft. And I think you look at Steven Jackson already off the board to the St. Louis Rams. Kevin Jones still available. And I think there's some other running backs that are going to present value. Chris Perry, though, you talk about consistency over the course of a season. He had that at Michigan. I just think there was a better back on the board at this point in Kevin Jones. But I think Chris, kind of guy, you look at the size, look at versatility. He'll be on the field for first, second, and third down. And keep in mind, in Cincinnati, he doesn't have to worry about being the full-time guy anyway, because they have Rudy Johnson, who had almost 1,000 yards last year, averaged 4 or 5 a carry, and scored 9 touchdowns. Chris will be a guy who can catch the football out of the backfield very effectively. He will be a guy in the NFL, not dynamic, not flashy. Now, I don't know if his skill level is enough to make him one of those top echelon backs, but keep in mind, in Cincinnati, he's going to be the number 2 guy, a 1-2 punch, along with a guy that's very underrated. Rudy Johnson had a nice year for the Cincinnati Bengals, Mort.
Yeah, and now, as opposed to a guy like Kevin Jones, who doesn't get much experience in the passing game, Chris Perry understands a fairly sophisticated passing game in terms of picking up on protections. And you got a rookie quarterback who may or may not play. Carson Palmer right now has the job. Chris Perry is a little bit more advanced than Kevin Jones in that area.
And you saw the ability to
well.
go up and over the top, in the goal line, in short yardage. Chris Perry runs hard. He's got that frame, he's got the kind of size, and he can, as I said, get that first down, go up and over the top in short yardage situations. And a good compliment, really, to Rudy Johnson. Is he going to be a big-time feature back? No. Are they going to ask him to be that kind of player in Cincinnati? No, they're not. They have Rudy.
The scout told me that Chris Perry reminds them of a guy like Deuce Staley, where he may not do any one thing great, but he does everything well.
Where's Kevin Jones in this? Does he go with it before we're done with the first round? Are you surprised that he's not the second back, Mel?
There were people in the league that I spoke to who thought Kevin Jones was the best back in this draft, because I didn't think so. I thought that Steven Jackson was the best back in this draft, and I think when you look at the completeness of Steven Jackson, St. Louis, remember, Marshall Faulk has only played in, you talk about over the last 2 years, 21 games. He's had some injuries, his career lows at St. Louis, and in terms of this past year for the St. Louis Rams, so that made sense. Steven Jackson will be a nice addition. Kevin Jones, athletically gifted running back. Now, I think when you look at Kevin Jones, what does he need to work on? More reps catching the football. And I thought at Virginia Tech, he was not a consistent tackle breaker. And I think that's something you need to be cognizant of when you're evaluating Kevin Jones. In the NFL, arm tackles should not get you down. The grass should not make the tackle. And I think with Kevin Jones, he needs to be a little bit more aggressive on a consistent basis, breaking tackles, running hard up the gut, and I think getting yards after contact, which was not always something you saw with Kevin Jones on a consistent basis.
And more consistent catching the ball, like you say. Now, you put the young guy in, Carson Palmer, and when he's in trouble, he's going to look for that running back to dump the ball off to. I don't want this hot potato. You get it. He has to catch that ball.
And Perry has that ability.
Well, look, the Bengals, they took it back. Like I said, they got a couple of four. They have now how many picks in the top?
They have 8 in the top 117, Chris. The Cincinnati Bengals, well-stocked to come out a lot of players in this draft.
Tennessee on the clock, then the 49ers, then the Colts. So here we go, late in the first. We'll be back.
Welcome back to the 2004 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
And welcome back to the theater at Madison Square Garden. Now, we knew we were in for a lot of intrigue in the first round of the 2004 draft, but maybe we got even more than we bargained for. 6 trades in all, and let's begin with the biggest. The San Diego Chargers traded the rights to Eli Manning to the New York Giants for Phillip Rivers, plus New York's 3rd-round pick this year, number 65 overall, plus a 1st and a 5th-round pick next year. Then a big move up by Philadelphia for the 2nd straight year to select Shawn Andrews, the big offensive tackle from Arkansas, taking San Francisco's spot at number 16. San Francisco gets the Eagles' 1st-round spot coming up at 28, plus the Eagles' 2nd-round pick at number 58 overall. Dallas traded with the Bills. Buffalo moves in with their 2nd first-round pick. They took quarterback JP Losman of Tulane. Dallas got the Bills' 2nd-round pick, number 43 overall, a 5th-round pick, and the 1st-round pick next year. There were also swaps between the Lions and Browns, the Vikings and Dolphins, and the Rams and the Bengals. And maybe most surprising is that the Patriots stood pat. We know that they love to stockpile, and they also have a pick at number 32. On the clock right now, Tennessee. So we have to wonder now, will Tennessee stand pat or will they make a trade? And right now, let's go to Ed Werder in Washington. Ed?
Well, Susie, their phones definitely started ringing as soon as their pick came up and Chris Perry was off the board. Now, Jeff Fisher, I know because he lost Javon Curse and Robert Smith on his defensive line, really was hoping a big defensive player would fall to them. If that didn't happen, I think he knew with the retirement of Frank Wycheck at tight end that 2 tight ends might possibly be there, and they are in Ben Troop and Ben Watson. I think those are players he'll consider. And then he told me, hey, we could consider a running back. Now, the guy we talked about was Chris Perry, who just went. And he was really conflicted about this, and it'll be interesting if they had Kevin Jones ahead of Chris Perry. His dilemma was, hey, Eddie George, he thinks that he can finish his career in Tennessee, that he'll take a pay cut, and they'll work this thing out, and he could play here. Fisher says he really wants to be a 1,000-yard back again, thinks if he gets one more 1,000-yard season, he could make the Hall of Fame. And he said he doesn't want to go out like Emmitt Smith, having to finish it out with a foreign franchise. And so it'll be interesting to see, he said, that if we take a running back with the 1st pick, that might be the end of Eddie George in Tennessee. Well, the Titans are on the clock. We're going to break, and we'll be right back with their pick.
Dallas
Cowboys select on the first round Marshall Irvin, wide receiver, Miami.
Dallas Cowboys, Super Bowl bound next year. Super Bowl bound. What's going down? Huh? Who goes to Super Bowl next year? Hey, Dallas, I see y'all in Miami. Dallas Cowboys go to Super Bowl next year.
You got to be kidding me.
Marshall.
He's got Marshall Irvin, and he's with us here today.
Oh, man.
Super Bowl bound. You know what?
We did.
He was the Schwab, right?
We did.
We did.
3 times we did. Oh,
Quiet.
man, I can't believe.
Don't rub that in.
Hey, okay, I'm sorry. For all the Buffalo fans and you, Boom, I'm sorry.
You did. So, you remember that day? Listen, look at it. What do you remember now from Tom Landry's final #1 pick was Michael Irvin. What do you remember? I mean, we saw it. What still sticks in your head 16 years later?
But you know how excited I was about that day. And that's why, and Boom, as I sat up here on the podium, and when they called up Eli, I felt for him. You immediately grabbed me when everybody started booing. I was like, this is the happiest day of his life. I remember that happiness, right. And I want everybody that's being drafted today to feel that. It's truly a blessing.
Well, you were blessed into the Cowboys, that's for sure. There's been a trade. Houston made a trade with Tennessee. We'll get the trade in a moment. But here's Houston's pick in the second first-round pick.
Want to guess?
With the 27th pick in the 2004 draft acquired from the Tennessee Titans, the Houston Texans select Jason Babin, defensive end from Western Michigan.
Well, and we'll get the trade in a moment. Jason Babin, we'll get in the background here. He, Western Michigan, so didn't play against the classic competition. And I think he has a tattoo the length of his entire back, okay? So now the longest tattoo in the league in the NFL, drafted by Houston. Quick, bro. Very quick, right?
Very quick, and it'll be a 3-4 outside linebacker in that scheme. He's the first Western Michigan player to be taken in the first round. Remember, John Offerball went the second round to the Miami Dolphins. You'll get Jason Babin. Could have been a 4-3 end, and this scheme would be a 3-4 outside backer. Chris mentioned level of competition, 30 sacks over the last 2 years in the Mid-American Conference, but had a great game against Michigan a few years ago. Michigan State had 9 tackles, so when he had to step it up against elite competition, he got it done. 6'2½", 263, runs a 4.6, 28 reps and a 34 vertical. Athletically gifted, state wrestling champion in high school. So uses his hands well, balance, leverage. He has that with that wrestling background. East-West Shrine game. See it here. He was a dominant force. Again, stepped up when level of competition increased. Then he goes to the combine workout. Put up big numbers. So you have production, not only in the Mid-American Conference, but also against the Michigans and the Michigan States, East-West Shrine game, then the combine. I got high on this kid. I have him in the top 25, top 30 all along. Thought he could go as high as 19 to Minnesota. Dropped him down to St. Louis at 26. Nice pick for the Texans to get back in the first round. They added Dunta Robinson. Now they have the 3-4 outside linebacker, get some heat on the quarterback.
You know what's interesting? We're seeing people, we didn't think at the low first you'd be able to go down and move out of there just because those players are similar to the ones at the high second. We've been wrong, right? We've been wrong on that. Something to ponder. Now let's join via our Coors Light video conference. So we welcome in the coach, the second-year head coach now of the Cincinnati Bengals, Marvin Lewis. And Marvin, my goodness, you're working the draft board like Houdini. Down twice, you still get a running back. Chris Perry, why him? Why him, not Kevin Jones?
Well, we saw the versatility we felt, and all along I think he was our guy that we felt best about, and it was a close call, very close, and we just decided with Chris, and he's got great ability to make people miss.
And Sam, and him, not Steven Jackson, too. There was something that's special in this young man for you, I guess, right?
Well,
highest
really
rated back on the board?
Yes, he was. He was our highest rated running back, and we felt great about him, and really the guy that we kind of had targeted and we were hoping was going to get to us today.
New uniforms, new hope, exciting season last year, and you go with Carson Palmer. Why'd you make the call so early, before even the draft?
Well, I really felt, Chris, it was important for free agency, for our football team, for everybody to understand what direction we were headed in, so we hadn't have all those questions. John could get on, Carson could get on, and we could move forward as a football team.
What has to happen now for the Bengals, Marvin, to take the next step? I mean, the next couple of steps. You were there in the run toward the end, but realistically, What kind of team do you have at 8-8?
Well, we got to find things that make special plays. We got to find some more playmakers, and that's what we're hoping that we've gained in free agency. A young group of guys that are in their 25 to 29-year-old. We're really excited about those guys. And now with this draft class, we have, I guess, 11 picks now. So we're excited to really have a new influx of talent and energy to go with what we already have here.
Marvin, go ahead, Mort.
Marvin, do you run a risk of losing that locker room if Carson Palmer falls flat on his face, or do you go immediately back to Kitten if that happens?
Well, if Carson's not getting it done, I told both guys, no, we don't want to lose football games based on one position. And but we've got a lot of confidence in Carson. Obviously, the confidence we have in John has not changed one bit.
Marvin, talk a little bit about the excitement. You've just been in the city a year. But you felt that, I mean, you know, in the 80s, the Bengals were in Super Bowls, but it's been dormant. Talk about the excitement that you felt in town just going about your drives to and from the store.
It's really been fantastic. Football is big. Everybody's talking about football now year-round and want to know what we're doing, who's going where, what are we doing. And I think everybody's excited for football. They've got a great draft party here today at the stadium. They're just excited about football.
Well, you better get back to work with all those picks, you know. We're keeping you too long already.
Yeah,
it's Ohio. They're excited about football, that's for sure. Keep up the good work.
That's right. Thank you.
Marvin Lewis, hey, he came in and did not the impossible, but the improbable.
And keep in mind, also in Baltimore, he was there when they had Jamal Lewis and Priest Holmes. Now you have Rudy Johnson and Chris Perry. So he's been around a team that had two excellent running backs and was able to benefit from that.
Let's revisit how badly Houston wanted Jason Babin. Unique that they traded with Tennessee, by the way, the old Oilers and everything.
You're right.
That is, they have traded the Texans traded their second, third, fourth, and fifth round picks to get Jason Babin. Now, they get a fifth-round pick back from Tennessee, but that tells me that Babin was a huge piece of their draft day puzzle.
Well, he's one of the fastest in that sort of mode. Didn't fit every team. Do we think we saw Cincinnati? In their third year, is Houston coming? Are they coming as
Well, they got
fast
one
as they
thing,
look?
and Mort, you know this, David Carr. David Carr is a guy you can build around. He's the cornerstone. He's the guy that I think will allow everybody else to develop. Andre Johnson, you got a big-time player there. Look at the running back situation. Stole Dominic Davis in round 4 last year. So offensively, they have components more that you need.
I think the Texans and the Jaguars are both those teams. A problem is they have the Colts and Titans in their division.
Texas, very smart football team.
San Francisco's next, and then the heavy metal. Indianapolis, Kansas City, and your Super Bowl teams, Carolina and New England again. Round 1 moves along.
Hi there, Dave Revson, Brian Kenny with you in the ESPN newsroom. Those of you on ESPN, we'll get you back to the draft coverage in just a few minutes.
Yeah, quick update on what's going on outside of the draft for those of you watching on ESPN. Start with the NBA playoffs. Game 3, Hornets down 2-zip, getting home court against Miami. Here, Baron Davis up and in, hobbled by the sprained ankle, but playing inspired basketball today. Hornets up by 6. Had a 12-point lead at the half, but the Heat coming back. Ron Butler had 24 points in this game. He was 8 for 18 from the floor. Fourth quarter, it's a 2-point game. David Wesley knocks it down. Hornets by 4. Final seconds, last gasp for the Heat, down by 4. Still have enough time, kicked it back out for the 3. Eddie Jones, feet underneath him, wouldn't go. And the Hornets hold on to take a game in this series. In New Orleans, Miami held to 29 points in the first half, tied a team record for a playoff low, and Eddie Jones just 5 points in this game. Again, down 41-29 at the half. Hornets get home and get a win. Miami's still up, but it's 2-1.
Pistons and Bucks tied in a game apiece coming in. First quarter, Bucks up by 6. Alley-oop, Desmond Mason throws it down. Bucks up 16-8, and it's Damon Jones, the very long 3, 23-11 in favor of Milwaukee. Still first quarter, they're up 23-17. Joe Smith off the nice feed from Michael Redd. Bucks up by 8. And as we check it out right now, you see the Bucks up by 7 at the break. And they grabbed home court advantage by stealing one in Detroit on Wednesday. Redd with 11 points, coming off a career playoff high 26. Rasheed Wallace, double-doubles in both games so far in this series, 5 points and 6 rebounds in the first half.
Western semis in the NHL. Flames took game 1 on the Red Wings. A bit of a surprise there. Game 2 this afternoon in Detroit. Here, Steve Yzerman in front, buries. Red Wings take a 2-0 lead. Second period, still 2-zip. Yzerman coming in front. Mika Kiprusoff in net. And he's down. Buries on Kiprusoff. It's an NHL record this year for goals against average. Red Wings now 3-1 as they get ready for the third period. Again, Red Wings down 1-zip, but up 3-1 in this game.
Sharks looking to go up 2-0 on Colorado. Milan Hajduk gets the early goal, 1-0 in favor of the Avs. Second period, Sharks on the power play. They take advantage. Vincent Damphousse ties it up at 1. Now final seconds of the second period, same score. It is Marleau in front with his 7th goal of the playoffs for Patrick Marleau. Sharks on top 2-1 in this one. They are in the second intermission.
Well, for Dave Revson, I'm Brian Kenny. We're going to send you back to New York after a short break. Chris Berman will get you back up to date on the NFL draft. We're back right after this.
Welcome back to the 2004 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
With the 28th pick in the 2004 draft acquired by trade, the Carolina Panthers select Chris Gamble, defensive back, Ohio State.
So we'll get you there. Well, here is the trade. The Panthers moving up with the 49ers. San Francisco now has moved down twice and's got a 2 from earlier from Philly. And now they get a 4 here from Carolina to move down 3 spots and almost out of the first round. Look, Carolina, Super Bowl. They had Ricky Manning Jr., who had the big playoff game, huge game against the St. Louis Rams, which everybody remembers. But defensive back Chris Gamble, to many, Mel, that is an accurate word. Is he a gamble?
He isn't to a certain extent, Chris, because he lacks experience. Only a year and a half, really, where he worked the corner, didn't practice a lot at that spot. Former wide receiver, return man, did it all on special teams. And a guy that you could argue is one of their most valuable players because of both sides of the ball, what he accomplished. At times, he'll lose sight of the football. And I think when you look at him in run support, he needs to upgrade his ability there. So as a pure corner, he needs work. He's not a quick fix. He's not going to come in as a rookie and be a starting corner. He's a work in progress. He needs coaching. He needs some time. But there are skills to be developed there. Chris Gamble has talent. The Kansas State game, which you see footage of here, he was outstanding. That was his last game in a Buckeye uniform. And I think when you look at the lack of experience and the way he played there against Reggie Williams, he does make the tackle there, but he's not the most physical, aggressive player that you'll ever find. So I think people look at him as a guy who needs to develop. In the NFL, now you're looking for the guys who can come right in and be starters. With Chris Gamble, Carolina has to be patient, work him in, coach him up, and in 2 or 3 years, you may have something that's a little bit better than average. You may have a special player. The risk, though, is he doesn't react to the coaching. He doesn't develop into a corner. So it is a roll of the dice pick, Chris, to a certain extent. I thought Cincinnati may go that route. They went instead running back. This late in the first round, I think the gamble is limited.
But you know what? You talk about coaching up. Was there been a better coaching job than John Fox? He took over. The team was 1-15 plus. They had stuff off the field that was much worse, much worse than a 1-15 football team. And what does he do in 2 years? He gets them to the Super Bowl. And all of a sudden, this division, which going into last year we thought was a walk for Tampa Bay, it obviously turned out not at all when Vic got hurt and everything else. And it was Carolina. You got Carolina, rejuvenated Tampa Bay, Atlanta back with Mike Vick. This could be a real hotbed division this season. No question about that. Let's go up to the EA Sports Desk and Trey and Merrill and John.
All right, Boomer, thanks. No question about it. The story of this draft is the Manning family, not only their influence on how to get the son where they wanted him to go, Eli, but just look at the lineage. Archie, what did he do wrong? He was only the 2nd pick overall in 1971. 11th time we've had 2 brothers go in the first round. The first time both of those brothers have essentially been number 1. Eli Manning going number 1, then trading to the Giants as the Giants pick up Phillip Rivers. So what to make of Peyton Manning now with the Colts are on the clock? They had a great run. They finally got those 2 playoff wins, Jaws. Peyton Manning did, but that defense still let him down in the AFC Championship game. Peyton Manning, can he be better than he was last year when he was the co-MVP with Steve McNair?
Yeah, I believe so. The one thing you see about Peyton Manning is a guy that still commits himself to get better every single week. And one thing about Peyton Manning as well, he lines up every single week. He has started every game since he came into the National Football League. And when I go down Tuesday at NFL Films and plug in those tapes, you know, one of the first tapes I grab is Tom Moore's Indianapolis Colts offense, because no one understands the quarterback position better than Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning is the best in the NFL. No quarterback takes what he learns in the classroom during the week and executes it on the field Sunday better than Manning. He's like a computer, processing information quicker than any other quarterback. Here's a great example. This is the Colts' staple play action. Peyton's initial read is Marvin Harrison deep, but the safety, who did not bite on the play fake, is sitting over the top. His second read is Dallas Clark on the intermediate dig, but the middle linebacker takes that away. Manning's ability to throw deep to the other side of the field to his third read, Reggie Wayne, is what sets him apart. This is very hard to do. And it shows his intuitive feel for the position. Peyton instinctively knew that the backside safety would drift to the initial progression side. He verifies that and pulls the trigger, knowing that a great throw beats the safety and the corner in the void.
The pocket awareness is tremendous. An offensive lineman loved Peyton Manning because of the clock in his head. The ball comes out. Look at the completion percentage last year, 67%. Now, one thing I always look at is that touchdown to interception ratio. Very important for the quarterback to protect the football. And one thing Peyton Manning does is protect the football. Unfortunately, when he went up to New England, did not do a good job of that. So that's what will motivate Peyton Manning this season, to have the great year, but then have the great postseason.
You know, when you study Peyton Manning, there's absolutely no flaws. I mean, there are very few flaws as far as Peyton Manning goes. When he makes the type of money he makes, I am a veteran guy, and a guy who has proven it and has earned it deserves every penny. But when you pay a guy that much money, what does become a concern as far as the team goes is how can you build? Defensively, they do need help. They don't have enough money to go out and get defensive help. And if you look at the next step, it's got to be a defense. That's what's going to help them get to the next step. Peyton Manning can only do so much. There's only certain players in this league that can do so much. You cannot win it by yourself, but they don't have the money to go get the help defensively. So Peyton Manning will have to get a little better in order for them to take that next step. That is an awful tough thing to do.
Well, in a sense, they're just counting on Tony Dungy to keep improving that defense, much in the same way the Chiefs are hoping Gunther Cunningham just coming back will hope the Chiefs defense, which I believe the Colts just scored on the Chiefs defense again. Colts are on the clock. We'll see what they do. Stay with us.
Best available player. He's still got a lot of talent on the board. Ben Troop, second highest rated tight end, still there. Great athlete, Shannon Sharp type, natural pass receiving skills. Just sacrificed some blocking. He's dropped into the late first. Michael Jenkins, productive at Ohio State in that conservative offense. And still, Kevin Jones, athletically gifted running back, still on the board, Chris.
Well, those are some names. And, you know, now there's a lot of thought that late one and early two. Look, there is nobody that knows the bottom of the draft better than Bill Polian. He did it for years, at picking second to last. When the Bills, you know, were in the Super Bowl with 3 of the 4, were his. The Bills were picking at the bottom of the first round. Carolina, they're in the title game, as we mentioned, what was it, 96? And now the Indianapolis Colts, very near the bottom, as they were in the AFC Championship game. The way you do the bottom of the board is, in no particular order, boy, did somebody, for some reason, are we shocked, fell through the screen. Then, whoa, let's look at him. 2, I'm hopeful. It's almost like applying to colleges. You hope for one that you might, geez, it's a real reach to get in. Then you got a guy here that, maybe, but we still have another guy that's about upper third of the second round in our mind, but we would be happy to take at 28, 29, but we still can trade down. We think we can get him later. Remember last year, Mike Doss, who they had close, but they didn't pick him in the first round. They actually waited to the end of the second round and got a guy that they would have picked upper second. They have a guy in mind. They have a couple in mind, so they've just made a trade with Atlanta, who's now on the clock. So Atlanta, and we'll get you the whole trade, is picking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the second round. So Atlanta's now on the clock with their second first-round pick. Indy will pick early second. If it sounds confusing, I don't mean it to be, but that's the proper way to work the bottom of the draft. He's done it many times.
Exactly. Save money as well, Chris. I think you get players. If you're guaranteed a player by moving down, you make the move. And I think a lot of teams, are reluctant because they're afraid they're going to lose somebody. But normally, if you have 2 or 3 bunched together, Chris, you got to project it. You got to try to have an idea where these players are going to go.
So now we have Atlanta, who much earlier in the day, Jim Moore Jr.'s first pick, DeAngelo Hall, cornerback, Virginia Tech, Atlanta's second first-round pick.
I need to help
With the 29th pick in the 2004 draft, acquired from Indianapolis. The Atlanta Falcons select Mike Jenkins, wide receiver, Ohio State.
Well, a couple of Ohio State Buckeyes go in a row. And here now begins the next little run of wide receivers, don't you think, Mel?
I do. Rashawn Woods is another one from Oklahoma State, still on the board. You look at him here, getting off the gym. That's Jeremy Lesore. You're going to see Jeremy probably go in the second round. You see how he beat him there. There's Michael Jenkins again, making the catch and yards after the reception in the open field. 6'4" and change, 217 pounds. Smart kid. You see him here against Purdue. This is the game where on the fourth down play, national championship year, he made the big catch. Here's against Wisconsin's defense. Again, Michael Jenkins against that kind of competition, getting the job done. You see the ability here to make the catch with defenders draped all over him, and I think that's the strength of Michael Jenkins. At the Senior Bowl practices, I thought he was one of the top 2 or 3 players on the field. Here against Miami of Florida, again, in coverage. Ability to use that body, use that frame, 6'4.5", 217, to get the advantage like a power forward in basketball, and I like the yards after the catch. Again, he is not a medium-range receiver. He's a guy that has the ability to stretch it. He runs in the 4.48 to 4.53 range. Not sprinter speed, but fast enough. I think Michael Jenkins at Ohio State, conservative offense. When he got the ball, though, he made the most of it. And I think at this stage, I didn't going late first round, so it's talking about a value pick. Here you go.
But he's the most well-coached receiver in this draft. We saw some shots of him in man-to-man bump and run coverages. All the wide receivers I watched, none got off the jam better than Michael Jenkins. That's why he is a good pick right here at the bottom of the first round.
One of the goals of Rich McKay, the general manager of the Falcons, formerly of Tampa Bay, was to get more players around Mike Vick. They have done a lot of addressing to that defensive side of the football, and they needed to. And they got the corner, and DeAngelo Hall in the first round. Michael Jenkins gives them a big receiver. There's a lot of big receivers in this draft. Peerless Price. Well, Peerless Price is now on the other side. They believe T.J. Duckett is poised to have a big year with Alex Gibbs, the offensive line coach, now in Atlanta, and putting together their running game. So they do believe Mike Vick put good players around him and watch him flourish.
Michael Jenkins gives them a #1 receiver. I've said time and time again, I think Peerless Price is a #2 receiver. Put with Michael Jenkins, Peerless Price will start playing.
And he is a big receiver. You know, you put a short quarterback like Vick with a big receiver.
He's the tallest Jenkins. Remember, Alfred Jenkins was a great little receiver for Atlanta back with Steve Bartkowski, but we digress. Here's what it was real simple. Mike Vick got hurt in August last year in the preseason, and you can see what happened without. We know that the year before, he led the Atlanta Falcons to the only ever playoff loss the Green Bay Packers have ever had at Lambeau Field. So obviously, we're going to, okay, I thought I heard another thing. See, this is what happens, you get a little batty. And what I'm predicting may be the longest first round in the history of the National Football League, but we'll get back to that. So that's what Atlanta now has a chance. I mean, they can move, but we've already established it's a pretty tough division. Let's go quickly up to Trey at the EA matchup desk.
All right, Boomer, thanks. You mentioned a lot of addressing that the Atlanta Falcons have done on the defensive side. They were dead last defensively. They pick up Keon Carpenter and Aaron Beasley to try and shore up that secondary. But there's no question in this draft with DeAngelo Hall now on the defensive side, they went after another weapon for Michael Vick and Michael Jenkins, and they're trying to build around the franchise.
Right, and I think also the other question is, how does Mike fit into the West Coast system? Because Greg Knapp will come in and he'll apply that. And one thing I love about Greg Knapp, he is great as an offensive coordinator and building a quarterback. When you look at Mike Vick, first of all, we want to think must-see TV, most exciting quarterback in the National Football League. But he also has tremendous skills, and he will fit perfectly in the West Coast. We all know Mike Vick is special. He takes mobility to a level we've never seen before and may never see again. Must-see TV will be back in full force this season, but he will be asked to master the West Coast offense. That means being a playmaker with his arm first, and I've seen him do it. When he hits his back foot, the coaches will demand that the ball come out. I saw him do this at times last season. From the sideline camera, here's the breakdown. The route by Peerless Price has to beat the corner playing him, and the throw by Vick has to beat the safety, sitting down in the middle in lurk coverage. And this is where Vick's unparalleled arm strength comes in. I believe no other quarterback gets this ball in. It's only a matter of time before he becomes a complete quarterback. Look at this play. Off a 7-step drop, Vick initially reads to his left. Nothing there. He stays patient and calmly works backside to the dig. Vick has the passing foundation that's needed to effectively execute the West Coast offense. The new head coach for the Atlanta Falcons, Jim Mora, is so excited. Why? Because he's got a guy like Mike Vick. But when you look at this West Coast, what makes the West Coast really pure, if you want to use pure West Coast, the movement of the quarterback by design. That's what Mike Vick will bring to this West Coast. Changing that launching point, moving him. He's going to bring that natural gift to move anyway when a play breaks down. But the design of that natural movement in the West Coast is where Vick will shine.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I think an outstanding move of bringing Greg Knapp in as the offensive coordinator and keeping Mike Johnson, who was Michael Vick's quarterback coach last year, and the fundamentals were improving tremendously. Unfortunately, Michael got hurt, and those fundamentals regressed a little bit. Now, with the coaching staff intact, and as Merrill said, kind of a movement-style offense. And we're not talking about run-around, make-play offense. Movement by design. Michael Vick will fit nicely into that. Then you look at their wide receivers. Obviously, Peerless Price, you know, his game will pick up now with Mike Jenkins as another wide receiver. And also, don't forget, Brian Finneran, Alge Crumpler, big targets, good in that West Coast style short passing game.
Again, they were 3-1 when Michael Vick started last year. Alge Crumpler really blossomed without Michael Vick, so we'll look to see what happens when they all get starting and mesh together. There has been a trade. The Chiefs have traded out. The Lions are on the clock. We'll let you know what Detroit's going to do with their second first-round pick when we come back on the draft. Stay with us.
I'm George Grand here at the ESPN Anchor headquarters for what will be a history-making day, not only for television, but for the National Football League as well.
The draft was the last of the great newspaper stories, but that no longer holds now that ESPN is here.
First round selection, Oklahoma running back Billy Sims. And here's Billy Sims.
When our one-time president, that was great to see George Grand video there, our first anchor for these drafts and a great friend. When Chet Simmons, our president, told Pete Rozelle in 1980, we'd like to televise the NFL draft. Rozelle said, what are you, nuts? Well, Billy Sims was our first televised first-round pick. It was a Tuesday morning at about 8:05. The drafts were Tuesday morning. People called in sick a little bit. And then all of a sudden, whoa, after about 8, 9 years, let's move it to Sunday, Monday. We might have an audience on Sunday, certainly not Monday. Then, whoa, more and more people watch. You folks out there, we thank you for it. Saturday, Sunday extravaganza. But it used to be 8 a.m. Tuesday, 5 a.m. on the West Coast. Yikes. Now, here is Detroit on the clock a moment ago.
With the 30th pick in the 2004 draft acquired by trade, the Detroit Lions select Kevin Jones, running back from Virginia Tech.
And how perfect is that? Lithium was the Lion. Kevin Jones, running back, Virginia Tech. Pretty good value and an interesting move up from Detroit. Remember, they have back-to-back early second-round picks, so they can spend it.
You're right, Chris, and some teams had Kevin Jones #1 back on the board. You talk about athleticism, you see there the change in direction, ability, and the vision. I think he needs to lower those pads a little bit, and I think also break tackles on a more consistent basis. But a guy who has, despite a 40 times his average, home run hitting speed. He plays a lot faster. They call it competitive speed. He has it. Kevin Jones, a chiseled frame, strong kid, 6 foot 225. He destroyed Pittsburgh's defense here in November, running wild against that Panther defense. And you look at Kevin Jones, the one area of his game that he needs to work on is catching the football, more experience in that area. As I said, we're talking about a guy that at Virginia Tech, a little inconsistent in terms of breaking tackles, but he's got talent, he's got athletic ability, he's a great kid, he'll work hard, and he could have gone mid-first round, and a lot of people would have argued because, as I said, some teams did have him the #1 back on the board. Steven Jackson, Kevin Jones both dropped a lot further than anticipated. That's the history and the tradition of running backs. No matter who they are, second rounders drop to the 4th, thirds drop to the 5th. Running backs, only 5 or 6 teams need them usually each year. They tend to present decent value in the draft.
Boy, when you look at Detroit, they're starting to look like a football team. Matt Miller took a lot of heat, but he is drafting well to get Kevin Jones to go along with Roy Williams and Charles Rogers. Give Jordan Harris some weapons. They starting to like a pretty good football team.
Yeah, and I think that what we've seen from Joey Harrington is it looks like he's going to be okay in the NFL, but he's going to need a lot of good players around him, and that is what Matt Millen is doing. He's gotten Charles Rogers last year, Roy Williams today, and Roy Williams, by the way, was the #1 rated player on the Lions draft board. So this was huge for the Lions, getting Kevin Jones as a piece of the puzzle.
Well, look, it's a division where, with apologies to Green Bay, who's a very good team, there's room to move in this division. And the Lions, they open up at Chicago. Is that where they could break that 24-game road losing streak week 1? We'll be back.
25 years ESPN NFL Draft. 25 years of coverage for the first to the last. The speed is what you need. Build a draft. If finesse is what you want to possess, build a draft. Draft. Yeah.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft is presented by Rocky Mountain Cold Coors Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL, and in part by Sensodyne Toothpaste. Sensodyne helps stop the pain of sensitive teeth.
Welcome back to the theater at Madison Square Garden. We continue in the first round. Let's go to the commissioner, Paul Tagliabue.
With the 31st pick in the 2004 draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Rashawn Woods, wide receiver from Oklahoma State.
Mel, the San Francisco, they moved down twice, and they get a receiver to replace T.O.
Makes sense. And I'll tell you are getting guys in the late first round. That's where they were projected, Jenkins and Woods to go. But their value, when you talk about where they were rated, was a little higher. So because of all these wide receivers, every team doesn't need a wide receiver or prioritizes the #1 area. Rashawn Woods is a guy, 6'2", 205, that caught just about everything thrown in his direction, was a key entity on an Oklahoma State team that beat Oklahoma 2 years in a row. And you look at Rashawn Woods and his size and the natural pass receiving skills. He doesn't get a lot of separation, even though he ran that 4.5 at the combine, but a guy who can locate the football, make the catch in traffic, a guy who has certainly the aggressive qualities you look for, caught a ton of balls, caught more balls as about any receiver in college football. From Josh Fields the last 2 seasons there, he beats Nathan Basher. You look at the Oklahoma game, people say, well, against Oklahoma, Derek Strait did a pretty good job, and Rashawn Woods really didn't show up big in that game. Well, keep in mind, Oklahoma's defensive front was getting after Josh Fields, negating everything he could do, making him run for his life. So don't criticize Rashawn Woods for that one game. I tell you what, when he got help from the quarterback, the offensive line did their job. Rashawn Woods did a heck of a job. And I tell you, late first round for a team that right now has Cedric Wilson and Brandon Lloyd, and not much else at wide receiver. This was a definite need area, and they got a good one, Rashawn Woods, who should be able to start and be a major contributor as a rookie.
You know, it feels nice to say, good job by the 49ers. Susie with Draft Track. Susie?
All right, Chris, let's clean things up a bit. Just one more pick to go here in the first round. There have been so many twists and turns, perhaps the most dramatic in the 69-year history of the draft. And, of course, the story was the quarterback. The San Diego Chargers selected Eli Manning. He refused to go to the Chargers. At number 4, the Giants chose NC State quarterback Phillip Rivers, and they swapped QBs. We knew the wide receiver talent was deep. 7 receivers in the first round so far. And then the Miami Hurricanes' march toward history was on. 6 Hurricanes taken in the first round, the most ever from one team. As Chris alluded to earlier, could be the longest first round in the history of the draft, contributing to that. 10 trades, and let's get you caught up on a couple of the most recent. Atlanta jumped into Indy's first round spot at number 29, took wide receiver Michael Jenkins and the 3rd rounder. Indy gets Falcons' 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round picks. Detroit moving to KC spot at number 30. They took running back Kevin Jones. KC gets a 2nd, 4th, and a 5th next year. Detroit, of course, dead last in rushing last year. In 5 seasons since Barry Sanders retired, they've averaged 90 yards a game. Steve Mariucci's team on the move. The Patriots on the clock.
All right. Welcome back to the 69th annual selection meeting, the NFL Draft. The first round with the second first-round pick of the New England Patriots, the Super Bowl champion Patriots, is coming up. The Patriots, of course, picked earlier. They got an outstanding defensive tackle, Vince Wilfork, from Miami, Florida, to fall to them. So now they don't need necessarily anything, but positions that we talked about before. Well, we said, look, they took a tight end a couple years ago with Daniel Graham. Could they play 2 tight ends?
With the final pick in the first round of the 2004 draft, the New England Patriots select Ben Watson, tight end, University of Georgia.
Well, now the position on most boards, Mel, Troop was ahead of Watson, although you thought Watson could also be a first-round player. Look, New England let me just say one thing about them. Their offense, they have a fullback, but it's not like they use him that much. They're a 2 tight ends, send a lot, and that'll make sense, although they have Fourier and Graham to play there. Your thought on Watson over True?
I tell you, look at Ben Watson, Ben Hartsock, a lot of Bens. Ben Hartsock, Ohio State's the next highest rated tight end. But you look at Ben Watson, you look at a guy who has computer numbers, and you say, well, the productivity wasn't what it should be. Keep in mind, this past year, he had that ankle injury which hampered him. You go back, he started his career at Duke. He looked like one of the stars of the ACC, or potential stars in the ACC, transferred to Georgia, had some nice catches in the SEC against that competition. But with the ankle injury, he didn't put up the big numbers this year, but 6'3" and a quarter, 255, has run 4.48s before, ran 4.53 at the combine. 34 reps, that's unbelievable strength, and a 35.5 vertical. That's a better vertical than some corners out there. So you look at Watson's physical ability. At the Senior Bowl, he was outstanding. I think that's where he made himself some money. In Mobile, at the Senior Bowl, because of the ankle injury, he didn't put up the numbers on the field at Georgia, but the Senior Bowl practices and the combine workout made Ben Watson a lot of money, and in the end, allowed him to go off the board before Ben Troop in Florida.
You mentioned a lot of numbers there. One interesting number, the Wonderlic intelligence test that the NFL gives these guys. Ben Watson, who started his career at Duke, scored about 40 or a little over 40 out of a maximum of 50. And you know Bill Belichick and the Patriots, they want smart football players.
You know what? I believe I'm correct on this. And I don't, college graduation rates. It's not something you often talk about with college programs, right, but not with pro football teams. Like, who graduates? New England, Indianapolis, and I want to say Carolina. New England, Indianapolis, and Carolina were the top 3
with
of
college
this past
graduates.
year with college graduates. They were 3 of the 4 top teams in the NFL, if you look at the title games. Just an interesting number. The first round is over. We'll wrap it up. Arizona's on the clock.
Yeah.
With the first choice in the 2004 NFL Draft, the San Diego Chargers select Eli Manning, quarterback, Mississippi. The Chargers and the New York Giants have exchanged their draft picks. Eli Manning and Phillip Rivers.
The New York Giants have a Manning. Hello?
Come on! Come on! Come on! Look at that! Look at that! Look at that!
Welcome back to the 2004 NFL Draft here at the Cold Pizza Roundtable. It's been a memorable day for Eli Manning and his family, but also a controversial one. As we head up to the loft in our resident GM, the 2000 NFL Executive of the Year, Randy Mueller. Randy, Eli Manning pulled a power play. How did that work out, do you think, ultimately?
Well, I think it was a gamble on his part, without a doubt, Andrew, but I think it worked out for everybody. San Diego obviously got the player they coveted in Phillip Rivers. They also, on a throw-in on the deal, get a first-round pick next year, which is outstanding. The Giants got the guy they were looking for in Eli Manning, and Eli Manning and his family, who have taken some shots over the last couple of days. It's been tough on them. Actually, in the end, get what they want. And the thing I like most about it from their standpoint is that they're willing to put their money where their mouth was. They may end up with a little less money here, but they're willing to do it. They thought it was a better fit being somewhere besides San Diego. So, you know, like I say, so much of this world and this business of football now is about money. Here's a guy that's willing to take a little less money, if that's what ends up happening. Maybe the Giants make it right, but at this time, I think he stands a chance to take a little less money, and he's willing to do that.
All right, Randy, thank you. Now, guys, that's management's perspective. Let's get the perspective of the current players, you guys. In what ways are we seeing the power pendulum, if you will, swing towards the player?
Well, traditionally on the first day and throughout the first 4 years of a player's career, the team holds all the cards. They have all the power, they have all the leverage. Now, all of a sudden, a player throws out and says, hey, I want a little bit of leverage in this deal. I want to pick where, not necessarily the exact team where I want to go, but I want to pick the exact team I don't want to go to.
What turned out to be his leverage?
Well, his leverage was the fact that he had a great support group in his family. He has the talent to know that if he sits out a whole year, he probably comes back and is still a very top, high pick next year. And he may take less money in his contract, but he's going to a much larger market in the city of New York.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying. Totally understand what you're saying about that. But at the same time, if you feel like you're a confident quarterback coming into this league, not only coming in, but you're ranked #1. Pick #1 quarterback in this league, and you know that, okay, I have the ability to come in and take this team into where I want to go. I have a lot of personal goals, and I want to take this team, okay, to the playoffs and win a Super Bowl. At the same time, you got to think that, well, I don't need to go anywhere else. If I'm that confident in my ability, I'll stay right here with this team.
I mean, that's true, but I mean, we're in an age now where all of a sudden people are challenging everything. Look no further than the Maurice Clarett case. And then also when you look at T.O., what he did in free agency along with Dennis Northcutt, why not use your leverage? I kind of agree with you, John. He's in a position that, hey, I want to go play with Ike Hilliard, Amani Toomer, Tiki Barber, established guys so I can look good. And if he has that chance, why not try it?
But at the same time, you can't. It's a draft. You get picked by the team. You don't go in and say where you want to go. It's like going in and getting a regular job and telling your boss, all right, I'm going to do this and this and this. Well, they're not going to hire you. You know, it's not right for a player to do it. You got to be drafted. That's why it's an NFL draft.
Rookie quarterbacks already have a tough time coming in as it is to win over their team. How do you think it'll be for him when he steps into the Giants locker room?
I don't think that his teammates will care at all. I think that'll all be taken care of in minicamp and in training camp. When he's in camp, you know, the veteran players will say, hey, you know, you may have had your day on draft day, but this year is ours, and we're going to put you in your spot. We're going to do what we need to do to make sure that you fit into our team.
The NFL draft continues from New York and points beyond. Second round coverage. Please stay with us.
Yeah. On an April weekend in New York City, 32 teams begin the quest for a championship.
It's April, and we're ready for some football.
You'd love to draft an All-American, but any selection could be a standout. An All-Pro, a Super Bowl MVP. What does your team need? The NFL Draft 2004, presented by Coors Light, continues tonight at 7 on ESPN2, and tomorrow on ESPN and ESPN2.
Welcome back to the 2004 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
Welcome back here in the early stages of the second round now. We'll get you caught up on the picks and also on the bottom line. We're joined as we have been for the last 15 years. Let that sink in. By the commissioner of the National Football League, Paul Tagliabue. Good to have you with us again.
Nice to be back.
We had some histrionics. It was a week unlike many others, or maybe any other, going into the draft for a lot of reasons. So we'll go one by one. The Eli Manning situation, it got resolved. Thank goodness, right? I mean, and was there any twisting by the commissioner's office at the end, or the teams just settled down and got everything done?
No, I think the two teams did a good job of, representing themselves and protecting their interests, and I think they both end up with good situations.
Is it a situation where you were surprised that it kind of came to this? It ended up not being a challenge to the system, as it turns out, although a little bit, and it's within the player's prerogative. But I'm sure the Manning family and the way it boiled down was kind of embarrassed by everything, Paul.
Well, it gets a little awkward, but I don't think it was any big deal when you look back on it. There was a little jockeying, and like I say, both teams ended up seeing where their interests were, and I think both teams strengthened their teams rather clearly.
Absolutely. That was a challenge to the system. The Maurice Clarett case, which went on and very quickly went, you've probably never seen, as a lawyer, never seen a case move to 2 Supreme Court justices as fast as this. Maybe that's your old ties. Were you surprised that they ruled that way that quick, or did you think, boy, we might have Clarett, Williams, et cetera, in this draft and we'll have to deal with it later?
No, once the Court of Appeals lifted the stay or entered the stay and told us last Monday that those players would not be in the draft and that if they changed their mind, we'd have a supplemental draft, we felt that was kind of the end of the matter and the Supreme Court would not get involved.
Why is it so important for the league to get the ruling that it got?
Well, I think that the policy is very good for football players. It's good for everyone involved. It strikes a balance at the right level. It's different from what we had 20 years ago when we had a 5-year rule. It's been modified, and I think it makes a lot of sense. And it's been working.
Well, you had a challenge to that system, clearly, in the courts. You had the Mannings, Eli Manning, challenging, although it turned out. You had Terrell Owens' situation where he traded Baltimore, I don't want to go, and I mean it got cleaned up. But the 3 challenges to the system in a short amount of time. Does that concern you? I mean, 1 is an accident, 2 is a trend. Is 3 a problem?
No, I think that the court case was one that we were very confident about winning, and we hope we will win it. We think we will. The other two things, I think, are ordinary course type transactions when you have a system that involves free agency and a salary cap.
The third thing, Paul, that was this week that's on everybody's mind, and you addressed it beautifully with a moment of silence beforehand and made a couple of announcements. Pat Tillman killed in action, the former Arizona Cardinal, serving this country, eschewing pro football and going to a higher calling and being killed in action on Thursday. The Cardinals, no one will ever wear his number 40 again. Arizona State is similarly retired as number 42. It's all happened very quickly. Will the league make some sort of, well, you already have made a recognition, but something following forth into this season?
Yes, we will definitely do something, because I think what Pat Tillman did and the values that he represents are really quite unique. I mean, we have a lot of great football players in the league, but what Pat and other young Americans are doing in standing up for their convictions and volunteering to go to the front lines and risk their lives is a unique thing. And the irony was, about an hour after I heard about Pat's death yesterday, one of our employees sent me an email and saying that he was being activated as a National Guardsman and going to Afghanistan or Iraq. So these young men and women, I think as a nation we owe them a deep debt of gratitude, and we're going to make sure that Pat is a fallen hero and other fallen heroes are well respected and remembered.
I know some of the players visited the troops in the last year or so. You yourself are going over to some of our troops, maybe not on the front line, but in Europe. That's something that maybe the league, which has done a good job, will step up more so and encourage more to participate in?
Well, it's been a tradition for many, many years, NFL players going to foreign places and visiting the troops and supporting them and recognizing what they do. I'll be over in Germany 2 weeks with Warwick Dunn and Todd Heap and Keith Brooking visiting the troops in Germany, and we'll continue to do that. It's the least we can do, but for Pat Tillman, we'll speak with his family and try to do something special.
Well, it feels odd doing this after talking about Pat and whatever. We feel like all of us, he's a member of everyone's family, and that's even more than the NFL. Certainly, we feel that anyone that follows football, and that's all over 50 states and all over the world, that he was a member of our family. We've been happy to be a member of the NFL family now for 25 years in the draft. Now, I know you have the inside line on jerseys, but you don't have this one. I don't know if you ever worn a number 25, but this would be thank you for letting us in your house here for the NFL draft for 25 years.
Well,
it may not be the flash and dash of some of the Europe jerseys, but yet alone that's yours. Thank you.
I appreciate it, and I got a little something for you here.
Come on now.
Nobody circles the wagons around the draft like ESPN, so I got a Buffalo Bills special jersey for you. Number 1. That's for circling the wagons around the draft, and also we got the we got the symbolic number 25.
We have more I feel like we should open a sporting goods store.
Thanks to you and ESPN.
Thank you very much.
Great coverage, not only the draft, but Sunday Night Football.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Paul.
you.
The draft continues, the second round here. We're going to try on our new attire.
Okay,
and,
there you
we'll
go.
continue here from New York in a moment.
And welcome back to the theater at Madison Square Garden. We're moving through the second round of the 2004 draft. Teddy Lehman, one of the fastest linebackers in the country out of Oklahoma, continues to thrill people with his speed. And Carlos Dansby, another linebacker out of Auburn, instincts and a love of the game. 2 of the last 5 chosen. We'll talk about those guys when we come back here from New York.
Welcome back to the 2004 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
San Diego. Oh,
All right, we're back on the air now. Boomer.
Junior. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Up. Are we here?
We're here, baby.
Oh,
this is TV and it's live.
This is live TV. I've had the jerseys. And I'm just trying them all on. I just wasn't here for a minute.
I know.
These things happen more.
You look a little lighter, by the way.
Thank you. I'm working on it. Did you see the Queen Mary 2 here in New York this week?
I saw it.
Did you see it was down 2 deck chairs already?
Know.
That's
right.
me. Me losing weight. Down 2 deck chairs. All right, we got a lot to catch up here on the second round. All right, we put the picks up. Let's, well, here's Carlos Dansby, and he's at 6'3", 251 for Arizona. He is not tiny, Dansby.
No, he is not. 6'3 and a half, 247 pounds, Chris. And for Denny Green, you look at the Arizona Cardinals in an outside linebacker position that needed strengthening. Dansby is a guy who added about 10 or 15 pounds to his frame over the last year or so. Wasn't quite the dominant presence, but here is a key entity off the edge in terms of his pass rushing ability. You see him here getting after the quarterback. That's his forte. I actually thought he'd be ideal for a 3-4 team coming off the edge like the Houston Texans. But in this scheme, he's got to work on his coverage responsibilities and playing within the framework of the box. But I think when you look at Dansby, a guy that is a big play outside linebacker, potentially, once he rounds off his game, could be a factor in that scheme. You know he can get heat on the quarterback. I think you look at teams right now that are looking, I think at this point, Carlos Dansby, I thought, could be at one point in time a mid-first round pick. Dontarius Thomas, the other linebacker at Auburn, should come off the board in round 2 as well. So the Auburn Tigers had 2 guys, both of which dropped a little bit down the draft board, but Dansby early in round 2, if you can get him to be a more complete linebacker, has potential.
All right, well, we will go further down the second round here. But let's go out to San Diego, where certainly the end result was what was needed. Although let's call it some anxious moments, Sean Salisbury, for the last 2, 3, 4 days, maybe even longer as far as the Chargers are concerned. You're with Coach Marty Schottenheimer.
Yes, I am, Boomer, and I think there's a sense of excitement around here. Coach, first of all, talking about the Eli Manning, Phillip Rivers situation, I've never seen you more relaxed before either a game or a draft yesterday and today. I mean, the exact person you wanted in that spot?
It was a terrific opportunity for us. You've seen me more nervous than that when I was getting ready to do ESPN stuff. But no, we really were delighted about the way things unfolded. And, we think both players are obviously outstanding. We had the benefit of spending considerable time, with Phillip down at the Senior Bowl, which I think was really a benefit for us.
What does Phillip have that Eli didn't have, aside from wanting to play here?
Well, I don't know that from a physical standpoint that they're much different. The only thing I would say, of course, is that Phillip has played a little bit more. He was a 4-year starter with the 51 starts. Eli started, the 3 years. But they're both outstanding prospects. And, I think probably in the final analysis, the familiarity that we had with Phillip Rivers made us all very comfortable.
Now, Marty, your agent, Tom Condon, Eli's agent, Tom Condon, was there ever a part of maybe taking it personal that Eli didn't want to come here?
Tom Condon's agent? I mean, no, what did we have up there? Oh.
I mean, was there a part of because Eli did not want to come here? Did it ever take it personal that he didn't want to come here?
I was thinking of Tom Coughlin because Tom Coughlin also is represented by Tom Condon. So, but anyway, no, never. It never became an issue with us. It's business, and of course, we ended up having to make ourselves available to the circumstance. And but it really, from our perspective, we feel like we got a player that's really going to be an impact player for us.
Now, real quick, what are you feeling on rookie quarterbacks?
I have no problem with rookie quarterbacks. We started Bernie Kosar back in 1985 in Cleveland and won quite a few games, if memory serves me right. Won a division.
Now, you're a second pick, Igor Olshansky from Oregon. I know he's going to move from inside to outside in your Wade Phillips 3-4 defense. Marty, thank you so much. Okay. Let's head out to the Meadowlands in Sal Paolantonio.
Thanks, Sean. I'm with Tom Coughlin, the coach that did wind up getting Eli Manning. You made an enormous investment. First-round pick next year, fifth-round pick next year, third-round pick this year. Why Eli and why that investment, Tom?
Well, he's the highest-ranked player on our board. Outstanding quarterback prospect, obviously an excellent pedigree, a guy that we felt the future holds nothing but good for with the New York Giants.
Is the future now, Tom? When will he start for the Giants?
Well, that's something we're going to have to determine, Sal. He has the ability. He reacts very well under pressure, obviously. There's a lot to learn coming into the National Football League. That's a decision we're going to have to make.
You had a brief telephone conversation with Kerry Collins this afternoon. What happens to Kerry now? What did you guys talk about?
Well, I told Kerry not to assume anything, that we had great faith in him. There were some things we're going to have to work out together from a cooperative standpoint, but that we'd be in touch.
Cooperative standpoint, in other words, contract-wise.
Right.
What do you think you'll have to work out with him?
Well, we're going to have to make some decisions. He is going to have to make some decisions, but we'll work on it together and try to come to a conclusion that's good for the Giants and good for Kerry.
Team lost 8 in a row at the end of the year last year. How have you tried to get the Coughlin culture going here at Giant Stadium again?
Well, it started very well on March 22nd with the start of our off-season program. We have 100% attendance in this program, and the guys are working hard. The free weight program is going well. I like the attitude that I see. We've got a lot of things to correct, Sal. You know, special teams problems in turnovers, problems controlling the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. So we have a lot of work to do, but I look forward to that challenge.
Thanks a lot, Tom. And Susie, he couldn't go throughout this whole day without drafting somebody from Boston College, his old school Chris Snee, a guard he picked up in the second round. Suze?
Yeah, well, speaking of personal connections, we go from one new head coach with a lot of experience to another new head coach with a lot of experience. With our Coors Light video conferencing, we bring in Denny Green from Arizona. Denny, clearly the Cardinals need your help. One playoff appearance in 56 years. You call yourself a salesman. What are you selling?
Well, what we're selling, first off, is that Rod Graves and Mr. Bidwell and Mike Bidwell have developed some good players that we can work with. I mean, I think we have good players here. I said that the first day back on January 10th. I'm convinced of it even more so after having 2 voluntary, quote, mini camps. I think number 2, we took the best player. We thought the #1 player in the entire country. I think that makes you very fortunate. That's what we got in Larry Fitzgerald. I think then our next step for us is to continue getting players who know how to work hard, play smart, play physical, and have a great passion for the game of football. And that's what we think we got in Carlos Dansby. You watch him play, he loves the game, he's a physical player. So I think we're well on our way to establishing the fact that we set was our goal, which is going to the playoffs in the 2004 season.
Let's go back to Larry Fitzgerald, 20-year-old sophomore out of Pittsburgh. How much about that pick was a comfort level for you?
Well, it was all about the best player. I mean, I think that most people understand that Larry Fitzgerald was a phenomenal player. He is only 20 years old. He has great speed, great hands. He expands the field. It was really, for us, we're always about really the best player. And one of the things that I said was if Larry Fitzgerald had gone #1 or #2 to San Diego or Oakland, he would have understood it. I would have also, because we understand and we respect the system. So Larry Fitzgerald going #1 was about a team that needs to go from 32 in total offense last year to #5 this year. If we will be a playoff team, we can't just go do twice as good as last year. 16th in total offense will not get it done for us. We will not be a playoff team at 16. We got to make that huge jump inside the top 10 as far as offensive productivity.
You're going to make that huge jump with Josh McCown. Why?
I think he's a tremendous athlete. If you look at Josh McCown coming out of the combine, 6'4", 220 pounds, runs a 4.6 in the 40, has a 39 vertical jump. He is a gunslinger. The type of plays that he had last year when he started against Carolina, when he started against the Minnesota Vikings and played so well, I think he's the right guy. Having been in the division in the NFC, in the conference, and knowing what players have inside of them, recognizing the Tom Brady's and the Mark Bolgers and you know, Jeff Garcia's, guys that are tremendous players who bring a passion and hunger and a determination, a little bit of chip on their shoulder. Those are the kind of guys I think I respond the best with. I think we also have a running start with Josh McCown because he has had 2 months in our system, and I think he's going to be a very good, not just a good quarterback, I think he wants to be a very good quarterback, and I agree with him.
Denny, best of luck in Arizona.
Do you miss me at ESPN or not? I mean, you didn't say anything about me not being there last year. I had to pry it out of you. I had to pry it out of you.
Want to come up here for day 2? I could still use your help.
No, I love my job, and my wife, Maria, and I, we love Phoenix. We love the Arizona area. We love the Valley of the Sun.
Thanks, and we do miss you, Denny.
Take care.
And the Arizona Cardinals get their man, Larry Fitzgerald, 6 years as a ball boy for the Minnesota Vikings when Denny was at the helm. Round 2 continues.
We are back here in the second round of the draft. You know what happened before? I was just trying to be the latest phase in rock and roll. I was unplugged. I was Eric Clapton, Rod Stewart, unplugged.
We're on TV, Chris.
We're on TV. It's live TV. Steamrolling now through the second round. We've shown you the picks. We're going to do some evaluation of some of the last 3. The latest pick, Jacksonville. We're going to go backwards. Second round pick, Jacksonville. I love this kid, Mel. Darryl Smith, productivity, linebacker from Georgia Tech going to Jackson.
I'll tell you, I saw Darryl Smith in the Senior Bowl. We were at the dinner. He shook my hand, was broken. I mean, he is a kid.
I love this. He's a great pick.
He is a good football player. Transitioned right away from the high school level to Georgia Tech as a true freshman back in 2000. 96 tackles, 10 tackles for loss. Fast forward to this past season, second leading tackler on the Georgia Tech defense, 129 tackles. So you see a freshman through senior year, a kid that's been out there doing it for 4 years. And you look at it this past year, Florida State, 12 tackles, 2 for loss. Top competition, Auburn, 10 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, and a sack. He got it done in the big games on the big stage. And you look at this kid, 6'2", 235, excellent strength, can run. And as I said, when you look at Jack Del Rio, he knows something about linebackers. He was a good one himself. Certainly Dwayne Pickett and Del Rio at USC during those years. At Baltimore with all those linebackers with the Ravens. And now Darryl Smith comes in, a kid who has the mentality that I know Jack Del Rio had to like. And anytime a kid transitions from high school to college that quickly and that effectively, you have to like the ability that he shows now to go into the NFL and have an impact as a rookie right away for the Jaguars. Ricardo Coakley could be a different story. Ricardo Coakley comes out of Tusculum in Tennessee, a Division II school. You look at Coakley, the Senior Bowl certainly helped him, but certainly a kid who I think when you look at needs a time to develop and is not a guy that you can say, oh, he's right away, he's a hole filler immediately in the National Football League. He was a Kilgore Junior College, 2 years at Tusculum, but really jumped out. 15-yard punt return average and a 26.8-yard kickoff return average. Then as a senior, 11 interceptions, 24 pass breakups. You see him here returning kickoffs. Another great job as a senior for Tusculum. You see the ability here to go the distance, set up the offense in good field positions. I think right away he'll be a factor on special teams.
They lead the league in return guys now, Pittsburgh, don't they?
Hey, I'll tell you, they can get it done, Chris. And I think you look at this kid at the Senior Bowl. There's JP Losman. There's the ability to close and react. Jericho Cotchery was the receiver you saw. Coakley broke that pass up. I thought the Senior Bowl showed the kind of potential he has. Confident, not in all of the talent down in Mobile. And I think the key factor with Coakley gets stronger in the weight room. These big wide receivers could cause trouble for him.
Before that, Detroit picked Teddy Lehman, a guy that I got to know a little bit as winner of the Bednarik Award at the Maxwell. He's all football, Mel.
Matt Millen sees a little bit of himself in him, I bet.
I would say he's got every award you can name went to Teddy Lehman. Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year, Butkus Award, you name it, he got it. A kid who's about 240 but runs a 4.5 40, so he's got the size, he's got the speed. He obviously has the mentality and the toughness. The key, though, is at Oklahoma, he was protected by Tommie Harris. Dan Cody's going to be a first-round pick next year, the defensive end. They rotated those defensive tackles. Jonathan Jackson on the other side freed Teddy Lehman up to go to the football unblocked. Now, I think you see him there. He took on, but some of those tackles were 4, 5, 6, 8 yards down the field. Senior Bowl wasn't really his best effort. I thought if he would have had a better week in Mobile, he could have been a first-round pick. But a kid, you can't question his productivity. You can't question his heart and his dedication. And if you can have a defensive front that gives him the ability to stay on his feet and flow the football, I think he can be, as he was at Oklahoma, a very productive collegiate linebacker. Ben Troop, you talk about a guy who can catch the football, and that's the forte of Troop. Blocking is somewhat questionable, and I think the ability that he has to stretch the field like a Shannon Sharp, that's who I compared him to at Florida, was Shannon Sharp, a natural pass receiver with great athletic ability. You see him here, catch the football, after the catch, make a move. You see the ability there to show that athleticism, to show the strength and the determination to break a tackle, take it into the end zone for the touchdown. You sacrifice a little blocking with Ben Troop, but you get a force in the passing game, in that pass offense. With his ability there, you see the athletic prowess, Chris. Not many guys 6'4 1/4, 260 pounds that can do what Ben Troop can do on the football field here against Florida State. Again, stretch the field, get downfield, make the catch, and do some damage in the open field. You see it again right here. Ben Troop, again, making plays in the passing game. He's not going to help your running game. He's not going to be the extension of the offensive line as a blocker. So you do sacrifice a bit there. The tight ends are used creatively now. They're flanked outside. He can be utilized, certainly like Shockey and like Heap and certainly like Winslow. He's not going to play to that level, but he's in that mold of the consummate tight end slash wide receiver who's 260 pounds.
Wycheck retired. They got other guys. Where is Tusculum?
Tennessee.
Pittsburgh needs corners. Pretty big Tusculums to pick a kid from a Division II seed at school in Tennessee. We'll be back.
Yeah, Denver's got a run.
I'm Tommie Harris from the University of Oklahoma. And you're watching the NFL 2004 Draft on ESPN.
NFL Draft. Have you had enough? Of course not. So at 7 o'clock, we move over to ESPN2. We'll take you gavel to gavel all the way through round 3. The NFL Draft presented by Coors Light. For more information, you can log on to ESPN.com. But you really don't need to do that because, after all, we're here for you, gavel to gavel. So just tune in. All right, so we've just had a running back. What did we say? Denver was going to pick a running back sooner rather than later. Mike Shanahan liked 10 of them. He does well later on. Tatum Bell, running back, Oklahoma State. Oh, yeah, Barry Sanders. Oh, yeah, Thurman Thomas. Might be a pretty good pedigree. Ed Warner, to you in Washington for more on that.
Well, Boomer, the interesting thing when it comes to running backs is that the Cowboys, who desperately need one, had a chance to take either Steven Jackson or Kevin Jones with the 22nd overall pick. And then shockingly, and no doubt a move that will be criticized in Dallas, and certainly one that probably was not a consensus opinion even in the Cowboys draft room, they traded out of the first round, picking up Buffalo's first round pick, plus a 2 and a 5 this year. Now, they did want, Bill Parcells knew this team had a lot of holes, and he did want to trade back if at all possible, but there was a very strong opinion within the organization that if they had a chance to draft either one of those top 2 running backs, they had to stay there and pick. And they have chosen now not to do so. And now they're looking at a situation with this pick that they acquired from Buffalo of maybe making the 5th running back selection, which could be a Greg Jones, a Julius Jones, somebody of that quality, instead of getting one of the top 2 running backs. And I think when you look at it, Boomer, overall in terms of a long-term perspective, they've done a couple of moves now with the Drew Henson trade and acquiring Buffalo's #1 pick, which Jerry Jones said he was just overwhelmed by the potential of using that pick next year. That would suggest perhaps that Bill Parcells, building a team for the future, maybe he's going to coach longer than anybody expected.
Well, he's enjoying himself. That's what it seems like, Ed. Thank you very much.
Good point.
As Tennessee's on the clock again, just something to keep in your mind when they're on the clock. They've not been very happy with Albert Haynesworth, who is very much of a force as a defensive tackle. But word is on the street that he may have picked up 25, 30 pounds, not participating in the off-season work program. They lost Kearse. They lost Robert Smith. So don't be surprised if D-line for this pick in the 2nd round for Tennessee. They just had another one when they took Ben F. Troop. Wilton Parmenter they'll pick later on along with Corporal Agard. Now we bring in on our Coors Light video conference someone I'm sure that's watched a few F Troops over the years, and that would be the coach of the Lions, Steve Mariucci. Mooch, you guys went offense here in the 1st round. Very busy. You developing a powerhouse there?
Well, you know, we've been saying all along, Boomer, that we were trying to give Joey Harrington a supporting cast, and Charles Rogers was drafted high last year, and then of course he got hurt. So adding Roy Williams to the mix, and boy, Roy, he brings some real measurables. You know, he's got 10.08 100-meter speed and 25.6 long jump. The guy's a terrific athlete with hands, and so we thought that having a couple of bookends at receiver was in our best interest. And then we were able to acquire a 2nd-round pick with the trade from Cleveland, and that enabled us to move up and get Kevin Jones, a running back who we targeted early in the draft. And we were able to do that. So we got a couple of offensive weapons, which we really need. Teddy Lehman, in the 2nd round, the Butkus Award winner. And how appropriate to open in Chicago with the Butkus Award winner. He gives us some great flexibility, some position flexibility at the will, or maybe inside, and special teams certainly. He's a great leader, a great athlete. So we feel that we've filled some needs.
Well, no question. Let me assign to Lehman for a minute. I got to know a little bit in the offseason. Mort says Matt Millen saw himself in Teddy. Was he leaning into your ear the whole time for that pick?
That's a scary thought. You know, Teddy he's a throwback. Does that mean Matt's a throwback? You know, but he's a linebacker with linebacker mentality. He's a football fanatic, and he's the kind of guy that you need on your defensive side of the ball. There's no question.
What do you need? Joey Harrington, year 3. Can he make a huge step? You're giving him material to work with. What kind of step must he make this year for you guys?
Well, see, we've done some things to help him out. We signed Damian Woody, David Laverne, a couple of guards in the offseason up front to help him out. We added a receiver and a tailback in the draft, as you know. We also added a corner, and Brock Marion at safety and Fernando Bryant at corner, so to help us play defense. So we needed to upgrade a lot of spots in our football team, and all of those upgrades are going to help our quarterback. We're not going to be playing from behind, hopefully, as often. And in the 3rd year in this West Coast system, I think you're going to see some progress in this quarterback.
Well, you're sitting on a silver mine there. If you keep working like you've been, get back in there, Mooch. You're acquiring some interesting chips. Thank you.
All right, Boomer, thank you.
See you later. Steve Mariucci, once again, nobody better to work with a bunch of young guys. Right. And Turney, you saw it in San Francisco. He turned them around a lot quicker than he should have, and he's going to do the same in Detroit. You watch. Philistine will be with us when we come back. All right, we're back here in the second round, and we showed you Coakley. We talked about Darryl Smith. We talked about Ben Troop. We talked about Tatum Bell, the running back, going to Denver. And, well, defensive line. From Hawaii. From Hawaii. June Jones and the Rainbows sent Travis LeBoy, defensive end. And he goes to the Tennessee Titans, as we thought he might. All right, Tatum Bell.
Goes to the Denver Broncos. Mike Shanahan, we said, hey, second round, he got Clinton Portis. A little earlier now in round 2, Tatum Bell, who I've said all along, every preview I did in the last month and a half, had Tatum Bell, I believe, is the most explosive back in this draft. He can go the distance anytime. Great speed, 5'11", 210 pounds. The only reason, you say, well, why wasn't he a first-round pick? He had a problem fumbling the football. Louisiana Lafayette earlier this year, fumbled first quarter. Les Miles benched him. He never came back on the field. Fumbled against Nebraska the week prior to that. Cost them that when it was a key fumble. It was scooped up by Barrett Ruud, taken in. They lost that football game. But he got it together. Senior Bowl, even during the practices, that one Thursday in Mobile, had a couple fumbles. So if he's got to take better care of the football, he's more experience catching it. But I'll tell you, Mort, as a pure running back, he has no peers. And we talked about Ahman Green, fumbling problem at Nebraska, hasn't showed up as much, and he's been a great back. So if Tatum Bell can secure it, he'll be fine.
Clinton Portis experienced that problem with Denver, too, and got it fixed. Explosive is perfect for that running game. They run that stretch running play, explode through there, pick the right hole, and they are there. And Tatum Bell is perfect for the Denver Broncos. He'll team with an Oklahoma guy, Quentin Griffin.
Exactly.
And speaking of running backs, Dallas just got their back. Julius Jones, running back Notre Dame. Special teams also, right, Mel?
Exactly. Ed Werder had it. He said he was either going to be Greg Jones or Julius Jones. And, yeah, right, 2 good backs. I mean, really, Julius Jones, you talk about where he was rated when the season began. He had a lot of question marks. As you remember, he didn't play. He had to get his academic eligibility and get that going. And once he did, got back at Notre Dame, he put together a huge senior year at Notre Dame. Everybody questioned his speed. Could he hit the home run? Well, he did at Notre Dame. They said, that's against collegiate defenses. Then he had the combine workout where he showed that sub 4.5 speed. Here against Pittsburgh, outraces defensive backs to pay dirt. Then the combine showed that he has legitimate speed. Strong kid. One thing that impressed me, balance. When he gets hit, keeps his feet, goes on for more yardage. Caught the ball, I thought, very effectively. Whether it was Greg Jones or Julius Jones. Keep in mind, Greg Jones, excellent pure runner. Hands, very suspect. Julius Jones, a little more complete, and he put together a heck of a senior year. No question about it, Notre Dame. He was an outstanding running back. Good pick for Dallas at this stage of the second round.
He ran at number 22. He looks a lot like Emmitt Smith. He runs like Emmitt Smith. And, hey, I just say,
why not?
Good pick for Dallas.
Well, Dallas got their running back there. Now, we want to say that, of course, we've been doing the draft for 25 years. This fellow was drafted so long ago, first round by the Giants, a quarterback. It was the pre-television era, at least for the draft. He's an old friend, but I just mean we've known him a long time. Philistine, quarterback, New York Giants, broadcaster extraordinaire with Susie. Suze?
I think Chris just suggested that you may be old, but I'm not sure. But, Chris, I don't think Phil has been on with us since you worked with ESPN about 10 years ago.
Why is that? Why haven't I been back on? I don't understand that.
Phil's here working radio here in the Garden.
Yes, I was.
We were just talking about, you won a Super Bowl with the New York Giants, but if you were in the draft today, the guys who went in the first round, where would you have been drafted?
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't have been in the first round, that's for sure. The fact that I played at Morehead State would have driven me down to probably the 3rd round. And by the time Chris Mortensen got done talking about me, might be the 4th round. But, it's a different day and age, and players don't slip through the draft at all. There's nothing that goes unnoticed. And I don't know, if ESPN was doing the draft back in 1979, maybe they might have built me up into something special that I wasn't, and maybe I still could have gone high.
Certainly, you understand the pressure of being a quarterback in New York. What will Eli Manning face now?
Well, I was watching him walk around today, and there was 50 reporters running around trying to get around to hear what he was saying. And I just go, well, I don't miss that part of it. And the pressure, the draft, the Giants have a pretty good quarterback in Kerry Collins. They make this trade. They bring him in here. He's a big name. And this is a market that loves to make a star or whatever and talk about players. So, yeah, there's a lot of pressure. But, Eli Manning's been dealing with that pressure his whole life. Since grade school, he's heard it. Archie, your dad, Peyton, your brother. So he knows how to deal with it, and I'm sure he's going to do a pretty good job with it.
I'm sure you could relate to how Archie was feeling. He played his son. You have a son in the NFL. Chris is with the Tampa Bay Bucks. How did you feel in terms of that, of how Archie handled all of this as a dad?
Well, you know, a lot of people have asked me about it, what Archie Manning did, and I said, look, it's his children, that's his son, and regardless, whatever you believe, you got to go out and do. And if you take tremendous hits publicly and people say bad things about you, big deal. You're doing it for your son, so all of us know we'll do just about anything for our children. So he did what he thought was right. I commend him for the courage, because that's what it takes to do this in this day and age. Because once he does it, Susie, what happens? The following night, he's standing there in front of microphones going, well, I didn't know it was going to come out this quick or whatever. So it worked out well for Eli Manning. And as I talked to Eli Manning not long ago in an interview, I said, well, I guess you couldn't even get nervous, because I know Archie was nervous enough for everybody. And he said, yeah, that's about the truth. That's the way it was.
Phil, thanks for spending some time with us.
Thank
Great
you,
to see you again, as always.
Thank you.
Hey, you used to work for us, too. Why don't you give us the play-by-play on Phil Simms, NFL quarterback?
Oh, shoot, I don't know if I could. Look at the arm on that big boy throw it. And as usual, threw it behind him probably. Simms, Bavaro, touchdown. That's what Pat Summerall would say.
Not a bad history here in New York.
Fun.
Phil, thanks.
Thank you.
We'll be back as round 2 continues.
On an April weekend in New York City, 32 teams begin the quest for a championship.
It's April, and we're ready for some football.
You'd love to draft an All-American, but any selection could be a standout. An All-Pro, a Super Bowl MVP. What does your team need? The NFL Draft 2004, presented by Coors Light, continues tonight at 7 on ESPN2, and tomorrow on ESPN and ESPN2.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft is presented by Rocky Mountain Cold Coors Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL, and in part by TGI Fridays, who reminds you to try their 9 delicious Atkins-approved menu items, and Nissan, who invites you to shift the way you move through the world.
Well, the NFL Draft goes to ESPN2 at 7 o'clock. We make way for the NBA playoffs. 7 Eastern, Kings and Mavericks in Game 3. 9:30 Eastern, Nuggets host the Timberwolves, Game 3 of their opening round series. The NBA playoffs on ESPN. For more information, log on to ESPN.com. But I just gave you the 2 games. Now you don't need to log on. We'll be back. All right, welcome back to the draft here. We're getting quickly toward the middle of the second round. We told you how the Indianapolis Colts and Bill Polian worked the draft. A team with Tony Dungy that was very close to upsetting New England in the playoffs, getting to the Super Bowl. They moved down twice, out of the late first to the high second. Then they moved down again at the mid-second because they thought the guy that they got, Bob Sanders, safety from Iowa, would still be there, because on a lot of people's boards, Mel, he wasn't that. We'll talk about him a little bit later, but a big time hitter, different sort of player from the safety spot. Speaking of a big hitter, how about the return of Joe Gibbs to coach the Washington Redskins? They're singing hail to the Redskins. Ed Werder even knows the tune. Ed?
Joe Gibbs back in the NFL for the first time in 12 years and running a draft room, and you picked Sean Taylor. Must have been a difficult decision. Did you feel like you just had to do something big for the defense after all you've done for the offense in the offseason?
No, I said to everybody, I really didn't feel a lot of pressure, offense, defense. I think we worked real hard through free agency. With offense and defense, we had quite a few players on both sides of the ball. I kind of rated us, pretty well even up. I don't think there was a pressure there, offense or defense. It just really came down to who we thought that pick was going to be able to help us the most. And after a few days of studying and everything, we kind of said, if Sean's there, we're going to take him.
A lot of people thought that you might go for the offensive player, his teammate, Kellen Winslow II. And apparently Winslow has gone on the radio saying that he was upset, that he felt he had been promised he'd be picked here. And then when you guys play each other this year, it's going to be payback time.
Well, I mean, I can understand him, being upset or something. Believe me, nothing was ever said like that. when we sat here and Kellen left here, I told him, we really like you. I told his dad, we really like Kellen. We do. We think he's going to be a terrific player, and we wish him the best. I coached his dad. His dad was terrific. And I think this guy's going to be a real great player. Would we have liked to have had him? Yeah. But we were studying all the way to within 2 days ago to really figure out what we thought was the best among several players. And we really felt like Shawn was the guy that was going to help our team the best. So I can understand, but nothing like that was said to him.
You just got back from an experience at the stadium, interacting with the fans. You made a speech. Tell us what that was like.
I got to tell you, I'm not sure that any place in the world could have those kinds of fans. I don't know how many thousands and thousands of people that were there, but to think that many people showed up and that were so, I guess you could say excited to have a chance to have us visit with them and talk about the draft pick. And then what I tried to do is take some question and answer from a lot of the fans. They're just, they always amaze me. And to have that many people show up and give up a Saturday and come out there and show how much they love a football team, I think is terrific, and it was a lot of fun.
All right, Joe Gibbs, three-time Super Bowl winner, inspired such enthusiasm, Boomer, at the stadium that the fans, after his speech, started chanting, "We want Dallas, we want Dallas." Back to you.
Well, they're going to get him twice a year. Gibbs against Parcells, part deux. When we return, the final payment from Tampa to Oakland for John Gruden, a second-round pick. Oakland on the clock. All right, we are back here. Gamble to Gavel coverage, rounds 1 through 3 here on ESPN at the 69th annual NFL selection meeting. All right, we told you that with the 44th overall pick, Bob Sanders. A little injury question to some, maybe why he was mid-second round. The Colts love him. He's a big blow-up hitter, even though he's only 5'8".
5'8.5" to 5'9", but a kid with chiseled frame. He's got great speed, runs in the 4.41 range, and a 41.5 vertical. And I look at a kid like this, 10 tackles against Ohio State, against Minnesota this year, 16 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, and a sack. This year, he forced 6 fumbles. You see him here getting one of those 6 forced fumbles against the Golden Gophers, a kid who was very active, very alert, but at 5'8.5", there's somewhat of a limitation there in terms of height. You're looking at a guy, though, who was a lights-out hitter. Blaine Bishop type. That's the comparison I think you'll draw when you watch this kid play. There against Sean McHugh, 6'5", 260, delivers the blow, causes the fumble on a McHugh who's 6'5", 260. So this kid plays a lot bigger than 5'8.5" because he's so strong and so powerful and such a tough kid.
Mel, speed on defense for the Indianapolis Colts. They obviously have to do that. Now, Oakland just made, because it's the center position, you see them go a little bit lower. But Jake Grove, he can play guard, too, can't he?
Jake Grove, yes, he could. He played guard at Virginia Tech. And, of course, he was a center, then a guard, then back to center. And he also has some long snapping experience. And I think you look at Jake Grove, the fiery mentality. I actually had him going to Oakland in the second round when I projected the report in late March for this reason. Barrett Robbins, you look at the successor, you look at a guy with that kind of Oakland Raider mentality. I thought he had as good a grade as Jeff Fain. Jeff Fain went first round, but hey, here's Jake Grove, pick number 45 in round 2. He started the final 32 games of his career at either guard or center at Virginia Tech. Did 31 reps at the combine. He'll get after you. I mean, this guy will definitely get after you. He's got to be a little careful in the NFL of getting some flags for some 15-yard penalties. But I'll tell you what, Jake Grove is the typical Oakland Raider. I think Al Davis probably watched a little film on him today. Get this guy because he has the kind of mentality they're looking for, Chris.
All right, well, so that's Jake Grove, and that was, as I said, the last compensation pick, if you will, for John Gruden going to coach Tampa Bay from Oakland. 49ers are next on the clock. But let's go back to the Dallas Cowboys and their pick, and just think that Joe Gibbs against Bill Parcells twice a year, including a Monday night game early in September. Mort, how about the running back that Bill Parcells just picked?
And with both Joe Gibbs and Bill Parcells, you get some smash-mouth football. And don't forget, Bill Parcells has always been able to find running backs. We speculated, we wondered, why aren't you taking Steven Jackson? Why aren't you taking Kevin Jones? Why are you trading out of there? Don't forget, when he was the head coach of the New England Patriots, he found Curtis Martin on the 3rd round. So finding Julius Jones on the 2nd round, I think speaks well of a Julius Jones, Michael.
And I said it earlier as I watched him on tape. He looked a lot like Emmett. We talked about his balance, how well he handles the blitz and how good he is with his feet. I think that makes all the difference in the world. Watching a guy like him look a lot like Emmitt Smith. bring back a lot of good memories for Dallas and the
return.
fans of Dallas.
He was the only back really high up in the draft that was a return man, too. Right? Usually get
exactly.
a few, but
and the thing is, Chris, I think when you look at it backs now, it tells you about, hey, how important it is to catch the football effectively. And I think Greg Jones, as a pure running back, we talked about Tatum Bell, fumbling problem pushed him into the second. I thought it could have pushed him into the third, but Mike Shanahan took him in the second. I think you look at Greg Jones. It's a Senior Bowl. He's outstanding. He came back from that knee injury. This is a good football player. Greg Jones is ready to play some football for somebody. This is going to be a good pick whenever he comes off the board. If he caught the ball better, he could have been a first-round pick. So if you keep him on the field first and second down, he'll do damage for you. If you want to throw the football to him, he'll let you down. So he's a first and second down back. But Greg Jones, big. I tell you, he showed some shiftiness at the Senior Bowl. This kid can run with the football.
Well, we'll see where he goes, and we also know that we're going to come back. We're going to go. Then we're going to come back and talk what started the day. Eli Manning, and now the New York Football Giants. Stay with us.
Hi, I'm Eli Manning. You're watching the 2004 NFL Draft on ESPN.
Yeah!
With the first pick of the draft, the Indianapolis Colts select quarterback, University of Tennessee, Peyton Manning.
And here he is, the new quarterback of the Indianapolis Colts, Peyton Manning. So that was 1998 when Peyton Manning was selected by Indy #1. And I told you, save this picture. I said it at the time. There's Eli Manning, the #1 pick, with a Chargers jersey. That's whose property was for an hour, maybe an hour 10 even. But now with the Giants jersey and Dad Archie. And so Eli Manning, #1 pick 94. Peyton Manning, #1 pick 98. Archie, what's the matter with him? Second, #2 overall pick in 1971. So the trade, in case you tune in late, the Giants didn't pick Rivers 4. They swapped the quarterbacks essentially, and San Diego also got a 3rd this year coming up soon, and a 1 and a 5 next year. So now our You've Got Mel, which is scary because we put a picture up of him, presented by Motorola. Mel, did the Giants give up too much in the trade for Eli Manning?
I think I will say this, Chris. When you speak to people in the NFL, when we get back tonight, I think they will say, yes, they did, because there was not a consensus on the quarterbacks. They will say, hey, they could have stayed at 4, taken Roethlisberger or Rivers. A lot of teams had Roethlisberger, Rivers more highly rated. Didn't have to give anything up for one of those two quarterbacks. So why give it up for Eli Manning? Ernie Accorsi had strength in his convictions. He believes Eli Manning is the right guy for the job. He believes he's special. I didn't hear that from a lot of NFL people. Do I think he's special? Potentially. He could be like Peyton. I just think that right now, coming into the NFL the way he is, with this type of intense pressure, what happened, but I don't want to go to San Diego, I don't want to do that. I think it's a different dynamic for Eli than it was for Peyton. I think that's going to be, I think that's going to hurt him coming into the NFL.
New York knows with that Manning name, if he wins here, he's got a great friend in Jeremy Shockey, the tight end. If they win here, they can be kings of New York.
It is so tough to play quarterback in the free agency era. Only one quarterback taken in the draft in the free agency era has won a Super Bowl, and that's Tom Brady. It's not easy for these quarterbacks.
And he was taken in the 6th round.
And he was taken in the 6th round.
No. When we return, we'll get you caught up. San Francisco's just picked. Chicago next.
Yeah!
All right, we are back here in the NFL Draft, and we have some first-round records today. 6 players from Michael's alma mater, Miami of Florida, selected. The record before was Miami last year, and USC in '68 with 5. 7 wide receivers selected in the first round. The record before was 6. One of those was 1988, which was Tim Brown, Sterling Sharp, Michael Irvin at the top of the '88 draft, and 2001, where we're still waiting for the big results. 15 underclassmen selected in the first round today. So that also is a record. A first round that was not quite a record in length, but had a chance to become a record in length. I mean, we've seen some, we actually, and we'll get to it as we do our coverage on ESPN2. We're going to move over here, and the NBA is going to come here, so just shift one channel. But we've seen now in the middle of the second round a lot of names that we thought could be first-round guys going, and we'll talk about it when we get back.
Just had one. Terry Tank Johnson from Washington going to Chicago Bears. Lovie Smith getting 2 defensive linemen. Tommie Harris and Tank Johnson, both ideally suited for his scheme. On defense, quick and athletic. They'll be ideal in that rotation system. And
before that, Justin Smiley guard San Francisco. Some had him late 1. And Jake Grove, we talked about Oakland as center, if you like the center. So what did we hear? late 1 to about lower 2, a lot of very similar grades coming. But we're only midway through the second round. It's 7 o'clock. How you doing on your first
I'm doing well.
Michael also had Jake Grove going to Oakland in his mock draft, too.
I love his attitude.
So, Mel, you weren't the only one to get Jake Grove.
I had Bob Sanders. But after Bob Sanders with the Colts, I may be about done, okay?
Hey, when we come back, I want to talk about these quarterbacks. There's some stuff about these quarterbacks we need to talk about.
And we also need to talk about the end of an era, but at any rate. But we're going to be back on ESPN2 shortly. NBA playoffs next, Kings-Mavs Game 3. ESPN2, the NFL Draft, just join us there. ESPN presentation of the worldwide leader in sports. You can log on if you know how.
Open up to the new breed. Feel the draft. The speed is what you need. Feel the draft. If finesse is what you want to possess, feel the draft. Pick the power. Again, it's here at last. The NFL Draft. Yeah.
First choice, Eli Manning. The Chargers and the New York Giants have exchanged their draft picks.
The New York Giants have a Manning. Hello?
Feel the draft.
Hey, we haven't been on ESPN2 since last year with the draft. Welcome to the continuing coverage of the 69th Annual National Football League Selection Meeting. In case you've been watching ESPN2 all day and wonder what the heck we've been doing, Mel Kiper, Chris Mortensen, Michael Irvin, Chris Berman, a cast of thousands, Susie Culber with us up there, everybody around the country. We're midway through round number 2. I guess you had some more stuff on the quarterbacks. We talked again about, let's go back to Phillip Rivers going to San Diego, all right? There's the Manning for Rivers, essentially a swap.
No, and as Mel and we've been hammering on, different teams like different quarterbacks. And Phillip Rivers is a guy that some people think is a system quarterback. Maybe the arm isn't as strong. He's got the funny delivery. He is a guy, I know one team liked him so much, they said if you were drafting a son-in-law, you would want to draft Phillip Rivers, but we think a guy like Ben Roethlisberger has more upside. Well, let me tell you about Phillip Rivers. Even though he is a nice, humble man, he's a nice man, good husband, good father, all those good things. One thing that you hear from the North Carolina State coaches, Noah Mazzoni, the offensive coordinator, those guys, is this guy is a competitive guy. He brings energy to practice, and he is a trash talker. He won't cuss, but even in games, even in the Senior Bowl, he was trash talking Teddy Lehman. So this guy is a competitor, and he brings that type of passion every day to the practice field.
So we have Phillip Rivers going to be San Diego, which means, again, we're recapping, but if you've come in late, maybe, you know, we'll see. Maybe they don't think Drew Brees is the guy. I think it may be the case.
No, they don't think Drew. If they thought Drew Brees was the guy,
I'm being polite. He's going to go in. He could start, Rivers. Eli Manning, that'll remain to be seen. Do you start instead of Kerry Collins? It's pretty quick to do that. Ben Roethlisberger, the third quarterback pick in the first round, going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. He has the luxury of sitting for a year behind Tommy Maddox if all goes well. They also have Charlie Batch there, someone that's been around the NFL. And then Losman was an intriguing move and a trade late by the Buffalo Bills. So 4 first-round quarterbacks. And are we really surprised that all 4 went in the first round? No.
Not shocked at all, no. I think JP Losman, St. Louis, that was even discussed for a possibility for JP. I think a common denominator with all 4 of these quarterbacks' size. They're all big. They're not 6 feet, 6'1", 205 pounds. These are big quarterbacks that I think physically have exactly what NFL teams are looking for, and they're also mobile. JP Losman rang in the 4'6" range. Ben Roethlisberger can move around a lot better. Eli Manning has, I think, more mobility than Peyton does. And you see the ability here that he has throwing the football, and as we talked about, Eli carried Ole Miss. I just wonder how he's going to deal with all this pressure of being now the Giants quarterback. Phillip Rivers, experience, 4 bowl games, won them all, MVP of the Senior Bowl. I mean, he did everything that could have been asked of him at NC State. Even this past year, 70% completion percentage. Didn't have his left tackle healthy. Didn't have Sterling Hicks, wide receiver, healthy all year. And T.A. McClendon was banged up as well. Roethlisberger, the Iowa game, 4 INTs. But overall, a great year, and he works hard. One thing about these 3 quarterbacks, they will put the time in necessary to study and learn and work at the game beyond what they have physically at the quarterback position, Chris.
So 4 quarterbacks, and then the next one would be Schaub from Virginia, right?
Matt Schaub would be next.
Is he a second-round pick?
Second or third-round pick. Matt Schaub from Virginia.
And the younger brother of Josh
McCown.
Josh McCown. His younger brother, right?
Right. Luke McCown, Louisiana Tech. He's in that kind of that 3rd, 4th-round mix.
John Navarre, Michigan. You're going to get 9, 10 quarterbacks taken, I think.
And we heard Denny Green. You know what we didn't say, because Susie did the interview, and We miss you, Denny. We love Mike here.
Denny?
Last year, Denny was sitting right in this chair. We can get you hired. See, his work on the draft, then he had to watch. Now Denny is in charge, and he's going. You heard what he said with Susie when Josh...
We sent Jimmy Johnson to another network.
Yeah, we did. That's another story. They wouldn't let him get out of there. Tears of McCown is going to be, and that's what he was to the Minnesota Vikings, who are now on the clock, as McCown had the miracle pass to knock the Vikings out of the playoffs last year. We have the Knights of the Round Table. They like cold pizza. Andrea Kramer, what do you have?
Well, Chris, thanks very much. I'm with my resident GM, Randy Mueller, the 2000 NFL Executive of the Year. Now, going back to the Eli Manning situation, it's one thing for him to have dictated where he wanted to go, ultimately, the New York Giants. But how is it a win-win situation for both Eli Manning and Philip Rivers?
Well, obviously, Eli Manning is willing to do whatever it takes to get to the Giants or another option outside of San Diego. I think for Philip Rivers, he hits the jackpot money-wise because he now jumps up to that top slot, probably a difference of about $1.4 million or $1.5 million in total dollars, cap numbers. So I think it's a great move for them. I think San Diego, again, feels a little bit of relief. They have a comfort level with Philip Rivers that they felt from when they worked him out, and I think it's an excellent deal for all parties.
How did the Giants pay Eli Manning?
Well, they'll find a way to pay him, and I think they'll probably find a way to make it right by him. I think he's going to be their franchise quarterback. I think they'll find a way to give Tom Condon and the Mannings the bells and whistles that he would have gotten had he been picked #1. I think they've thought through that already, and Ernie Accorsi, experienced GM, they'll find a way to make him feel good about being where he's at.
Can you foresee a situation where Eli Manning may get less money because he may make up more money in endorsements being in the media capital of New York?
Oh, I think that's definitely a possibility. He could end up getting less money initially, but I think in the long run, he sees it as being a better situation for him. I also think there are ways now with contracts. We talk about voidables, escalators, all these things, like I say, bells and whistles, you can add on contracts, that the Giants will find a way to give it back to Eli and that everybody will feel good about it.
All right, Randy, thank you very much for that assessment. Now let's head up to Bristol, Connecticut, and Trey Wingo.
All right, Andrea, thanks. Welcome into the EA Sports NFL matchup set. Trey Wingo here with Merrill Hodge and the MVP of the 1980 National Football League season.
Good player.
Ron Jaworski, ladies and gentlemen. And the reason I bring this up is because Jaws brings certain credentials to our conversation
he
here.
wanted you to say it.
And yes, he did pay me to say that. Talking about Philip Rivers. A lot of questions about his mechanics and whether or not he can get the job done. But hey, nobody's more prepared than Philip Rivers to step in with an NCAA record, 51 starts under his belt.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And when you talk to people around the league, the key word from Philip Rivers is production. Everything he has done in North Carolina State has been terrific. He has produced. And when you look at his career, you look at less than 2% of his passes were intercepted. Last year, a completion percentage of 72%. Over his career, 67% complete. So when I look at a quarterback, he does throw the ball accurately. But as I studied him, I still think there are some mechanical flaws that need to be corrected when he gets in the NFL.
Here's what concerns me about Philip Rivers, and it's clearly evident in this shot. Look closely at his throwing mechanics. He drops the ball below his belt buckle, and he does not drive off his back foot. Keep in mind, there's no pressure on him either. Rivers pushes the ball. He doesn't snap and flick his wrist. That costs you velocity. And in the NFL, you have to make a lot of throws with defenders around your feet and your body where you can't step into the throw. He could even lose more velocity. Look at this downfield throw. He loses his mechanics and throws it with all arm. You can't be consistent like that. There's no question Rivers has a great feel and instinct for the position, but like David Carr 2 years ago, he will need to have his delivery reworked. I like this throw from the Senior Bowl. Good plant, good hitch step, much better weight shift. Notice the velocity is there. The accuracy is there. That's an NFL throw.
You know, the first throw that we saw for the touchdown there, you know, I'm breaking down his mechanics saying they're poor. Yes, it was a touchdown throw, an accurate throw. But in the NFL, you must make those throws on a consistent basis. And clearly, when I look at a Philip Rivers, when he gets to camp, the coaches will work with him. They will force him to become a more consistent quarterback. He certainly has the ability to be one, but I think the consistency is going to be the key in his game, Merrill. Well, listen, I believe in the end result, too, and you mentioned that. The one thing is I studied the tape, and you've mentioned this all the time. If there's one key to being a great quarterback in the National Football League is anticipation.
In college, guys are open. You see that the guy's open. In the National Football League, you must anticipate that window, that wide receiver coming in there. That's where I thought Phillip Rivers really stood out. I thought that's why he is the best quarterback at this point in time and most prepared to come play in the National Football League come September. The anticipation, seeing guys open, anticipating breaks, he was the best from all the guys I studied.
There's also one other thing that concerned me a little bit, the style of offense they were in. I didn't see enough throws down the field, the deep comebacks, the square-ins, the skinny posts, the throws that project you to the NFL. I didn't see enough of those where I could elevate him up to saying, hey, this guy's a surefire NFL starter.
Now, it's funny. What I saw there is, because it is a spread offense, the decisions have to be quick, and that's what he did.
On a bubble screen?
Everything was quick. Well, listen, if it's got to go to the back, then it's got to go there quick, and you got to know that, and that's what he did.
It's a one-receiver route. You get the ball, throw it to one receiver.
And then when there were opportunities, when those Charles, opportunities present down the field, they were there. Let me ask you a question about his delivery. Obviously, it's funky. It's a little low. It looks like it's a sidearm. Reminds you a little bit of someone named Bernie Kosar, whose first head coach in the NFL was
Marty Schottenheimer.
Right. So obviously Marty feels comfortable with this kind of a delivery.
The part about the delivery that bothers me is I think there comes a time in the course of a game when you have to throw it around the rush, and you got to move, and you have to have an unorthodox delivery. But what I saw with Rivers too many times when there was a comfortable pocket, no one around him, no pressure, he lost his mechanics.
We shall see. Listen, give A.J. Smith, the Chargers GM, a little bit of a credit. Took a lot of heat this week. He got his guy, Phillip Rivers, and he got a boatload of picks as well. A lot of quarterbacks taken, 4 in the first round this year.
The quest. Pick a winner who passes the test. The nerve-wracking waiting separation of elite peers. You're checking the start of careers right here. NFL. Yeah.
ESPN2's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft is presented by Rocky Mountain Cold Coors Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL, and in part by John Deere. Nothing runs like a deer. And Tractor Supply Company, the stuff you need out here.
7 hours into the 2004 NFL Draft. The first round completed in 5 hours and 24 minutes. Not even close to the longest ever, but it felt long. Contributing to that, 10 trades, and we'll start at the top. Quarterback Eli Manning, selected by San Diego, #1 overall. Eli refused to play for the Chargers, but in a classy move, he held up that Chargers jersey. In the end, he got what he wanted. He's a Giant. That's because that #4, the Giants picked NC State quarterback Phillip Rivers, then traded Rivers to San Diego for Manning plus picks. Meantime, Miami of Ohio quarterback Ben Roethlisberger, perhaps the most physically talented of the group, waited. Finally, the call came. The Steelers took him at #11, the first time the Steelers have chosen a quarterback in the first round in 24 years. And in this draft, no shortage of history. 6 Miami Hurricanes take it in the first round, most ever by one team. In the last 4 years, that's a total of 19 first-round picks. The only team that ever even came close to that was USC, and that was 12 over a 4-year span. More history, 15 underclassmen taken in the first round, and we knew this draft would be deep in wide receivers, 7 taken in the first round. That's your wrap-up of the first round of the draft. Let's go back over to Chris and the guys.
Suze, you know what you're doing there? You're just warming up for tomorrow. That's your hostess for tomorrow, Susie Kalber. And see? They always like the second quarterback. See, that's just the way it goes, right? You start, you're no good. Bring her in. She'll be bringing you through home tomorrow, rounds 4 through 7. All right, let's get caught up. Last 5 picks. Some we mentioned over the air. Justin Smiley, San Francisco. Some had him tab late first. Tank Johnson, defensive tackle from Washington to Chicago. Interesting player. Here's a good one. Dontarius Thomas, linebacker, Auburn, Minnesota. Kewan Ratliff, cornerback, Florida, goes to Cincinnati. And another one of those wide receivers, a good receiver from LSU, Devery Henderson, goes to the New Orleans Saints.
Just in case Joe Horn decides to take out another cell phone and get suspended.
Exactly. They are going to put some pressure on those starters in New Orleans with Henderson coming in. I think you look at him as a running back in his history, and you see a kid after the catch. You get the ball in the short route and get it in his hands. Also, he has the speed to beat cornerbacks down the field. He was inconsistent throughout much of his career. As a senior, I thought put it all together. Didn't drop quite as many passes. Was more of a factor on a consistent basis, working opposite Michael Clayton. You see Matt Malk here, obviously getting the ball down the field to Henderson. Made the big catch as a junior to beat Kentucky with no time left on the clock. And here again, getting deep. Look at all that separation between Henderson and the cornerback, how he beat him. He can run. He's got good size. And here's the play against Kentucky. It was no time left on the clock. Got a lucky bounce, and there it is, touchdown to break Guy Morris, the former head coach of Kentucky, break their heart of the Wildcat fans. Here again, deep pass. Hands, I think, are something he needs to work on, because in the NFL, if you're double clutching, they're going to drill you and you're going to drop the football. If there's more separation in college, and he'll see in the NFL. The short route, though, I thought in the Senior Bowl, when he caught the football, he was outstanding. He put some moves on Derek Strait, left him in his wake. And Derek Strait's a pretty good tackling cornerback, not yet off the board. He should go second or third round. But I think you look at Tank Johnson going to Chicago. Already talked about the Bears and Lovie Smith. You know the system. You know what they're looking for. Quick, athletic guys who get upfield, get the pass rush. Lovie Smith wants to attack the quarterback. He got Tommie Harris in the first round out of Oklahoma. Now Tank Johnson, a similar mold for Tank Johnson to Tommie Harris. 6'2.5" at 295 to 300 pounds. When you watch this kid as a senior, you saw a big difference. As a senior, he had career highs in tackles for loss with 18.5, and sacks with 10. And remember, here against USC, Pac-10, he's going up against quality linemen. There, he drills the quarterback liner. He also, in practice, went up against some pretty good players. So this is a kid I thought, as a senior, took it to another level. 4.74 speed, perfect for Lovie Smith. 31 reps, great strength, and a 34 vertical, the athleticism that Lovie Smith wants. So you say, hey, 2 defensive linemen. They have some other young kids like Scott and LeFavor. This is a guy, though, is going to be in a rotation system, Mort. And for Lovie Smith, there are certain guys that are okay for other systems, certain guys okay for Lovie Smith. This is another guy, along with Tommie Harris, that can get it done within the framework of that scheme. The perfect guy for this system, Warren Sapp. These guys have that quickness and that explosiveness.
Get back to Devery Henderson, the LSU receiver, going to the New Orleans Saints. They do have Joe Horn. I made a joke about the cell phone, but they have Joe Horn. But remember, Dante Stallworth, a first-round pick, they also have. But Stallworth has been a disappointment, Michael. He's been hurt. Constantly hurt. He just hasn't been what they thought he'd be, and they need some more weapons.
And he is the speed guy, so I am surprised to see them get Henderson because he's a speed guy. But let me tell you something, Dante Stallworth, I work out with him in the offseason. This guy could fly. Henderson, he could fly. I'm not surprised LSU co-national champions. They covered the whole football field from the wide receiver. Michael Clayton taking care of the intermediate and short stuff. With Henderson going deep, he will be a great pickup for the New Orleans Saints.
There is only one team that did not have a first-round pick, and that's because of a trade made by Baltimore last year that enabled them to move up to take Kyle Bowler. New England ended up with their pick. So now the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock, and through the magic of television, we have, as Baltimore picks, the reason they didn't have a first, but a guy who's anxiously awaiting this pick, Kyle Bowler with us, with Andrea Kramer. Andrea?
Thanks a lot, Chris. And no team may have a more clear-cut need than the Baltimore Ravens, needing a wide receiver, basically only having Travis Taylor out there. When I talked to Brian Billick this morning, he said they're pretty much resigned at 51, not being able to get one of the key guys. He said their goal is they're hoping that of the 7 wide receivers that were drafted in the first round, maybe that would free up a veteran that would later come available to them, say after June 1st. And I just throw out a name, for example, Jimmy Smith from Jacksonville. Maybe someone like that would be available for them. Now, so return to Kyle Bowler. How frustrating is it for you trying to upgrade the worst passing attack in the NFL that you don't have any weapons?
It's tough. It's it's going to be a challenge, and we need to definitely bring somebody in. I mean, Travis Taylor's really the only guy that we have right now. A lot of guys last year got hurt, and we lost Marcus Robinson to the Vikings. So hopefully, Ozzie and Brian and the whole organization will be able to figure something out here.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda, could have been Terrell Owens. How do you view the fact that he came so close to being a Raven and yet spurned the team?
Well, I mean, that was a weird situation, but, Terrell wanted to be a Philadelphia Eagle. He didn't want to be a Raven, and it's just something that we're going to have to, move on with, and, we're going to have to find another Terrell Owens.
For you personally, you almost now have 4 quarterback coaches, the most recent being the ex-New York Giants head coach Jim Fussell, brought in as a consultant. What are all these coaches doing for you in terms of helping your development in your second year?
Well, basically, I have 4 guys looking over me now, so I better be pretty good next year. But Coach Fossil's come in and, once again, kind of worked on my fundamentals. Being a rookie quarterback, you're thinking about so many different things. You're trying to learn the offense, and I got my, just my footwork, to my throwing motion, just the little details. He's come in and helped me with that, and hopefully here in the near future we'll be able to even talk a little bit more football.
All right, and Kyle Boller just had some shoulder surgery in his non-throwing shoulder in March, but says he's ready to go. That's it from here in New York. We will continue with the NFL draft. Stay with us.
Yeah!
I don't think this selection makes any sense whatsoever. The Colts have a storied history of draft day ineptitude, and it continues here today. Only one can answer this is obviously Mike Ditka. I totally disagree with the pick. To me, this is a stretch for a Seattle Seahawks team. That's why the Colts are picking second every year in the draft, not battling for the Super Bowl like other clubs in the National Football League.
Who in the hell is Mel Kiper?
I have a right to my opinion. He has a right to his. I'll tell you what, Bob, it's obvious to me right now that the Jets just don't understand what the draft's all about.
Way to mince words, Mel.
If some of it, you're still all right, Mel. The years of Mel Kiper. If I was standing in front of that draft board now, nobody would have seen it. I'm working on it.
Take a stand, Mel.
I'm taking a stand. I've taken enough stands over
Why
the
you
years.
saw me hold that microphone with Bill Tobin, but I was like this.
Yeah, you got it going.
I knew it was going to happen. I did stir it up some.
Mel, why do they get on you like that, Mel?
Mort keeps jabbing.
I do.
He keeps jabbing it. He was the instigator. You know it. I knew when Mort was at Indy, it was a big trouble.
I grew up that way, baby.
Who would have guessed, huh? Right? Well, let's talk about Baltimore's pick,
yes.
Your hometown. Another name that could have gone in the first round, huh? Baltimore D tackle, although I don't think Kyle Bowler's going to throw to him much. Maybe a tackle eligible.
That's the problem. Devery Henderson could have been a possibility. He went one pick earlier in New Orleans. I thought maybe Kerry Colbert from USC. They went with Dwan Edwards because they do have a need at defensive tackle in that 3-4 scheme, and that's what Dwan Edwards is suited for. I mean, 6'2.5", 310, got his weight up really as a junior, up to around 300 pounds. The stamina and the durability, I think, is what really impressed people. This kid never took a down off. Never went to the sidelines, was out there on the field, play after play. And who's going to be working with Dwan Edwards? One of the best defensive line coaches in all of the National Football League. Rex Ryan, the son of Buddy Ryan, does a great job. Took Kelly Gregg, who nobody thought could play at Oklahoma, made him a quality player on the nose. And here's Dwan Edwards coming in. Anthony Weaver was solid, steady, reliable, and that's what you see out of a guy like Dwan Edwards from Oregon State.
Dallas has just picked tackle from the champion USC Trojans, Jacob Rogers.
Jacob Rogers can play if he can stay healthy. He's had durability concerns throughout his career at USC. You see a 3-year starter. You see a guy who banged heads against some top players throughout his career. Terrell Suggs at Arizona State when he was there. You see him here against the Michigan Wolverines in the Rose Bowl here, number 77, getting the job done. As a player, he was fine. That's actually Kerry Colbert making a fine catch. Colbert should come off the board soon. Dave Ball was there, a defensive end from UCLA who Rogers got the best of. Here again, doing the job against Ball. I think when you look at Rogers, if he can prove that he can be on the field and show the durability necessary and shake off all those injuries, he can be a bookend who can get the job done in the NFL. But it all gets down to staying on the field and not sustaining any injuries. That was a problem year after year at USC, Mort.
Bill Parcells is not going to let him stay off the field without injuries. Ask Larry Allen.
Well, let me ask one thing quickly on Larry Allen, and then let me go to you on Baltimore. Larry Allen, or maybe you guys know, is it talk that he's out, he's out Warner's welcome in Dallas. True, false?
Right. Yeah, yes, he has. And I talked to Larry just a couple of days ago, and Larry talked about he wanted to move around, not get out of Dallas. He had a great career there, but he's not seeing things eye to eye with Bill Parcells and the new staff, so he's looking forward to moving out.
Oakland has had some interest in Larry Allen, but I think they almost needed to pick up some extra picks to pull it off. What the Cowboys want to do, they would like to move Larry Allen this weekend, but they are not going to cut him right now after June 1st because they prefer to take the salary cap hit now as opposed to, because they can afford to, as opposed to next year when it would be a little bit tighter. In other words, they're cutting him after June 1st.
Oakland is where he says he wants to play football.
Oh, he's from he grew up in that area.
He wants to get back with North Turner.
Everybody ends up.
More smash mouth football.
Everybody ends up in Oakland at the end.
At the end, you're right.
Well, who's been a Pro Bowl? I don't mean at the end, washed up.
Larry Allen might be a Hall of Famer. He might be a Hall of Famer.
He's a Hall of Famer. What do you mean might be?
You got to be inducted and elected first before you're a Hall of Fame player.
But you know he's a Hall of Famer. He is a Hall of Famer. Come on.
Speaking of a guy who may not be a Hall of Famer, but boy, production, and a guy who may be moving on more. You have some interesting notes on the Baltimore pick
or what Baltimore's
just coming
doing
off
today.
that Kyle Bowler interview, the Baltimore is concerned about getting Kyle Bowler more help. Remember, they had Terrell Owens. They traded for Terrell Owens, and it all blew up in their face. He ended up in Philadelphia. They have been active. They were hoping when Jacksonville took Reggie Williams, the receiver from the University of Washington, that maybe Jacksonville and James Harris, with his old buddy, James Harris, the general manager of Jacksonville, with his old buddy Ozzie Newsome in Baltimore, might let go Jimmy Smith, 34-year-old wide receiver of the Jaguars. Baltimore would have been willing, I think, to give up the second-round pick for Jimmy Smith, but James Harris told me, no, I'm holding on to him. Got a young quarterback, young receiver. I need a veteran receiver there, too.
Jimmy Smith, in the last decade, is one of the best players that really, and I know he's been to Pro Bowls, that really nobody talks about. Agree?
He is a great wide receiver.
Outstanding.
When we return, we're toward the bottom for Seattle, Denver, Green Bay. Steamrolling here toward the bottom of round number 2.
25 years, ESPN NFL Draft. 25 years of coverage for the first to the last. The speed is what you need. Build a draft. If finesse is what you want to possess, build a draft.
Welcome back to the 2004 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
All right, we're on TV here on the second round, and Michael Boulware, brother of Peter Boulware, who's been an outstanding defensive player for the Baltimore Ravens.
Cousin of?
Michael Booyah. he goes on to the Seattle Seahawks. Not inside defensive help, but defensive help for that team.
Well, on the weak side, you look at Michael Boulware, not real big at about 6'2", about 225 to 228 in that area, but just see a kid who's very athletic with a lot of speed. He can chase you down. There he makes a play on T.A. McClendon, fine running back for NC State. You see him in space, the way he plays in special teams, obviously will be his forte. There, Jared Payton tracks him down. You see a lot of these tackles 10, 15 yards down the field. More of a finesse linebacker with a guy, I think, on the weak side because of his great coverage skills. That's what's going to help him, the ability and coverage to be able to do the job in that area with that 4.55 speed. That's what I think is going to allow him to have a career in the NFL as well as a special teams play. But he's not the physical presence that some teams are looking for. What he is an athletically gifted, smart, fundamentally sound player who I think, when you really look at it, Michael Boulware in the right system could be okay. But I think everybody in the NFL, all those defensive coordinators are going to say, hey, this is a guy I have to have. It's a select group that I thought in the second round would jump at Michael Boulware.
But good in pass coverage, right? Good in pass coverage, you still have to beat the St. Louis Rams. They are the defending division champions. They do throw the ball a little bit.
You always use a little speed on defense.
All right, well, we move on in Denver, and now we're going to go up to Eugene Washington, has been the voice of the second round. A great receiver in his day for the San Francisco 49ers.
With pick number 54, Denver has selected from Marshall wide receiver Darius Watts. Green Bay's on the clock.
And they needed a wide receiver.
Well, interesting, right? Denver is a team we talk about as, boy, you know, they're kind of the uncrowned, always in the Super Bowl team in the AFC. They haven't really sniffed at it anywhere close lately, but here they've gone running back, right? They got their running back here in the second round earlier, and now in this young man, Ashley Lilley, they're still waiting for him to move along. And remember, Ed McCaffrey retired.
Exactly. And you look at Byron Leftwich. When I talked to Byron over the last couple of years, he raved about Darius Watts. Darius Watts is a kid, 6'2", about 177 to 180. Lean frame, needs to get stronger and needs to become a more physical wide receiver at the pro level. Get off the jam, and obviously the defensive backs in the NFL could give him a little trouble initially until he gets that weight room strength up. A little inconsistent at times, drops some catchable balls, but he's an athlete with a 44 vertical. So this kid, 6'2", plays taller. He's a talent. What he needs to have is a wide receiver coach who can mold him and develop him in 2 or 3 years. So a guy that I thought jumped up because of the athleticism, the consistency, and the knowledge of the position. He has the knowledge. I think the consistency is something he's developed, and I think in time, if he can add maybe 10 pounds to that frame, retain his speed, he's certainly a gifted athlete, he could be a factor.
You see a guy 6'2", 188 pounds, Mel. Back in the day, that was a big wide receiver. They're coming in now at 234 pounds. He needs to put on some weight.
Well, another wide receiver goes, and there'll be a couple more here before this second round is over. We have Green Bay, Cincinnati, Tennessee, and then we move toward the bottom. So, plenty more of action coming here. Second round picks. Big contributors to ball clubs. Stay with us here as our gavel-to-gavel coverage continues from New York.
And welcome back to the EA Sports NFL matchup set. Trey Wingo here with a Natalie Dressen, well done, Merrill Hodge and Ron Jaworski. As they say in New York, it's live TV. Sometimes this happens. The draft continues here on ESPN2, and one of the big movers and shakers, guys, without question so far on day one of the draft has been the Buffalo Bills. They get a speed wide receiver with their first pick in the first round in Lee Evans, and then they make the big move to jump up and give Dallas a first next year, a second, and a fifth to get quarterback JP Losman out of Tulane.
And Tom Donahoe, actually, you know, Tom Donahoe's been around a long time. The one thing that I've always respected about Tom, I think he does a great day on draft day. And
well,
Mike
he drafted
Mularkey,
you, didn't he?
Yeah. Well,
there you go.
Oh, they said you bring that up.
There you go.
You know he's got to be smart. You know he's got to be smart.
We don't want to bring up his mistakes right now, so let's concentrate on the good things he's done.
There's very few mistakes, but, you know, Mike Mularkey, this is his first draft as well. A guy that I actually played with, who's been a tremendous coach, has earned his stripes here, and will do a terrific job in Buffalo. I mean, if he coaches like he plays, which we've already seen that as a coordinator, he will turn the Buffalo Bills around. He will give them that little magic touch, that little added touch offensively that they need. That defense will play to the level they need to. The Buffalo Bills will be one of my surprise teams for next year as far as their division and a playoff team.
Well, you look at them defensively, #2 in the league last year, rock solid on the defensive side of the ball. Right. I love the acquisition of Lee Evans, and now you get that complimentary receiver to Eric Moulds. I love getting the young quarterback you can develop behind Drew Bledsoe. You got to know they're going to run the football with Travis Henry and McGahee in the backfield. However, they still need to address the offensive line. Drew Bledsoe is a plant, step, and throw quarterback. He needs that comfort level in the pocket. He needs a cushion to be able to do that. They need to address the offensive line. Then I would say they're going to be a team to watch.
And this, I think, you also have to watch out for Buffalo Bill fans. And the Bills fans are already mad at me, and the organization's mad at me. This will really make them mad. But they could potentially have 2 1,000-yard rushers. I really believe that this could be a team that gets 1,000 yard rushers.
Well, we'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
Tom Donahoe.
The issue is Willis McGahee essentially brings them an extra draft pick right now because of what happened. All right, let's bring in now with the Coors Light video conference phone, Tom Donahoe, the former ESPN.com insider, who, of course, drafted Merrill Hodge way back in the day and is now sitting up in Buffalo. And Tom, first question for you. You gave up a lot to get JP Losman. You guys must have to think he's really special.
Well, we did. We really liked 4 quarterbacks in this draft, and we thought that 4 quarterbacks had first-round value. And with our first pick in the first round, we wanted to get a player who could come in and contribute right away. And then our plan was to see if we could get back into the first round and get Losman. So we feel very fortunate that we were able to do that.
Tom, any concerns that for the second year in a row, you're probably drafting a guy who will not play this year?
No, not really, because, we're in this for the long haul here in Buffalo, and we realized that Drew Bledsoe's our starting quarterback, but Drew's like every player in the league. He's not going to play forever, and we don't really have a good young quarterback prospect behind him, so we're preparing for the future with this pick, and we do feel that our #1 first-round pick, Lee Evans, has the potential to come in and contribute right away.
You know, Tom, you go get Mike Mularkey. One of the areas that you felt like you had to work on is the offensive side of it. You got Drew Bledsoe, your offensive line. How do you feel like that's going to come together, and what do you got to do to address that and get to where you'll be comfortable come September?
I think we have some pieces in place, Merrill. They've got to get better. We're young on the offensive line. We picked up Chris Valerial in free agency, and we think he's a solid performer at right guard. We have 2 young tackles that we like, Mike Williams and Jonas Jennings, and a veteran at center in Trey Teague. The one spot that is a little bit unsettled is the left guard spot, but we've got 3 young players there that we feel under the tutelage of Jim McNally have a chance to be good. So it has to come together. It is a concern. They're going to have to play better than they played last year, but we feel they have the ability to do that.
You know, Tom, Merrill alluded to the fact that the Buffalo Bills may have 2 1,000-yard rushers next year. #1, what is the status of Willis McGahee, and how do you share time when you have 2 great backs like McGahee and Travis Henry?
That's a great problem, Jaws, for Coach Mularkey and his staff to deal with. Travis is a proven commodity in this league. He had a great year last year, and he played injured. Willis is healthy. We had a mini camp about 2 weeks ago, and Willis did everything in the mini camp. So, Mike and his coaches are looking at ways to get production out of both of those backs, and I think it'll be exciting to see what they come up with to utilize the talents of both those guys.
Tom, by picking up JP Losman and making such a strong move to go up and get JP Losman, are the Buffalo Bills at all concerned that Drew Bledsoe might not get back to the form he was in 2002?
No, not at all. I don't think the moves are related. I think we've said since the end of the season that we were going to take a quarterback in this draft and to begin to develop somebody for the future. And, you know, Drew's had an excellent offseason, a very good mini camp. He likes what we're doing offensively. He really has a lot of respect for Coach Malarkey and Coach Clements and Coach Weich. And I think people will see Drew Bledsoe bounce back in a big way next year.
Tom, we appreciate the time. Good luck with the rest of the draft.
Thanks very much.
All right, stay with us. The Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock, ladies and gentlemen, and with all the picks they have, that's going to be a phrase you'll be hearing quite a bit over the rest of this day and the next. Stay with the draft.
Visit NFL.com/dreamticket, and you could win tickets to Super Bowl 39 in Jacksonville. Enter today at NFL.com/dreamticket. On an April weekend in New York City, 32 teams begin the quest for a championship.
It's April, and we're ready for some football.
You'd love to draft an All-American, but any selection could be a standout. An All-Pro, a Super Bowl MVP. What does your team need? The NFL Draft 2004, presented by Coors Light, continues tomorrow at 11 a.m. on ESPN and 1 p.m. on ESPN2.
In this battle that never ends, there is no peace. The battle.
Atlanta Falcons first-round choice, Deion Sanders, cornerback, Florida State.
When Detroit took the other Sanders, I saw a big grin come across your face.
I was so happy but I was kind of scared. I thought Detroit was going to take me. I would ask for so much money that I had to put me on layaway.
On layaway,
Hey, you know what? I will say, I mean, Deion is unbelievable, right? Andrea, and she's with us on the show. Andrea, you know, probably won't be the host of The Tonight Show. But Andrea Kramer, the funniest line that she had was with Deion Sanders. She goes, look, you get the Mr. T starter kit on. I mean, that was unbelievable.
That was a good line. That was a good line. And I used to hear it all the time. Deion and I, of course, real close friends, my best friend. We kind of did a lot of things together in college.
We don't want to know too many details on
we're
that.
We're talking about football things, man.
Okay.
Football.
Well,
it was football.
Why don't we segue from all the glitter into another Florida State selection, which was just made. Jacksonville made a trade with Green Bay. Here is Greg Jones, the running back from Florida State, falling a lot lower than a lot of people thought. Why, Mel?
Well, a couple reasons, Chris. First of all, he had a knee injury, which he came back from, but his average per carry was down, and, of course, catching the football. We said all along that's been a problem. I did say second round, he would be a great pick for somebody if you're looking for a pure running back first and second down. Look at him run, 6'1.5", at 245 to 250 pounds, and a guy who averaged 5.3 a carry in 2001, almost 6 yards per carry before he had the season-ending knee injury in 2002. Came back this season, his average per carry was 4.6 yards, but at the Senior Bowl, I thought that's where he showed he was all the way back. During that game, he was outstanding, was ground level watching. He looked like an outstanding first-round running back, and that was a play right there. It shows his power and the way he can break tackles and take on people and leave them in his wake. So this is a kid running the football. Hey, he might be a top 15 to top 20 type guy.
Did Sean Taylor say that he thought Greg Jones was the best back that he had seen because he goes where he wants to go, right?
Right. No, that's correct. And he showed a lot of character. I don't think, because he didn't have to play as soon as he did with those knee injuries. No, we might ask, why is Jacksonville taking a running back when Fred Taylor has had 2 injury-free years? He rushed for 1,500 yards. He has a new contract. Why? Well, James Harris is running the personnel department in Jacksonville. He comes from Baltimore, where he was under with 2 of the best in Ozzie Newsome and Phil Savage. They always stay true to their board, no matter what the position is. For example, in Baltimore, they had Shannon Sharp off a Super Bowl year. They take Todd Heap. They knew they had something special on Priest Holmes. They took Jamal Lewis. They had 2 tackles with Tony Jones and Orlando Brown. They still took Jonathan Ogden. They had taken Dwayne Starks, a cornerback, in a first round. They took Chris McAllister the next year. You stay true to your board. That's the philosophy that has worked beautifully for Baltimore, and James Harris has taken that to Jacksonville, even though we may wonder why Greg Jones when you have Fred Taylor.
Yeah, but Mort, nowadays in this NFL, you need 2 solid running backs. I don't care whether he's coming off not getting hurt all year long. You need solid running backs if you're planning on running the ball. And trust me, in Jacksonville, they plan on running the ball.
Stay true to your, it's really is. It's stay true to your grades. That's why last year they took Terrell Suggs at 10 because he had a higher grade than Kyle Bowler, and everybody said, we need a quarterback. Well, they traded up to get Kyle Bowler at 19, but they stay true to their board.
All right, well, we now welcome in on our Coors Light video conference from Dallas, the owner of the Cowboys, Jerry Jones. And Jerry, good to see you again. You guys went out of the first round when it looked like, well, gee, here's the chance for the running back of your choice, and you dropped out of the first round, then picked Julius Jones from Notre Dame. What did you see in him that told you he was equal to, maybe better than anybody you could have picked up top, Jerry?
Well, we think he had a great senior year, and he's got the ability, we think, to be a back out of the backfield, which is big to Bill Parcells and Mo Cawthorn and Sean Payton. So those are the kinds of things that we liked in Julius Jones. He's got outstanding character, and we think he'll be a great addition to us. But I'll tell you, it was just too tempting. They baited that trap with the cheese that got us when we wanted to get that next year first pick from Buffalo.
Hey, do you recognize this guy here, Jerry?
Boss, how are you, boss? Hey, boss, man, listen, and I call Jerry boss. I always call him boss. That's just what I do. Boss, you guys got a running back. But what good is having a running back if the line is not solidified? You're letting Larry Allen go. Can you tell us what's going on with the Larry Allen situation?
Well, we're not letting him go as we sit, and I've met with Larry. We've met and been talking over his situation the last 2 or 3 days. And I can tell you, if something didn't happen as during this draft or before this draft, then that really narrows any window about Larry Allen not being here. We know that he can be an outstanding player for us. We just drafted Jacob Rogers. We think that's going a long way, and certainly Larry, if he's here, and we expect him to be here at this point, we'd be solid in the offensive line potentially.
Jerry, this is your second draft with Bill Parcells. We all anticipated how this, or wondered how this relationship was going to work. Is there anything about working with Bill that has surprised you as you've gone through 2 drafts now?
Well, it's all positive, Chris, and it's just such a pleasure to work with somebody that is passionate, as knowledgeable, as well as does his homework and as committed he is. You've worked with him there at ESPN, and you know some of those same things. But it's beyond anything I could have expected, and here we are drafting. We've been going through our process of evaluating players, and it's just been great to work with him, and I respect him so much, and so it's pretty easy for me to listen when you have that kind of individual with that kind of passion talking to you.
Ask him if he misses us here as we go into the dark, but don't worry about us, Jerry. Keyshawn Johnson is a Cowboy. Drew Henson's a Cowboy. Separate questions. Keyshawn Johnson, can he be the Pro Bowl receiver? Can he be a 100-catch guy for the Dallas Cowboys? You obviously think that he can.
Well, I know this. It's too big an opportunity for our organization to have him come in here with Bill Parcells as coach. They've worked together. They know each other well. And Michael, we enjoyed such great success with the leadership that you provided for our team and the enthusiasm and the work ethic you brought to the table. I think Keyshawn has some of that. Now, I know Michael Irvin, and he may not be Michael Irvin, but still, he's got some of that. You bring that to the table, and we all know how physically he's out there. I really think that we've really helped the Dallas Cowboys.
Jerry, Quincy Carter was someone that you really were in his corner even before this year, and he took you to the playoffs. However, you made a bold move with Drew Henson. Is that a let's take a look, or has he got a chance to beat out Quincy Carter here this summer?
Well, I think Drew is coming in here at a time when I would expect him to be learning and observing. We don't know and haven't seen enough in the initial workouts we've had to answer that question. I will say this, though. Quincy Carter is looking outstanding in a lot of the work we're doing. This is the first time in 6 years that he will be in the same offensive system. He's outstanding. He was out here throwing this morning before our draft. So we really are positive about what Quincy Carter can be this year in the second year under Bill Parcells.
Well, you're going to be part of the reunion tour as you watch Bill Parcells coach against Joe Gibbs this year, which is something you saw a long while ago there when Michael was still a young pup. That'll be fun for everybody. Thanks for joining us, Jerry.
Great to be on with you, Chris.
All right. Jerry Jones, boss, right? You're boss.
Yeah, boss.
Hey.
What kind of an owner really? What kind of an owner really was he?
Any man that pulled my family the way he pulled my family, I'm gonna call him boss forever.
Why were Cowboy players affectionate, your team, about Jerry Jones?
Jerry's a good owner, and everybody talks about Jerry Jones being on the sideline and is he a problem? I like the owner on the sideline. I like him in the practices. If you're gonna play hard, you don't mind him right there watching. Hey, we all enjoy Jerry being at every practice.
All right, well, speaking of Dallas against Washington coming up, John Jansen is one of our guests at our Cold Pizza Roundtable. Andrea, did that bring back flashbacks when you saw Dion with the Mr. T starter kit?
Well, I hate to correct you, Chris. First of all, I can be funny, but secondly, what I actually said to Dion was, it looks like you're wearing your signing bonus already, but that's okay. It was still funny.
I thought it was funny.
It was. Thank you very much. But you talk about John Jansen. Not only are we talking about a renewed rivalry with the Cowboys and the Redskins, but John Jansen played for 2 years at Michigan with Drew Henson. What caliber of quarterback are we talking about with the Drew Henson that you knew?
Well, the Drew Henson I knew, if he had stayed for his senior year at Michigan and come out as a football player, I believe that Houston would have taken him with their #1 selection instead of Jason Carr. David Carr. And what happens at that point is now you see that they still had the belief that he had talent, he had the value to go ahead and trade and make some moves with Dallas. They had made their commitment to David, and they stuck with that as they should. But they knew what they were getting and the value of Henson.
What do you think the layoff may do for Drew Henson coming back now?
Well, I think it'll set him back a little bit, but he's a good enough athlete, and he's young enough still. He's still only 24, 25 years old, where he can come back and still make an impact in a couple of years. He's going to have to, bring his skills back to where they were and then bring them to the NFL level.
All right, just one more element involving the Redskins-Cowboys rivalry. Round 2 continues after this. Please stay with us from the NFL Draft.
Yeah!
And we continue to cover the NFL Draft Round 2. Trey Wingo here in the EA Sports NFL matchup set with who else? Merrill Hodge and Ron Jaworski.
Ready this time.
You ready? Good to know.
The pure definition of a cover corner. He's a fluid athlete with great hip turn and change of direction. You can line him up on the opposition's top receiver and feel confident that that receiver will be neutralized. Bailey's shutdown corner skills allows a defense to play the old Dion coverage. Champ man-to-man with no help. The rest of the coverage rotating to the other side of the field. As you see, Bailey's on an island against Amani Toomer. Kerry Collins reads the man-to-man, which is the best you can get in the NFL, and goes to Toomer. You see, there's no separation. Bailey is in perfect position and makes the play. The fade is a tough route to defend for a corner. Watch Bailey here. He's patient, staying in his back pedal until the fade is declared. He makes an easy transition from backpedaling to running while staying on top of David Givens. This forces Givens to widen, putting Bailey in better position to play the ball than Givens. That is textbook.
When you can take your corner and put him on your opponent's best wide receiver and take him out of the game, it gives you tremendous flexibility in what you can do from a defensive scheme. When your corners can play man-to-man and take people out of the game, you can pick up your blitz tempo, you can come with more stunts because you don't have to worry. But I also believe as much as Champ Bailey is a terrific player, so is Clinton Portis.
Well, see, Clinton Portis is special, and Champ Bailey is all the things that you just mentioned. But Clinton Portis is special, and he impacts the offense, but he also can impact the defense. When you can control the game with a Clinton Portis, you can hit a home run with Clinton Portis. I would hate to ever give up a guy who's only going in his 3rd year. But the one thing that I do know about Denver, when you look at their philosophy, you look at their style, they believe in their offensive line. It doesn't mean they just can plug anybody back there, but they believe that offensive line and the system will get you yards. But I would still never give up a guy as special as Clinton Portis.
Back-to-back 1,500-yard seasons, and he's a great receiver. And, oh, by the way, of the 20 first-rounders the University of Miami has had since 2000...
He wasn't one of them.
He was not one of them. He was a second-round pick. Chris Berman standing by in New York, getting set to talk to somebody. Boomer, I'm sure, is very happy about the way things have gone so far on draft day for the Denver Broncos.
Well, I would think so, Trey. Thank you very much, fellas. And now we bring in on our Coors Light video conference Mike Shanahan from the Rocky Mountains. It's typical. It's fitting. This is the Coors Light video conference. And we're going out to Denver to talk to Coach Mike Shanahan. And, Mike, you went defense first. Everyone said, oh, there's a back. You went defense first, but I guess, well, we'll do DJ Williams. He was too good to pass up, huh?
Yeah, we really thought he was. We just liked the way he moved. Brings great speed, great size, and anytime you lose a guy like Ian Gold in our defense, our nucleus of our defense was our linebacking core, we thought he could come in and really help us.
Well, and of course, you already went defense big time in the offseason, so I'm going to segue right into Champ Bailey at a corner for you with the Clinton Portis trade. Obviously, there's a big thought, big-time players on both sides of the ball. Champ Bailey, what do you see out of him? Is he the shutdown corner that you need to advance? You know, you saw enough of Peyton Manning in the playoffs.
Well, I think everybody needs a shutdown corner, and we feel Champ is that type of guy. It's always tough to lose a great running back like Clinton Portis. But when we took a look at all the scenarios, we thought it was good for us. Not only did we get Champ, but we were able to fulfill our need at running back with a guy like Tatum Bell. And hopefully in the long run, this will work out for us. But we got a lot of confidence in Champ. We can play some 8-man fronts we weren't able to play before. And hopefully in the long run, it'll be a win-win situation for us and the Redskins.
Kind of try to win inside your division and then go outside. In your division, I don't see any big-time wide receivers that you need a shutdown corner for. Do you see any big-time wide receivers that you need a Champ Bailey for?
Well, just not within the division. Once you get to the playoffs, you have to do something. We played Indy the first time we played them with a healthy secondary, and we won that football game. We played quite well. We lost 2 of our defensive backs the second time we played them, and it looked like we didn't even belong in the same football field. I always believe you win first on defense. If you can have a good defense, it gives you a chance to win championships. When you take a look at what we've done in the Super Bowls, you can take a look at our defense playing extremely well. I always believe we're going to be in the top 5 offensively.
Well, so does most of the rest of the league, Mike. Tatum Bell, you've had a great knack, and this is second round, so this is higher than some of your finds that you've had, you know, Terrell Davis and others. What I'm sure there's many things, but what do you see in Tatum Bell that's similar to these picks that are not first-round running back picks for you in the Broncos, but a little intangible that might say, there's a guy that I want?
Well, Chris, the first thing we look at in a running back is a guy that's not afraid to pass protect. Obviously, in the passing game, he's not afraid to block if it's pass protection. He's got that type of mindset, both in the running game and the passing game. And he's got the great speed. He's under 4.4. He averaged over 6 yards a carry over his junior and senior year, and we think that could bring something special with big play capabilities to our offensive system.
You've got, a couple years ago, you drafted Ashley Lele from Hawaii. Now you picked another wide receiver, but of course, Ed McCaffrey retired. Is this a step-up year for Ashley here, now a couple years in the league? Is that a big part of where you might be able to go offensively?
We're hoping it is, Chris. We thought Ashley played exceptionally well in the first 4 or 5 games and played exceptionally well in the last 4 or 5 games. He had some downtime right in the middle of the season where he lost a little of his confidence. But the way he ended the season, I'm hoping is the way he starts it this year. And, you know, he's a big play receiver. With him, along with Watts, we think we got something special, and hopefully we can stay healthy.
Well, you'll get a chance to play inside your division, the opening Sunday nighter. You play the Kansas City Chiefs, who won the division. You also made a playoffs wild card. So thanks for helping us open up Sunday Night Football. You're a good man.
Okay, Chris, take care.
All right, Mike Shanahan, the head coach of the Denver Broncos. His voice sounds like mine, huh? Raspy day. He had that knack, boy, of picking those running backs not first round. Tatum Bell had second round pick high, but they've had the Midas touch. They hope they hit again. We'll be back. Welcome back here to our late second round coverage at the NFL Draft, and the American flag, a very poignant sight as we remember Pat Tillman with a moment of silence before we began, and the NFL will honor The Arizona Cardinals have retired his number in Arizona State, so let us not forget that is upon all of us here in this country, not just those watching the draft. Let's get you caught up in the second round here. Greg Jones, we talked about. Let's see, we had Vilma. He went to the Jets. We had F. Troop. He was picked. And now we have Madu. Right? Well, no. Now we're going to go to Shante Spencer. Madu Williams, the safety from Maryland that went to Cincinnati. Here's Shante Spencer, corner from Pitt to San Francisco.
Well, you look at San Francisco. Of course, Jason Webster's now with the Atlanta Falcons, reunited with Jim Moore Jr. And I think you look at Shante Spencer, he's got an opportunity to play with the 49ers. And a kid who I thought elevated his grade significantly. He was really not invited to the combine workout, off the charts, yet I thought it was a chance for Shante Spencer, maybe be in the late first, early second round area, drop down to pick number 58 to the 49ers, a kid who had an excellent senior year, did a great job against Miami, Syracuse, 6'1", 177, actually started his career strong as a freshman, then had some problems, lost the starting job, but then recovered and finished, I thought, to the point where he could be an early round pick. Second round for the 49ers, not a bad choice. This is a kid I thought Seattle would have looked at. They went with Michael Boulware, and Chris, you say they're projecting Boulware to safety.
They might play him at safety. Yeah, that's a possibility. And Shawn Jones is a true safety.
It is a true safety, and a kid who I thought really the last 2 years at Georgia, when he amassed over 100 tackles, was one of the better defensive backs in the SEC. Thomas Davis, who's a star at Georgia, all over the field. This kid, Shawn Jones, 6'1½", 216 pounds, was a playmaker. He's got size, speed, athletic. I also feel he's yet to play his best football, so I think he's still really gaining experience at the safety spot. Of course, he was a high school quarterback. You look at this kid as the type of player, I think, physically, that everybody's looking for. Runs under 4'5", 36.5 vertical. See him here on special teams, blocking the field goal attempt by LSU here as well. Johnny on the spot down at the goal line against Tennessee, scoops up the fumble, and he has some speed in the open field. So here's a kid I projected, as I did Spencer, in the late first round. Actually, I'm going to Indianapolis in the first. Indianapolis later got Bobby Sanders from Iowa. So I think from a standpoint of guys who I thought projected a lot higher, but with Cincinnati with Madu Williams, he was projecting the third. They took him in the second. Spencer to the Niners, and Shawn Jones here to the Cleveland Browns. I think two picks that, from my board, presented some value.
Well, let's talk about the 49ers. We've watched them trade back and trade back, collect extra picks. Just a note here. The guy who has been working the phones today in his last week or 10 days on the job with the San Francisco 49ers is Bill Walsh, the former coach, the Hall of Fame coach, 72 years old. He's about to officially end his career. And what Terry Donahue, the general manager of the 49ers, did, along with Dennis Erickson, the coach, they asked Bill Walsh to evaluate all the offensive talent. And then they said, will you work the phones today? Because they thought the phones would be busy, and nobody was more masterful, or certainly he was one of the best at working the phones and collecting extra draft picks and making the most out of it.
And making some offensive evaluations.
Yes, he
he's
some
Hall of Fame
offensive
coach,
players.
already Hall of Fame coach. I mean, you've seen the moves today. I'm glad you pointed that out. It's Bill Walsh no longer with the 49ers. I mean,
Hall of Fame coach.
They're not your 49ers anymore.
Well,
He's a Hall of Fame coach.
Yes, I know, Mort. I know. I have all the phone numbers. I just don't know who's at the desks. We'll be back.
Welcome back to the 2004 NFL Draft here at Cold Pizza, the Players Roundtable. All right, it's time to generate a little debate here. Clinton Portis, and as well as Champ Bailey. I'm losing it here already. Who got the better end of the deal? Let's start with you, Mr. Redskin.
In my opinion, not just because I play for the Redskins, but because I've seen it, I believe we got the better deal for a couple of reasons. We've been able to go out and replace Champ Bailey. We didn't bring in Champ Bailey's, his twin brother, but we have a pretty good replacement in Sean Springs. So we're not losing a lot there. Then we come back on our offensive side of the ball with Joe Gibbs' offense. We're going to be running the counter. We have a lot of runs set up where Clinton will be able to take the ball and go the whole way at any point. We have runs set up where he can cut back. We have runs set up where he can use his vision, his anticipation to really work for us and make us as an offensive line look good. And make no mistake about it, that's what we're going to go out and try and do. We're going to try and establish the run, and we're going to play some smash mouth football. We're getting back to real football.
Well, I'll tell you what, you talk about that, but you look at Denver Broncos last year play on tape, And one guy that stood out to me was Nick Ferguson. Lenny Walls developed very nicely. And when you look at some of the other guys like Herndon back there as well, I think when you add Champ Bailey to that group with the defensive guys they have up front, I think they've improved themselves significantly on the defensive side of football.
I believe they have too, but I don't think that that them improving themselves on defense has been as big a gain as us improving ourselves on offense. We've gained
So
a
you've
guy.
got a guy that can go out and take somebody out of the game like Bailey then, right?
Yeah, we got a couple of those guys stashed away. They're stashed away. But what we got,
one thing you got to realize.
we have a guy.
I'm not taking anything away from Fred.
One thing you have to realize, you can't win. Because this guy plays for Washington, man. Because you can't win that battle.
We got two guys that anytime they touch the ball, they could score. We have Vernon Carey.
What do you think in terms of how much of a loss Champ Bailey was for the Washington Redskins?
I mean, it was a big loss, no doubt at all. But at the same time, you get another franchise player, Clinton Portis, coming in, and he's able to pick up a lot of the slack. And like you said, you're not going to bring the twin brother in, you know what I'm saying, which Sean Springs, but at the same time, he brings some athletic ability where he's able to, may not do the same thing as Champ Bailey, but he's able to come in and do a lot of things. And, you know, you play a little cover two, help him out a little bit, and then he's still able to hold his own out there on the field.
Well, he's a heck of a corner. I mean, no question about that. And he has been a shutdown corner. But when you start talking about you got the better end of the deal, I have to disagree because, like you just said, Clinton Portis is a franchise running back. And in my opinion, Bailey is definitely one of the few shutdown cornerbacks in our league.
I would say for the Baltimore Ravens, I'd say we got the best of both worlds. We got a great running back, and we also have a great shutdown corner in Chris McAllister. So,
but if you could only have one.
If I can only have one, I'm taking Jamal Lewis because we have corners that.
So you want the running game?
I want the running game. We have corners that come in and try and tackle Jamal all the time, and he just runs them right over.
If you got the running game, you can keep the ball, and your corners aren't on the field anyway. If you're going down and you have 11, 12, 16 play drives and you drive down the field, and albeit we could have one play drive.
They won the Super Bowl with a defense. It was Starks, McAllister, those guys in the back end, Ray Lewis. That's why they won the Super Bowl. They had a good running game that year, managed the game with Trent Dilfer, but they won the Super Bowl because they had great cornerback play, and that's a big reason why their defense won the top in the league, league history.
Yeah, but they had enough practice at it because their defense was on the field all the time. They couldn't get any, you know, I mean, that year they couldn't score touchdowns. All they could do was kick field goals. You know, and albeit, it worked. It won a Super Bowl for them. But our offense is going to be on the field. We're going to make plays. We're going to keep the ball in our hands so that we can keep our defense fresh. We can keep them off the field. We can keep our quarterback protected. And all these things that Clinton Portis adds to our team is just going to make us better down the road.
But New England won it with defense.
But this begs the question for me, how much value is there remaining for a franchise quarterback anymore?
I mean, you got to have a franchise. You got to have a franchise quarterback. I mean, the quarterback's going to be out there leading the team and everything. And, you know, Chris McAllister, he's done a great job. I think last year he was huge, him stepping up, going to the Pro Bowl. And, you know, like I said, we got the best of both worlds.
The diplomacy is kicking in right now. That's it from the roundtable here. Let's head back. We're going to head to break, and we will finish up with round two after this. Please stay with us.
Yeah!
There has been a trade involving this fifth pick in the draft. The New Orleans Saints are now on the clock. The New Orleans Saints select Ricky Williams, running back, University of Texas.
We have no more picks now. You look like you're dressed for an evening out. What will you do with the rest of the day?
Gone golfing.
And that is Mike Ditka in the Ricky Williams dreadlocks.
You gotta. He was fun.
Mike the best. Now he was funny.
Yeah, he could be funny.
He could be funny, Mike did. Ricky cut his hair, huh?
Yes. He looks
they were grabbing his hair.
Yeah, they were. But he looks better. He looks better with his haircut anyway, like mine. He looks better. He looks much better.
Yeah, they were grabbing his hair to make the tackle, you know? I'm afraid to throw to Andrea anymore. I mean, I've been dissed like that since my parents said, son, you're out a little late. You missed curfew. No car this weekend. I mean, Andrea appearing with Wanda Sykes soon on Comedy Central. She clobbered me. Let Mel
clobber you now.
But that's all right.
I know better.
I might forget to throw on one of our NFL countdown shows. We have a... Nah, I can't get out there. No, Andrew, keep up the great work. We love you. Gee, see, now people are going to write that we're not buddies anymore.
Well, you're not.
Oh, stop. Can you tell that it's almost 8:30 and we're still in the second round and we're punch drunk? We're like Mike with the dreadlocks. Courtney Watson, linebacker Notre Dame, inside. The best, as you rated in your book, Mel, an inside backer pure goes to the Saints.
He played both, outside and inside for Notre Dame. And a kid who, when you talk about smart and productive, he was not a fit for every system. I think that's why there's some teams would be high on him, some teams would not. 6'1 and a half, 240, fast, ran 4.54 at the combine. Athletic ability is excellent. Season high 14 tackles against USC, the eventual co-national champion. So in some big games, he stepped forward, and he was their best defensive player. They have a young junior defensive end, Justin Tuck. Watch out for him next year as well. He could be a high pick, but when you watch number 33, 14 and a half tackles for loss, 107 total stops on the year. The production was there, but he is more finesse than a guy that, as I said, could be a good fit for every system. Chris Wilson goes to the Kansas City Chiefs, a kid who caught the football very effectively when he was thrown to as a junior, averaged actually 21.8 yards per catch. This past season, they had, of course, Rod Rutherford. They had Larry Fitzgerald, who was the marquee guy. Still, Chris Wilson, key entity, 44 catches, and another kid who can get down and stretch that deep middle. And I think when you look at the natural pass receiving skills of Wilson, teams will be impressed. Once in a while, he dropped a catchable ball when he's trying to do too much after the reception, didn't look it in. Rod Rutherford, a quarterback, a little inconsistent throwing the ball, not as accurate, but this kid has some skills catching the ball. Not real tall at about 6'2", but goes about 245, can run, and is a great kid. A chance to meet Larry and Chris Wilson when I was at Pittsburgh for the Virginia Tech game, and both these kids know about Larry Fitzgerald's work ethic. Chris Wilson has a similar work ethic. I guess the question is now, Morton, Tony Gonzalez is in Kansas City. Why Chris Wilson?
Yeah, why?
I was going to tell you, he's going to the NBA to play for the...
Stop it.
No, but... no, that's just...
He can be funny.
It'll be a question that we are going to want to ask Carl Peterson, the president and general manager of the Chiefs, and certainly Dick Vermeil, the coach. I want to go to this New Orleans pick because they need some defensive backs, and a lot of people thought Will Poole of USC, a cornerback, would go either at the bottom of the first round or the second round. If you want to know why he has slid, what I've been told, he was taken off some draft boards because of some character issues that date back to when he was at Boston College, even though Southern Cal says he was okay at our place.
Keep in mind, I had Carolina looking at a wide receiver at the end of the first. They traded that pick. San Francisco took Rashawn Woods, and now Carolina, the Panthers, who need a wide receiver, take Kerry Colbert. I thought Baltimore would look maybe at Colbert as well. They took instead Dwan Edwards, but here's Kerry Colbert. A lot of people think is one of the fastest risers up the draft board. Actually, after all said and done, he went about where he was projected. Was the third, moved up to the late second, didn't get into the early second, but a kid who catches the football very well. You see the hands, you see a kid with good size, really a kid who is extremely confident. Talk about Mike Williams, he was more low-key. This kid, Kerry Colbert, will talk the game, and I'll tell you, he'll get after you in game day with the pads on. Doesn't necessarily have great speed, but ran better during his individual workout. A kid who you can say is a possession receiver. I compared him to Keenan McCardle. If you like Keenan McCardle, I think you'll like Kerry Colbert going to the Carolina Panthers.
I'm gonna jump the gun, so I'm gonna go back to you, Mel, because I think this is one I didn't know we were on. No, actually, it's not that true. During the interview to the commissioner, because you mentioned Chiefs. They didn't have a first-round pick. They traded out. The first guy they picked, we didn't discuss. It's proving that football has truly become international, if you will. Junior Saivi, right, the defensive tackle from Oregon. And then I got another guy to ask you about in San Diego. He's huge, this fella.
He is. I mean, COVE is a powerful kid. Tremendous strength, no question. I think you look at the lower body strength that he has, and a kid who can really, when you talk about controlling the middle of the line and taking on the double team and actually holding his own against the run, stuffing the run, freeing up your linebackers, he can do that. So I think you're right, like you talked about, it depends on the defensive system. Junior COVE actually went higher than Igor Olshansky. So went right back to back.
That was the next guy.
You're right. Igor Olshansky went right before COVE, but COVE actually was projected as a third, fourth round pick. He goes early second. Olshansky was projected to be a mid-2. He went the second. So COVE, I know, elevated his draft stock, Chris, but I think a little higher than maybe I thought, and I know some teams may have thought.
So those are the two Kansas City picks at tight end when they already have, they already have Tony Gonzalez.
One of the best.
And they picked Larry Johnson last year, the running back, but they had no idea at the time how healthy Priest Holmes would be. And then Olshansky, let me go back to this. San Diego, with everything else that's going on with the quarterback, Igor Olshansky, a young man that was born in the Ukraine, Here he is, the third pick in the second round, defensive tackle for Oregon, the Chargers.
Limited football background, but did 41 reps. Great strength. And think about Olshansky. He played defensive end and defensive tackle at Auburn, so he gives you versatility. Certainly the San Diego Chargers have a lot of holes to fill, and this was about where he was projected early to mid-second round. I think Siavii is a need area pick for the Kansas City Chiefs, Chris. They need help there. Indianapolis exploited them in the playoffs, and Ryan Sims needs to pick up the pace, their former first-round pick. So Siavii will put some pressure on the incumbents who need to play better for Kansas City to take that next step.
All right, when we return, we'll visit with the coach of the Seattle Seahawks, Mike Holmgren. They've gone defense early on here in the draft.
Yeah, gavel to gavel, from beginning to end, we're picking superstars, let the games begin.
Welcome back to the 2004 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
Welcome back to New York as we have reached the end of the second round. Marquise Hill picked by New England. Boy, another strong player. But we'll get to that. And joining us now in the Coors Light video conference, let's go out now to the Pacific Northwest and join the coach of the Seattle Seahawks, Mike Holmgren. Mike, are you getting soft on us now later in your years? You're going defense. What?
No, I'm getting killed in that room up there. You know what, Chris? We came in with the idea of a defensive emphasis in this draft. I think our offense over the years has progressed to the point now where we can compete pretty well, and then we really felt we needed to shore up our defense in a couple of areas, and that's where it's gone. We still were going to take the best player available, but it just worked out. It's worked out very well for us. I couldn't be happier.
Well, Marcus Tubbs, a big guy in the middle, and you need, what, defensive help up the middle in particular?
Well, I think you said it earlier today on the broadcast that, you know, you got to be strong down the middle, and those are areas we had to address. So Marcus Tubbs is a big, strong, athletic defensive tackle that we really liked very much, and so he does that for us. And then with Michael Bulwer, of course, we're going to try him at strong safety. We're going to move him from linebacker to strong safety and give him a shot there. And I really think he can do that. And I have the utmost confidence in Ray Rhodes being able to get that done with both those kids.
How do you project a linebacker? Obviously, I mean, the linebacker certainly could have the big size to play strong safety. But how do you project that sort of move?
Well, I think people were looking at him because of his size and speed as being able to do this. And then he goes through the drills, he works out. As a linebacker, he did a great job of covering tight ends anyway. And it's not unprecedented in the league. You know, there are some great stories about guys who are college linebackers who were really good, strong safeties. And I think he wants to do this. So that's another big thing. If the player's willing to give it everything he's got, he should be able to do this because he's athletic enough.
You know, the last memory that football fans will have of Matt Hasselbeck last year was the unfortunate pass, at least from your point of view, in the overtime at Green Bay. But let's not forget, you're now back as a playoff team for the first time in a few years. Matt Hasselbeck made a quantum leap, I think. Can he be upper echelon, Pro Bowl level quarterback from what you saw last year?
I really think so, Chris. Now I'm partial, you know, I'll be honest, but I think Matt went through some stuff here in his first couple years, and then when he got a chance again to play, he has played very well for us and took us to the playoffs. He went to the Pro Bowl. He was an alternate, you know, because Favre didn't go, but yeah. Matt went to the Pro Bowl. I really think if he continues to dedicate himself the way he has so far, he should be good for a long time. I think he's the real thing.
You have that taste again, right? Playoffs.
Yeah.
Once you get back in it, you don't want to leave it.
Well, no, I sure don't, and that's why we went defense, Chris, because we moved from 30th in the league, which wasn't very good, up to 20th, which still isn't good enough. But my hope is now with the addition, we had a couple of off-season additions, and then these two young kids right now, I hope to get up into the top 10, and if we can do that and maintain our offensive consistency, we got a chance.
Yes, you do. Appreciate the visit. The Swami's already on record. Seahawks-Eagles championship game, we'll see. Sorry to put pressure on you.
Good seeing you.
Okay, Mike, thank you very much. So now we go from the coach of the Seahawks to who's been the coach in the National Football League since 1992, when he started with the Green Bay Packers and won a Super Bowl, to a man getting his first chance at head coach in the National Football League, and certainly his pedigree as an assistant with Tampa Bay and St. Louis is well noted. Lovie Smith for the Chicago Bears. Lovie, first of all, head coach, Chicago, tradition. How quickly did you get into the history and the feel of what this city has for the Chicago Bears and the excitement that a new staff and new hope brings?
Well, really, Chris, right away. You walk down Hallis Hall here, and you know, we have a lot of Hall of Famers up on the walls, and of course our fans let you know right away how important Chicago Bear football is. So I got baptized in it right away and just excited about being here.
It's okay. It's a great place to be, as you say, for the history of the game. You'd like to make some new history there, and at least off your first 2 picks, defensive, Tommie Harris, who is a Warren Sapp type, will tell us about it, but to us, he appears Warren Sapp-like, and Tank Johnson is Booger McFarland-like. Can we read that into that a little bit?
Well, I think it's a little early to compare them to those two great players, but we really like the potential of both of them. We would like to get 11 guys on the field that can run to the football and make plays. Both of the guys have a lot of athletic ability. They both have great speed, and it's going to be fun to watch them grow up together.
Although this is, you know, you've just been on the job a little bit. Rex Grossman, the youngster picked a year ago, I guess he is the future at offense, at quarterback. What do you see in him that stands him out? Obviously, he's fiery. Do you think he's ready to step in and take charge?
Well, we definitely think so. You mentioned him being fiery. Yes, he is that. He's a tough guy. His teammates have a lot of faith in him. He'll make a believe out of you that he can get the job done. It's what Chicago football is all about, you know, tough guys making plays, and we think Rex will be that way for us.
Lovie,
we like him being our quarterback.
Yep. If you were to characterize, I don't mean one-loss record. I mean, you want to win every game. I understand that. What kind of team will the Chicago Bears be under Lovie Smith, the head coach?
Well, I'd like to think that we're going to be a tough, hard-nosed team that'll pound the football and have a great running game when we need it. We would like to become a exciting offensive team. And on the defensive side of the football, we want to get turnovers, cause havoc. We like the fans to talk about how hard our team plays when they leave the stadium each week. That's what we like to see.
Well, that's what people expect, and I'm sure that's what you'll bring. Good luck. I'm sure this is a whirlwind day for you as head coach. Enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
You know, Lovie Smith, the new head coach, it just occurs to me that people like the young men are going from college that we're seeing today into the National Football League. What an exciting day. In some ways, what an exciting day for a first-time head coach presiding over his first draft like Lovie Smith or Jim Mora Jr. We'll be back. We're back in New York, and nighttime setting in here, but it's never nighttime when ESPN televises the NFL draft as we steamroll in now to the 3rd round. All right, so these are the last picks. Marquise Hill, we'll talk about in a minute. Defensive end from LSU to New England, another strong defensive player. Man, they're going to be tough up front. Darnell Dockett, Denny Green's pick with Arizona. The Chargers took a kicker. Well, it's gone. That board's gone, but we'll get back to it. Darnell Dockett, Mel, Florida State.
ACC Defensive Player of the Year, Chris. You go back to 2002. Before this year, he's double-teamed. He had the Achilles injury, battled through. Production was down, so he had a very conservative grade going into this season. Then, all of a sudden, he really turned it on. 6'3", 295 pounds, 17 tackles for loss, 16 quarterback hurries. He was a force to be reckoned with. Senior Bowl practices at times, he was unblockable. You say, okay, well, why is he still there in round 3 for Denny Green, the Arizona Cardinals? He needs to stay focused on the job at hand. Who is the master motivator in the NFL? Denny Green. He should be able to push the right buttons to get Darnell Dockett to maximize that ability and remain a guy on the field that can be a force as he was all year. He really had first-round ability, and now Denny gets him in the 3rd round, first pick on round 3. And you look at him here, this is the Senior Bowl game. Remember, the practices, he was unblockable. Also was a force in the game itself. sacking there Cody Pickett, quarterback from the University of Washington. So I think for Denny Green, he gets Carlos Dansby, an edge pass rushing outside linebacker. Now you get Darnell Dockett at a position where Wendell Bryant only had 1.5 sacks his first 2 years in the NFL. So far, he's been a first-round disappointment. Now he'll be pressured by Darnell Dockett and try to keep up with Dockett and that intensity level.
This is New England's pick at the end of the second round. Marquise Hill, almost 6'7", 305.
I'll tell you, if you go back and you look at the Ole Miss game where he chased Eli Manning, pressured him 5 times, you'd think this is a kid with early round ability, but not week after week was he the force that was necessary to achieve that early round grade, that first round grade. Kid, as you said, big, pretty good athlete, fairly strong. And I think when you look at Marquise Hill, Nick Saban would have liked to have had Marquise for one more year. I think you really believe with another season in the SEC at LSU, Marquise Hill could have been maybe a top 15, top 20 pick in the first round. So by coming out early, he goes end of the second round. So you cost yourself a little money, but you get a year ahead in the NFL, and you're playing, obviously, in a situation in New England with a coach who knows how to get guys to maximize their ability on the defensive side.
Marquise Hill didn't cost himself a little money. He cost himself a lot of money, and he actually tried to undo what he did by declaring for the draft, tried to get back to LSU, but he had already signed with an agent. You will note here, coming from LSU, Nick Saban, the LSU head coach, and Bill Belichick, very close friends, so he has a good reference, certainly, on Marquise Hill.
Well, he certainly has. And you saw the graphic. We'll put it right back up there again. Remember, New England got spent a second-round pick here earlier in the week on Monday for Corey Dillon, all right? So the once-upon-a-time single-game rushing record holder with the Cincinnati Bengals set the rookie record for a single game, set the regular record, which, of course, was broken by Jamal Lewis of the Ravens last year. And obviously, it seemed on the surface odd that Corey, after the Bengals got good this past year with Marvin Lewis at 8-8, said, I don't want to play here anymore after all those years of losing, but he wanted out. It just was probably too much tread on the Cincinnati tire with Corey Dillon. New England did their due diligence. They spent a lot of time with him. They don't see him as a, quote, what some might say, a rabble-rouser or a troublemaker whatsoever.
Well, he is right at that age level, almost going to be 30 years old. Right. So can they get a year or two like the Carolina Panthers got out of Stephen Davis? You wonder about that. I think they get a honeymoon year from Corey Dillon. He complains a lot. He's that type of guy. But I think for 1 year here, I think this is a really good pickup.
I think Corey's a great pickup. I never heard of Corey complaining.
Never?
Never. I tell you what I heard. Stop. I heard him sticking it out in Cincinnati when he could have gone somewhere else, and he says to me, and when I interviewed him, I just want to make sure I be on a winning team in Cincinnati. That was great to me. Now, I was surprised that Cincinnati...
He wanted out of Cincinnati, which you could not blame, but don't say you had never heard him complain.
I never heard him complain.
You weren't paying attention.
I never heard him complain until this came along. Until this came along, when he stopped playing him, and the new regime come in. You know how that happens. You got an old player that's played well. Marvin Lewis got to put his stamp on the team. He's not taking it from any old player. Well, outside of that, he never complained before. I'm surprised, though, Cincinnati gives New England this kind of help. They were only the champions. Why would you give them this kind of help? The only piece they were missing.
They got a second-round pick. Nobody thought the Bengals would get a second-round pick for Corey Dillon. And they got a second-round pick for Corey Dillon. Heck of a job by the Bengals.
Well, look, Corey Dillon, now put him into what New England can do. That was the one on paper weakness, well, more than on paper. Kevin Falk can catch the ball, make some key plays on third down, but they did not have a banger. Antoine Smith had a very nice season running for them in 2001. He's been released. He's not the Antoine Smith last year that he was in 2001 for him. They have a guy that can be 1,400, 1,500 yards.
And the funny thing about this,
don't you think Corey Dillon could have that big a year?
Well, possibly, but they do. Listen, they do throw the ball. I mean, it is their offense. They got Tom Brady and what have you. But it is interesting. The Patriots have won 2 Super Bowls without a dynamic runner. Antoine Smith gave them a nice year in their first Super Bowl, but it's not like they haven't proven they can win a Super Bowl without a great runner.
And who else did the Patriots bring in that some people question? Brian Cox. So I think you look at this situation, Brian Cox did well there. He surfaces a guy that had the kind of ability to play and the kind of mentality to play, team-type guy, and all of a sudden here comes Corey Dillon.
Well, one more thing on New England. Everybody has seen, the last week they brought in some elder statesmen to play corner that at least know some sort of system. That'd be Otis "My Man" Smith and Jeff Burris. So people are thinking, let's read the tea leaves. Ty Law, quite vocal in the renegotiation or lack thereof process, and I want out of New England, and I don't know. If I'm to predict on they open the season, right, against the Colts, Thursday night, the opener of the season, at home against Indy, Ty Law is going to be at corner somehow, some way. All right?
No question. I believe that's absolute.
I'm just saying what I predict. Okay, that's just a guess. The EA matchup set on more on New England. Trey, take it away.
All right, Boomer, thanks. Yeah, pretty good idea there that Ty Law will be sticking around. Nobody wants to not get paid, and he's coming into a contract year, so it might be in his best financial interest to take a look and see what's going on and play for the New England Patriots. I'll tell you what, you want to know why Scott Pioli was named the Executive of the Year for 2003? Well, take a look at the contributors, we're all a little punchy at this point in the evening, that they got in 2003. I mean, Eugene Wilson stepped in, Asante Samuel, Bethel Johnson took a kick back to the house before the half of the game at Indianapolis last year.
I mean, he not only played
tight end.
He played tight end,
absolutely,
linebacker, so did a lot of things.
Dan Copen and Coppen started 16 games. Listen, they found a way to maximize their picks, and they've done it again today, but the way they really took advantage of the draft picks they had last year really paid dividends in their Super Bowl run, Joe.
Trey, you're absolutely right. And every one of those draft choices made a significant contribution, but Eugene Wilson, to me, was fantastic. In college, he was a corner. You look at Romeo Crennel, he moved him into safety, because in today's NFL, your safety must be on the field in nickel situations and be able to play that inside receiver. And one thing about when you look at Wilson, he makes plays from sideline to sideline in the passing game as well as the running game.
Here in the Super Bowl, you see Eugene Wilson lined up on Ricky Proehl in pressed position. Wilson's ability to play man-to-man allows for greater defensive flexibility in both weekly game planning and in-game adjustments. One essential attribute in making the transition from college corner to NFL safety is range. Here, Wilson is the single deep free safety in the middle of the field. From this position, he's expected to make plays between the numbers. But he showed the correct reaction and needed speed to make a play well outside the numbers. This kind of range separates Wilson from many other quality safeties in the NFL. And Wilson certainly proved as a rookie last season that he is as physically tough and tough-minded as any safety in the league. Who can forget these hits in the AFC Championship game in January? What Wilson allows Bill Belichick and Romeo Crennel to do is to be less predictable in their defensive calls, since they don't have to camouflage any matchup limitations.
You know, a few moments ago, Trey Wingo talked about Scott Pioli. And Scott Pioli, who basically handles the draft for the New England Patriots, believes in intelligent football players. They have to be smart. They have to think on their feet. And here's a real good example of how they draft. No team in the NFL had more college graduates on their roster than the New England Patriots. A smart football team, world champions.
Smart football players, smart front office. They continue to draft very well. As you take a look what they did so far in 2004 with 2 first-round picks this year. Remember, 2 first-round picks. They get Vince Wilfork, the huge defensive tackle, put him upside Richard Seymour, the rest of that defensive front, and suddenly that formidable Patriots defense got a lot better. Then you have Ben Watson, and then in the second round, Mel, you get Marquise Hill, a guy who, as Mel said, if he had stayed at LSU a second year, could grade out as first-round talent. They continue to find the best players available with late picks.
But I also think it speaks volumes to what the New England Patriots believe. They are going to win with their defense. That's the thing that's going to carry them. That's the thing that's going to sustain them. And even though these rookies are potentially going to be good players, they went out and they got them a veteran that is proven, Corey Dillon. I think that is huge for the New England Patriots. They were able to get by winning a Super Bowl without really dominating running game. Now you got a guy that you can control games, you can take some of the pressure off Tom Brady. In fact, he'll make Tom Brady better, and you can play to a defense that we're starting to see that they not only can play a 3-4 and a 4-3, but they got depth, they have flexibility. This team actually is doing what I never thought was possible. You're creating depth, and you're having an opportunity to repeat as Super Bowl champion. I never thought that would happen in this era of free agency, and the Patriots are showing it can be done.
Well, that raises an interesting question, because if New England can do it, Why can't everybody else do it? It seems like they're willing to take chances, perhaps, that other teams aren't, especially with a guy who has somewhat of a reputation like Corey Dillon.
Yeah, well, you have to stay with the plan. A lot of teams, they sit in these meetings, they sit around the offseason, they make all the plans, and all of a sudden, they deviate from the plan, and that's when they get in trouble. Bill Belichick, Romeo Crennel, you look at that, and Scott Paoli, Charlie Weiss, the entire organization, they stay the course.
That's
they don't
the key.
get off the plan.
The whole organization is in it together.
If you put 4 together, head coach, defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator, and Scott Paoli in the front
And
office.
ownership.
And ownership, yes. And by the way, Bob Kraft did not raise
Gotta give
ticket
him some
prices
credit.
after winning
Give
the
him
Super
some
Bowl.
credit.
You have a solid foundation, and they are building on that year after year. For more, let's head over to the Cold Pizza set where Andrea Kramer is standing by. Andrea.
Thanks a lot, Trey. Well, in terms of the Patriots' draft philosophy, they love to wheel and deal. Over the last 3 years, they've made 16 draft day trades. But Randy Mueller, our resident GM, the NFL Executive of the Year in 2000, patience paid off for the Patriots today. How do you see it?
Well, I guess we might as well turn this into a Patriots love fest. It's been that way here for 20 minutes. But along the same lines, you're right. I think patience has paid off for them. As Boomer and his guys mentioned, as Trey and the guys talked about, Corey Dillon got it started by getting him for a second-round pick. Now, I think with all these picks they had accumulated, I think we thought they were going to be wheeling and dealing today and moving up and down. They haven't. They haven't made a move. But they get Vince Wilfork dumped in their lap. They get Ben Watson, who really is maybe the best player on their board, not necessarily a big need for them. They get him. So they've showed patience today. They haven't forced moves. They haven't forced making all these mad chemistry type decisions with moving picks around. And I think it's paid off for them so far.
When I've talked to other GMs and scouts throughout the league, and I say, what's the blueprint for the Patriots' success? They say that Scott Paoli has the ability to identify the traits of the players that will best work in Bill Belichick's system. It doesn't sound like it should be that hard, but why is it so difficult for other teams to espouse that philosophy?
Well, I think the fact that they've been together obviously does it. I think Patriots are willing to take guys with weaknesses and fit them into their system, knowing that those weaknesses won't get exposed, regardless of what the player, whatever position he plays.
Well, no question, the Patriots, the rich have just gotten richer. The NFL draft continues. Please stay with us. We'll fill you in on all that's going on in the 3rd round.
We're on TV. The day began with Eli Manning being drafted by San Diego, eventually the trade to the Giants. Robert Gallery, Oakland, Larry Fitzgerald, that of course is Kellen Winslow. And that of course is Roy Williams. So many of the great players at the top of the round, and we saw some of them. And here are the last 5 selections here. And the Colts take a tight end other than the Dallas Clark type, the more blocking, the different sort of tight end with Ben Hartsock, Gilbert Gardner, linebacker, so 2 early 3rd round. And he can fly, right, Mel? So again, speed on defense. Joey Thomas, a great story, cornerback of Montana State, like him a lot. Randy Starks, Maryland, Tennessee, Denell Washington from Clemson, went in a trade to Green Bay. Randy Starks, another defensive tackle. Didn't somebody once say that maybe word was on the street that maybe Hainsworth ought to get moving a little bit for Tennessee? Jeff's sending a message.
Exactly. 3rd defensive lineman Tennessee Titans have brought into the fold. They, of course, Travis LeBoy, Antoine Odom in round 2. Now, all of a sudden, here comes Randy Starks. And see Randy Starks, we talked about Marquise Hill, underclassman coming out early on the defensive line, paid the price. And you look at Randy Starks, kid 6'3½", 315 pounds. He's very athletic. He's talking about 31-inch vertical jump, a kid that I thought didn't play as strong as he tested at times. And I thought wasn't quite the dominant force he should have been in certain games. And I thought if he went back to Maryland, he could have been a top 15 to 20 pick. Marquise Hill, the same thing. So 2 junior defensive linemen coming out early when really they shouldn't have. And I think you look at same thing for Donnell Washington out of Clemson going in the 3rd round to the Green Bay Packers. A kid with a ton of talent, but in some games he just didn't show up and play to the level of his talent. That's why he's a 3rd round pick. So all these junior defensive linemen, Chris, didn't get it done and didn't elevate their draft potential.
I'm reading this Bible here that I keep by my bedside draft week. Mel Kiper's draft report, and on page 118, pick 66. You printed this a month ago. Nate Kading, kicker, Iowa to San Diego. You were the Schwab.
And he projected it.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my
We got
you picked in the 3rd round?
We got
Hey, how about the fans who are left here? Give them the nod. They love Mel here in New York.
Whoever projects a kicker in the 3rd round to the right team.
You can make my picks for me.
From ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports, this is ESPN News.
Thank you for joining us for ESPN News with Stan Barrett. I'm Kara Capuano. For those of you watching on ESPN2, a quick break from the NFL draft to get you updated on some of the other top sports stories today.
Indeed, including the Blue Jays and Orioles. Toronto came in at 4-12. Its worst start ever. Looking for a little love at Camden Yards today. Bottom third, 1-0 Orioles. Miguel Tejada off Pat Hinkins. That's a 2-run shot, second of the season for Tejada and the Orioles out to a 3-0 lead. Top five, Toronto down 3-2. Carlos Delgado came in hitting 179. He's got his third of the season here, and he ties the game at 3. They went to extras. Bottom 11 tie game, runner on second, 2 outs. Melvin Mora facing Kerry Lightenberg. Mora pops it up. Kevin Cash can't make the grab, so Mora's safe at first. Carlos Tosca not happy with the call. He got tossed. Next batter, Tejada. Frank Catalanato, great catch, and the inning is over. And how many times have you seen it? Guy makes a great catch in the bottom of the 11th, and in the top of the 12th, he comes on facing Mike DeJean, and he hits a base hit to score Chris Woodward. Happens all the time. And the Blue Jays is going to win it by the final count of 5-4. So Toronto with just its 5th win of the season, but they do bang out 14 hits. That's tied for the most by the team this season. They came in the worst hitting team in the AL, hitting just .224. They even their record at 1-1 on their current 10-game road trip. Orioles lose for just the second time in their last 9 games.
NBA playoffs underway right now. Game 3 between the Kings and the Mavericks. First quarter, Doug Christie with the steal feeds Mike Bibby. Bibby a game-time decision after straining his hip flexor in Friday's practice. And, well, he looked pretty good early in this one. Takes it himself and one. Bibby with 12 of his team's first 18 points in the game. Remaining seconds of the first quarter, Antoine Jamison reminding us why he was named 6th man of the year in the league. Scrambles for the loose ball, gets it in before the buzzer. Mavericks up 8 after 1. Second quarter now. Bibby driving again, finds Brad Miller in flight. Kings within 2. Later in the first half, Antoine Walker finds a hole and runs with it. Throws it down on Doug Christie. Mavericks with a slim lead at the half, but they've outscored the Kings 28-13 now in the third quarter, and it's 83-59. Kings sometimes fall asleep for a quarter. Can't do that on the road in Dallas. Remember, the Mavericks with the league's best home record in the regular season. Mavs getting 21-8 from Dirk Nowitzki, who's averaging 26.5 points per game and 11.2 rebounds per game against Sacramento. Post-game extra coverage coming up after the game right here on ESPN News with our commentators, and we'll have news conferences for those of you on ESPN2. More from the draft shortly.
We open the 2004 college draft, and the San Diego Chargers have the first choice and are on the clock.
They will draft Eli Manning with the first pick unless there's a blockbuster trade. Well, there hasn't been a blockbuster trade, and they're prepared to dig their heels in and deal with the ramifications of taking Eli Manning and not being able to sign him.
Why don't you want to play for the Chargers?
You know, we're not really giving details right now. We just, we've made our decision, and that's what we're sticking to.
If the Chargers call your name when I talk to you after the pick, will you be wearing a Chargers hat?
You know, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
The San Diego Chargers select Eli Manning, quarterback, Mississippi.
You might want to save that picture. It might be a collector's item.
What are you thinking when you're standing up there with the commissioner and you're holding a Chargers jersey?
Well, obviously, everybody knows how we feel about the situation and what we've said in the past few days. So, honestly, I don't know what else is going to happen from here. I guess right now we just hope that a trade can happen.
Chargers and the New York Giants have exchanged their draft picks, Eli Manning and Phillip Rivers.
The New York Giants have a Manning. Hello?
You don't get a chance very many times for a decade to be able to select someone like him. We scouted him heavily as a junior because we weren't sure that he might come out. We tracked him this year, and I think we all felt that this was a quarterback that you wait for a long time, and we're just thrilled to have him.
We were going to stay with Eli Manning and see what was going to happen. And as it unfolded, obviously, in the draft, strange things happen, and you take it step by step. And when the New York Giants selected Phillip Rivers, some dialogue took place, and we're real happy.
You know, we wanted a trade to happen, and obviously it did, so we're excited now.
Come on! Come on! Come on! Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Huh? How about that?
There's 8 miles, and he's in the stadium. By the way, that's number 10. That's his college number. Jeff Philadelphia Fiegels, the punter, say, you know what? I've been around the game a long time, but I'll wear 17. You can wear 10. So Eli Manning has.
Should we not address here, since there's been a couple of comments about Kerry Collins?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you what. Before we do that, let's go to Sean Salisbury out in San Diego, where the day began, and they ended up getting certainly value with a 3rd and a 1 and 5 of next year in the trade, and a quarterback that they love. Sean, I'm sure sighs of relief this afternoon in San Diego.
There's absolutely no question about it, Boomer. A lot of panic, I think, in the city of San Diego to wonder if they were going to have to deal with the Eli Manning problems, but they don't have to. They got the guy in Phillip Rivers they wanted at quarterback with that 4th pick, with the trade with the 1st down to the 4th with those Giants, and that's the guy they quietly coveted and said. They told me yesterday they had a chance that they thought Phillip Rivers could play faster than any of these quarterbacks. They also, with their 2nd-round pick, get Igor Oshansky, and now with Wade Phillips here, they'll go to 3-4 defense, and he'll play on the outside. And then Nate Kading, they needed a kicker. They got him, too, and with their other 3rd-round pick, a center to help out LaDainian Tomlinson. Let's head out to the Meadowlands and South Palantonio.
Sean, all week long, Giants GM Ernie Accorsi said that the Giants did not want to give up the farm or overpay to go up from the 4th pick to the number 1 pick to get Eli Manning. Well, they did have to pay a very high price. They traded to San Diego their number 1 pick from next year, a 5th-round pick next year, a 3rd-round pick this year to swap picks and get Eli Manning. With a 2nd-round pick, on a personal note, they took Chris Snee, a guard from Boston College. As it happens, Snee and Tom Coughlin's daughter, Katie, who are not married, have a son, Dylan, who was born early last fall. Now, Tom Coughlin issued a statement about the situation, saying that Snee was drafted solely on his football ability, and that the 2 families, obviously going through a very emotional situation together, are very happy, and that Katie will graduate from Boston College this spring. Now let's go to Ed Werder in Washington.
Well, Sal, here in Washington, there hasn't been a whole lot to summarize. There's just been 1 pick by the Redskins today, the 5th overall pick, and they took University of Miami safety Sean Taylor over the guy that it seemed like they might choose, tight end Kellen Winslow the second. Greg Williams, a defensive coordinator here, told me that one of the reasons is he rated this guy as the best ball-hawking safety he's seen among any prospect at that position in the last 10 years. And Joe Gibbs told me he'll allow them to be a lot more aggressive with their corners. He can also come up and play the run. He can blitz. And Boomer, you might remember I told you earlier that Kellen Winslow was upset about not being the pick here. Well, he'll get a chance to prove what he can do against them in Week 4 when the Browns play the Redskins, and he'll be covered a lot by Sean Taylor.
Well, Ed, thank you. Jeff Garcia is going to find him early and often, as we said a lot earlier in this show. So a 1 and a 5 and a 3rd-round pick for San Diego. Real quickly, just to recap, I mean, San Diego did okay. I mean, the egg came off the face. Don't we think that?
I think they made the best out of a bad situation and get a 1st-round pick next year. Well done by the Chargers.
Yep, by A.J. Smith.
And they get a guy they had almost an equal grade on with Phillip Rivers.
Meanwhile, the Giants have Eli Manning. And we know what Peyton is. We know what Archie's been. And we think the same or similar to Eli Manning. All right, Kerry Collins took this team to the Super Bowl just a few years ago. He was reached and had a couple of comments to the press. Among them, pretty much ensures that my future with the Giants will be over, whether it's before or after this year. Obviously, I'm disappointed, but that's life in the NFL. And then he wanted to say, if they're going to cut me, I hope, if that's the case, and I don't know that it is, I hope they do it sooner rather than later so I can get another job, which, of course, he would. So that what you had said is certainly borne out on the feelings that he has with all this.
Well, and Ernie Accorsi, the general manager, said they want to do right by Kerry Collins, so they may try and trade him. And then you also have the idea here that I reported earlier that Tom Coughlin would prefer to send Eli Manning out there from the get-go. But certainly Eli Manning has to sign, as I said. He has to work off the Giants rookie pool. In other words, a smaller amount of money assigned to the Giants as opposed to the larger amount to the San Diego Chargers. So Phillip Rivers will come out of this, should come out of this, as the highest paid quarterback. His agent being Jimmy Sexton. Tom Condon represents Eli Manning.
Yeah, but it's not about the
money. But you got to sign.
Look, they're going to get the money.
What I say is, in order to be the starter, you have to sign early enough, and that's the key to this thing. Eli's got to sign early enough to send Kerry Collins packing.
All right. Well, now let's bring in the coach of the elder Manning, of the brothers,
right.
Peyton Manning's coach. That'd be Tony Dungy, with our Coors Light video conferencing from Indianapolis right now. And Tony, I know, hey, look, Peyton Manning just re-signed big dollars with the Colts, but you know him extraordinarily well. What was he going through? Did you talk to him the last few days when all this was unfurling with his brother Eli?
No, I really didn't talk to Peyton in the last couple of days. We talked early last week, and he knew what the situation was going to come down to, but he was pretty confident in Eli and, you know, really just wanting the best for him. And those guys are very close, and his biggest thing was for Eli to be happy, and I think it worked out that way.
And obviously, knowing him, at least of what Peyton has told you about him, you expect him to be successful in the NFL, I would assume. Big time.
I do. I think he's going to be a great player. I've gotten to meet him through Peyton. He's been up here quite a little bit, and he's got everything you need, and I think he's going to be fantastic. And playing for Coach Coughlin, I think, is going to help as well.
Tony, you were one game away from getting to the Super Bowl. A very tough loss at New England, but you guys arrived big time last year. Not that they hadn't been a playoff team before, but this is a different Colts team. Speed on defense. Is that what I'm reading thus far with your moves? Trading down a couple times, getting a couple extra picks and taking some fast guys?
That was important to us. We lost some defensive players in this offseason. We felt like we had to continue to bring in young guys and bring in guys with speed, guys that play with high energy. And Bob Sanders and Gilbert Gardner do that. Gilbert is very familiar with our defense. They played basically what we play at Purdue. Bob Sanders is going to be a free safety for us. He's going to be a guy that we think can patrol things from the middle of the field, chase down a lot of things, and bring a lot of leather when he gets there. So we're happy to get those two guys. Ben Hartsock might have been my favorite guy at the Combine that I met. He's just a tremendous young man, and he's going to help us as well. So we're pretty happy with day one.
But could you play, look, you play all sorts of wideouts and receivers. Could you play Hartsock with Dallas Clark, a young man that got hurt last year, but a real find in the draft for you? Could you play two tight ends, although Dallas can split a little bit?
Well, Ben's going to help us. We've got Marcus Pollard and Dallas Clark, and they're tremendous tight ends. But as you know, Marcus went down for a couple of games last year. Dallas went down for 5 or 6 games, and it really changed what we did. Now we feel like our 2 tight end package is in good shape no matter what happens, and that was important to us, that we didn't get to that situation again where we couldn't use our 2 tight end package because of injury.
Tony, as tremendous as Peyton Manning is, the amount of money he got in a signing bonus on his new contract, $34.5 million, do you think it creates any anxiety for other players, a guy like Marvin Harrison who's up next year, in terms of what their future holds, because Peyton, in fact, obviously got a lot of money and certainly deserved it?
No, I don't think our guys look at it that way. We've got a team in place right now. Our goal is to get to the Super Bowl and win it. I think that's what everyone will be focused in on. I'm sure the guys feel like if we do that, they'll get paid what they deserve, you know, this coming year.
You know, Tony, you waited a long time for your chance as head coach, and just as Denny Green, who you worked under for years, is very proud of you. You're looking around now, and Herm Edwards, who worked under you, has been coach for a few years in the Jets. We just talked with Lovie Smith about a half hour, an hour ago. Feel some sense of pride? I mean, I know you're happy for these guys. You know them so well. Some sense of pride to see your people that you work so closely with getting their chance?
It is a great feeling. Nothing makes you happier as a head coach than to see your guys go out and get an opportunity to show what they can do. Number one, it makes you feel like you pick good people. And number two, it makes you feel that other people recognize what your staff is doing. So I couldn't be happier or more proud of Herm, Lovie, and Mike Shula, who's the head coach at Alabama now.
Right. Well, good people pick good people. That's what you've done. And we appreciate the time with you as always. One more step, man. We enjoyed seeing you in Hawaii, but I think you'd rather have maybe a different look than a Hawaiian shirt at the Super Bowl in Jacksonville. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
All right, Tony Dungy is as good and classy as it gets, and that team was close to winning that game, even though all the interceptions and everything else.
So who are your AFC picks? The Colts and who else now?
No, wait a minute now. I got lots of teams.
Patriots? That's your team too now.
Patriots, of course, the Patriots. We'll be back. I got a lot of teams. I'll answer that when we come back.
Welcome back to the 2004 NFL Draft, presented by Coors Light.
All right, midway through the third round now. The always humorous sport. I will get an answer to that question. Here are the last five. Max Starks, the son of former Bengal Joey Browner. I think it's Joey Browner. He goes to Pittsburgh, the tackle. Derek Strait, who played for the great defense that they had at Oklahoma with Teddy Lehman and company with the Jets. And Derek Hamilton, Bernard Berrien, Marquise Cooper. Those are your picks, the San Francisco, Chicago, and Tampa Bay. Bernard Berrien, wide receiver, Fresno State. Nice throwing offense.
And here's a kid that 3 years ago was the real deal, and then an injury, then comes back and puts up decent numbers, not great numbers. And I think the thing was he going to retain and get back to where he was before he had the injury in terms of speed and big playability? Also helped out on kickoff return situations and on special teams. Here against Dennis Weathersby, makes the catch for the touchdown. He had several huge games for Fresno State throughout his career. They're adjusting to a poorly thrown ball, then going the distance. Kid with good size, speed. Had it not been for the injury, I think, and I even highlighted him early in the year as a guy that could have been one of those mid to late first-round picks. And here the Chicago Bears get him in round 3. He has the ability to beat you as a return man. He did it against Wisconsin at Camp Randall in Madison. So he had a nice career, set back a little by the injury, but then regains it and then gets back into the third-round area when at one time he was projected as a 2 or even a 1 for that matter. The Bears want some speed. He should be able to provide that now. He's about 2 years removed from the injury. And for the Bears, they went defensive tackle first in the second round with Harris and Tank. Now all of a sudden they get Berrien, who can help out on special teams as well. Another kid you look at, talk about physical ability, 6'7", 344 pounds.
Did I misspeak here, Mel? I just want to stick in for a minute. I meant Ross. I said Bengals, and I meant Ross Browner. That's his son, not Joey Browner. Ross is the elder. Was a very good player for the Bengals. Sorry about that.
Very good player. And Max Starks, here you see him at left tackle, highlighted there for the Florida Gators. And you watch him. Of course, Chris Leak was the freshman quarterback, true freshman quarterback, who was protecting their kid who has pretty good feet. Did a decent job keeping that defensive end at bay. Not quite as physical, not quite the run blocker I think a lot of teams may have looked for. And the lean on you doesn't explode. And I think when you look at Max Starks, he has a chance because he's an athlete and he can pass protect. I think he's a kid that needs to be pushed and driven. But here's a third rounder who really at one point in time looked like a first round possibility. So you're talking about guys here, seniors. The thing I want to highlight now are some of these juniors that decide to come out early. We've seen guys like Donnell Washington, defensive tackle Clemson, drop into the third round, even though they had first round ability. Max Starks, or first round potential had they gone back. Same thing for Randy Starks from Maryland. You see juniors still on the board right now. Matt Ware, safety corner from UCLA. Jason Shivers, safety Arizona State. Nat Dorsey, offensive tackle Georgia Tech. You look at Kelly Butler, offensive tackle Purdue, and P.K. Sam, wide receiver Florida State. Juniors coming out early, still on the board. Had they gone back, they could have been in that first-round mix or at worst early second-round mix. So I think the NFL, I don't think you can send a message, but they want guys who have been around college football obviously longer. Unless you're that elite guy, they'll take juniors high. But when you get into that third tier, second tier, juniors tend to pay the price.
Well, they do pay the price, and it's not only that. It's not only that. If they stay in school, instead of being a bottom first-round pick or top second-round pick, they go in the top 15. That's a lot of money they're passing up on. There's no question they miss a lot of money. A lot of underclassmen think, I'm just tired of school. Get me out of here. Let me just go play football. Guess what? With Bill Parcells or a lot of these coaches, you go to class every day. You got to be on time to class at 9 a.m., and you can't get a C- or a C+ because otherwise you'll take a hike.
And it is definitely class. So you will go to class and learn the game every day. So you hit the nail on the head there, Morgan.
That's correct. Underclassmen make mistakes.
Yep, absolutely. Caleb Miller, linebacker, Arkansas, is going to the Bengals here, Mel. He's Cincinnati,
rangy, smart
making
linebacker.
their moves, right?
Exactly. Now, this is Chris Cooley. This is an interesting pick because the last time Washington got this pick from New Orleans, made a trade to get into the third round. Washington wasn't expecting to pick until the 5th round and then the 6th round. That was going to be it after Washington took Sean Taylor. First, we'll go to Caleb Miller going to the Cincinnati Bengals, and a kid that I think when you look at the way he runs, talking about a 4.5 change speed, this kid can fly to the football. There he is getting around the corner for the sack, and you see him against SEC competition. Again, it's against the Florida Gators. Again, very active active. Arguably one of the top 1, 2, or 3 linebackers in the country when you look at it from a college football standpoint. Here against Ole Miss, again, into the backfield, makes a play behind the line of scrimmage, then had a good combine workout showing excellent speed and overall athleticism. The Bengals and Marvin Lewis picked him up in round 3. And as I said before, when you look at the Redskins and Chris Cooley, this is a kid. You talk about tight ends that can catch the football. We always bring Clint Thidier's name up out of Portland State. Was outstanding for the Redskins under Joe Gibbs. Cooley doesn't have great speed, plays faster than that, but great hands. Made a catch against Nebraska, and I think you will see it, and you will see in the game against the Cornhuskers some unbelievable plays out of Chris Cooley. Here he is catching the football. Then after the catch, he will run hard for you, and he will show the ability when the ball's not thrown accurately to make the spectacular grab. Watch this catch right here, and he'll take it in for the touchdown, keeps his feet, maintains his balance, touchdown against Nebraska. Here he is again, Chris Cooley getting down the field, catching the football, and doing damage in the broken field after the catch. For the Washington Redskins, knowing what Didier did and knowing how he's going to be utilized, I tell you, this is a nice pick, Chris, for the Redskins, getting back into the draft process when it didn't look like they were picking again until round 5.
You know, back real quickly on the Jets, they didn't have a second-round pick because, remember, they got the wide receiver from Tennessee, Justin McCarron, so they've been quiet since the first one. That Derek Strait has played some big-time football for Oklahoma. Maybe a little speed question at DB, but he knows how to play in the big arena. The Jets, of course, earlier took Jonathan Vilma, the linebacker from Miami and Florida. So suggested by Russ Baxter Research, if they take Vilma, were they going to acquire Barney Chavis and Dino Hall as well? Something to think about as we rev up the Flintstone mobile. We'll be back.
Welcome back to the 2004 NFL Draft. From the Cold Pizza Roundtable, it's been a banner day for wide receivers in the first round. An NFL record 7 were taken, and these are big men. 6 of these first-rounders are all 6'2" or taller. And Corey Chavis, what I see, especially with the new, it's not a new rule, but it's the fact that after an 11-year low in passing yards for the NFL, officials are tightening up the way they're going to call illegal contact. What adjustments is this going to make for you as a defensive back?
Well, I don't think defensive backs need to really make adjustments, but they have to be prepared as at times they will get some real, in my opinion, knick-knack calls. And I think that it goes without saying that I can't understand why you would have these rules come into effect when all of a sudden now you've got 6'2½". You mentioned bigger receivers. These guys way 210+. What do they need new rules to keep our hands off of them even more as much as they push off? It's some guys coming in the league in this draft that push off very well. And defensive backs, we don't complain about it too much. We should be. Because I really think that it's something that probably doesn't get called enough, and that's offensive pass interference. So that's kind of what I was hoping to see, that rule change to maybe get the receivers have more penalties called against them.
Well, but the bottom line is when it comes down to it, in terms of a defensive back, once again, they're going to try to restrict what you do at the expense of trying to get that offensive production going more.
Well, they just want to see more scoring. I mean, keep the fans involved in the game. And I think the one thing about it, with these guys coming into the league, this is kind of a new banter now when you have a whole new group of guys, a new crop that set a record for the most guys in the first round. I think these rules kind of accommodate these guys to a certain degree. But I think if you look at what the defensive backs were able to do in last year's AFC Championship game, when you're talking about Ty Law and those aggressive New England defensive backs, along with Carolina, look at David Givens in the Super Bowl. If you want to combat this aggressive coverage, the way he threw Ricky Manning off, I think that set a message to the Carolina defensive backs. Hey, don't get up and jam me. This is how I'll combat it.
Hey, Corey, this is Mike Orvin, man. Corey,
what's up, Mike?
What's up, buddy? I tend to disagree. I think the rule hurts big wide receivers and help the little wide receivers.
Hurts big wide? What? Well, come on now,
because
Mike.
As a big wide receiver, you just made the statement, guys, we got the big wide receivers. And you're right. We like to push off. I like to feel where the quarterback is at all times. Most of us don't have the speed to run away from anybody. So if I know you are on me, I know where you are at all at all times. I think the quicker cornerbacks now, they can lay back and do what we call, Corey, you know it, cluing. He's quicker, he's faster than the wide receiver. Cluing is when a quarterback drops 3 steps, you know that pass will be thrown anywhere up to 6 yards. And when we drop 5 steps, it's a deep ball. 7 steps, the ball will be thrown anywhere to 15 to 20-yard range. And a cornerback can sit in that area, quicker cornerback, and make plays on the ball. Me, myself, I like the contact. I never complained about the contact. As a matter of fact, I was initiating most of the contact. That's why I say this rule
exactly. If you initiate most of the contact, Mike, why would you have a problem with these dual receivers? I'm sure that's what you want to see them doing on film coming out of school. Being able to initiate that contact, get the separation in those areas, being able to drop their hips, the things you're talking about. You were great at that. 111 catches in 1995. I don't think I heard one time you talk during that season about a guy getting too physical. You like getting physical.
That's exactly my point. That's exactly my point. And most guys coming out are big now, and they are learning, excuse this, from the Michael Irvin school. So I have a problem with them changing the rules because the big receivers and most of the guys I talk to, we talk about the same thing. We say, this hurts. I want the guy on me because you won't see the elbow or the chuck at the last minute that will give me the separation. I think it hurts the big receivers more than
I think you want to see more off coverage. I think that's probably what a lot of these guys want to see, and maybe that's why these rules are in place. Get a guy off of me, maybe I make him miss after the 5-yard hitch, take it to the house via Terrell Owens, some of those bigger receivers, the David Bosters that can break those tackles. Like Randy Moss, he has the greatest hand-eye coordination in the game. It doesn't matter about all this contact. He's making the play down the field. They need to go that school of thought, looking at how he adjusts to the football down the field. It doesn't matter about the contact. You don't see Moss complaining about it because he makes the play with the great hand-eye coordination. Everybody's talking about these guys having all this great ability to adjust to the football. We don't need new rules then to help these guys out if they're this good.
And you're so right, but the guys you mentioned, when you talk about T.O. and David Boston, Randy Moss, these are the faster big guys. I'm talking about the guys that are not so fast. These guys you mentioned, T.O. and them, they can take a hitch and go the distance and make it all happen from there. But some of the other big guys, they cannot. And if you look at some of this is a wide receiver versus DB tape here. This is the pro set, and you know who that is, Chris McAllister. Look at that. That's the smaller receiver. That's going to help. You see Plexico Burris, here's the jam. Got his hand on him. Plexico, I like that. You see how he's knocking that hand off? That's good. That's good contact. Look at Roy Williams. Look at that. You see that off coverage? That's not good. Who is that DB? They won't see this in the NFL.
Well, I tell you what, hey, Mike, I'm not getting a chance to look at the video like you get a chance to look at it up there, but I can kind of hear you breaking it down. Pretty good play-by-play, by the way. I'm pretty impressed with that. But I tell you one thing, when you're talking about guys getting separation, some of those guys you were mentioning, Roy Williams, Plexico Burris, I think they have deceptive speed. You had deceptive speed. And that ability to kind of make a guy, you know, he doesn't necessarily know how to gauge your speed is another advantage you have with these new rules. And guys have to adjust to the underthrows like defensive backs have to do. You have to be very careful about changing the rule where you limit the contact because you want to be able to let these guys compete. I love watching, even when me and you played the playoff game against each other, I went back and watched the tape to watch you and Aeneas Williams. It was a classic battle. I still watch it sometimes. Those are the things you want to see, the classic battles, the classic matchups. Hand fighting is a part of that, and that's a part of what has made the NFL great when you talk about bump and run corners, going all the way back to Hanford Dixon and Frank Minifield over the years.
It is definitely, it's a battle for the football is what you're going for. I like the game played the way the game was played last year. So what? Everybody keeps talking about New England, they were grabbing too much. Hey, man, this is a football game. We are not to let you run free and just make plays. We are trying to stop you from catching the ball. I like it because it separates the good from the great. The great ones, like you say, they make that play anyway, and the good ones, well, go home.
So basically you said there are no Michael Irvins in this draft is what you're saying.
I didn't say that, but thank you anyway, Corey.
Hey, I'm just glad that the two of you are in separate places because when Michael was talking about this in our meeting the other day, he was grabbing our producer. He was demonstrating like a wide receiver and a DB, so I'm glad that you're separated here. The NFL draft will continue. We're going to finish up the third round. When we come back, please stay with us.
Yeah! On an April weekend in New York City, 32 teams begin the quest for a championship.
It's April, and we're ready for some football.
You'd love to draft an All-American, but any selection could be a standout. An All-Pro, a Super Bowl MVP. What does your team need? The NFL Draft 2004, presented by Coors Light, continues tomorrow at 11 a.m. on ESPN and 1 p.m. on ESPN2.
We are back at the theater at Madison Square Garden. Chris Berman, Michael Irvin, Chris Mortensen, Mel Kiper, a cast of thousands. And we'll look at the last 5 picks here in the 3rd round. We mentioned Miller and Cooley already. DeVar Darling, wide receiver, Washington State, Baltimore. David Peterman, guard, LSU to Dallas. And another guard, Sean Locklear, NC State, blocked for Phillip Rivers, obviously, this year, and blocked pretty well. He goes to the Seahawks. We're going to look at DeVar Darling. Look at a couple of receivers here. And Mel, certainly had, you know, some hardships off the field, right? But there's a young man that has a lot of character.
His twin brother, Devon, of course, passed away from the heart attack, and DeVar transferred from Florida State to Washington State, Chris, and thought had a nice career. You look at when Jason Getzer was the quarterback, DeVar Darling put up big numbers. And I think you look at that particular season, outstanding this past year, quarterbacking a little erratic. His average per catch dropped from almost 17 yards a catch as a junior to about 14.8 this past season. But he's got good size, 6'1 1/4, 211 pounds, runs in the 4.48 to 4.53 range. A kid who has ability. There's no question about that. As a senior, though, he wasn't quite to the level of that junior campaign, and that's when you're under the microscope. It's not your junior year, it's your senior year, and Darling slid back just a bit. A lot of that had to do with the quarterbacking. Derek Hamilton, we talked about the 49ers. This is a good opportunity for Derek, a junior coming out early, a kid who is going to have an opportunity. You have Cedric Wilson and Brandon Lloyd. You bring in Rashawn Woods. Now you have, of course, Derek Hamilton, 6'3", about 197, a kid who has that gliding style, deceptively fast, breezes past defenders, kind of lulls them to sleep. In the NFL, I want to see him be more sudden and I think have more of a burst. And I think go about and show that suddenness in his movement, because I think he's a little too, I think tries to be a little too much finesse and not showcase that athletic prowess as much as he does. And I think he got away with a lot of that in college. In the NFL, where they're faster, they're more athletic, he's going to have to be much more sudden. I think you're leading the ACC in all-purpose yardage. Speaks volumes of his kid's ability. Exactly. When reverses, punts, kickoffs, this kid's got ability. I just want to see him take it up a notch. And I think he's going to have to be effective in the NFL. That's why it's a 3rd-round pick, not a 1st-round pick like his talent indicates.
I saw a great highlight DVD that his agent Phil Williams sent me on Derek Hamilton. This guy did 2 straight years lead the ACC in all-purpose yards, end-arounds, kick returner. He catches the ball with his body a little bit too much, has some drops, but I know this much. You might hit big with a guy like Derek Hamilton.
You know what?
The 49ers now have 2 receivers
well,
they picked up
here. They lost Terrell Owens. They also lost Ty Streets, who wasn't bad, okay? Right. They picked Rashawn Woods, 1st round. They've actually worked the draft, I think, pretty well. We weren't sure what to expect here with San Francisco. Moved down a couple of times, took 2 wideouts, took a guard in Smiley, who some had maybe late first. They took a corner in Spencer, who maybe earlier in the year might have been a 1st-round pick. I think they did okay. So, some observations. We hit the late 3rd rounds, and when we return, some observations from Jaws, Merrill, and counter Trey Wingo. We'll be back.
Open up to the new breed. Fill the draft. The speed is what you need. Fill the draft. If finesse is what you want to possess, fill the draft. The power again is here at last. The NFL draft. Yeah.
ESPN2's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft is presented by Rocky Mountain Cold Coors Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL, and in part by MasterCard. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard.
Welcome back to the EA Sports NFL matchup set as we continue to take you through the 3rd round. The Kansas City Chiefs, well, they were very good offensively, and as you might remember from the Indianapolis Colts playoff game at Arrowhead, not so good defensively. Kansas City was one of the best offensive machines out there with so many weapons, but then the defense was really where they struggled. So, of course, that is the first thing they tried to address in the 2004 draft. As you can see on offense, 2nd in yards per game, defense 29th, points per game 1st, and then defensively they were 19th. They bring back Gunther Cunningham to run that defensive show. And joining us now on the Coors Light video conferencing phone is the head coach of the Kansas City Chiefs, Dick Vermeil. And Coach, you trade down to get out of the 1st round, and you get the guy you had wanted all along, the big defensive tackle, Jason Ciavii. What did you like about him that made him special in your eyes?
Well, first, he's the size, you know, and the power, and we just felt if we could get a 3rd defensive tackle that could rotate through the ball game in a wave that he could help us improve on defense and help stop the run. And a little bit of a projection. I think we'll really see what we get in about 2 years from now when he really matures into the position.
Coach, I want to go back to the rehiring, if you will, in Kansas City of Gunther Cunningham. How much of an impact are you counting on him being back with that Chiefs team to really have on that squad in something we can see on the field?
Well, first off, nobody graduated. We have everybody back. Every football player on there, every free agent was re-signed, and I know some people have said why, but we think there's talent there, and they're going to get better just through maturing, and I think that Gunther will bring a little spark, enthusiasm, a change, some different things that may enhance the way we play, and hopefully it will be to the standard that Gunther had set here when he was a defensive coordinator in the past.
Coach, conventional wisdom was telling me you would look for that speed wide receiver, that guy that could stretch the field, and yet you go for a tight end in Chris Wilson. What was the thinking?
Well, he's really not a tight end to us, Ron. He's a multiple position guy, a guy that'll play fullback, H-back, F-back, and move around, plus be outstanding on special teams. And also a guy that you can leave in the ball game as a backfield guy and then move him to the tight end position, and they won't be able to put a nickel defense in him, yet we can use him to attack downfield with 2 tight ends in the middle there with Tony Gonzalez, rather. So more of a multiple position guy.
Hey, Coach, I got to tell you this. We're about ready to fall off our chairs here. I'm sitting there looking at you. You look fresh. You look like you just got in there. I think you look so fresh and young.
I'm not that fresh, believe me. No, I'm not that fresh.
Hey, man, he's working on that Super Bowl blueprint, man. Getting that Super Bowl blueprint ready for this year. hey, Coach, you mentioned Gunther Cunningham, and we all know, it's nice to, pick these guys in the draft. But reality is, a lot of these guys aren't going to make the team, and they're not going to be the impact players. So you're going to have to deal with the guys that you have there. Can Gunther make the changes that are necessary for you guys to get to the Super Bowl?
Well, I don't know if he can do that. I don't think any one man has that responsibility in our organization. I think he can make a contribution. I think every guy that started on our defensive team last year can play better as they mature and get better. And I think just sometimes the change in the way we'll play our defensive line different maybe and get a little more aggressive with that approach, it might enhance the way we play. Only time will tell.
Coach, you mentioned it off the top. Nobody graduated. You re-signed a lot of your players. Do you feel as an organization the Kansas City Chiefs have done enough to take that next step, which would be win a playoff game, which is something that hasn't happened in a long time?
Oh, I think we can, but our schedule is going to be tougher than it was this past year if it stays as it is. Both Super Bowl teams, coming to Kansas City to play, opening Sunday night in Denver. It'll all be tougher, and schedule always has something to do with the success of your season. But I think we'll be a better football team. We may not win 13 games. I'd like to believe we'd be very competitive in all 16, and if we stay healthy, we'll win enough football games to get back into the hunt, and then maybe play a little bit better when we get that opportunity. Don't drop 5 balls in the playoff game. Play better defense, and don't miss a field goal, and don't get a touchdown call back and have a chance to win.
Coach, you mentioned it. A lot of moves made by the AFC West here. When you look at what Oakland has done, they're shoring up their line, and then the big move, San Diego getting Phillip Rivers. Just out of curiosity, do you like Phillip Rivers or Eli Manning better? Which one would you have liked to have seen?
I really can't say, because I knew both of those guys would be gone, and we weren't evaluating quarterbacks as critical as you would if you were going to draft them. So it's hard for me to say. I think both of them had tremendous talents. If I was just going to give you who right now without really being serious about it, I'd say I'd take Eli Manning.
Coach, we appreciate the time. Get back into the draft room and enjoy a nice glass of wine. Just don't do anything with Morton Anderson with that wine, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Dick Vermeil joining us. He does look fresh as a daisy as we're getting to the home stretch of the 3rd round of the draft.
All right, we are back at the theater at Madison Square Garden. And let's check out the latest picks. We talked about Locklear, the guard, going to Seattle. Jeremy Lasser has probably started the year a little higher on everyone's boards, Mel.
Yep.
Cornerback Michigan goes to Denver. Jorge Cordova with the Corinthian leather. Linebacker from Nevada. Or is it Nevada or is it Nevada Reno? Basketball to Nevada, but it's Nevada Reno. The Wolfpack goes to Jacksonville. And a punter. We had a kicker and a punter go on this round. B.J. Sander won the Ray Guy Award this year as the punter for Ohio State that goes to Green Bay. The day, though, began with Eli Manning, drafted by San Diego, classy enough to hold up the jersey. An hour or a little bit more later, San Diego and the New York Giants engineered a trade. certainly these last few days, Eli had been proverbially in the crosshairs, which is why we beat him to the punch and talked to him before the draft in the crosshairs.
I am a mama's boy, I'll admit it. When I was kind of growing up, after Peyton went to school, my dad was traveling a lot. It was kind of me and my mom at home, so we kind of became pals. She's very laid back, never gets mad, never gets upset. You know, just from being around her and watching her, I've kind of gained that personality. I don't show a whole lot of emotion, whether it's good or bad. My dad is, you know, he's more intense, more serious. Peyton's more like that. He's very dedicated to what he does, and he's just very focused in on everything. Every play, if something's going to go wrong, he gets on his play or something, and that's just the way he deals with it, and it works out great for him. It's just not, it's not the same way for me. I'm just as dedicated. I work just as hard, and I show it in a different way. I'm not a screamer and yeller. I'm just kind of, if the play goes bad, you know, forget about that play, let's go into the next one. Growing up for me, it was always, you know, my two brothers always had friends over and playing. It was always just a thrill for me to be invited to play with them. Even if I was, you know, permanent center or not, you know, not even doing anything at all, just to be around those guys. You know, they were the guys I looked up to, my role models. When he left for Tennessee, he was, you know, 18. I was 13 years old. And it was just, you know, you want to be so close to someone that age. He didn't come home much. I'd see him after a game maybe, but again, just kind of didn't get much time around him. So finally, once I got to Ole Miss, we kind of started talking on the phone. Not everybody has that where, you know, you have someone to ask questions and learn more football from your brother. I've been dealing with expectations a long time where I guess I've just gotten used to it. I try not to worry about it, just kind of go out, I'm going to be myself, I'm my own personality. It doesn't get me worried that I won't succeed or worried that I'm not going to be as good as Peyton or not have the same you know, career my dad did or anything like that. I'm not scared to, you know, to follow up in my brother's or father's footsteps.
Well, those are awfully huge footsteps to follow in. And, Mike, you touched on it. We talked a lot about it. Certainly huge footsteps to follow. Dad and Peyton, he's a Manning, and now he's got to do it in New York. How much added to what he's already had to deal with, guys?
I think he has the best personality of that Manning family to handle the pressure. He's a little bit more laid back. So he's a little more loosey-goosey than Peyton is. In fact, well, let's say this. He might take some of that from his oldest brother, Cooper, who is the family comedian, by the way.
Yes, he is. He can be funny.
No, he can be very funny. And the other thing is, Eli Manning was not afraid to go to Ole Miss, where his father was the legend. Peyton Manning went to Tennessee to establish his own legend. Eli not afraid to go to Ole Miss. I think that speaks about his personality.
And I talked about this pick being a great pick for New York for a lot of reasons, but it's also a great pick for Eli, I believe, outside of the pressure, because I don't think he'll see the pressure. This is the place he can say, in the end, we may all be saying, you see Archie? That's Eli's dad. You see Peyton? That's Eli's brother, because if he wins in New York, he will be the king.
Where do Coach Coughlin gets right behind him in practice and says a few things. We'll see what type of pressure
he's used to pressure, man.
That's pressure.
Well, the Giants will handle it. The Giants stepped out because all three of these quarterbacks were basically equal. I think we can all agree that you were splitting hairs there trying to decide between Manning, Roethlisberger, and Rivers. What Ernie Accorsi, Tom Coughlin did step out and say, hey, we have the guy. We identified it. They gave up. In the end, not as much as I thought San Diego isolated Eli Manning to be worth. So I think that from that standpoint, they only got less. But the Giants they isolated Manning as the guy that was like the end-all, be-all at quarterback. I'm talking about San Diego. Okay, if that's the case, you keep him and he's your guy. All right, so I think I'll say this, and I will say this, the Giants bailed them out.
Great points today, Mel. That was great points, Mel.
Well, they bailed him out, but I tell you what, he better be good, because Kerry Collins isn't bad. Took them to a Super Bowl and throws a ball about as well as anybody in this league. So this Eli has to be good. They're saying we think he's that good.
No, he'll be fine. You're right, though. I mean, in analyzing all the Mannings, Cooper is funny. And speaking of humor, now let's go to the cold pizza set.
Great job,
and our hostess, Andrea Kramer. Andrea?
Good evening, Chris. Is that funny enough for you? Do you like that?
You're just rolling out the one-liners. I've seen a new side of you. You're great.
Thank you, Chris. You guys are talking about the pressures of Eli Manning. With my guys here, 2 first-rounders and 2 second-rounders, I want to talk about the reality of being a rookie, because, you know, everybody's happy today. They're excited to get ready to go to their new teams. But what do these guys, these new players coming into the league, really have to look forward to?
What they have to look forward to, first and foremost, is the fact that after you get drafted, after today like today, you go out, have fun, celebrate with your family. you have to stay humble. It's important. You have to stay humble. You can't forget about the hunger, the desire that you had, the little things that you did to take you to that next level in order for you to get drafted on that first day if you're fortunate enough. And one of the second things you have to do is that, okay, now I got to switch my mind frame. You know, I got to switch up from being in combine shape from preparation of football shape. And what I mean by that is that, okay, now I can't train anymore from running from point A to point B or from doing a shuttle, seeing how fast I can go from left to right in 3.7 seconds or keep it up under 4 seconds or trying to work on vertical jumping, going up, oh, I got to get 40 this time, I got to get 42. You know what I'm saying? It's not all about that. You have to switch mind frames as far as I got to get ready for a long, rigorous season, 16-game season where, okay, guys, I may have to get ready to go into the playoffs. I can't burn out. I can't be the weak link of this football team. And first, hey, the last thing, if you never, ever remember anything that I tell you, once you get to camp as a rookie, you have to walk in. If you're going to meet anybody, yeah, you're going to meet your roommate when you first get there. But the next person you have to meet, it's important. Listen to me, guys. Go to the special teams coach and say, hey, my name is Takeo Spikes, and I'm reporting for duty. Sir, I'm here. If you're not a first-round guy, if you're not a guy who's going to come in there and get drafted top 10 guy, top 15 guy who's not going to contribute to the team early, hey, son, you got to get ready to play special teams. That might be the only way you're going to have some longevity in this league.
That is definitely the truth. And another thing that you have to deal with as a rookie is it's the first time in your life that you're going to have any money in your pocket, for 90% of these guys. And people don't realize, you know, you don't get paid tomorrow. You don't get paid till you sign the contract. And that could be July, it could be August. You know, it's at different times for different guys. And after you get that contract, you know, the only thing that's guaranteed is your signing bonus. When I got mine, I took mine out. My wife took my picture with it. I made a copy of it. I mean, I was so excited just to have that. And then you have to go out and prove that you're worth that money they spent. You have to prove that you're worth, you know, the rest of the money of your contract. And what rookies don't realize, unless you're in the top 10 guys that are taken, your big money is going to be made in that second contract. So get in camp. Sign your contract, get in camp on time, and have a good rookie year. Set yourself up to have a successful beginning of your career so that you can get to that second contract and make your money throughout your career.
No, I think you're the only one on this panel who got into camp on time. Otherwise, there's three holdouts here. How was it for you having to hold out?
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, it was hard. I was very scared. I went through the whole process, and, you know, like you said, you get drafted and you're all excited. You got this money and you're, you know, going to go into the camp. And I held out for almost a week, and there was times when I was on the phone to my parents saying, man, I feel like I'm never going to play. I mean, I was scared. I thought I was never going to play. I thought I was going to get traded or, you know, something. And, you know, finally it worked out. But, I mean, you got to just make sure that you've selected your agent and go through the whole process, but you want to get in camp on time.
Now, how about, what about the expectations for a player who thinks he may be drafted one place and maybe he's wheeling and dealing already and he's buying things already on credit, and all of a sudden he doesn't get drafted where he thinks he's going to, and maybe that amount of money isn't there?
No question about it. You go out, you get the Hummer with the Lamborghini doors, you bling-blinging with the 24s, and you got them on spinners on top of that. Then after that, you decide to go out and get a house, maybe $1 million home. Yes, and you can't forget about Mom, she wants a new car. Absolutely. And don't forget about Pops, he wants to have a little bling-bling for the wrist. So by the time you get through doing all that, all of a sudden now, you didn't get drafted maybe in the top 5, 10 of the draft. You drop down to number 30, that potential $7 to $10 million signing bonus. All of a sudden now you're talking about maybe $2 to $4 million tops after taxes, maybe 1.5, 1.4, and you're wiped out. And you can't forget about that line of credit. You know you probably got that from the agent.
Now, let's be honest. How confident were you, for example, that you were going to make the team, second rounder, but how confident that you were going to come in and you were going to succeed with the Washington Redskins?
No matter how many people tell you, you know, you're good, you're this, you're that, you're drafted in the second round, you know, you played 4 years in Michigan, you're going to do this, you still have in your mind that you have to prove that you're going to beat out that other guy who's fighting for his job. He may have 3, 4 kids. He may have all these other obligations like we talked about, you know, to accomplish, and you have to get that done as a rookie.
All right, we got some free advice being dispensed to these rookies. Chris, back to you.
Storyline.
Yes, thank you.
We're on TV. You see, Mort, you can't pick
I got
up
some
the
good
phone.
stuff here, too. What do you want to talk about? I got some good stuff
Talk about
right
anything
here.
you want.
Matt Schaub? How about Matt Schaub?
We finally have, we didn't have any quarterback picked in the second round. we had 4 quarterbacks picked in the first round, but Matt Schaub was picked by Atlanta, backup quarterback to Mike Vick. He's a Frank Reich type, isn't he? Isn't that what kind of guy he is? I mean, he's not a big arm, correct?
He's got a good arm.
Good arm.
Not the phenomenal arm strength.
Right?
Accurate. I'll tell you what, he had
Atlanta
2 years back-to-back center-tied 10 school records as a junior. And then, of course, he had the shoulder injury starting 2003. Still went on to complete almost 70% of his passes. So it's a kid, Matt Schaub, but I thought held his own at the Senior Bowl practices, had 2 nice years at Virginia, and a kid that has a chance to be, as you said, Chris, a Frank Reich-type backup. You look at him, big. You look at that size. You look at the fact that he is pretty athletic, doesn't have tremendous mobility. I think that's a negative. The pocket passer, as Frank Reich was. But you look at here, number 7 with the Virginia Cavaliers. What a number 7 is, Mort. Alex Mortensen's going to be wearing that number at Arkansas, by the way. Here he goes, the Billy McMullen. That was as a junior. And you're looking at a guy who I think when he's flushed can just do enough from an accuracy standpoint. There he had Heath Miller, their fine tight end, the kid who played well. This is against Florida State. Nice catch there by the tight end. And he was utilizing a tight end. Keep in mind, Al Groh's offense, Virginia as quarterback, Matt Schaub had to utilize the entire field. The tight ends played an integral part in the success of this offense. So I think the adjustment, the transition to the NFL for Matt Schaub, very smart, very intelligent young man, shouldn't be that difficult. And if you're looking for a guy who can be an ideal backup to Michael Vick, and Mort, hey, Michael Vick's always seems like going to be one play away from maybe being injured. You need a backup who is able, like Frank Reich was, to come off the bench and win for you. Because I don't know about Michael Vick changing his style that dramatically. He may learn from the injury from last year, but I don't know if he's going to be a quarterback who's not going to be tucking it under and running and taking on defenders. And when you have that running style, Matt Schaub is going to be a key entity for Jim Moore Jr. in the Atlanta Falcons.
And we'll get into that in a little bit because I think Boomer's got a guest waiting for us.
Yes, we do. We have the coach of the Miami Dolphins, an old friend of yours, Mike. With our Coors Light video conferencing, we bring in the coach of the Dolphins, Dave Wannstedt. Kind of a quiet day for you. Vernon Carey, though, you needed offensive line help. That was your pick, a guy that I guess can play guard or tackle, Dave?
Yeah, we're going to start him off, obviously, at tackle. You know, he played that, as we know, as a junior, played guard this year, but we're excited about Vernon. I mean, that's the one position, you know, we've been able to bring back 10 of our 11 defensive starters. We got our kickers returning. We added A.J. Feely, David Boston. The offensive line was the one position that we felt like we needed to try to get a guy, if we could, in that first round, and Vernon was a guy we had targeted. So we're excited to have him. We know an awful lot about him. We feel good about it.
Well, we mentioned a couple of things. You mentioned a couple of the players we talked about earlier. David Boston, why will he be a hit in Miami when he was just a bust? I mean, he had a couple of big games, but for San Diego, that was a washout. Why will he be a hit with the Dolphins?
Well, I believe that, you know, David sees this as an opportunity, a fresh start. Things did not work out, you know, obviously in Arizona or in San Diego like he would have wanted to. And this is an opportunity where he can play on a good football team and have a chance to kind of get his career back turned the right way. So he's been here the entire time working out since the day we signed him, and he's putting in the effort, and we'll see how things unfold.
Coach, this is Michael Irvin. Not only why David Boston, what did you guys see and why A.J. Feely?
Well, A.J., you know, that was a guy really, you know, Rick Spielman kind of had his eye on him. We've been talking about him for some time. You know, you start talking about the rookie quarterbacks, Michael, as compared to a guy who has played on a championship team. He's played, you know, on a very successful system. He's very accurate. He can throw the deep ball extremely well. And when he's played in big games, he has won. So we really think that we're kind of catching a guy with his future in front of him. And by signing Jay Fiedler back, I mean, we're going to have some great competition, and we feel like we strengthened the quarterback position.
So that's it all? You look at the training camp, go through the summer, and make a decision, Dave?
Yeah, we will. We'll start, obviously, with the minicamp next week and see how it plays out. But we've added a lot of players through free agency. You know, we talked about defensively and on the offensive line, and, you know, nothing like competition to bring out the best.
Dave, is there any chance you could add to that competition if a certain number 13 should come free in June? I'm speaking of Kurt Warner. There's been speculation. Any
13,
chance?
You threw one at me there, 13.
Dan Marino,
no.
who was the president.
Yeah. No, we have we feel good about our quarterback position. You know, the guys have been working extremely hard. You know, AJ's been here, and Jay's here, and Sage Rosenfeld's. So we're fine at quarterback, and we just got to get them to move their entire level of play higher than what it's been the last couple of years.
Dave, yeah, you had Marino there for a week, but maybe should have been your quarterback. Listen, I know when the schedule comes out every year, I would think it's about the first thing you look at. Wait a minute. At New England, at Buffalo, at the Jets. All of them earlier in the season should be no cold weather games. Could that be a blessing here for you?
Well, we're not going to fall into any traps and worry about late season games. We just got to worry about our opener against Tennessee and go from there. But this is the first time since I've been here now in 6 years where we haven't gone up there late in the year. So our guys are kind of excited about it, but we just got to take them one at a time.
Well, I know that you will, and you know what? They get to visit you later in the year and bring their fans down. But you know what? You'll have the better tan, as you always do. And you're close, right? You can feel it. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, good talking to you guys.
All right, Dave, thanks. I think
One of the great guys.
Absolutely.
He is.
I think that could really figure in. I mean, I said it earlier in the first round. You know, those snow games they had in New England, especially last year, it was one of the funniest scenes.
Right. On the set when we were doing it.
But I mean, look, to get all three of them by, and I don't have it in front of me, by mid-November, so there shouldn't be bad weather. I think there could really be a bonus for it.
It can be, but there is a lot of pressure right now, obviously, on Dave Wanstead. He did win 10 games last year.
Yes,
he has won about the second or third most games since he's become the coach of the Dolphins. But Dolphin fans expect more, and I think that this year is huge for him. And Rick Spielman is now the general manager. We went through the Marino stuff, but there's no question to me. And that pick of A.J. Feely as the quarterback to compete with Jay Feely, to me, is critical to what Dave Wanstead's future is in Miami.
But more, you hit on it. He's had some bad luck, some bad turns,
nobody likes to hear bad luck,
but he's had some, and maybe his luck has just changed. Without them playing in December in New England, that may be a blessing in disguise.
Although it is interesting, we didn't say this before, and obviously you could dissect the schedule, and I don't know that it's Miami, but week 5, New England has an early bye. New England plays Miami in New England week 5. The record for consecutive wins over 2 seasons, Miami, of course, went 17-0 in 1972. They won their first game the next year. They lost the second game, so the record is 18 in a row. If New England were to come out and win their first 3 games, fittingly, the 4th game to try to win 19 is against the Miami Dolphins. Just throwing it out there. Oh, by the way, the Dolphins were so devastated in 73 by that loss, they went on to win another Super Bowl. We'll be back. Anyway, round 3 winds down here in New York. All right, we're Lady Liberty. There she is, over New York Harbor. Such a proud symbol of the United States. A gift from France, many a moon ago. And these are some late third-round gifts. Matt Ware, quarterback UCLA, earlier in the year rated a little higher, so maybe a good value pick for Andy Reid and the Eagles. We talked about Matt Schaub, the quarterback, Virginia, the 5th quarterback, 4 first round, now the first third round one, no second round. Tony Hargrove, defensive end, St. Louis, more on him in a moment. Rich Gardner, corner, Penn State, Tennessee. And Kerryon Fox, the linebacker from Georgia Tech. Another Georgia Tech linebacker going to the Kansas City Chiefs. Anybody jump out in that group?
Well, Fox actually outproduced Darrell Smith. I know more you know about Tony Hargrove. Academically ineligible in 2003. Did have a good 2002 year. Has added weight, yet retained his closing speed. Interesting pick for the St. Louis Rams.
It's a significant pick because you know they lost Grant Wistrom, defensive end, to free agency in the Seattle Seahawks. But a significant thing happened Saturday night when Leonard Little, Pro Bowl defensive end of the St. Louis Rams, was arrested for a DWI, drinking while driving under the influence. Now, that's significant because Leonard Little has spent time in jail and has served an 8-game suspension from the league for a very tragic situation in which there was a manslaughter charge when there was a fatality when Little was drinking and ran into a woman who was driving in St. Louis. And now Leonard Little is facing more trouble from the league, not to mention the law on a more significant level. So Tony Hargrove, a defensive end, being the pick here, is something that we should pay attention to.
Yep, absolutely. And obviously, Mike Martz and Charlie Army in St. Louis did that. And so let's see, you've got Mel. We've had Mel for 10 hours. I don't know why this is news. You've got Mel, brought to you by Motorola, the voice of the fan. What a perfect segue into our wrap-up segment anyway. Mel, which team has done the best job in day one?
I think you look at several teams. I think what Arizona's done, certainly. I like what the San Francisco 49ers have done, the Chicago Bears. I think if you look at it, what the Arizona Cardinals and Denny Green have done, getting a guy like Larry Fitzgerald, you talk about a work ethic, then he said an attitude. He gets that with Larry Fitzgerald. Carlos Dansby, an outstanding pass rusher from the outside linebacker spot, and Darnell Dockett. If he can stay focused on the job at hand, he has the talent to be a heck of a defensive tackle, something they need because Wendell Bryant's got to pick up the pace. A former first-round pick, just a couple sacks over the last 2 years, isn't going to get it done. Dockett should be an upgrade at defensive tackle and maybe elevate Wendell Bryant to the level they thought he would be when they drafted him in the first round out of Wisconsin a couple years ago.
Hey, listen, guys.
You've got Mort.
I got Mort. That's exactly right. A team that nobody's really thinking about today, but they always do a great job with the draft with general manager Floyd Reese and a draft that makes sense, the Tennessee Titans. They move out of the first round, and lo and behold, there's Ben Troop, tight end, Florida, in a year in which they lose Frank Wycheck to retirement. They were going to load up on their defensive linemen because of the losses they've had there. Travis LeBoy, Hawaii, Antoine Odom, Alabama, Randy Starks, Maryland, and then just now Rich Gardner, a cornerback from Penn State. It's just a draft that makes sense, and Tennessee's drafts always make sense. They stay true to their philosophy. I like it.
Well, the team I like the best is they're the champions, the New England Patriots. First of all, by getting Corey Dillon, if you look at the playoffs the last few years, they've only scored 1 or 2 touchdowns per game. Yes, it was enough to win, but the short passing game works when you're in open field, but as you get closer to the goal line, you need a solid running back. Well, they got that in Corey Dillon, and they shored up the defensive run stopping with Vince Wilfork. That guy from Miami, you better believe it, a big fella. When Terry Washington leave, you needed to replace a big fella with a big fella. They got a big fella in Vince Wilfork. So right there, that makes them the best for today because they're the champion and they solidified themselves even some more.
They got a pretty good tight end there as well. I want to just cite a couple teams. I'm going to show one. Pittsburgh went in the draft thinking in no particular order, God, we need tackles. We sure need defensive backs, and we'd like to get a quarterback to groom. Well, they got Roethlisberger. They sweated it out and got him in the first round. They drafted Coakley from Tusculum, unknown, with a lot of upside, obviously, and a little inexperienced defensive back. And they took a tackle in Max Starks. I'm not saying that they're all huge hits, but they went in those areas. I think that the Buffalo showed a lot of Tusculum, if you will, as they traded up and picked Losman for the second year in a row, a player that probably won't play. Well, I don't think he will, although he'll try for it. Bledsoe will be quarterback like last year, a year off McGahee. Remember, they're getting a fresh Willis McGahee already with an outstanding back in Travis Henry, and they pick a wideout in Lee Evans. But a team we never talk about because they're always drafting pretty early. They can't win on the road. They're at the bottom of the Norris division. The Detroit Lions.
Yes.
The Detroit Lions, we've seen some glimmer, a silver mine, if you will. Roy Williams is, and Mike knows, outstanding wide receiver Texas. They picked Charlie Rogers, who they really didn't get anything out of because he was hurt. So 2 new guys, if you will. They get a running back, and Kevin Jones. You might say, boy, high second, higher than you thought that Teddy Lehman would go. This guy's a football player. And then a corner from Keith Smith. I think Detroit is on their way to becoming, maybe making a move like the Bengals did last year, 8-8, 9-7.
And I really think the San Diego Chargers made the most out of a terrible situation, salvaged it, and I think A.J. Smith, the general manager, and certainly the Spanos family that owns the team, deserve a lot of credit for pulling this one out today.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, because as we began the show, I said I didn't think it was fair, but they were portrayed or thought of, the perception, which isn't necessarily right, as Beverly Hillbillies, because why would the Mannings not want to go? San Diego, have you ever been there? Pretty good place to go. So what I'm saying is exactly echoing your sentiments. And they got a pretty good deal from the New York Giants, and they got pretty good quarterback in Rivers and some pretty good players. So, we're about done.
Darn.
We'll wrap the draft up when we come back. Rounds 4 through 7 tomorrow. We got to clean up things, get ourselves re-educated, and we'll do that when we come back. All right, we're back. Just when you thought it was safe that we were done, the Cincinnati, we're going to end the day with a Bengals pick.
They dominated the draft.
Compensatory pick. Yes, they have. And they get all these picks tomorrow. NFL Draft tomorrow. Susie's going to host it. Mel and Mort, who did you annoy? You're back here. Mike Golick, rounds, I know you do. Rounds 4 through 7, 11 a.m. Eastern on ESPN, 1 Eastern on ESPN2. More info, log on to ESPN.com. Look, we began today with more storylines, some of them horrible, obviously, with the end of this week with Pat Tillman. But we began today with the Manning saga. We had all week with Is Clarett and Mike Williams in the draft. We had other things swirling. We had top players rated at tight end and Kellen Winslow, top players rated at safety and Sean Taylor. I mean, because he's a lineman, he gets, okay, we gave him his moment, but Robert Gallery proved to be a 12-year just stud in the National Football League for the Oakland Raiders. We had guys at the top of rankings for positions, rankings that you don't see more than once every 5, 6, 7, 8 years, right, Mel? In addition to the Manning-Rivers saga, in addition to everything else that went on. It was a top-heavy beginning, for sure.
It's interesting. A lot of the juniors kind of dictated the early portion of the draft. We have some juniors still on the board. We still have Jason Shivers, safety from Arizona State. Nat Dorsey, offensive tackle, Georgia Tech. Kelly Butler, offensive tackle, Purdue. P.K. Sam, wide receiver, Florida State. So round 4, we talked about it last year and then through this year. Quentin Griffin, round 4. Lee Suggs, round 4. Ontario Smith, Dominic Davis. Think about the running backs that went in the 4th round.
Well,
exactly.
yeah.
I mean, yeah, the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th
Good
round,
running back
day
when he
2
was
of the
used.
draft. I'll tell you, it's been a productive 4 rounds for the NFL over the last several years.
It has, because this is, I mean, look, let's go inside the draft a minute. You go, okay, all of a sudden, okay, we've been drafted, now we got a night to look. Oh, he's left? Seriously, right?
Oh, the 4th round, you will see a lot of activity as we start the 4th round tomorrow with teams trading up because they see guys that are going to be, it's like sliding through the cracks that they have a high grade on. So you're right, the top of that 4th round, always very active. And there's Landon Johnson. The Purdue Boilermakers dominated the 3rd round. You had Nick Hardwick, Stuart Schweigert, Gilbert Gardner, and now it finished up with Landon Johnson, who is a true
Wasn't he the
linebacker.
President of the United States? Oh, that was Lyndon Johnson, never mind.
This kid can cover, and Gilbert Gardner, who went earlier in round 3, the Indianapolis Colts. Now the Bengals and Marvin Lewis get a guy who I thought had an excellent year. You look at him here, getting the sack, can play in reverse as well. An athletic linebacker. I thought he could have been even a 2nd-round pick, maybe, if things fell right at worst, the 3rd. And that's where he goes at the end of round 3. They're sacking Craig Krenzel, the Ohio State Buckeyes. Gilbert Gardner, Nico Kudavides. Keep that name in mind. What? You will hear Nico Kudavides tomorrow, the middle linebacker at Purdue. Gardner and Landon Johnson were on the outside, and you will hear their offensive tackle, Kelly Butler, as well, early on day 2. Purdue, Joe Tiller did a nice job. They've been competitive. They've been a team that's won a lot of games, and you see the talent now at Purdue coming off the board year after year. And we'll have a couple more Boilermakers tomorrow, Butler and Kudavides.
You know what?
Good day for the Bengals.
Yes,
good day for
absolutely a
Marvin Lewis and
good day
the
for the
Bengals.
Bengals. Look, in 1988, you did your draft ratings, and with a great year of the wide receivers, of course, of which there were 6. The record was broken today. 6 wide receivers picked. 1 is the final draft pick by Tom Landry. That was Michael Irvin. Mike hasn't been graded for the draft since 1988. But yet today, here he is with his first draft in 2004. First-round performance. What do you think?
I'd say all of a sudden you put me on the spot.
No, you don't have to say a thing.
Michael, I think I gave you like a 9.5 grade coming out.
I know more.
That's a good grade.
All right,
that's a great grade.
And you've maintained that.
Thank you. More, go give me something. Come on,
you gotta,
give me something.
I gave you a grade of about 5.0. You're welcome back anytime, brother.
Hey, it was a pleasure being up here with you guys. Boom, you know you, my man. Mel, I slept with that book. It was the Bible, and I'm great. Mort doesn't take compliments well. He did a great job. This phone rang all day long. Mort, he was on top of everything. Mort, you mean the world to us, baby, and we love you. Great job, Mort. I had to say that.
You know what now it's time for? We've seen the set all day. We've seen cold pizza, but I always think of the draft at the end of the day, and I think of cold pizza and Teddy Bruschi.
Speaking of
cold
champions.
pizza and Bruschi would really go well long around. How long does it take a cab to get uptown? At any rate, thanks for joining us. It's been a momentous day in the NFL.
Great first day.
Kuiper, unbelievable.
Great first day. Tomorrow's Scouts Day.
Mort, great job. Michael, welcome aboard. To all of us, Trey, and everybody that contributed in the truck, you have no idea. I'm Chris Berman. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to watch tomorrow, 11 a.m. The coverage continues on ESPN, then ESPN2 at 1 o'clock. It's been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. You can log on for more info. Coming up next, baseball tonight. We began in the morning. Now, oh my God, it's baseball tonight.
Congratulations
I'm Chris
to all the
Berman.
draft picks.
Thanks for watching.
Congratulations, guys. Welcome to the NFL.